The Husky and His White Cat. Shizun Chapter 236 to Chapter 269. After coming out of Jiao Mountain, Ran was like a wooden sculpture. His eyes were slightly blank as he walked forward in silence. Standing in front of a fork in the road, he was in a daze. The great battle was over. The sun rose from the east, and the morning glow washed away the darkness of the night. Only the smell of dewdrops and grass remained in the forest, like greasy powder floating in the morning light. He turned around and looked at the towering mountain range. Then he looked at the road in front of him. If he walked straight, he would reach Linling Island. Shui Meng and his uncle were waiting for him there. They were waiting for an explanation, an answer. But he couldn't go there. He had to go to Dragon Blood Mountain. Ran vaguely understood that Master Huizui knew far more than he thought. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so calm when he saw the Emperor Ta. Perhaps it was because of this that he was increasingly at a loss. He didn't know what was waiting for him. Actually, his mind was in a mess. He didn't have the mood to think. In the end, he only knew numbly he had to go, because his master was there. Dragon Blood Mountain was located near Wubei Temple. In the early years, monks would occasionally come to the mountain to meditate, practice Zen, and comprehend. But this mountain was often puzzled. Many people said that they encountered ghosts at the top of the mountain. Once they entered, they couldn't come out. So gradually, it became a barren mountain. Ran traveled on his sword. After a day of traveling, he finally arrived at the foot of Dragon Blood Mountain at sunset. He didn't eat or drink all day and was already very tired. So when he saw a stream of clear spring water flowing out from the cypress trees, he walked over and scooped up a handful of water to wash his face. What came down was mud, then melted blood. Finally, his face was revealed, reflected in the rippling water. It wasn't an ugly face, but Ran stared at it for a while. He felt an unspeakable disgust and disgust. He suddenly broke the water surface, shattering the reflection. Then he closed his eyes and rubbed his face in his palms, almost painfully. Was there any perfect method in this world that could completely separate a person's past from their present? Was there any sharp weapon that could remove the rotten memories from his mind? Was there anyone who could save him? Could they tell him that he was not the Emperor Ta, he was just Ran, he was just Weiyu? But when he opened his eyes, the ripples were calm again, and the man in the water was still staring at him with resentment and despair. He knew he had no way out. He got up and went up the mountain. When they were halfway up the mountain, there was a sudden fog. It was so thick that they couldn't even see their own fingers in front of them. At first, Ran thought it was a ghost, but when he sensed it, there was no trace of evil. It was getting late. Occasionally, the sound of cuckoo crying blood could be heard from the woods. The surroundings were getting colder. The sunlight was disappearing bit by bit. The surroundings were getting dark. Master? His voice was slightly hoarse as he walked forward while rubbing his hands. Master Huizui? No one answered him. But the strange thing was that he was climbing the entire way, almost blindly, but he didn't encounter any obstruction. This path was so smooth that it made one's hair stand on end. It was as if someone had long set up a trap in the depths of the fog, waiting for him to walk into the trap alone. Is there anyone here? The fog gradually dissipated. The scenery in front of him became clearer and clearer. The thick fog fell, and the mountain rocks and vines appeared in front of him. He found that he had unknowingly arrived at a flat and open area. Looking back, the path he came from was still covered by the fog. Only this area had lush vegetation and sparse moonlight. He stepped on the withered grass that was full of dew and walked forward. Then, he heard a person's back. Ran was startled for a moment. Then, he ran forward in panic and anxiously called out, Shizun? Chu Wanning had his back to him. He was kneeling beside a cave covered by wisteria. In front of him, Master Huizui was sitting cross-legged with his eyes lowered. His expression was sorrowful and silent. Shizun. He was suddenly at a loss for words because he saw Chu Wanning turn around. His eyelashes were wet, and there were traces of tears on his face. Ran was stunned. What's wrong with you? Chu Wanning didn't speak. He had been suppressing himself. Since a long time ago, he had been high and mighty, majestic and awe-inspiring. It was as if when he was born, he was an elder, an immortal. There was no time when he was young or weak. Mo ran. But this time, he used all his strength, but only opened his mouth to say 2 words. He couldn't hold back his sobs anymore and overflowed from his lips. Mo ran murmured as he walked forward. He walked to his side, knelt down, and hugged him tightly. What's wrong? Why are you crying? As he spoke, he lowered his head and stroked Xianxia's hair. Xianxia's body was very cold, but now that he had found him and was able to hold him in his arms, Mo ran felt very warm in his heart. Every moment of peace he had was stolen. Every word he said to Xianxia was the wrong charity of the heavens. If he could get a little more, he would treat it as a treasure and didn't dare to take it lightly. Okay. He was clearly so helpless, but he still hugged Xianxia in his broad and warm chest and comforted him. It's okay, I'm here. I'm here. As Mo ran spoke, he kissed Xianxia's forehead. And at this moment, he suddenly realized that Xianxia, who was lying in his arms and restraining himself, was still trembling and crying. His fingers were clutching his lapels tightly. He looked very much like that little junior brother in the peach blossom spring who would never appear again. No one was born strong, and Xianxia should also have been like that when he was young. Mo Ran's heart trembled as he vaguely understood something. As he hugged the slightly trembling Xianxia, he kept kissing him and stroking his hair while looking at Master Huizue. The old monk was sitting on a huge, cold rock. His brows were furrowed and his eyelashes were drooping. His eyes were half closed, and there was no light in them. He was holding a begonia flower in his hand and leaning it forward slightly, as if he was going to give it to someone. But that person must have rejected his good intentions. The flower had already withered, and only a few had yet to wither from the branches. Huizue had passed away. This person, who hid many myths and mysteries, didn't have any relief on his face at the last moment. His expression was one of pain. What was even more unbearable was that after he died, his face no longer retained the youthful appearance of a 30-something-year-old. He had completely turned into an old monk with thorny skin. And for some reason, his face was being eaten at a speed visible to the naked eye by a small golden worm. This worm? It's a false worm. Xianxia finally spoke, but his voice was terrifyingly hoarse. Some people who loathe their appearance will make a blood contract with this worm. The false worm can change the host's appearance, and in return, on the day the host dies, the false worm will devour the host's entire body. Hearing him do his best to maintain a steady tone as he slowly spoke, Mo Ran couldn't help but hug him even tighter. The person in his arms had probably been kneeling here for a very, very long time. His hands and feet were ice cold. From his previous life to this one, it had always been Xianxia who had been his lighthouse, his flame, dispelling the darkness and giving him the warmth he could. But at this moment, Mo Ran only felt like the person in his arms was made of ice. So cold. His heart was in pain. I'm here. He told me to come to Dragonblood Mountain long ago. Xianxia seemed extremely exhausted, as if someone had drained all of his warm blood and poured endless pain and suffering into him. He knew that I didn't want to talk to him face to face, didn't want to listen to any of his explanations, so he left me a letter. The letter was filled with sincere words, but I was still obstinate and self-opinionated. I wasn't willing to believe him. I was suspicious of him. Mo Ran stroked his cheeks. He had never seen Xianxia like this before. Not even in his previous life. He couldn't help but feel apprehensive. He asked, just what happened? But Xianxia only answered blankly, I was suspicious of him. This person who had always been calm and rational finally shattered. He was like a drawn bow whose string had been stretched to the limit and then suddenly snapped. He trembled in Mo Ran's arms, unable to stop shaking. He was so desperate, so pitiful. Xianxia curled up. Once a person who had been tense for half his life collapsed, the accumulated grief was enough to burst a dam. I should have come here long ago. If I had listened to him, many things wouldn't have happened. Nangong wouldn't have died, Shirmei wouldn't have been blind. Originally, we could have made it in time, Master. If I had listened to that letter, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Emo Ran spent a long time comforting him. After a long time, Chu Wanning finally stopped crying, but his eyes were unfocused. Emo Ran pinched his fingertips, but found that they couldn't warm up. Just like that slight trembling, they couldn't stop. Why wasn't I willing to believe him one more time? Emo Ran listened in silence. In fact, on the way here, because of the Emperor Ta, Emo Ran had actually imagined countless scenarios of meeting Chu Wanning again. He had thought of many explanations and requests. But he found that they were all useless. He didn't expect that when they met again, it would be in such a situation. He also left a memory scroll. In the end, Chu Wanning finally calmed down. Emo Ran touched his cheek, which was cold. Before he left, he always hoped that you would come and personally give it to you. Hearing that it was related to him, Emo Ran's fingertips froze. A memory scroll? What was written there? What did Master Huizui know? Emo Ran felt that his hand was starting to become cold. His hair stood on end. He was so cold that it penetrated his bones. Chu Wanning said hoarsely, but he can't wait any longer. His lifespan has come to an end. When he finished speaking, he seemed to have touched upon an extremely painful scar. He furrowed his brows and didn't say anything else. He was probably afraid that if he said another word, he would break down again. Chu Wanning covered his eyes with his arm. He calmed himself down and slowly tidied up the mess on the ground. He was calm, peaceful, cold, reliable. He picked up the pieces and slowly put them on himself. After all, he wasn't used to being weak. In the end, Chu Wanning raised his teary eyes. He took out the scroll from his chest and handed it to Emo Ran. This contains all the secrets he knew. Emo Ran's voice trembled slightly. Did he show it to you? Yes. Emo Ran's heart trembled. He looked into Chu Wanning's eyes. In that moment, he had an extremely terrifying thought. He felt that Chu Wanning seemed to have understood everything. He took the painting scroll with green jade as the axis. But he suddenly felt uneasy, so he suddenly held Chu Wanning's finger and rubbed it. Wanning. If that person on Jiao Mountain, what he said to you was true, would you hate me? Chu Wanning's face was already very pale. At this time, it was even more bloodless. Even his lips were slightly blue. Would you hate me? Emo Ran held his hand. He was so strong, stubborn, and even barbaric. But what was different from that strength was the bitter pleading under his soft eyelashes. Would I? Chu Wanning shook his head and didn't answer. He closed his eyes. Look at the scroll. The scroll left behind by Master Huizui was very heavy with yin energy. It was not similar to the spells of the mortal world. Instead, it was similar to the dreamland of the feathermen of the peach blossom spring. Emo Ran took a deep look at Chu Wanning again. Then, he opened the scroll and pressed the scroll that was emitting a jade light between his eyebrows. The scene of Dragon Blood Mountain disappeared. What followed was a bottomless darkness. In the darkness, Huizui's voice sounded with a hint of sigh, echoing in Emo Ran's ears. Grandmaster Chu, Benefactor Mo, I know that I don't have much time left. But now that the world has changed and a great disaster is coming, if I don't do my best to tell the two of you what I know to help you return, I will regret it in purgatory. The voice paused for a moment and then slowly said, the past mentioned in this scroll is all unimaginable. There are also my past mistakes that I can't hide. I know that I've lived half of my life and have sinned deeply in the past. In addition, I'm slow-witted and narrow-minded. In these 200 years of life, the days when I'm awake can be counted on one hand. The good deeds I've done are also pitifully few. My life is Huizue, and I can't redeem myself. After I die, I will fall into the Avicii hell and never be reincarnated. However, I still have extravagant hopes that after the two of you read it, you won't hate me and think that I'm worse than a beast. Emo Ran's eyes gradually lit up. He blinked. As far as his eyes could see, there were broken walls, old trees, and crows. There were flocks of birds pecking at eyeballs and guts everywhere. He was slightly stunned. He felt that this scene was very familiar, but he couldn't remember it. Until the dust at the city gate flew, a group of people galloped over. They were wearing headbands, carrying feathered arrows, and riding thin horses. One of the young men suddenly pulled the reins and rolled off the horse. He rushed toward a corpse at the city gate and kept shouting, "Father! Father!" Emoran was shocked and felt a chill on his back. This is the illusion of the peach blossom spring? This is Gu Linen in the flames of war? Unlike when he was in the peach blossom spring, this time he was no longer involved. He was just a bystander, and no one in the memory could see him. He walked to the cavalryman, lowered his head, and looked at the young man who was crying while touching the corpse. A blue vein in his skull kept twitching and throbbing. He felt a chill down his spine, and goosebumps rose all over his body. Seeing this scene again, he knew very well what kind of role the young man played in the end in Linen. He betrayed Shizun, the young master of the prefecture. In order to bring his adoptive father back to life, he did not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of the entire city. Young man, the dead can't be brought back to life. Don't be too sad. We can't stay here for long. Let's go back quickly. No. No. I'm not going anywhere. I want my father. He went to find food for me, so he died. I'm sorry for him. Dad. Dad. Emoran stared at the young man. Who was this person? Was he Huizue's father? Or? His eyes fell on young man's left hand. There was a black mole the size of a grain of rice between the thumb and index finger of her left hand. He suddenly thought of Master Huizue's hand. It was also in the same position. There was also a mole in the exact same place. Emoran was shocked. At this time, the distant voice slowly sounded again. I was born in Linen when I was young. I had no parents and was adopted by a groom in the prefecture. When I was 14 years old, the ghost world cracked, and Linen suffered. There was no rice or food at home. I was hungry, so my adoptive father took the risk to go out of the city to find food for me. He didn't come back in the evening. He was frightened. Huizue, was he really the young man from 200 years ago? Huizue said softly, when I went out of the city and found him, he had been killed by evil spirits. His intestines were overflowing, and his eyes were pecked out by crows. I will never forget that scene for the rest of my life. Emoran's ears were buzzing. He followed young man into the city. At that time, Linen was cracked, and the Ghost King threatened everyone to hand over Shizun. He had seen all these things once before, but when he saw them again, he still felt that they were miserable and desolate, and that people's hearts were sinister. He saw that on the night of the incident, young man begged everyone not to kill her foster father. She begged the housekeeper to let her wait for Shizun to come back and see if she could leave her father's body intact. I beg you, just wait a little longer. The young master will be back soon. I'll definitely keep an eye on his corpse. If he rises, I'll definitely stop him. I beg you. You won't be able to stop him if he revives. You need to know what's more important. No. Don't tear him apart, please don't tear him apart. In the torrential rain, young man kept kneeling and kowtowing. Her head and face were covered with blood, but she still couldn't stop it. Her father's body was violently pulled out of her arms and dragged out of the government office by the steward of the government office. They surrounded the body, which could change at any time. Young man's sight was blocked. After a while, she saw the blood flowing out from under the feet of the crowd, which was instantly washed into a light pink by the heavy rain. I was selfish at that time. I only felt disheartened and full of resentment toward everyone, so I betrayed Linen and recommended myself to be the Ghost King's subordinate. I wanted to revenge on them. As he narrated, Emoran once again saw the scene that had once shaken him to the core. The mother ate the child's intestines. The townspeople betrayed their hero. Shizun knelt on the stone steps in front of the city god temple, bent into the mud, and cried silently. He saw the mob escorting Shizun to the temple. Like vultures eating rotten meat, they surrounded him in a mass. In order to prolong their lives, they didn't hesitate to sacrifice Shizun's life. He saw Shizun take out his heart and spiritual nucleus together and hand them to the scattered people who were crying for him. He told them to leave here as soon as possible and not to stay any longer. Young man also saw all of this. Later, I went to the ghost realm. Many times when I was alone, I would think of Child Chu's miserable situation at that time, think of his heart, and think of how he used to treat us well. Every time I think of this, I feel uneasy, and I can't escape the condemnation in my heart. Huizue paused. His voice became extremely pained. I am a traitor. Emoran couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. Sometimes, good and evil were just a matter of a thought. Some people actually regretted it the moment the knife was stabbed, but so what? There was no way to retreat. Not long after, I heard that Chusun's soul entered the netherworld. He was a good man. Although his cultivation didn't reach the peak and he couldn't become an immortal, it was enough for him to enter the reincarnation cycle. He would be rich in the next life and enjoy a peaceful life. But he didn't leave. His child and his wife were torn apart because of the catastrophe that year. He went to the netherworld and begged, willing to use his 3 lives of good fortune in exchange for the release of his wife and child. But in the end, it didn't go so smoothly. Emoran saw Huizue running around the ghost realm. He was ashamed and couldn't face Chusun, so he carefully avoided Chusun. But he tried his best to pull the ghost soldiers and ask, what about the wife and child? What did the netherworld say in the end? Can you think of a way to piece together their souls and let them enter the reincarnation cycle? Can you think of a way? I beg you. I beg you to help Child Chusun think of a way. We can discuss the price. A ghost soldier laughed at him. I've heard of your glorious deeds. Didn't you help the 9th prince and kill Chusun's family? Why did you suddenly change your mind when you came to the netherworld? Are you afraid that Chusun will become a ghost and come to settle the score with you? Emoran followed behind Huizue, watching him beg and kneel to many people. Perhaps they shouldn't be called people, but ghosts. But most of the time, the nature of people and ghosts was actually the same. Just like what Chu Wanning said, the soul may change its character, hobby, and temperament, but its nature would never change because of the reincarnation cycle. Huizue asked around about the reincarnation of Chusun's wife and child, and the 9th prince soon found out. Lord 9 had lost one of his eyes when he fought with Chusun. He had long hated Chusun. When he heard that his subordinate young man secretly asked about the method of reincarnation for her former master out of guilt, he couldn't help but be furious. He took back the token that allowed Huizue to freely travel to and from the ghost realm, ordered him to return to the human world, and took away Huizue's eternal life as a ghost soldier. Go back to the world of the living. When all the chi of the netherworld in you dissipates, you will die. After death, you will fall into the infernal hell forever, and your soul will never be reincarnated. The 9th prince stared at Huizue with the only eye that could still be used. This is the price you pay for helping the old master. The darkness of the netherworld disappeared. Emoran heard the patter of rain. It was spring, and the drizzle was soft, moistening the green buds. He saw Huizue walking in the spring rain with his hair down as a monk. I returned to the human world. At this time, 100 years had passed in the human world. Although the Ghost King took away my token, the remaining Yin Chi in my body allowed me to return to the ghost realm at midnight, when the Yin Chi was at its strongest. However, if I stayed for too long, the consumption would be great. In fact, I am still very afraid of death, so I dare not stay in the ghost realm for too long. Only when I really need some clues and help, will I secretly return to the netherworld. Emoran listened to his narration and looked at Huizue, who was walking alone in the bamboo forest. Plum blossoms were lying in the snow in winter, and lotus flowers were listening to the rain in summer. He walked alone, from 10,000 trees to the frosty forest. His hemp shoes were worn out one after another. Huizue searched everywhere and inquired, hoping to find a little bit of record that could give the mother and son whose souls he destroyed a chance to reincarnate. Huizue said, that is also a chance for me to redeem some of my sins. Others might not feel anything and only think that Huizue was ridiculous, but when Emoran heard this, his eyes suddenly became wet. Atonement. Everyone who made a mistake and wanted to repent was like a fish thirsting for water, eager to atone for their sins. He was like this, and so was Huizue. They were not good people. Their hands were dripping with blood, and there were broken heads at their feet. How to atone for their sins? Using the hands that had once killed people to put life into the pool of merit, could their sins be written off? He hoped that the good and evil of the human world, and the karma of good and bad, could be so simple. But he knew that was not the case. I have been in the human world for almost 100 years. Huizue sighed slowly. In these 100 years, I helped when there was trouble, I saved when there was trouble. I knew that it was useless. No matter how many good deeds I accumulated, I would still go to purgatory after death and suffer all kinds of torment. But I just wanted to make myself feel better. I just thought that if Master was still in the human world, he would definitely worry about people's worries and make things difficult for people, right? In these 100 years, many past events flowed by. He saw Huizue carrying a blind orphan walking in the mountains. He saw him helping in the fields. He saw Huizue mending old clothes under a lonely lamp, but he donated all his money to repair the village that was destroyed by evil spirits. Master Chu has never been reincarnated. Later on, I plucked a brilliant begonia in the human world. Thinking that this was his and his wife's favorite flower, I felt dizzy and mustered up the courage to go to the ghost world to see him once. The result was needless to say, he shut me out and told me not to come back in the future. In the picture, Huizue stood in the alley of the ghost world, his thin back. At this time, his back was already faintly hunched. I didn't dare to annoy him, so I never appeared in front of him again. But he didn't throw away the begonia. I thought that he might still like things in the human world. He couldn't find it in the netherworld, so I asked someone to give it to him. I hoped that his hatred for me would lessen because of this, even if it was just a little bit. Later on, I heard that Madame Chu's soul could recover, but it would take some time. But Master Chu's 3 souls and 7 spirits had already been shattered. I'm afraid that he would no longer exist in heaven and earth. After hearing this news, I felt even more guilty and regretful, until one day, I got something. On a moonlit spring mountain, on the Smoky Wave River, Huizue sat in the cabin of the boat. The sparks of the fishing fire were reflected in the river, and also reflected the object in his hand. Mo Ran walked over to take a look. He sat down next to Huizue. When he got closer, he realized that it was a piece of wood. The wood grew strangely. The branches of other trees had rough bark and fine lines, but this one didn't. It was only the size of a palm. The bark was smooth and delicate, exuding a faint luster. Even in the illusion, Mo Ran seemed to be able to feel that this piece of wood seemed to be flowing with a kind of delicate fragrance. Divine Wood of Yen Emperor. Mo Ran suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking at the piece of broken branch that was flowing with splendor and disbelief. This is Divine Wood of Yen Emperor? Legend has it that at the end of the East Sea, where no one has ever reached, the sacred tree that grew for thousands of years? Mo Ran had lived 2 lives and traveled to Jianghu for many years. How could he not know the legend of Divine Wood of Yen Emperor? It could revive the dead and make flesh grow on bones. It could be refined into a divine weapon that was more powerful than a divine weapon. It could even help mortals to ascend, directly escape the suffering of reincarnation, and become immortals forever. Huizue obviously also knew about these rumors. He said softly, the divine wood has a spirit. If it is refined into a spirit core, it will not only allow one to ascend, but also become an immortal. I will no longer be cursed in purgatory. From now on, I will be free. Mo Ran suddenly remembered the rumors about Huizue. It was said that he rejected the invitation of the heavenly realm and stayed in the human world forever. Could it be that the truth was that he failed to refine Divine Wood of Yen Emperor? I really want to take this piece of divine wood for my own use. For a period of time, I even thought that this was the will of the heavens. The heavens took pity on me and forgave me. They didn't want me to fall into hell and suffer, so they let this piece of divine wood come to my side by chance. In the cabin, Huizue stroked the piece of divine wood, his eyes flashing with desire and confusion. His expression was so contradictory, just like the voice that echoed in Mo Ran's ears. But, I once read in an ancient book that Divine Wood of Yen Emperor is the same as Nuwa's remains. With this piece of divine wood, you can create a living person. What? Mo Ran was shocked and took half a step back. If he wasn't an incorporeal person in this scroll of memories, he would have knocked over the fishing basket and net rope beside him. Can Emperor Yan's divine wood create a living person? Emperor Yan's wood, Nuwa's earth, and Fushi's zither. These 3 items were originally the 3 emperors' divine weapons. Their spiritual power is extremely pure. It is said that the first batch of immeasurable immortals were created from these divine weapons. I obtained a piece of Emperor Yan's wood. Even if I don't have Shenong's supernatural power, it's not difficult to create a human. Just like how after the death of Tong Tian Grand Preceptor, his mother used the lotus root to reconstruct his body. I finally made up my mind to use this piece of divine wood to carve young Master Chu's appearance. Mo Ran only felt that the world was spinning and his vision was dizzy. Carve into young Master Chu's Chu Lan's appearance? Huizue said, I want to give you a son. Mo Ran's throat was extremely dry as if there was something stuck in it. After a long time, he muttered, impossible. In the scroll of pictures, the evening bell of Wubei Temple rang and twilight gathered. The tired birds also returned to their nests. The monks' robes fluttered in the wind as they passed under the veranda. Master Huizue sat in the meditation room with the doors and windows tightly shut. Accompanied by the oil lamp and ancient Buddha statue, he carefully carved little by little. He didn't dare to recklessly carve. Before using Emperor Yan's divine wood to create a living person, he had carved hundreds and thousands of dolls until they were exactly the same as the Chu Lan in his memory. That night, he finally carefully took out the Emperor Yan's wood. After looking at it for a long time, he carefully made the first cut. Wood shavings fluttered and fell to the ground, scattering into golden powder. With every stroke, he put in all his effort. With every stroke, he saw the figures of the 2 old friends. 100 years went by under the carving knife. The old monk buried his head very low, as if his neck had been crushed by sin. I went into seclusion and spent 5 years in the temple before I finally finished carving Chu Lan. Mo Ran stiffly walked towards Huizue. He watched the monk slowly put down the carving knife. It was the last stroke. Huizue brushed off the dust. Huizue trembled as he stroked the face and clothes of the carved boy. He cried and knelt on the ground, kowtowing to the wooden statue. Mo Ran stared blankly at the small statue on the table. The divine wood as the body, gilt as the blade. It was a small figure, but it was Chu Wanning's childhood appearance. At this time, it was evening, and the bell rang. Only the last bit of the bloody color of the setting sun was left between heaven and earth. It shone through the window lattice and shone on the table. The evening bell rang throughout the temple. Outside the courtyard, there were monks burning cypress wood and pine leaves. The strong fragrance was tinged with some bitterness and coldness. Night was approaching, and the Buddhist temple was peaceful. I'll call you Chu Wanning. Huizue whispered to the wooden statue after the last stroke of the great bell. He bit the tip of his finger and dripped a drop of blood full of metal spiritual energy. In an instant, the room was filled with brilliant light. Mo Ran's eyelashes trembled in the light. He closed his eyes. His eyelids trembled as he tried to see everything in the light. But because of his tears, the light was blinding. He couldn't see anything clearly. When he was stabbed until he closed his eyes, Mo Ran was thinking. Chu Wanning already knew everything. How much pain must his heart be in? He wasn't alive. He had no parents. He was just a piece of dead wood and a drop of blood. He lived for more than 30 years without knowing anything. The sacred wood has a spirit. After I dripped my blood and became a human, it really turned into young Master Chu Lan's appearance as I wished. I raised him in the temple and took him as my disciple. Slowly, he grew up and began to ask me about his life and where he came from. Mo Ran saw the young Chu Wanning sitting beside Master Huizue. He ate candied haws and asked, Master, you always said that you carried me back from the snow. Where did you carry me back? Huizue's gaze was cast toward the distant mountain. He was lost in thought for a while. Then, he sighed and said 2 words. Linen. So I'm from Linen? Yes. But I've never left the temple. I don't know what Linen is like. Chu Wanning seemed a little depressed. Master, I want to go down the mountain and take a look outside. I want to see Linen. The illusion gradually faded. Wubei Temple was far away. What followed was the brilliant summer scenery of Jiangnan. It was June. The lotus flowers in the lotus pond were delicate and upright. The fragrance assailed the nose. Chu Wanning, who was a size smaller than Xiaxini, walked on the bluestone road. Huizue followed behind him. Wanning, walk slowly. Be careful not to fall. Chu Wanning turned around with a smile. It was a tender and carefree smile that Mo Ran had never seen before. Okay, I'll wait for you. At that time, Chu Wanning was wearing a small gray monk's robe. His hair was tied into a small bun. There was a lotus leaf on his head. The lotus leaf was still stained with some crystal clear dew, which made Chu Wanning's face look purer and brighter. Huizue walked to him and held his hand. Okay, you've seen Shizi Lake. Where do you want to go next? Let's go and eat something, okay? Then. Huizue paused. Let's go to the city. They entered the city hand in hand. Mo Ran walked beside them. He looked at Chu Wanning with the lotus leaf on his head. It didn't even reach his knees. He felt pity and sadness in his heart. He stretched out his hand. Although he knew that he couldn't touch the person in the illusion, he still reached out and touched Chu Wanning's head. Unexpectedly, Chu Wanning suddenly stopped in her tracks upon touching him. Huizue asked kindly, "What's wrong?" Chu Wanning raised his head and looked up. His eyes were as clear as two springs under the sun. They fell on Mo Ran. Mo Ran was almost stunned. He could only hear his heart thumping and his blood rushing. He felt that it was incredible, but he secretly looked forward to it. What's that? Chu Wanning let go of Huizue's hand and walked towards Mo Ran. The more Mo Ran looked, the more uncomfortable he felt. He had never seen Chu Wanning so carefree. He couldn't help but bend down and open his arms, wanting to hug him. However, Chu Wanning directly passed through his illusory figure. Mo Ran was stunned for a moment. He turned around and saw that the child had walked to a dessert shop behind him. He was looking up at the stall owner who opened the bamboo cage. Smoke rose in spirals, revealing a light pink cake inside. Mo Ran's heart relaxed, but then he felt a trace of disappointment. It was really just a coincidence. He walked over with Huizue. Seeing that Huizue was coming, Chu Wanning smiled and said, "Shizun, this pastry looks delicious. Do you want to try it? Can I?" Huizue's expression seemed to be a bit absent-minded. "You all really like it?" Chu Wanning heard and opened his eyes wide. He asked innocently, "Who likes it?" Huizue pursed his lips and said, "It's nothing. Shizun just thought of an old friend." He took out his money and bought 3 glutinous rice cakes. He thoughtfully watched Chu Wanning take a bite. The steam rose and blurred the child's face. The past was like a river, rolling by. Huizue sighed softly and closed his eyes. Suddenly, his sleeve was gently pulled. He lowered his head and saw that the cake was split in half. The red bean paste inside was delicate and soft, exuding heat and the fragrance of the dessert. "Shizun, half for me. The big one for Shizun." "Why do you give me the big one?" "The taller you are, the more you eat." Mo Ran watched as Huizue took the cake and stood by the stall with Chu Wanning, eating snacks and talking. He was silent for a moment, standing under the bright sunshine of linen, and smiled slightly. It hurt. But he also felt that there was spring water flowing in his heart. He felt that in the face of such a Chu Wanning, no one would not be soft-hearted and not like him. He was the most obedient and best child in the world. The flourishing sunshine in front of him faded again. This time, the new picture scroll did not appear immediately. Mo Ran stood in the darkness, and Huizue's empty voice sounded like a ghost in his ears. "I get along with him all day long, teach him to read, and preach to him. But what I care most about is his magic. I still haven't forgotten that I created such a child in order to finally return him to my benefactor. I planned from the beginning that when Chu Wanning grew up and his spiritual power and body could bear it, I would take him to the world of spirits and souls." Huizue paused, and his voice became lower. "Take him there and melt the remaining broken soul of young Master Chu Lan into his body." Mo Ran, "Yes." Huizue said hoarsely, "At that time, I felt that it was not wrong to do so." "What is Chu Wanning?" "He's not a real living person. He's just a piece of wood, a wooden sculpture. I gave him life and taught him how to conduct himself in this world. But in the end, what flows in his body is not real blood, and what's covering his muscles and bones is not real flesh. Emoran was already brooding. When he heard Huizue say this, he could not help but shout, "No." But what was the use? Huizue could not hear his indignant refutation. The monk's voice was still like a whirlpool, dragging Emoran into a deeper and more painful whirlpool. Chuaning is superfluous. He has no life, no soul. No. Why does the sacred wood have no soul? He has life, he has a soul. He is not a human. He is not like a human. Emoran held like a trapped beast in the illusion. Huizue, you raised him, you looked after him every day. Isn't he a living person? How is he different from you and me? But Huizue was still muttering to himself, as numb as when chanting sutras in front of Buddha. Words that had been tempered thousands of times came out of his mouth. It was unknown whether he was sincerely worshipping Buddha, or just trying to numb the intense pain in his heart. He is a physical body that I carved for Chuaning. Only when Chuaning's soul lives in it, can Chuaning be considered a complete human. Emoran felt his hair stand on end. He did not know what happened next, but he felt like he was going crazy. He ran in the darkness, but everywhere was an abyss. There was no source. He kept muttering, and his muttering turned into a roar, "No. You can't destroy him, Huizue. He has a soul in his body. He is a living person." He knelt down. He was suddenly so scared, even more scared than when the truth of his previous life was revealed. He was suddenly afraid that Huizue would take Chuaning to the world of spirits and souls, cut open his chest, and merge the spiritual core with Chuaning's soul. What about the original Chuaning? Chuaning's sacred wood spirit would leave. Where could he go in the 6 paths of reincarnation? Heaven, earth, clouds, and the netherworld. He would not be taken in anywhere. No. Huizue, you can't. Emoran stammered, and his lips turned pale. You can't. How could he not have a soul? How could he not be a living person? That child who ran and jumped on the road with a smile on his face. That child who carefully broke open the flour cakes, gave the big one to his master, and ate the small one himself. He was still so young, but he was more affectionate and righteous than many people. He was not inferior to any life form formed from flesh and blood. How could he not be a living person? However, Emoran's desperate pleas and cries could not wake Huizue. Huizue's century-old knot was here. He felt that he owed Shizun's family. He had gone through untold hardships to create such an artificial body. How could he let it go wrongly? As the days passed, Chuaning slowly grew up. He was Chulan's reincarnated body. I was 100 times more worried about his life than I was about my own safety. So for so many years, I only brought him to Linen for a few months when he was 5 or 6 years old. After that, I never took a step out of the boundary of Wubei Temple. Huizue sighed and continued, sometimes I wonder if the worldly affairs I showed him were pitifully little. He lived until he was 14 years old, and besides Linen, he had never been anywhere else. From the beginning to the end, all he had was the world and Wubei Temple's Zen temple, the size of spring and autumn. His eyes finally lit up again. It was a moonlit night. Emoran first saw Huizue standing at the door of the meditation room, looking out of the courtyard. He also hurried over. Under the frosty moonlight, he saw the 14-year-old Chuaning practicing his sword. Begonia flowers fluttered in the air. The young man in white looked like an immortal under the reflection of the petals and the cold moon. Huizue's voice still lingered in his ears, along with the sharp sound of the sword breaking through the air. But I also feel that it's not necessarily a bad thing to see less. There are too many sufferings in the world. If this spirit of the sacred tree is destined to only live for a short 10 years, and then be replaced by Chulan, then living an easy, honest, and magnanimous life, I wonder if the suffering of the mortal world would be more benevolent? The sword dance ended. The petals fell. Chuaning put the long sword behind his arm and raised 2 fingers on his other hand, concentrating. He calmed his slightly rapid breathing and raised his head. When he saw Huizue looking at him, he smiled. The evening breeze brushed the hair on his forehead, making it itchy. He gently blew on it, trying to blow away the strands of hair that kept tickling his face. But it was obviously useless, so in the end, he could only use his hand to brush it away. He looked back at Huizue with his dark phoenix eyes. That was also the direction where Imo Ran was standing. Master. Not bad. Huizue nodded. Come here, I'll test the progress of your spiritual nucleus. Chu Wanning walked over without hesitation. He pulled open his snow-white sleeve and handed his hand to Huizue. After testing, Huizue said, it's very strong, but it's still a little unstable. Practice more. Before winter, you should be able to achieve great success. Chu Wanning smiled. Thank you, Master. When he said this, Imo Ran didn't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to see Huizue's shoulders tremble slightly. But in the end, Huizue didn't say anything, didn't express anything, and didn't change anything. He turned around and went into the house. Imo Ran stood in the same place. He didn't look at Huizue in the house anymore. He looked at Chu Wanning with extreme longing, urgency, and greed. He didn't know when he would disappear. He was still clean, pure, and even gentle. How could this kind of person not have a spirit soul? His gaze fell, and he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Chu Wanning's chest rising and falling under his pure white robes. Imo Ran suddenly thought of something. He suddenly felt as if he was struck by lightning. It was as if a huge rock had been dropped on his chest, and thousands of waves surged. No. He took a step back. But what could he do? His memories had already reached out with their claws and grabbed at his organs. He remembered. Chu Wanning had a scar on his chest. His heart had been cut open before. Imo Ran trembled. The Chu Wanning in front of him was dancing with a sword under the moonlight, stepping on flying flowers. So handsome. But he felt as if a bucket of ice had been dropped into his stomach. He couldn't help but shudder. His chest had been cut open before. So did Huizue really do it in the end? He really brought Chu Wanning to the world of spirits and souls and merged the fragments of Chu Lan's soul into Chu Wanning's heart. So the original Chu Wanning was long gone. So. He hugged his head. He curled up on the ground. He trembled, not daring to think about it anymore. It hurt. His heart hurt so much. He would rather be the one whose heart was dug out. He would rather be the one whose original spirit soul was stripped away. Chu Wanning. He was so good. Why did he have to suffer so much? In the end, he was judged as not a living person and was treated as a lifeless body by the Creator to carry another life. Then who was his master? Was it Chu Lan, or Chu Wanning? Imo Ran felt like he was going crazy. His head hurt, and he even felt dizzy and nauseous. He didn't know how long he had been sitting in the same spot. Then, the sky darkened, and the meditation room and the flowering trees disappeared. Chu Wanning also faded away. Huizue's voice slowly flowed in the darkness. He said, when Chu Wanning was 14 years old, the time was gradually ripe. I plan to bring him to the world of spirits and souls in another year to merge his soul with Chu Wanning. Imo Ran listened blankly and stiffly. He had already stopped shouting. He sat in his original place, his eyes staring straight ahead. Originally, everything was going smoothly, but during that time, the lower cultivation world had a serious fissure. Refugees were everywhere, and there were starving people in the wild. The scene before him brightened up again. It was early winter. Fine snow fell from the lead-gray sky. A mountain road slowly appeared in front of Imo Ran. The road was covered with a layer of white frost and fresh snow. There were also crisscrossing carriage tracks. I didn't expect that one day, when he and I went to the foot of the mountain to collect spirit stones, we would meet a child who was about to starve to death. Imo Ran continued to watch numbly. Chu Wanning and Huizue appeared on the mountain road. Chu Wanning had a basket on his back. Inside it were spiritual stones. He wore a cotton winter cloak and walked beside Huizue. Shizun. Suddenly, Chu Wanning stopped and turned his head to look at the grassy slope. There seems to be someone there? Let's go take a look. The two of them walked over together. Chu Wanning's slender, white, and clean fingers parted the grass. He was shocked and slightly opened his phoenix eyes. It's a child. He immediately turned his head and said to Huizue, Shizun, come quickly. Look at him. What's wrong with him? What's wrong? Whether it was Huizue or Imo Ran, it could be seen at a glance. That child was dirty and smelly. His clothes were thin and ragged. If he took off those clothes, he definitely wouldn't be able to put them back on. They were full of holes. To put it bluntly, the dogs in the temple ate leftovers and lived a better life than this child. If it weren't for the fact that the child was still moaning and breathing, there would be no difference between him and a pile of rotten meat. What's wrong? What else could it be? Every time in front of a great disaster, human strength was so insignificant. Not to mention the death of a child, it wasn't a rare thing to eat a child. Only Chu Wanning, who grew up in a temple, could ask such a stupid question in a daze. Huizue frowned and said, don't worry about it. Go back first. I'm here to see him. Chu Wanning trusted his master, so he immediately stood up obediently. But before he could leave, a dirty little hand tugged at the hem of his cloak. That hand was so powerless that the pulling force was so weak, like a little puppy gently scratching. Chu Wanning lowered her head and saw a dirty little face with indistinguishable facial features. The child's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum, as if another snowflake falling from the sky would crush him to death. Rice. Chu Wanning was stunned for a moment and didn't react. What? Rice. The child whimpered. His face was completely black, and there were only 2 spots of white in his eyes. He trembled as he made a gesture of eating rice and said sorrowfully, eat. Outside the scroll, Imo Ran blinked his eyes and came back to half of his senses. But his mind was still numb. He couldn't react quickly, but he vaguely felt that this scene was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. He stared straight at it. And inside the scroll, Chu Wanning was already stunned. He opened his eyes wide in shock. He finally understood what was going on. At first, he was at a loss and couldn't believe it. Then he became flustered and anxious. He only knew that the world was beautiful, but he had never seen a child who was so thin that only his skin was left. He was like a kitten or puppy that was about to starve to death, curled up in the grass on a snowy day. The only thing on his body that could resist the cold was a rag that was too cold to wear in summer. Tugging at him, he only said 2 words. Rice, and eat. Huizue sternly said, you go back first. But this time, Chu Wanning didn't listen. He looked at the child who was like a dirty little dog and felt extremely distressed. He hurriedly took off his cloak and wrapped it around the child's body. He was burning with anxiety, as if the one who was suffering wasn't the child, but himself. He said, are you hungry? Wait, I have rice porridge here, I have rice porridge. He went to ask Huizue for it, but Huizue frowned. I want you to go back. This is not something you should care about. Why shouldn't I care? Chu Wanning was at a loss. He is so pitiful. Shizun, do you see? He just wants to ask for something to eat. If he continues like this, he will starve or freeze to death. When he said this, he felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. He muttered, what is going on? Didn't they say that the world is peaceful? Why is it? Go back. Chu Wanning was stunned. He didn't know why Huizue would suddenly act like this. In the end, he bit his lip and said, I want to feed him some rice porridge. I couldn't persuade him, so I agreed. Huizue's empty voice carried a bit of a sigh. Together with the boundless wind and snow, it drifted into Imo Ran's ears. I gave him a flask of rice porridge and allowed him to personally treat the child who came without warning. At that time, I didn't know how this would make Chu Wanning feel, or what choice he would make. At that time, I didn't know anything. Imo Ran stared blankly as Chu Wanning opened the flask and brought it to the child's mouth. The child hungrily leaned over, but couldn't suck. He was already on the verge of starvation and didn't have any extra strength. Imo Ran's Adam's apple moved. He suddenly felt as if a seed had sprouted in his skull, bursting out of the mud. He suddenly felt that everything in front of him was so familiar. He looked. He was coming back to his senses. Then, at a certain point, a flood dragon broke through the waves, and the clouds and water rolled. He suddenly stood up, his fingers clenched into a fist, he remembered. It's you? He hurriedly ran towards Chu Wanning in the picture scroll, his pupils rapidly shrinking. You're him? It's him? You actually. He couldn't continue. He suddenly covered his eyes with his arm. His throat was full of bitterness. He never would have thought. It was actually Chu Wanning. The child who was about to freeze to death in the haystack was him who had crawled down from the mass grave after burying his mother. He had nowhere to go and was begging everywhere. The illusion overlapped with the memory. Emo Ran never forgot that snowy day, the boy who took off his cloak and wrapped it around him. Chu Wanning asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Can't drink it?" Little Emo Ran couldn't say anything more. He only let out a weak whimper from his throat. He narrowed his dark eyes and looked at him weakly. Then I'll pour it out for you. Don't mind. He opened the pot and the porridge was in the boy's palm. He carefully handed it over. He looked a little hesitant, probably because he felt that it was a little dirty. Maybe the child wouldn't be willing to drink it. But he was thinking too much. Dirty? From Lini to Wubei Temple, Emo Ran drank river water, rainwater, and the turbid liquid in the pond. He ate wild fruits, leftovers, and when he was most helpless, he even swallowed earthworms, licked ants, and ate soil. He crawled on the ground and leaned over to drink the porridge. At that time, he only felt that the porridge flowing through his throat was the dew of the willow tree, and the person who gave him the porridge was the ninth heaven. Slow down, slow down. If it's not enough, there's more. Chu Wanning was shocked and sad. He looked at the dirty little head buried in his palm, miserable and embarrassed. He greedily and pitifully licked the porridge. His tongue rolled up and down like a small animal drinking water. Where did you come from? He couldn't help but ask. But Emo Ran whimpered and didn't answer. The porridge was finished, and there was only a little left in his palm. He refused to let it go and kept licking the little brother's palm, making Chu Wanning itch and hurt. The itch was in his hand, and the pain was in his heart. It's okay, there's more. I'll pour you some more. Chu Wanning filled another handful of porridge. During the process, Emo Ran kept looking at him. When his hand reached over, he leaned over again and couldn't wait to continue licking and drinking. Chu Wanning cupped a full pot of rice milk and squatted down to feed him until he finished drinking it. Emo Ran never forgot. In fact, in the ups and downs of his life, he had thought countless times, if he hadn't met this person at that time, what would have happened to him? He had deduced many possibilities and had many hypotheses, but in the end, he couldn't escape a word. Death. Starving to death, freezing to death, being eaten by wild wolves and dogs, and his heart, liver, spleen, and stomach eaten. If he hadn't met this brother, he would have gone to meet his mother in the netherworld. So later, when Emo Ran became the Emperor Ta, he deliberately went back to Wubei Temple to look for his old benefactor. But because too much time had passed, he couldn't remember the benefactor's face clearly. Facing the courtyard full of shiny bald heads, he only felt indescribable irritation. In the end, he waved his hand and left. At that time, the abbot was scared witless. He didn't know how Wubei Temple had offended the Emperor Ta, and had been anxiously waiting for the punishment. However, on the second day, the emperor ordered people to bring hundreds and thousands of boxes over. When they opened them, brilliant light flowed out. They were actually full of gold. His Majesty didn't know who the old friend was, so he treated them equally and rewarded each of the monks of Wubei Temple with 10,000 gold to repay the kindness of saving his life. So it turned out that the benefactor that he couldn't find after going in circles was trapped at the pinnacle of life and death, imprisoned by him all day long and bullied by him. In the past, the little brother took off a warm cloak and wrapped it around his thin body. Fate played tricks on him, but every night, he rudely tore apart the clothes of the little brother and pressed him between the blankets of the bed. On one hand, he went everywhere to find his benefactor. On the other hand, he unknowingly forced his benefactor to kneel between his legs. He was humiliated in every way and bowed his head. Emo Ran looked at the scene in front of him, blood vessels filling his eyes little by little. How could it be you? In this life, in these two lives. Deep fate met the emperor, shallow fate misled the emperor. It was all fate. Everything in front of him turned dark again. Only the sound of wind and snow could be heard, and Huizue's lonely voice echoed in the distance. At that time, I asked the child if he was willing to stay in Wubei Temple for a while, but the child said that he wanted to return a favor for his mother, so no matter what, he had to go back to Xiangtan first. I couldn't keep him, so I gave him some dry food and some silver. Huizue said. When the child staggered down the snow slope, Wanning stood where he was and watched until his figure was completely swallowed by the wind and snow and disappeared into the wilderness. Only then did he turn around and return to the temple. I went to hold his hand. I remember that his hand was as cold as ice at that time. He was quiet for a while, but the pain in his voice was still not suppressed. After that day, Wanning mentioned to me several times that he wanted to go down the mountain to support the Tao, but I didn't allow it. I even scolded him for having an unstable Tao heart. A stubborn stone fell into the water and affected his Zen heart. Therefore, I punished him to go to Dragon Blood Mountain to reflect on his mistakes and trapped him there for a total of 164 days. At first, he asked me to let him out, but later on, he was probably extremely disappointed and didn't want to say anything anymore. 164 days. Every single day, I would ask him what he had comprehended. Every single day, I hoped to change his attitude, but the answer he gave me was always one word. Huizue let out a long sigh. It was as silent as the snow. Enter the world. Everyone was cultivating outside the world, but he was willing to fall into the world of suffering just because he saw the suffering of a child once. Later on, he burned the scriptures I gave him and was reborn. I was worried that this couldn't go on, so I ended his house arrest. I planned to change my method of preaching to him. After another year, when his spirit core was stable, I could take him to the ghost realm, and everything would be over. What I didn't expect was that on the night I ended my reflection, Chu Wanning left without saying goodbye. I only found a letter in his meditation room. The letter said that even though a long time had passed, he still felt tormented every time he thought about the child he met, so he wanted to go down the mountain and travel for 10 days. He was afraid that I would lock him up again, so he left in the night. At that time, I held that letter, angry and anxious, but there was nothing I could do. Huizue sighed. I don't know where he went at all. A new scene lit up again. This time, it was in the courtyard of Wubei Temple. Chu Wanning had returned. His body was covered in blood, but his eyes were particularly bright under the moonlight, full of vigor. At this moment, he was like a divine weapon that had been forged for a long time, and no one could stop his edge. Huizue stood in front of him. The two of them didn't speak. However, in Mo Ran's ears, Huizue's voice was still slowly narrating. 10 days later, he really did come back on time. My heart relaxed, and I secretly rejoiced that nothing had happened. I planned to reprimand him a few times, then let him return to his room to rest. But I didn't expect that what I was waiting for was a sharp knife without a sheath. In the scene, Chu Wanning knelt down and kowtowed to the ground. Huizue frowned slightly. What are you doing? Perhaps Shizun has been in seclusion for a long time, but the outside world is very different from what Shizun said. Disciple sincerely asked Shizun not to stay on the mountain any longer, but to go down and take a look. This world is a boundless sea of suffering, and it's no longer the paradise that Shizun said it was. Huizue suddenly became angry. Absurd. Do you know what you're saying? Chu Wanning originally thought that by telling the truth he saw with his own eyes, he would be able to change Shizun's attitude of closing his ears. He didn't expect Huizue to have this kind of reaction. He was stunned for a moment before he said, Shizun has always told Disciple to worry about other people's worries and difficulties. In these 10 days, Disciple went to a total of 23 villages in the upper and lower cultivation world. The scenes I saw were shocking. If Shizun went down the mountain and saw this, he would also. Before he could finish, Huizue angrily interrupted him. Who allowed you to leave the mountain without permission? There is no sun or moon in this mountain. You should have cultivated to perfection as soon as possible and ascended. Why did you hastily leave the mountain and care about the affairs of the mortal world before you had even seen through the mysteries of heaven? The suffering of the mortal world is endless. How could a little cultivator like you manage it? Why do you think so highly of yourself? The more Huizue spoke, the angrier he became. Chu Wanning's eyes also opened wider and wider. He watched as his Shizun paced back and forth under the moonlight, flicked his sleeve, tapped the tip of his nose, and scolded him loudly and sternly. The begonia tree cast a thick shadow, cutting Huizue into pieces. Emoran looked at Chu Waning's face. At first, he was at a loss, then he was at a loss, then he was shocked, then he was disappointed, and finally he was in pain. Chu Waning closed his eyes. Huizue said angrily, "Do you know your wrongs? Say something." Disciple. Chu Wanning paused. His voice was as hard as iron. "I don't know." Huizue slapped him. "You're impudent." A red mark immediately appeared on Chu Waning's cheeks, but he immediately turned his face back. His eyes flashed with confusion and resentment. "Shizun, all these years you've always taught me to do things properly, to worry about people and the world. Why is it that when we really encounter a great calamity, you want me to stand by and do nothing? That's not the same thing at all." Huizue gritted his teeth. "You came out of the mountain at this time. What can you do? You're indeed gifted, but the dangers of the world are simply not something you can imagine. Why did you go out? To betray your Shizun's 14 years of kindness in raising you, to sacrifice yourself for the sake of your personal feelings?" He paused. His words were sonorous, like metal falling to the ground. "Chu Wanning, you can't even save yourself, so what can you save others?" At this time, Chu Wanning looked at his Shizun with anger and sorrow. He slightly raised his chin, his phoenix eyes gradually becoming misty. Huizue had probably never seen Chu Wanning's tearful appearance before. The moisture in his eyes more or less extinguished the evil fire in his heart. He stared blankly for a moment, then hesitantly said, "You. Forget it. Did I hurt you just now?" But Emoran, who was watching from the side, clearly knew that it wasn't. Chu Wanning didn't feel pain from the slap just now. He felt pain for the Shizun that he had respected since childhood. He actually said something that was completely inconsistent with the lofty image in his heart. Chu Wanning slowly closed his eyes. After a moment, Emoran heard those words that couldn't be more familiar. He said, "If you don't know how to save others, how to save yourself?" Huizue froze. His body was like a motionless clay statue in a Buddhist shrine that was being worshipped and worshipped. Chu Wanning's voice was slightly hoarse. "The suffering of the mortal world is right in front of me. Forgive this disciple for being slow-witted. I don't know why Shizun sits high all day, closing his eyes and ascending to heaven." After he finished speaking, he slowly got up. Under the moonlight, his clothes were no longer pure white. There were stains of mud and blood on them. But they were so tall and dignified, magnificent and divine. "This immortal, it's fine if I don't cultivate." Huizue was shocked and furious. His head and eyes were dizzy. He sternly said, "Traitor, do you know what you're saying? I only want to do what you taught me since I was young." Chu Wanning was also at a crossbow. But in between tension and relaxation, he slightly trembled, his eyes full of sadness. "You taught me. Is your morality only on paper? Millions of victims are homeless, and orphans die day and night. What I should do is not to go out of the mountain to support the Tao, but to accompany the oil lamp and ancient Buddha, practicing Zen?" Huizue roared, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. "After you achieve Tao and ascend, you can do many good deeds." Chu Wanning stared at him, as if he had never seen this person before. His chest rose and fell, his palms clenched into fists, and his eyes surged. Emoran originally thought that in the next moment, he would sweep across the ground like a dragon breaking through the water, setting off huge waves, and choke Huizue's throat to make him know his mistake. But Chu Wanning trembled for a while, and in the end did nothing. In the end, his eyes were slightly red, and he said hoarsely, "Shizun, I cultivate, not to be free and unfettered, to transcend the mortal world." Is cultivation only for the sake of becoming an immortal? If so, I'd rather not. I'd rather give up halfway, I'd rather achieve nothing, I'd rather stay in the mortal world. Give me all I have, and die of exhaustion. Shizun, please ascend. When I'm done with all the people I can, I'll come and follow you. Chu Wanning. Even though it was an illusion, Emoran could feel Huizue's monstrous anger at that time, the secret fear in his heart, and the deep disappointment in his heart. It was just a wooden statue. How could it dare to frown at the person who gave it the order? What did it count for? Huizue's eyes were red, and there was a hint of blood in the bottom of his eyes. He was unwilling, and he was angry. Who should he tell the bitterness and secret in his heart? He had nowhere to vent. In the end, he called out to Chu Wanning, who was about to step out of the courtyard, and his voice was extremely cold. Traitor, stop right there. The sound of stop was like a doomsday bell. Mo Ran could almost guess what he was going to see next. His hair stood on end and his blood surged. He wanted to get out of the illusion and escape, but at the same time, he wanted to rush back to the past and protect Chu Wanning. No. Huizue, you can't. But he couldn't do anything to stop it. All of this had happened a long time ago. He could only watch the situation in front of him with numb scalp. He watched as Chu Wanning furrowed his dark eyebrows, his expression resolute and unyielding as he calmly met Huizue's gaze. Mo Ran couldn't help but shout at him, "Run! Run!" The young Chu Wanning had always trusted Huizue. He trusted this honored master who raised him as a sacrifice. He trusted his adoptive father and benefactor. So even if he was extremely disappointed, he didn't see the murderous intent in Huizue's eyes. Mo Ran blocked in front of him. He knew it was useless, but he couldn't just stand by and watch. "I beg you, run." Chu Wanning didn't leave. He walked towards Huizue step by step like a pine tree. Finally, he stood still. His ponytail was messed up by the wind. His blood-stained and mud-stained robes were also messed up by the wind. Huizue's lips opened and closed. He said slowly, "You can leave the temple and go down the mountain." "Honored master?" Chu Wanning's phoenix eyes widened slightly. He didn't understand the sinister nature of people's hearts. He only saw the executioner's knife as a bright moon by the window. For a moment, he was even grateful and happy. He thought that Huizue finally understood him. But the knife was cold and murderous. Huizue said, "When you walk out of this courtyard tonight, you are no longer a member of Wu Bei Temple. Our 14 years of relationship as master and disciple is now severed." Her phoenix eyes were still wide open, but the content in them slowly changed from joy to astonishment and sorrow. Chu Wanning probably didn't expect Huizue to be so resolute. He stood there stiffly for a long time before he finally moved his lips. Beside him, Mo Ran was extremely anxious. He kept muttering, "I beg you, hurry up and leave. Leave this place. Don't say any more. Leave this place." His lips moved, but he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Huizue stared at him. This was the heaviest bet he had ever made. Wanning was a sentimental person. For the past 14 years, only the two of them had been companions. If he cut off this master-disciple relationship, it would be like cutting his heart with a knife. He probably wouldn't. Chu Wanning knelt down. Huizue was stunned. He was still numbly thinking that it couldn't be. How could he be so resolute and obstinate? Chu Wanning knelt down and kowtowed. 1 knock, 2 knocks, until 9 knocks. He raised his face again. His eyes were clear and there was no moisture, but his cheeks were wet. "Disciple Chu Wanning thanks Master for the grace of raising me. From now on." His Adam's apple moved. From now on what? He didn't know. He couldn't continue. Perhaps it was because of the strong wind and the cold weather, but Huizue's body swayed slightly in the wind. His kasaya was blown into a mess, and the strong wind filled his sleeves. His face became darker and colder, and his lips were drained of color. He stared at the person kneeling in front of him. That piece of wood. Wood. He carved and painted it, and made blood to give life. He taught it attentively and racked his brains. He did so much and waited for 14 years just to send this piece of wood to the world of spirits and souls to become a body to carry Chu Lan's spirit. He didn't do it just to see it here today talking and worrying about the country and its people. What was it? A piece of scrap. Chopping wood. The fire in his chest burned into his eyes. He was so impulsive that he wanted to destroy the world. This kind of Huizue was too dangerous. Mo Ran bent down and tried to hug Chu Wanning, but he couldn't catch him. He couldn't touch him. Chu Wanning was still as stubborn as ever. He knelt in the same spot. stubbornly and obediently. He was stubborn because he had the Tao in his heart, and obedient because he felt guilty. Chu Waning's eyes reflected Huizue's increasingly ferocious face. His chest was filled with hot blood that couldn't be quelled. His entire body was made for others. He was a woodchopper, a piece of wood without a soul. He knelt on the ground. The only thing he didn't think about was himself. Waning. Mo Ran suddenly choked up. He raised his hand and touched the face that he couldn't touch. I beg you, go, go. Clang. It was the sound of metal falling to the ground. Mo Ran slowly turned his head. There was a scimitar lying on the ground. It was Huizue's weapon. Under the moonlight, the butcher's eyes glowed with an endless bloody light. He kicked the scimitar again, kicking it straight to Chu Waning's knee. No, no, no. Don't. Mo Ran was completely flustered. He tried to grab the scimitar, but the tip of the scimitar passed through his fingers. He couldn't grab it. No matter how desperately he tried, he couldn't grab it. In the end, a slender and well-proportioned hand reached over and grasped the scimitar that Mo Ran couldn't hold no matter how hard he tried. At this time, Chu Waning's eyes were calm. The initial shock had already disappeared. The great pain also gradually subsided when Huizue threw the scimitar at him. He seemed very relieved. If Shizun wants my life, I'll give it to you. Chu Waning said, living for 14 years and living for 140 years is actually no different if we're both sitting in this world. Huizue's eyes suddenly didn't look like the aloof eminent monk at all. For a moment, Mo Ran clearly saw the shadow of young man on his face. It was the shadow of the teenager on the rainy night before the rebellion in Linen. Chu Waning, Huizue said coldly, if you want to end things with me, I won't hold you back. I don't care about what you eat and wear for the past 14 years. But you have to return what you've learned to me. Huizue narrowed his eyes. I'm going to take away your spiritual nucleus. The spiritual nucleus was the purest condensed crystal of a cultivator. It was the same if it was a sacred wood. As long as he had the spiritual nucleus, he might be able to remodel a Chu Waning. This time, he definitely couldn't teach him the righteousness of the common people. He couldn't let him learn benevolence and kindness. He wanted Chu Waning's spiritual nucleus. The heart of a living person. Chu Waning looked at him for a while. The light and shadow in the Zen temple flashed. There were monks doing evening classes in the great hall. The sound of chanting came from afar, like the smell of sandalwood. Huizue's voice suddenly sounded in Mo Ran's ears again. But this time, he only said 2 sentences. These 2 sentences seemed to have exhausted all his courage and strength. His voice seemed to have aged 100 years in an instant. He knelt on the ground and looked at me. I suddenly felt that when the Buddha forgave the mortals who hurt him, he had that kind of look in his eyes. He was pitying his executioner, the living creatures under the knife, and the butcher with blood on his hands. No! Mo Ran screamed. But the knife light flashed, and he suddenly closed his eyes. With a clear piercing sound, Mo Ran curled up on the ground. No! Blood spurted out, and bones and flesh were separated. Mo Ran crawled over to Chu Waning's side, wailing. He kept shaking his head, tears and snot flowing. He hurriedly blocked Chu Waning's wound, trying to infuse spiritual power to stop the bleeding. Nothing worked. Nothing worked. He watched as Chu Waning resisted the pain, and used magic to prevent himself from fainting. He watched as Chu Waning stabbed the knife into his chest, inch by inch. Blood, hot blood everywhere. Boiling hot, flowing, blazing hot. How could it not be a living person? Flesh, it was flesh that was torn. It was bright red, sweet, and broken. How could it not be a living person? How could it be? Huizue stood stiffly in the same place. His expression was still fixed at the last moment, looking ferocious and cruel. But the light in his eyes flickered, trembled, and was at a loss. What he hoped for, was it really like this? At that moment, the picture scroll suddenly became turbulent and blurred. The scene in front of Mo Ran's eyes became distorted and chaotic because of Huizue's emotions when he made this scroll. He saw so many old memories emerging from the blood, and every one of them was soft and real. Emoran saw the 11 or 12-year-old Chu Wanning preparing to leave after summoning Tianwen at the Golden Pool. But a Guqin with a begonia-like tail floated out of the lake. The moment it floated, Chu Wanning's body also shone, as if they were reflecting each other. He touched the strings of the Guqin in surprise and puzzlement. What is this? What's going on? Huizue immediately guessed that this Guqin was probably made from a part of the divine wood of Yan Emperor. It and Chu Wanning came from the same source, so naturally they could sense each other. He looked very excited, a little surprised, and a little happy. This should be your destined divine weapon. Destined divine weapon? Huizue was pleasantly surprised, but his eyes were a little evasive. Yes, some people are born with a unique bone structure, and are born with a connection to the divine weapon. Chu Wanning laughed. My bone structure is unique? Huizue avoided answering. She stroked the wooden body of the 9-song zither and sighed. This zither is fated to be with you. I'm afraid you don't need a spirit core to summon it. It's connected to your blood. The picture changed. Emoran saw 2 people walking outside Linen City. Huizue followed behind little Wanning and kept asking him to slow down. He saw the steaming hot flour cakes and Chu Wanning's innocent smile through the steam. He saw that in the inn, Chu Wanning was holding a small fan. She was trying her best to fan Huizue, who was meditating. He saw Chu Wanning eat the sweet lotus root for the first time. The sweet juice filled his mouth, and he grinned and laughed at Huizue. Finally, the illusion stopped at a certain summer by the side of a lotus pond. The lotus leaves that reached the sky were infinitely green, and the lotus flowers in the pond were extremely brilliant. Red dragonflies flew up and down gracefully, curling up and stopping. It was a perfect evening. The 5 or 6-year-old Chu Wanning smiled and sat cross-legged like Huizue. He looked at his master with a pair of dark and gentle eyes. Master, master, let's play one more time. Let's play one more time. Huizue said, no, I'm going to the canteen to recite scriptures for an old friend. Play one more time. It's the last time. It's really the last time. Then, without waiting for the big monk to speak, the little boy rolled up the sleeves of his gray monk robe, and the lotus flower swayed. He reached out his little hand and excitedly touched Huizue's hand, which he didn't want to pay attention to. His childish voice was sweet and tender, like fresh-water chestnuts and sweet lotus roots. You against one, I against one, what blooming in the water? Lotus blooming in the water. You against 2, I against 2, what blooming in a bunch? Elm trees blooming in a bunch. Huizue couldn't do anything. Looking at his smiling face, he could only shake his head. He laughed and high-fived him, playing a childish game. You against 9, I against 9, what blooming in the wind? Dandelions blooming in the wind. You against 10, I against 10, what blooming without leaves? Wintersweet blooming without leaves. Blood stained his clothes, and the red lotus was soaked. In the monastery, Huizue closed his eyes. It was a broken piece of wood. The happy laughter of the past was still in his ears. It was a soulless person. What blooming in the water? Ha ha ha, Shizun is so stupid, the lotus blooming in the water. It was an empty shell, the fleshly body he wanted to sacrifice to Shizun, the wood of atonement he had spent 100 years to obtain. It wasn't a living person. It didn't have a soul. Shizun, I'll give you half of the flour cake. You eat the big one, I'll eat the small one. Huizue's tears streamed down. He trembled violently, and groaned. He ran toward the child who had already plunged a blade into his heart, whose spirit core had already begun to crack and was about to be dug out. He knelt down, he howled in pain, his voice hoarse. He was like Mo Ran, who was hugging Chu Wanning, but could only pass by Chu Wanning. The sobs coming from his throat were like weeping blood, like a knife stabbing not into Chu Wanning's heart, but into his throat, into his soul. How could there be no spirit soul? It was he who closed his eyes and didn't see. Who closed his ears and didn't listen. He had always known, he had always been aware of it in his heart. From Chu Wanning's smile, from Chu Wanning's seriousness, from Chu Wanning's tolerance and gentleness, from Chu Wanning's stubbornness and perseverance, he had always seen that person's spirit. But for his own selfish interests, for the so-called atonement, he pretended to be deaf and mute, he numbed himself. Chuaning was never a wooden statue, an empty shell. He was a person of flesh and blood, who could cry and laugh. I watched him grow up day by day since he was a child. He looked like Chu Lan when he was young, but when he grew up, he looked like Chu Sun. But I never missed out on him and any of them. Huizui's voice was like a broken gong, extremely hoarse. He was the one who shared half of the cake with me and called me Shizun. He was the one who secretly held a fan for me to cool off, thinking that I didn't notice. He was the one who accompanied me in Wubei Temple for 14 years. He smiled at me, trusted me, and said that I was the kindest Shizun in the world. It was like swallowing a bitter gall. Huizui murmured, the kindest Shizun. In the picture scroll, Huizui restrained Chuaning's hand and restrained his spiritual power. Chuaning fainted from the pain almost at the moment when the spell lost its effect. Huizui hugged the fresh body that was dripping with hot blood. It was as if he was holding Chu Sun, who dug out his heart to illuminate the escape route of everyone 200 years ago when the sky cracked in linen. But it was different. Chuaning was stubborn and proud. Chuaning had all kinds of little quirks that belonged to him. For example, he slept without a blanket, or when he was tired from eating, he couldn't help but bite his chopsticks in a daze. For example, he never liked to wash his clothes and would only soak them together. Those were his own habits, his own preferences. He was different from everyone else. The picture turned black again. It was good that it turned black. In such a situation, if Imoran saw it again, he would probably go crazy. In the darkness, Huizui sighed faintly. Actually, when he looked at me coldly and told me that he wanted to go down the mountain to support the Tao and that he didn't want to sit on the ground and ascend, I knew that he was a living person. I was weak and selfish. I almost destroyed the child I raised with my own hands. He wasn't Chu Lan. He wasn't a sacrifice for me to atone for my sins. He was Chuaning. When I woke him up, it was a quiet and peaceful evening. The bell of the Zen temple rang. He was born under the solemn gaze of the gods and Buddhas in the heavens. I gave him a name. But what I gave him was actually just a name. I had always prided myself on being the one who created him. Because of this, I believed that he should be used by me, owned by me, and sacrificed by me. But until I saw him, like young Master Chu, he didn't hesitate to cut open his heart to prove himself for his own righteousness. Huizui choked until he couldn't speak anymore. After a long time, he spoke in a hoarse voice. I finally understood that I had never given him a soul or a life. Those were all his own, because a dirty and weak sinner like me would never be able to create a life as pure and resolute as his. Never possible. The picture scroll lit up again. It was a rainy morning. Huizui sat in the meditation room, holding the star and moon Bodhi beads in his hand and muttering Buddhist scriptures. Suddenly, there was a flash of light at the door. He didn't look back. He just put down a wooden fish and sighed. You're awake? Imoran looked back and saw Chuaning standing outside the door. His handsome figure seemed to blend into the thin sky. Master, why did you save me? Wubei Temple can't see blood. Since you've proven yourself, I understand what you mean. You can go down the mountain by yourself. From now on, don't come back. Chuaning didn't take any luggage. He looked at the familiar figure in the Buddhist chanting and said after a while, Master. Master. Then what did he say? Farewell just like that? Thank you for your kindness? The gauze on his chest was still bleeding. The knife was pulled out, but his heart was still throbbing in pain. After nearly 15 years of trust, all he got was Huizui's I want your spiritual nucleus. For 15 years, he had always thought that Huizui was benevolent and kind, caring for plants and ants. He always thought that the world was as peaceful and stable as linen and the upper cultivation world. But it was all fake. Huizui lied to him. This was a tribulation thousands of times more painful than the spiritual nucleus breaking. Chuaning closed his eyes. In the end, he said to him, Farewell. Master. He had left his gentleness, trust, and innocence behind in this solemn temple. These were the things that Xianxia had once given him. Later on, they had all been taken away along with the broken spirit core and the gushing blood. He turned and walked away. I knew he would hate me. Even if I went down the mountain with him, he would never be able to get over this hurdle in his heart. Huizue said softly, I let him go. From then on, I left an unjust, selfish, and heartless image in his mind. He didn't recognize me, and I didn't have the face to call myself his master. At that time, not long after his birthday, he was 15 years old. 15 years of drifting duckweed fate, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. From that day on, I never looked back. Huizue swept the steps in the courtyard. The leaves turned from green to yellow, and in the end there was no longer a trace of life on the branches. Another year of winter snow fell. The monk was wrapped in a thick monk robe and stood under the eaves. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the snow on the ground. His face was still young, but his eyes revealed a sense of age. He was like all the ordinary people who were old, and he liked to stare blankly. As long as he sat there for a while, he would unconsciously fall into a light sleep. I'm already very old, 200 years old. The things of my youth have slowly faded from my mind, but I remember more and more clearly the years when Chu Wanning was by my side. Sometimes I wonder if this is how an elder feels when they are worried about their children. But what kind of elder am I? I'm just a butcher without courage. Huizue said, the yin qi in my body is getting thinner and thinner. There's probably no hope of atonement in this life. I don't want to go anywhere else. I always practice in Wubei Temple and don't come out. Only when the begonia flowers bloom, I pick the most beautiful one and bring it to the ghost world. As usual, I ask someone to pass it to Chu Sun. I've never been a broad-minded person, so the things I can do are only a few. If I do too much, I won't be able to do it well. When I encounter a choice, I don't know right or wrong. I plan to live like this for the rest of my life. Until one day, a person suddenly came to my courtyard. It was late at night, and there was a hurried knock on the door. Huizue got up to open the door, and was stunned. It's you? Emo ran followed behind and immediately saw the person's face. It was Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning looked very anxious and his face was pale. The strangest thing was that he was only wearing a thin summer shirt in the middle of winter. Emo Ran's first reaction was that Chu Wanning gave his jacket to some refugee who was about to freeze to death. But then he realized that was not the case. Chu Wanning was dressed properly. He entered the bedroom with Huizue's permission. His expression was like a cornered beast. Without saying anything, he handed a spell incense burner to Huizue. Huizue's words were stuck in his throat. In the end, he only asked, You. What's wrong? My mana can't last long. I can't explain to you one by one. Chu Wanning spoke very quickly, this incense burner is very important. I really don't know who to give it to. There are too many unknowns in this world. I don't know what he will become next, and I don't know who will be lucky enough to protect this secret. So I can only come and disturb you. What are you talking about? Are you sick? Huizue did not react, but Emo Ran, who was standing next to him, felt his head buzzing. His vision suddenly turned black. He suddenly realized that there was something wrong with Chu Wanning. Ear hole. This Chu Wanning had an ear hole in his left ear. He was wearing a small scarlet earring, like a small cinnabar. It was a very small detail, but it made Emo Ran feel like he was struck by lightning. He could no longer speak. This was not Chu Wanning at all. Or it could be said that this was not the Chu Wanning of this world. At all. He came from his previous life, from the time of the Emperor Ta. Otherwise, he would not have this mark. Emo Ran clearly remembered that this earring was made from his own blood. It had an emotion curse attached to it, which made Chu Wanning more sensitive to his touch and invasion. There was no mistake. He could even clearly remember how he had been filled with indecent thoughts when he had made this needle. Then, when he had made Chu Wanning absent-minded, he had fiercely licked his left ear. While he felt the person beneath him tremble and release, he had taken advantage of Chu Wanning's convulsions to pierce his earlobe without any explanation. Chu Wanning was groaning. He frowned and grabbed the bedding, but he could not get rid of the man lying on top of him. Does it hurt? He licked the thin blood dripping from the tip of his ear. His eyes flashed with light. Is it painful or exciting? The piercing of the earring needle, breaking through the soft flesh, was like another kind of conquest. It was always painful when a foreign object pierced the flesh, no matter what it was. Seeing Chu Wanning sobbing and shivering in pain, Mo Ran felt more and more excited. He rubbed Chu Wanning's chin, turned it over, and kissed him passionately while panting. "It's just an earring, why are you shivering?" he asked while knowing the answer. He used force in his hand and violently pierced the earlobe with the needle. He showed no mercy, fierce and rough. "Look, it pierced through you." He stroked Chu Wanning's new earring and said hoarsely, "It pierced in. It's in your flesh. From now on, you're mine." The Chu Wanning of his previous life had come to this world. This knowledge made Mo Ran's heart jump. His scalp was numb, his eyes were blurred, and he felt that he could not breathe. He looked at everything in front of him numbly. What was going on? He tried to concentrate and listen to the conversation between Chu Wanning and Huizue, but this stimulation was too great. He could not immediately return to his senses. He only vaguely knew what Chu Wanning said to Huizue, and from time to time, words like door of life and death, destructive forbidden technique, and can't be stopped floated into his ears. He saw Huizue suddenly sit down on the chair, his face was sallow, and his eyes narrowed. "How can you prove that what you said is true?" "I can't prove it." In the end, Mo Ran heard Chu Wanning say, "I can only ask the master to believe me." "This is ridiculous. You said that you came from another world through the door of life and death. In that world, there is a person called Ta. Ta. Emperor Ta. There is an Emperor Ta, who is destroying the world and almost overturning the whole world of cultivation. You found out his secret, so you tried to open the door of life and death to come to this world? To rewrite everything? It's not rewriting, it's stopping. If this continues, they will sooner or later grasp the spell of the door of life and death. When that time comes, it won't just be our world that ends." Chu Wanning paused, his eyes reflecting the hazy candlelight. "No one will be able to escape." "That's ridiculous." Huizue murmured, "How is that possible? This is simply nonsense." Chu Wanning looked at the water hourglass in front of Huizue's door from time to time. He was counting the time, and his eyes gradually gathered anxiety. Even if the master doesn't believe it now, he will understand later. Before that, please only seal this incense burner in the cave of Dragonblood Mountain. I have set up the most crucial spell in the incense burner, and let it slowly evaporate inside. The master doesn't need to care about it. The only thing to do is... Huizue raised his head. He looked at Chu Wanning with an expression like he was looking at a madman. The only thing to do is to not let anyone near the cave of Dragonblood Mountain. Until the master believes what I say, then think of a way to bring the me of this world and that person called Mo Ran to Dragonblood Mountain together. The spell in the incense burner has already been set up, so there's no need to worry about the rest. Huizue weakly moved his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But at this time a mournful whistle suddenly came from outside the window. This kind of whistle was exactly the same as the sound of the Emperor Ta's disappearance. Chu Wanning heard the sound, and his face grew paler. He stared into Huizue's eyes, almost impatiently. "I beg you, other than you, no one in this world can help me. There's no one else I can entrust this to." Hearing the word entrust, Huizue suddenly froze. In his eyes, there seemed to be the turbidity and vicissitudes of an old man. In the end, he took the incense burner and slightly nodded his head. The whistle became even sharper. Chu Wanning turned his head to look at the night outside the window, and then said to Huizue, "Master, please guard the cave of Dragonblood Mountain well. Also, if the Emperor Ta appears in this world, or, as I said, if the great sky fisher appears in the world of ghosts, then the situation is bound to change. At that time, the master should be sure that what I said today is not false." The whistle was mournful, almost tearing the eardrums. Chu Wanning turned and ran into the night. In the end, he only had time to look deeply at Huizue. He originally wanted to perform a master-disciple ceremony, but his hand stopped halfway. He closed his eyes, bowed deeply, and bid farewell. In that instant, Huizue suddenly stood up with courage from who knows where. He shouted at Chu Wanning, do you know what I did? Didn't the other me do the same thing to you? You won't believe me again." Chu Wanning only shook his head. His face was blurred in the night. Master. His figure was getting farther and farther away. I don't have time. I beg you, think of a way. No matter what method you use, this matter is too important. Please persuade me to listen to you and let me come to Dragonblood Mountain with him. He finally disappeared. The curtain of night was dim, and the stars were shining through the water. Huizue chased out of the courtyard, only to see a flash of light far away that was heavier than the night. Chu Wanning had disappeared without a trace. Only the incense burner in his hand was still there, full of spiritual energy. It was firmly held in his palm, proving that all this was not a dream. The scene in front of Mo Ran shook violently. Everything he saw before fell down like an avalanche. Broken bricks and tiles were everywhere. He said, no matter what method you use, but what method do you have? Huizue sighed. He already doesn't trust me anymore, and avoids me like the plague. What's more, I still have some reservations in my heart. I don't dare to confirm whether or not all this is a conspiracy. Only when the rainbow butterfly split the sky and Wanning passed away did I finally decide to write a letter to him after reviving him. I deliberated over that letter several times. Because I didn't know how powerful the person behind the scenes was, I didn't dare to state the truth in the letter. I also really didn't have any other excuse to find him. What's more, his magic power is strong, and he also holds the important position of Elder Yu Heng, the pinnacle of life and death. I couldn't force him to leave. In the end, I thought that it would be very inconvenient for him since his spirit core hadn't been completely restored these past few years. So I used this as a reason to invite him to Dragonblood Mountain. But I lied to him for 14 years. So no matter how sincere my words were, he was still unwilling to believe me in the end. A long sigh, his voice almost frustrated. I've always been waiting. Just like nearly 20 years ago, when I imprisoned him on the mountain, I came to find him every day, hoping that he would change. After that, I also went to Dragonblood Mountain every day to find him, hoping that he would come back. If only he could give me another chance, that would be great. The old monk's old voice was like a kite with a broken string, drifting far away. My days are really running out. I know that I can't wait for too long. So in the end, I made this scroll. In it, I thought in every possible way, changed it several times, and put in bits and pieces of memories that I didn't want to put in. But in the end, I'm a coward. I actually didn't want him to see this scroll while I was still alive. I couldn't stand his sad eyes. When he was 14 years old, I've seen enough of that kind of gaze. So, Wanning. He sighed softly, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. By the time you read this, I should have already passed away. I'm still a very selfish person. In order to not see you hate me, I only dared to tell you the whole truth before I left, to that child you called Mo Ran. I'm sorry. That year, it was Master's fault. You're a living person. You've always been. Huizue paused for a long time. Suddenly, his voice became hoarse. He said the last words he left in the world. Master Chu, can you forgive me? It was unknown whether the words Master Chu were meant for Chu Wanning 100 years later or for Chu Sun 100 years ago. After the voice, the wind suddenly blew. Countless memory fragments were like snow, like floating cotton, brushing past one's face. The 200 years of crime and punishment, the 14 years of joy and sorrow, all intersected at this moment. The child was laughing. You're one, I'm one. What flowers in the water? Lotus flowers in the water. The youth was arguing. If you don't know how to judge others, how to judge yourself? This immortal, it's fine if you don't cultivate. In the end, his phoenix-like eyes fell. Farewell. Master. All of this alternated with each other like a lantern. When the light was at its brightest, Huizue's hunched back appeared in front of Mo Ran's eyes again. He leaned in front of the table and carved the last stroke for the sacred wood. The evening bell rang. I'll call you Chu Wanning. At the end of the voice, the flood surged. Mo Ran floated in this crazy flow of memories. Then, he was suddenly pushed out of the memory scroll and fell on the sandstone ground in front of the Dragonblood Mountain cave. The passage of time inside and outside the scroll was different. At this moment, it was dusk in the human world. The world was a magnificent red glow, and the setting sun was peaceful. Mo Ran lay down. It was as if he had returned to that night many years ago, when Huizui dripped blood on the wood. From then on, there was a child named Chu Wanning in the human world. He lay on the ground, his eyes out of focus. Master Wanning. He finally understood why such a strong person like Chu Wanning would cry in his arms. He finally understood why she was crying so bitterly. He finally understood. He only knew that the price was too high. It was like being cut into 1,000 pieces. Was it all his fault? It was the fault of the Emperor Ta in his previous life. Chu Wanning had tried his best to prevent him from causing chaos in the world. Chu Wanning's spiritual core had been dug out. His benefactor brother who saved his life in front of Wu Bei Temple. Not a person, but the spirit of the sacred wood. Every blow was like a falling brick. Just one truth was enough to shatter a person's bones and make him a bloody mess, not to mention so many of them piled together. For a moment, Mo Ran felt as if he was lying on the ground. All the bones in his body seemed to be shattered, and he couldn't do anything anymore. Everything was in chaos. He looked around and saw Chu Wanning sitting on the side with his eyes closed. Suddenly, regret gathered into bones, love gathered into flesh, and pain turned into blood. The desire to protect this person made him struggle out of the extreme drowsiness and confusion, and escape from the quagmire. He slowly stood up and walked in front of Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning opened his eyes and looked at him. The two of them, neither of them spoke first. In the end, Mo Ran leaned over and hugged him. Master, whether it's the sacred wood or the person, as long as you're still willing to have me. He held back, but still choked up. I've always. Always what? Standing by his side? He didn't deserve it. So in the end, he said with low self-esteem and pain, I'll always stand in front of you. I can't accompany you, I'm not worthy of you. I'm so lowly and dirty, destroying heaven and earth, but you're pure. I can't stand by your side, Wanning. Let me stand in front of you, and block the blood and sharp knives for you. Until the day of death. Chu Wanning didn't confirm anything about the Emperor Ta, nor did he say anything else. In fact, the uneasy expression on Mo Ran's face was the best answer. He didn't need to ask anything else. Not to mention that he was extremely tired at the moment. A person's mind was numb after being hit so many times. After a long time, he broke free from Mo Ran's embrace and slowly got up. He didn't look at Mo Ran directly. He closed his eyes and then opened his mouth. His voice was terrifyingly calm. He said, I want to go to the cave. Since the other me set up this trap, I want to go and see. If you know the truth, will you hate me? It was almost a childish question, but Mo Ran still asked. After asking, he muttered, you will hate me. Chu Wanning's eyes moved slightly. He finally turned around and looked at him, Emperor Ta, what did you do? He didn't ask you. He used Emperor Ta. Mo Ran felt a glimmer of hope because of this title, but this glimmer of hope was too faint. On one hand, he wanted to hold on to it, but on the other hand, he was scared witless. Chu Wanning's lips moved slightly and his eyes narrowed slightly. Kill people? Mo Ran didn't answer. Massacre the city? Mo Ran closed his eyes and still didn't say anything. Chu Wanning thought of the dreams he had before. Those dreams that he thought were ridiculous and ambiguous. He thought of the man from the Dragon's Soul Palace talking to him. He faintly understood the whole story, but when the words came to his mouth, he couldn't ask. In the end, he only said, what about me? What am I by his side? His Adam's apple moved. He wanted to answer, but couldn't. Mo Ran had been running for so long. He felt that he was standing on the execution platform waiting for death. He knelt on the ground and could see the executioner's shadow. When will his head fall? When will his head fall? He suddenly did not want to wait any longer, nor did he want to escape. The process of waiting for the blade to fall was too long. He would rather hit the wall and die, his blood splattering everywhere. Mo Ran opened his eyes and said, let's go into the cave. His fingertips twitched, as if he wanted to hold Chu Wanning's hand, but in the end, he lowered his hand and only rubbed the corner of his clothes as he walked in front. Before stepping into the cave, he hesitated for a moment, then turned his head and grinned at Chu Wanning. Master. Chu Wanning looked at him. That person suddenly smiled so brightly, so warmly. It was as if he wanted to squander all his hopes and happiness at this moment. He would never use it again for the rest of his life. Chu Wanning was suddenly jolted awake by the smile. He walked over, but he didn't know what to say. His heart was in a mess, so he raised his cold hand and touched the other's equally cold face. Mo Ran stared blankly for a moment, then slowly widened his eyes. Chu Wanning closed his eyes and sighed. He pulled on Mo Ran, no longer daring to take the initiative to hold his hand. It was as if he was saying to Mo Ran, but also as if he was saying to himself, I saw you grow into what you are today. So you are not him. You are not the same as the Emperor Ta. Mo Ran's eyes were still curved. He froze for a long time, then laughed, his throat choked. Yes. His eyes were wet. How could they not be the same? He was the evilest person in the world, a ghost who had escaped from his previous life. But to be able to receive such acknowledgement before everything ended, Mo Ran thought that the heavens really treated him well. No matter what Chu Wanning would do after he recovered his memories, he would have no more resentment. He closed his eyes, holding Chu Wanning's hand. Taking a deep breath, he walked towards the cave on Dragon Blood Mountain. After they stepped in, they couldn't see the outside scene. The two of them looked around the cave and found that it was very narrow, about the same size as the disciples' bedrooms on the peak of life and death. In this empty cave, there was only a small table with a rusty incense burner on it. It was the same one that had appeared in Huizui's painting. The incense burner was emitting smoke. Mo Ran didn't like the smell of incense, but the smell in this burner wasn't pungent. It only had a faint smell of begonia flowers in the West Prefecture. What kind of spell is this? Chu Wanning shook his head. His voice was low and slow. I don't know. This me is not the current me. He may have learned some spells by chance, but I may not know. Just like you, the Emperor Ta may not use willow vines as a weapon. His gaze turned to the incense burner. Maybe we need to touch it to see who is coming? After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and lightly touched the body of the incense burner with his fingertip, but there was still no movement. Ever since Mo Ran entered the cave, he had been looking at Chu Wanning tenderly and sorrowfully. Although he didn't want Chu Wanning to recover his memories, he still said, since this is an illusion that Shizun left for the two of us, maybe it's useless for one of us to touch it. We need to tell it that the two of us are already here. Okay. Let's try. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, touched their fingers on the incense burner's intricate patterns. The fragrance of flowers in the cave suddenly became strong, and the smoke rushed out like a wave, filling the entire cave in an instant. It was so dark that one couldn't see their own fingers. Mo Ran didn't expect the change to happen so quickly. He was about to grab Chu Wanning's hand, but the rolling clouds immediately swallowed him. Mo Ran was shocked. Shizun. But it was too late. There was a kind of spiritual power in the clouds. It was different from the power of the normal spiritual nucleus, but it was unusually pure and powerful. He felt as if he was floating in the sky, and then his limbs and bones were frozen, no longer under his control. Before even his voice left his body, he used all his strength to call out, Shizun, how are you? But what came out of his mouth was only a vague sentence, and then he couldn't move anymore. Chu Wanning's situation was actually not much different from his. He called out Mo Ran's name in the fog. At first, he heard some response, but soon it became a dead silence. Mo Ran? Chu Wanning rubbed the smoke, trying to find the edge, but there seemed to be some kind of spell in the incense burner, making the space here infinitely large, and he couldn't find the end. Mo. Suddenly, his throat choked. Chu Wanning was like Mo Ran, shocked to find that he couldn't make a sound. And soon he found that it wasn't just his voice that was restricted, but also his movements. He couldn't even control his own body. This feeling was like a dream. In the dream, he was still him, but he couldn't move or speak freely. He could only watch everything in front of him, unable to change anything. His originally chaotic mind couldn't help but become more and more confused. If there was something to say, why didn't he just set up a scroll of memories? Why did he have to go to this extent? After a long time, the smoke gradually dispersed. He opened his eyes and found that the original scene had disappeared. Reflected in his eyes were the flickering red candles, leisurely candlelight. He sat in front of a familiar yellow sandalwood table. The table was very clean, and there weren't too many things on it. There was a deep mark on the table. It was from when he had carelessly cut it with a saw when he was making the God of Night. The cave had unexpectedly become the Red Lotus Pavilion. Chuaning sat stiffly. His body was still out of his control. It seemed that this was very much like the illusion of the peach blossom spring. The only difference was that he couldn't control the development of things. He could only place himself in it and replay some of the past events that had already happened. Why did he set up this kind of spell? What did he want him to see in his previous life, and what did he want him to replay? It was already late outside. 2 servants that he had never seen before were standing behind him, helping him comb his hair. He was controlled by the illusion. He raised his hand and stopped their actions, saying, "Don't comb my hair, I'll do it myself." As soon as he said this, there was a bang sound, and the door was suddenly violently pushed open. Chuaning could feel that he was very unwilling to see the person who pushed the door open, so he just sat in front of the table with his back ramrod straight. He didn't even turn his head, and even closed his eyes. "Both of you can leave." A familiar voice came from behind him. The 2 servants immediately put down the comb and basin in their hands. With respectful expressions, they lowered their heads and bowed. "Yes, Your Majesty." The 2 servants left. Chuaning still didn't turn his head, nor did he open his eyes. However, he naturally knew who had come. How could he have misheard that voice? Chuaning had the alertness of a wild beast. He felt that person walking closer to him, 1 step, 2 steps. Suddenly, he breathed into his ear, carrying a strong smell of alcohol. It was boiling hot. "Why haven't you slept yet?" Emoran asked in a low voice behind him. Chuaning heard himself coldly reply, "I was just about to sleep." "Oh. I can see." Emoran chuckled in his ear, "You've already taken off your outer robe and removed your crown. Do you dislike this outfit that much? I ordered people to sew this outfit with the best golden silk and embedded with the best quality jade. The things I gave you are even better than the ones I gave the Empress. Why don't you like them?" "Fine." Without waiting for Chuaning to speak, Emoran continued, "In any case, you don't like anything I give you. You look down on me from the bottom of your heart." When he said this, he sneered, "But so what? You see, you're still going to be my man in the end." As Emoran spoke, he intimately reached out his hand and pulled Chuaning into his embrace from behind. Chuaning's body couldn't bear such stimulation and anger. He finally opened his eyes. Thus, he could continue to see everything in front of him clearly. In front of him was a bronze mirror. In the bronze mirror, he and Emoran's figures were reflected. Emoran was wearing a golden red robe and a crown with 9 pearls on his head. It was actually a wedding outfit. This man was hugging him from behind. His face leaned down and began to kiss his earlobes and neck. Chuaning trembled slightly. It was because of anger, but also because of something else. "Don't act rashly." "Ah, it's fine if I don't act rashly." "Then what does Shizun want me to do?" Threats were useless and he was ridiculed instead. Chuaning could only grit his teeth and say fiercely, "Evil creature." Emoran laughed lightly. His expression was very infatuated. His handsome face had a half-sober and half-drunk sexiness. His lips constantly rubbed against Chuaning's face. He muttered, "So what if he's an evil creature? Look at you now. Aren't you completely mine?" Not knowing where the killing intent came from, Chuaning felt his body pick up something from the table. He turned around and fiercely stabbed at the back of Emoran's hand. Emoran felt pain and groaned. He took this opportunity to break free. He angrily glared at the man in the light. "Get out." Chuaning, who was under the shell, saw clearly that what she had used to tie him was a golden hairpin. It was a wedding accessory for a man. "Tsk." Emoran raised his hand and looked at his bleeding wound. He first sneered, then stuck out his tongue. Like a poisonous snake, he licked the blood and rolled it into his mouth. His eyes flashed with a crazy light. That kind of light was full of bestiality. For a moment, his face was no longer handsome. Instead, it looked a bit sinister. I didn't think that you could still hurt me when your spirit core was destroyed. Emo Rant's lips were stained with blood. He laughed out loud, Chuaning, your fingers and claws are sharp. I really underestimated you. Get out. Rolling around, is that the only thing you know how to say? Emo Ran let go of the back of his hand. He was not in a hurry to bandage it. He seemed to enjoy this kind of pain. His expression was a bit perverted. You like to spurn me so much. Today, in front of all the guests, why didn't you say anything? I sealed your movements, but I didn't seal your voice. You could have shouted at me and told me not to touch you. Emo Ran walked towards him again. He stood a foot away and grabbed Chuaning's wrist that was holding the hairpin. The force was so strong that it was shocking. He grinned. There were still traces of blood between his teeth. But what you did was to wet half of my sleeve with the toilet water when the binding curse on my hands was undone. Emo Ran paused for a moment, then laughed out loud, Master, since you are so angry. Why didn't you shout at that time? You. Shameless. I am shameless, but who is a gentleman? Shui Meng? I did send him an invitation to today's banquet, but he didn't want to come. If he came, what would you do? Emo Ran laughed lightly. Would you ask him to take you away during the ceremony? Although the Chuaning who was trapped in this restored scene was still confused, this body of his clearly understood Emo Rant's words. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and didn't want to say anything. Emo Ran looked at him angrily. He suddenly stuck out the tip of his blood-stained tongue and turned his face to the side. He lightly licked his ear. Chuaning, do you know when you need to be fucked the most? It's when you use this kind of resentful and angry eyes to glare at me. He pulled his hand down. If you don't believe me, feel it. Isn't it very big and very hot? Master, Elder Yu Heng, Grandmaster Chu, each title was more respectful than the last. In the end, it was full of tears. Look, it wants you so much. Get out. This is the third time you've said this. When Emo Ran saw him like this, the malice in his eyes deepened. In any case, today is this lord's big day. I'll reach the peak and marry a beautiful wife and concubine. This lord even left the empress to accompany you. Why are you still so fierce? He paused. Soaked in obvious malice, he finally squeezed out two words. Consort Chu? Chuaning in the body seemed to have been struck by lightning. His own body wasn't much better. He seemed to be disgusted by these two words. His whole body couldn't stop trembling. However, Emo Ran was laughing loudly. His eyes flashed. What's wrong? Are you so happy that you can't speak when this lord calls you like this? In any case, I slept with you for so long. If you were a woman and I played with you endlessly every night, I'm afraid you would have gotten pregnant before marriage and given birth to my child. If this lord doesn't give you a status, how can I have the face to let you serve me in bed in the future? This lord isn't an unreasonable person. Ha 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 ha. Chuaning was so angry that he couldn't say a word. His vision turned black. How could this anger and disgust come from this body? The controlled body and the free spirit were both strongly disgusted. Chuaning was so disgusted that he almost vomited. He was also terrified and didn't dare to believe it. Emperor Ta. Emo Ran in his previous life. What on earth had they done? Madman. Madman. When Emo Ran had enough of laughing, he suddenly grabbed Chuaning's chin and fiercely kissed him. His mouth was full of the taste of blood. He violently held Chuaning's wrists with one hand and pushed Chuaning to the side of the bed. Then, he leaned over. Chuaning closed his eyes and trembled. That hot and strong male body was like a mountain pressing down on him, firmly pressing down on him. Do your duty to serve the emperor. Emo Ran said, you and I are married now. You are mine. You can't escape. The reddish gold pillow shimmered under his body, and his nose was filled with the smell of lust. Chuaning looked at Emo Ran's face, and the dreams he had before finally overlapped with reality at this moment. It turned out that these were not dreams, but reality. He and Emo Ran had already been intimate, and they were already married. He was imprisoned by Mo Ran, and he knelt in the ice and snow, begging to see Mo Ran. It was all real. At this moment, Chu Wanning did not know what he was feeling, or maybe under the influence of the fragrance, his consciousness gradually overlapped with the Chu Wanning of the other world. Feeling what he felt. Knowing what he knew. When his clothes were torn off, and the heavy kiss fell, Chu Wanning closed his eyes. He felt very painful. Who was he? Was it the Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable who wielded his sword in the secular world, or was it that ridiculous consort Chu who was subdued by the Emperor? Was it Chu Wanning who obtained Grandmaster Mo's heart, or was it the honored master who was hated by the Emperor Ta? Everything gradually became unclear, and the past floated in front of his eyes, like falling flowers in a stream. He tried to catch those memories, but he could not see clearly. In the end, only the matters between the bed could be seen clearly. In this illusory world, his waist was violently clamped by Mo Ran, and his underwear was impatiently and cruelly removed. There was no familiar lingering foreplay, only violent invasion. Although the scene was fake, he and the similarly controlled Mo Ran were reenacting the actions of their previous lives. He was pressed down on the bed by Mo Ran, and there was not even any caressing or kissing. He only heard the rustling of clothes behind him, and then a burning hot sex organ pressed against his back. Honored master, feel it carefully, can you feel its desire? I'm going to visit you. You, evil creature. The response was a cold laugh. Aren't you going to open your legs wide for the evil creature to F***ck? Then there was a tearing sensation, and the never-before-invaded acupoints were opened, and the ferocious sex organ violently stabbed in. Pain. It was really painful. He vaguely remembered Mo Ran's gentle eyes. In the dark night, in the torrent of the hot spring, he kissed him and said, if I come in, you won't be able to stand it. Listen to me, we'll do it next time. But the Emperor Ta would not show mercy to him. Its shocking size seemed to be about to burst through the walls of his intestines. It was thick and scorching hot, so tyrannical, so thick and long. Its rhythmic movement almost made him feel that this thing would directly poke out of his abdomen, split open his abdomen, and pierce through him. Chu Wanning struggled like a fish on land, but the Emperor Ta raised his hand and slapped him hard in the face. He gritted his teeth and said, it's not like I haven't F***ked you before. I've F***ked you so many times, why are you still pretending to be virtuous? With a single slap, her cheeks reddened. He turned his face away. His hair was messy, and his eyes were red. He did not say anything and did not shed tears. Tonight was more humiliating than ever, but he was more arrogant than ever. Mo Ran hugged his waist, and his crotch kept hitting his buttocks. The place where the two were joined was terrifyingly hot. Mo Ran tried to look at his face, wanting to see his humiliated expression. The thrusting stopped, and the handsome man on top gasped for breath. His eyes were dark, and he forced himself to look at his chin. You. He seemed to want to say something insulting, but in the candlelight, the pair of eyes that were obviously in extreme pain looked so beautiful. Mo Ran stared at him for a moment, then suddenly leaned over and kissed him on the lips. His wet, sticky, and hot tongue invaded, the surface of his tongue was rough, and it moved around in his mouth. The kissing above was intense, and the thrusting below was even more ferocious. It was fast and ruthless, and every thrust went to the deepest part of Chu Wanning's body. His hard, hot, and thick genitals pulsed distinctly inside her body. The saliva produced by the intercourse seeped out from the sides of the sex organ and the acupuncture point. After the kiss, Mo Ran's movements became more frenzied and passionate. His eyes were filled with lust, and it was unclear whether it was lust or love, but it seemed to be somewhat blurred. Don't grab the quilt, you're my person, you can hug me. This was the only sentence that was similar to love in the whole sexual intercourse. Chu Wanning did not listen, and did not hug him as he wished to and indulge in sexual intercourse with him. As a result, Mo Ran's expression gradually darkened, and his thrusting movements became wilder. Chu Wanning gripped the mattress tightly, and the veins on his wrist bulged. He could not bear this kind of abuse, but Mo Ran did not let him go. His rough palms rubbed his waist and buttocks. Chu Wanning did not know how long this kind of thrusting went on, but that man suddenly became irritable and pulled out from his body. Chu Wanning heard himself groan hoarsely and was flipped over. His acupuncture point was sticky and obscene, and it was contracting spasmodically. There seemed to be a sticky substance that was produced during sexual intercourse hanging in the air, but before it could flow out, the man's ferocious and burning head pressed against his groin again, and the huge penis slightly pushed against the outside. He heard Emoran say, "Is it big? Did your husband make you feel good?" Chuaning heard his own voice that was on the verge of breaking down. "Get lost. Get lost." Emoran cursed, and seemed to have found something from the side. Chuaning only felt his legs being parted even more, and there was a tube of ice-cold paste squeezing into his body. Chuaning heard himself choking, heard himself scolding, "Emoran. Emoran, you bastard. Starban. Emoran." It was not. Emoran was the person who smiled brightly and gazed at him under the flowering tree. Emoran said, "Shizun, I want to hold the umbrella for you for a lifetime." Emoran rubbed his hair, and said gently, "You will be in pain." Emoran was the person who curled his lips and opened his arms to him under the waves of golden wheat. He would give him softened lactose to eat, and because of a sentence, he would lower his eyes and smile, and his face would blush slightly. That shy and inexperienced. It was not. He was suddenly startled. The scene after that seemed to be because the incense had been there for too long, and the effect was not as good as the first inch, so it slowly turned dark. Chuaning's mind was also drowsy. He could not see anything, and still could not speak. The only thing he could feel was that he was still imprisoned, and Emoran's sex organ was still buried in his body. That kind of heat, size, and hardness made his scalp tingle. It was dark for a long time, and then it slowly lit up. After Chuaning regained his senses, the first thing he heard was Emoran's almost twisted curses. The slap on the face burned with pain, and there seemed to be a hard and cold object stuck in his lower body, relieving the almost crazy lust in his body. This was still the sex between the newlyweds, and Chuaning could clearly recall the details of what had happened. He kept thinking about the events of his previous life. He knew that later on, he was forced into the aphrodisiac paste, and the Emperor Ta, who drank too much, became more and more irritable, more and more bloodthirsty, and more gloomy in the intense sex. Alcohol and desire burned the corners of Emoran's eyes red, and hatred and pleasure controlled this young emperor. Chuaning's throat was strangled, and Emoran was angrily shouting, "Chuaning, you'd rather do this? You're stubborn? Huh? How long are you going to be stubborn for? Are you going to play yourself to death before you're satisfied?" Chuaning heard himself say. "I don't want you." His voice was almost broken, and if he did not feel his lips moving, he would not even believe that this was his own voice. Chuaning felt tears rolling down his cheeks. "Emoran, spare me." The man in front of him was almost crazy, and he shouted at him. He said, "Then who will spare me?" Huh? Chuaning, have you ever thought about who will spare me? Who can spare me? The man pressed him on the bed, and pulled out the hard object in his body and threw it aside. From the sound of it, it seemed to be a jiao or a candlestick. Just now, he was actually using the jiao or the candlestick to comfort himself. The man touched his face, and his voice was urgent and crazy, but he did not know if it was an illusion, but he heard a trace of sadness. "Chuaning, I hate you. You killed the person I love the most in my life. What should I do? What should I do? I can only let you pay me back, and let your life be ruined by my hands." Chuaning. The man held his weapon, and because he was too crazy and too eager, he could not resist the first time, and the smooth and hot head of his penis hit the inside of his buttocks, and he passed over. The man gasped for breath, straightened up, and held Chuaning's waist, and thrust in again. Chuaning heard his own hoarse moans, and it seemed that he was finally stretched to the limit. There was also the man's heavy breathing, and the wall of his intestines that was smeared with aphrodisiac was finally pushed open by the hot sex organ, and Chuaning could not stop trembling, and his whole body was covered in sweat, and his eyes were unfocused. Desire finally swallowed him. His vision turned black again. When it lit up again, he could feel endless bliss. It seemed that the body in the illusion and the body in reality could no longer be separated. He was entangled with the strong man, and Emoran pressed him on the bed, and fiercely ket him. He was sobbing under the man's body, and lying on the bed, his fingers deep in the beast's fur. The man wanted to press him to death on the bed every time, so fierce and so strong. He could feel the man's sweat gathering in his abdomen, dripping to his waist, and flowing into his waist. Say. Do you want me to F***ck you? You're sucking so lewdly, what position do you have to be stubborn? Mother F***ck you. At this time, Chuaning seemed to have finally been defeated, and the crazy overflowing lust had already killed his soul. He was only left with a body that was played with by the man, lewd and sensitive, and did not know when to stop. Say. The man behind him was intoxicated, and looked at him while panting roughly. Woo. Mo Ran penetrated deeply, and his huge sex organ pulsed in the moist intestines. He gasped for breath, and with red eyes, he hugged Chu Waning's buttocks even more, and then penetrated deeply, slightly. Twitching and turning, to stimulate the man who had been smeared with aphrodisiac. In fact, Mo Ran knew that he had lost. He had used the strongest drug in the world, and had squeezed in almost half of the tube, to the point that the intestines were sticky, before Chu Waning was willing to submit to him. He had lost. But so what? He had already gotten what he wanted. His noble and virtuous master had finally become Consort Chu, who was gasping for breath under his body and in a daze of lust. There was nothing more exciting than this. As he thought of this, his rough and hard genitals actually swelled up a notch. Say you want to be F***ked by me, say you're my man. Under this kind of repeated torture and humiliation, Chu Waning finally heard himself mutter hoarsely, and it was completely chaotic, yes. I'm your. His consciousness was already fragmented, his expression was already shattered, and his lofty and unyielding character was left. All that was left was the endless and terrifying desire in his body. You don't want me, what you should say is, you want me to F***ck you. Although Mo Ran said this without any malice, he had also endured to the limit. His Adam's apple moved, and he could not help but fiercely push Chu Waning's buttocks, fiercely and fiercely, full of animalistic force. Chu Waning was F***ked until his entire body went soft, and he did not even have the strength to kneel and watch. His body was soft like mud, and his phoenix eyes were slightly closed, as he continuously groaned and gasped for breath. Eternal love poison, this drug, as long as it was just a little bit, even a saint would become a beast. Mo Ran squeezed in more than half of the tube. Does it feel good? Did I F***ck you to your heart's content? Mo Ran supported himself with one hand on the bedpost, while the other hand reached over and continuously stroked Chu Waning's chest and waist. The bed shook intensely, Mo Ran's eyes were crazy and burning, and his expression was sexy and intoxicated. Say, you want me to F***ck you? Mo Ran F***ked quickly and fiercely, and the surging pleasure made people tremble, lose control, and fear. Chu Waning finally collapsed. He gasped for breath, and in the end, he was almost crying out in a hoarse voice, ah. Ah. Say it. Mo Ran closed his eyes and raised his head, his Adam's apple moving, and fiercely slapped Chu Waning's buttocks. You say it, I'll make you feel even better. Ah. Ah. I want. What do you want? Chu Waning was tortured to the point of almost losing his mind. He whimpered and trembled in despair, F***ck me. Mo Ran's eyes suddenly surged, and his lower body was burning with excitement. Several times, the width of his thrusting was too large, and when he pulled away, the wet and sticky head slid out, but he hurriedly held it back, and once again thrust in hot and sticky. He pressed Chu Waning under his body and looked at him closely, muttering, Shizun, you're so hot inside, so wet and so hot, your disciple is almost addicted to sucking. Ah. Don't stop. Ah, use more. Ah. He gasped in shock, faster. Deeper. Ah. His trembling arms were caught, and the man hugged him from behind, seemingly infinitely gentle. He suddenly called out to him by his ear, Waning, today is our wedding day. I F***ck you, I want to shoot you, and leave my seed in your stomach. Shizun. You're really tight. Ah. Why do you have to force me to use medicine before you're willing to do this? The man said, licking his earlobe, you obviously like it when I treat you like this, right? Ah. The man's penis was so thick and long, and when it reached the depths, it almost pierced through his intestines and stomach. Chuaning couldn't speak, and could only shake his head, tears in the corners of his eyes. Do you like it? Don't you like it? He suddenly stopped the intense invasion, and buried himself in his body. Chuaning could feel the penis inside throbbing angrily, pulsing angrily with the violent heartbeat of the two people. This subtle feeling made him more and more tormented. His throat was dry, and his soul had long been thoroughly cold. He gently twitched a few more times inside his wet and slippery body, and these few times were like the roots of a giant tree poking out of the soil, and a tender spring tide breaking out of the soil. Chew. Wanning spasmed violently, and softly fell on the bed. The man said by his ear, "If you don't like it, then forget it." He suddenly opened his eyes wide, and his heart was very painful, but he almost gave up and said, "No. Don't." His eyes trembled again, and slowly closed. "I can't take it anymore." That was, after all, an aphrodisiac that was thousands of times more than a normal person. Emoran murmured, and his voice was so low that it was hard to hear, "Then what do you want me to do?" "Come in. I can't take it anymore, save me." The person behind seemed to sigh, and was finally satisfied. He pulled him up and put him on his crotch, and fiercely thrusted from the bottom up. He had never penetrated so deep before, and every time he penetrated, half of the sack was almost squeezed in, and their flesh couldn't be more close together. Chuaning couldn't stop moaning and panting, and in Emoran's arms, his body softened into mud, and the man who couldn't stop fucking him turned his face, and his moist lips covered his, and there seemed to be vague panting between his lips and teeth. Emoran's Adam's apple moved, and he said in a low voice, "So good." He muttered absent-mindedly, and his soul was no longer there, only a body that was drowned in desire. "Ah. Don't stop. Ah. It's so hot. Faster. Don't stop, I'll satisfy you." Chuaning. Wanting. He thrust for a long time, so long that Chuaning felt like he was going to die in that person's arms like this. His body fluids and melted paste flowed out, and white foam flowed to the base of his legs. Suddenly, the man hugged him tightly, and then pressed him on the bed, lifted his legs, and started thrusting. That speed and strength were both shocking and terrifying. Chuaning suddenly opened his eyes wide, and kept calling out, "Ah. Ah." The man was impatient, and he lost his mind and kept thrusting. The whole thing was pulled out, leaving only the head above the mouth, and then he thrusted in again, so fast, and his voice was also trembling. "Wanting. Wanting." He wasn't calling anyone else, but he suddenly held his face, and pressed his forehead against his. "Baby, I'm going to come. Let me inside you." Chuaning opened his mouth like a dying fish, and he didn't even know what he was calling out. He was only moaning in his desire and pleasure. The tip of his nose was filled with the man's heavy animal desire, and he said intermittently, "Shoot for me. Ah. Ah. Ah." Thick and smelly semen spurted out in large amounts, and Emoran closed his eyes and growled. His crotch kept thrusting forward, until the bedding slipped off. Chuaning's head kept hitting the bedpost, and the person controlling him still didn't know what was good for him, and kept thrusting inside, shooting all the sticky semen that spurted out, and thrusting it in. Chuaning was convulsing from the strong sting, and his beautiful white toes were all tensed up. His hands finally couldn't help but hug the neck of the man on top of him. Their heavy breaths intertwined, and he was moaning when he climaxed, and he was crying out hoarsely under him. That kind of intense passion, he didn't know if it was because of the world's most aphrodisiac, or because of the hidden desire in the depths of their hearts that even they didn't notice. After a long time, Chuaning's divine sense slowly returned. For some reason, it wasn't just his senses that returned, but also his memories from his previous life that surged like a river. After he and Emoran joined, they all came one after another. He remembered when the sky split, Shermay died, and Emoran knelt in the snow, heartbroken. He remembered when the Confucian wind sect flowed with rivers of blood, and when the sky changed color, and when Emoran laughed heartily, and when he pierced Yu Wangshi's shoulder blade. He remembered when he was made into a blood hourglass, and remembered when Emoran saved him in the Red Lotus Pavilion, but put him under house arrest in the palace, and he could no longer do anything. One by one, he remembered everything. The stone cave had already returned to its original appearance. He could feel that he was lying on the cold ground, his clothes gone, and his entire body naked. Emoran was hugging him tightly from behind, and that youth's arms were trembling. Both of them were covered in sticky sweat, and the air was filled with the scent of lust. He remembered everything. Xianxia didn't move, didn't speak, and didn't get angry. His head hurt so much that it felt like it was splitting apart. He felt that when the two of them joined together, there was some kind of invisible thing that was transferred from Emoran's body to his own. It was that thing that allowed him to recover the memories of his previous life. But what exactly was it? There were too many memories to take in at once. Xianxia's head hurt so much that it swelled up. He felt that he definitely knew what that thing was, but he couldn't figure it out right now. Shizun. Emoran's voice sounded by his ear. It was so careful, like the bud on a branch at the beginning of spring. There was no trace of the tyrannical appearance from before. I'm sorry. He was held in Emoran's arms. He didn't turn his head, but he could imagine Emoran's teary red eyes, and his pained and apologetic expression. I'm sorry, I still hurt you. Just now, under the control of the incense burner, Emoran was like Xianxia. Although his consciousness was clear, his every action was completely out of his control. When he roughly clamped down on Xianxia's waist, and impatiently and cruelly invaded this man, he was in pain. He didn't want to do this at all. He looked at Xianxia under his body, and the corners of his eyes were red. He only wanted to lean over and kiss him gently, comfort him, and accept him. But the words he said were so harsh, and the actions of his hands were so fierce. His heart was filled with pain. But what could he do? He couldn't control himself at all. Xianxia leaned against the cold stone surface. His head felt like it was going to split open, and he didn't even have the strength to move his fingers. He listened to Emoran's apology, but he only felt his ears buzzing. His vision was dizzy, and he could lose consciousness at any time. He opened his mouth. Because he had cried out so miserably, his voice was very hoarse. You first go out. Emoran pursed his lips, and didn't make a sound. He regained consciousness a bit earlier than Xianxia. In fact, when he could control his body, he had already left. But Xianxia had been so miserably torn apart that he still felt that the weapon forged from flesh and blood was in his body. Emoran's heart was even more uncomfortable. Before he stepped into the cave, he thought he would see a spell similar to the memory scroll. He didn't expect that he would return to the peak of life and death, the night of his wedding. He was wearing a golden red dress, and pushed open the door to the Red Lotus Water Pavilion. Emoran of course knew what he had done, but he didn't think that in this way, he would be able to recreate the situation at that time. He didn't want to do anything to hurt Xianxia, and he didn't want to become the Emperor Ta, but he had no choice. What was worse was that he could clearly feel that he was doing such a violent thing, and his heart was throbbing with excitement. Whether it was the Emperor Ta or him, they were all eager to bite and conquer Xianxia. No matter how much he endured, he was still that Emoyu. He couldn't change. He couldn't escape. When he had violently invaded her, Emoran heard the painful groans of the person beneath him. His mind was filled with the pleasure of being overwhelmed. That overwhelming pleasure collided with a strong sense of guilt, splashing water everywhere. He suddenly couldn't tell who he was, whether he was the Emperor Ta or Master Mo, whether he was good or evil, loyal or treacherous. On the bed, he stroked Xianxia's cheek, and said those disgraceful words that he had said with his own mouth. Consort Chu? Yes, in his previous life, he had done 3 terrible things to Xianxia. The first was to kill him, which was to use a killing move on him. The second was to humiliate him, which was to force him to have sex with him. The third was to marry him. That was to take away his identity, to bind him for life, and to make him belong to him. Because of this selfish desire, he made that proud and unyielding venerable immortal his rightful concubine. Although there weren't many people in this world who knew what Consort Chu looked like, forcing him to cover her face with a red veil, and marrying him in front of everyone, was an indisputable fact. He didn't know what the meaning of his actions was. In fact, if he really wanted to make Xianxia suffer, He could have made a big deal out of it, and let the world know that he, Mo Ran, married his master, and let everyone know that the Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable was now one of the Emperor Ta's people. Why didn't he do that? Instead, he carefully kept the secret. For a long time even the Empress, Song Qiutong, didn't know who the mysterious consort she was. He wanted to take revenge, and in the end, he only played a show with no spectators. But he sang it with gusto. Why? He even remembered that after Chu Wanning died, he wanted to set up a tombstone for him, but he was afraid that the world would see through him and laugh at him, so he could only take a pick and dig a grave in front of the Tower of Babel. He buried the wedding dress that Chu Wanning wore when he married him. The Emperor Ta sat in front of the tombstone, and thought for a long time. He really wanted to write, "The tomb of my late master Chu Wanning," but he felt that if he wrote like this, he would be a complete failure, like a resentful woman who regretted her past. That scene was really ridiculous. He held the knife and dawdled for a long time. Finally, his eyes lit up as he thought of a narrow and intimate way. He laughed foolishly, and used the knife as a pen. He wrote stroke by stroke, "The tomb of Chu Ji." After writing these 4 words, he felt that the rampaging anger in his chest seemed to have been vented, but he still felt that it was not enough. He thought of Chu Wanning's cold and aloof face, who always didn't want to look at him, and his heart was full of resentment and affection. He would never see such an expression again. So the Emperor Ta still couldn't be saved from being a resentful woman, he thought viciously. Chu Wanning abandoned him and left, leaving him to live alone. Chu Wanning was so cruel that he used death to take revenge on him. Too much. He glared resentfully at his bloodshot eyes. Yes, it was too much. So he wanted to humiliate Chu Wanning, bully Chu Wanning, make Chu Wanning die with grievance in the underworld. When he went to hell 100 years later, he could laugh to his heart's content and mock that guy, and say to that person whose white clothes were whiter than snow, who had lived a life of innocence, "You didn't win, I won. You see, you're dead, but I can still humiliate you." The Emperor Ta hugged his knife and thought for a long time in front of the tomb. He thought of the setting sun, of dusk, of the coming of night, of the silver light. Under the moonlight, like water, like frost, like white clothes, Mo Ran finally picked up the knife and added 4 more words on the tombstone, stroke by stroke. Consort Xianxia dust rustled. He finished carving. He rested his chin on his hand and laughed out loud, thinking that this was the best posthumous title. It confirmed that Chu Wanning was his person, and whether he was willing or not, he had to be loyal to him. It was perfect. If Chu Wanning could be revived by his anger, that would be even better. With this kind of expectation, his eyes lit up and he happily ran to the Red Lotus Water Pavilion. Chu Wanning's temper was the worst. How could he be willing to accept this kind of humiliation? So hurry up and wake up. Then we can have a showdown. This time, seeing that he has not yet recovered from his injuries, I can also let him have 1 move. If it really doesn't work, 10 moves is not impossible. Wake up. He stood in front of the lotus pond, looking at the undamaged corpse. I've already let you have 10 moves. You have to be tactful. Look at the tombstone I made for you. Aren't you angry? Don't you want to grab my collar and roar at me? Are you willing to live a life of innocence, and in the end become 8 absurd words, Consort Xianxia, Tomb of Chu Ji? Wake up. Wake up. His expressionless face turned ferocious. But Chu Wanning lay there, not speaking, not moving. After a long time, Mo Ran finally understood that he had gotten what he wanted. He had won the taming he had always wanted. His Shizun, his enemy, his partner in bed, his Chu Wanning. He had finally obeyed. In the silent and cold grotto of Dragon Blood Mountain, Mo Ran hugged his scarred lover. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then, he suddenly thought of that rainy night in the inn in Wuchang town. The person in his arms had been so young and yet so passionate, rolling and entangling with him. The tips of her ears were red as she asked him in a low voice if he was comfortable. At that time, he had sworn in his heart that he would never hurt Chu Wanning in the slightest in this life. He wanted to do it step by step, simmer slowly. He wanted to let Chu Wanning get used to it bit by bit. Finally, he wanted to give Chu Wanning the trembling of soul and flesh. He had made many plans, had many ideas. He had even imagined countless times when and where their first true union would be. Would it be the sun or the stars on the horizon? Would it be the begonia or apricot flowers on the window lattice? But he had never expected it to be like this. Their first union in this life was actually so absurd, painful, and crazy. The two of them were extremely tired. Ran lay by his side, an extremely special feeling gradually growing in his chest. It was as if there was a pure white thing in his heart that was fiercely trembling. Then, the earth cracked and the sky collapsed. It was as if 100-year-old tree had been uprooted, breaking through the earth with a rustling sound. That pure thing seemed to wrap around some filthy and terrifying thing in his heart. It frantically struggled outwards. Two things, one black and one white, struggled out of his body with extreme speed. He didn't know what these two things were that escaped from his heart, but he didn't have the leisure to think about it, because Chu Wanning said, "You leave first." Ran didn't say anything. He also didn't know what to say. He silently endured the intense pain in his chest. Slowly, he picked up the clothes scattered on the ground and silently helped Chu Wanning put them back on. He wore these clothes for a long time because he almost didn't dare to touch the area below Chu Wanning's waist. The bruises on his thighs clearly showed what he had just done, and also showed how much pain Chu Wanning was in right now. He also didn't dare to look at Chu Wanning's face. What would be in those eyes right now? Disappointment, resentment, emptiness. He didn't want to think about it anymore. Ran spent a long time putting on Chu Wanning's clothes. By this time, his head was already very painful and his entire body was soaked in cold sweat. He didn't know where this pain came from, but it was probably related to those two things that were missing from his heart just now. He endured the pain and grasped Chu Wanning's ice-cold hand. He really didn't have the courage to look at Chu Wanning's face, so he just stared at that hand. After hesitating for a long time, he softly asked, "Shizun remembers everything?" Ran stared blankly for a while. There was a kind of blankness on his face. That blankness was very much like a homeless dog that had been abandoned. He stared blankly for a while, then closed his eyes. Countless times in the past, he had feared that this would happen, but when the trial really came, he was surprised to find that he was actually so calm and peaceful. It was like a fearful fugitive who had finally been escorted into prison. He stood in that bleak prison and looked around. The nightmare that he had feared and escaped from had finally become reality. It was like a stone had fallen to the ground in his heart. There was never a peaceful night when escaping. But after falling into the net, he finally had a good night's sleep. He didn't need to escape anymore. There was no hope, and there was no anxiety. It was actually relief. I'm very confused right now. There are many things that I still don't understand. Perhaps it was because he had cried out too fiercely just now, or perhaps it was because he was exhausted from the past, but Chu Wanning's voice was hoarse, and his expression was even worse than Ran's. It's too messy. Ran gathered his courage and raised a hand to stroke his pale cheeks. Even though his own hand was trembling badly. Ran. He muttered in a somewhat hollow voice, "Celestial trampling emperor." He suddenly closed his eyes, his eyelashes trembling, and his brow furrowed. Then don't think about it for now, sleep for a while. Ran's eyes were red, and his fingers slid across his face and hair. I'll stay with you. Chu Wanning seemed to tremble slightly. Ran only felt like his heart was being twisted. Shizun, don't be afraid. It's me, not the Emperor Ta. I won't hurt you anymore, never again. Chu Wanning lifted his eyelashes. Slightly, and under those dark eyelashes, there was a moist light shining. For a moment, Ran felt that he seemed to want to say something to him. But in the end, he didn't say anything. Chu Wanning closed his eyes, and at the last moment, turned his face away, and subconsciously curled up his body. Shizun. I have something to ask you. If you had known earlier that the person who gave you a pot of rice milk outside Wu Bei Temple was me. Chu Wanning's voice was extremely tired. Those years in Wu Mountain Palace, would you have let me go? This question was like a sharp knife that pierced the heart of the listener. Ran's whole body trembled. He choked, and didn't know how to answer. He just reached out his hand, wanting to hug the person in front of him. But when his hand touched Chu Wanning's shoulder, he felt that it was trembling slightly. He was crying. But Emoran knew that he didn't want him to see it anymore. After a while, Emoran really couldn't hold on anymore. Although he didn't know why Chuaning in his previous life had set up such a maze, the strange feeling in his heart was becoming more and more obvious. At this time, he suddenly discovered that there seemed to be a thin wisp of smoke floating in his chest, floating directly to Chuaning's back. That thin wisp of smoke was so thin that he didn't notice it before. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the smoke was sometimes black and sometimes white like jade. It flowed continuously from his heart to Chuaning's heart. What is this? He noticed that the black substance was constantly blocked by Chuaning's body, and gradually gathered into a black mass, and was absorbed into the incense burner next to him. What is this? He wanted to remind Chuaning, but found that Chuaning had unknowingly fainted again. The enormous amount of memories from his previous life was too heavy to bear. Furthermore, these memories were still in disarray, and had to be rearranged in Chuaning's mind. Shizun. Pain, why is it so painful? It was like there were two forces in his heart that were fighting a tug of war. Black and white, pure and dirty. Emoran's black brows were tightly knitted. He struggled to stand up, walked to the incense burner, and trembled as he opened the lid. Before he lost consciousness, the last thing he saw was the black gas flowing out. In the incense burner, it gradually condensed into the shape of a double-petal black flower. Lonesome Moon Night. The cultivators who escaped from Jiao Mountain were all treated by the disciples of the medicine sect. They pulled out the heart-drilling worms and bandaged their wounds. However, the dejected aura was hard to suppress, and the air was filled with the smell of death. Shuimeng sat on the beach of Linling Island. He put the Dragon City scimitar on his leg and watched the tide rise and fall. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around, his eyes wide and full of hope. But when he saw who it was, he was immediately disappointed. He turned his gaze back to the vast sea. Mei Hanxue sat down beside him. Your father received a message and went back to the peak of life and death. He left in a hurry and told me to come tell you. Your father and you don't seem to be in a good mood. If you know, then get lost. Mei Hanxue didn't get lost. He threw him a sheepskin bottle. Want to drink? Shuimeng turned around angrily like a hedgehog. Drink my ass. I'm not that depraved. Mei Hanxue smiled. His golden hair was especially gentle in the sea breeze. His eyes were like pale jade, but also like two pools of green water with fallen flowers. It's just drinking. How is that depraved? Mei Hanxue raised his hand and stroked his hair. He tied a silver bell on his wrist. I heard that the peak of life and death doesn't allow people to drink, but it's okay to get drunk. I heard that Chu Xianjun loved Li Huabai. You're his disciple. How can you not learn half of his tolerance? Shuimeng glared at him. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to curse, but in the end, he didn't. He grabbed the wine bottle and took a big gulp. How heroic. This is the wine from Treading in Snow Palace. The taste is the most, pooh. Young Master Shui spat out half a mouthful of wine. His face turned green. Cough 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 cough. Mei Hanxue pursed his lips. He seemed a little surprised. You can't drink? Shuimeng didn't want to lose face, so he pushed away the hand that was trying to take back the wineskin. He raised his head and took another big gulp. This time, it was even bigger. After swallowing, he turned his head and spat it out with a wah sound. Mei Hanxue was at a loss. I don't know, you forget it, don't drink. Scram. Give me the wine jug. Scram. Shuimeng anxiously bit whoever provoked him. He angrily glared at Mei Hanxue. If you tell me to drink, I'll drink. If you tell me to stop, I'll stop. Where's my face? Am I shameless? As he spoke, he forcefully slapped his own cheeks. He was already a little drunk. There was a rumor at the peak of life and death, Grandmaster Chu would not get drunk even after 1,000 cups, but young Master Shui would be knocked out with 1 cup. Mei Hanxue was not a person at the pinnacle of life and death. Naturally, she did not know this sentence. Even if she knew, she would not have drunk him with strong wine. After Shuimeng finished vomiting, he held the wineskin and drank again. This time, he gulped down 4 or 5 mouthfuls before gasping for breath. Then, his expression became even more unsightly. Mei Hanxue immediately took back the wineskin and frowned. Don't drink any more. Go back and rest. You've been blowing the sea breeze alone for a long time. But Shui Meng stubbornly said, I want to wait for someone to come back. I. Shui Meng stared straight at him. After staring for a while, he suddenly burst into tears. You don't understand, I'm waiting for my brother, I'm waiting for my master, I'm waiting for Shirmei. Do you know? For people, one less is not right, one less is not the same. Mei Hanxue knew how to comfort women. It was nothing more than taking over and saying a few personal words. Under the moonlight, Su Zhihai swore an oath of allegiance. But he had never comforted a man. Shui Meng did not need to be comforted. He had just held it in for a long time. When the alcohol came up, it finally broke the dam. He just wanted to vent. For people, I'm the only one left. Now, I'm the only one left, I feel terrible. Damn, do you understand? Mei Hanxue sighed and said, I understand. You're a liar. You understand ghosts. Shui Meng cried. Suddenly, he buried his head and held. He tightly hugged the Dragon City saber, as if he was hugging the last piece of dead wood, a piece of floating grass. The liar did not know how to persuade him, so he said, well, I don't understand. Heartless dog, why don't you understand? There was no reason to talk to a drunkard. Shui Meng fiercely raised his face and fiercely glared at him. His eyes were full of tears, but his anger was overflowing. What don't you understand? Isn't it easy to understand? He stretched out his fingers. 4. He removed one, then another. When he removed the third finger, he broke down again. It was as if the third finger was his tear gland. Shui Meng said, there's only one left. I'm the only one left. Do you understand? Mei Hanxue. He did not want to be a liar, nor did he want to be a heartless dog. So, whether he understood or not, he could not answer. He simply did not speak. Shui Meng stared at him for a long time, then turned his head. Wretch. He was the most romantic young master Mei. In the past, other people would stare at his face and become infatuated. This was the first person who stared at him for a while and actually vomited. Mei Hanxue had a slight headache. What's wrong with you? When you were young, I gave you Hatuini accordated to eat, and you vomited. When you grew up, I gave you Kunlun wine to drink, and you vomited. You're really harder to please than girls. He looked at the person who was leaning over and vomiting until the sky was dark and he couldn't even breathe. His light blue eyes were full of helplessness. Well, you're done scolding. You're done vomiting. Go back and rest. Your brother, your master, and your friends won't like to see you like this. As he spoke, he got up to support Shui Meng. Shui Meng was probably a little weak after vomiting. His footsteps were wobbly, and he no longer tried to break free from the arms that were supporting him. Mei Hanxue took him across the long coast, through the back door of Lomon's night, ready to send him into the house to rest. But before he entered the hall, Mei Hanxue instantly felt a strong killing intent in the air. He suddenly reined in Shui Meng, and the two immediately hid behind the corridor. Shui Meng was caught off guard. Oh, but Mei Hanxue tightly covered his mouth. Don't say anything. Hand away. I want to vomit. He could barely hear the humming. Mei Hanxue said, swallow it. Shui Meng. Afraid that this drunkard would stir up some trouble, Mei Hanxue raised her hand and tapped Shui Meng's lips, casting a spell of silence. Then, she turned her face, her eyes turning, looking into the flower pavilion. The scene in front of him shocked him. Emoran? At this time, most of the sect masters and elders had already returned to their respective sections. Jiao Mountain had a shocking change, and they urgently needed to strengthen the boundaries of their territories. But Lonmon's night still left many injured cultivators. At this time, they were all gathered in the hall, staring at the man standing in the middle of the hall in horror. TSK. Emoran was wearing a black and gold cloak that reached the ground. He narrowed his eyes and looked around. Look at these familiar faces. I didn't expect to see you all standing here alive after so many years. Someone mustered up the courage to shout at him, "Mo, why did you suddenly go crazy? Have you been possessed by a nightmare?" Crazy? Mo Ran's thin lips moved slightly, and he laughed coldly. Speaking to this seat like this, the one who has gone crazy is you. After he finished speaking, everyone saw a flash of black light. That person stood in place, and blood spurted out from his chest, straight to the top of the sky. Kill, kill. Mo Ran, what did you do? Someone shouted at the top of his lungs, quick, go find Sect Master Jiang. Go find Sect Master Jiang. Oh? Mo Ran slowly raised his eyes. Sect Master Jiang, Xianxia? This person's skills are not bad. Among the people this seat has killed, there's no problem in ranking in the top 10. What nonsense are you talking about? Mei Hanxue also felt that something was wrong. This was not the Grandmaster Mo she had seen before. This man was full of resentment, and there was a murderous aura all over his body. But no matter how she looked at him, he looked exactly like Mo Ran, and his voice was exactly the same. Who could completely replicate another person's appearance and voice in such a short time? In the parlor, there was an elder who said, Grandmaster Mo, I'm afraid you have been cursed by the demon dragon of Jiao Mountain. Sit down first, this old man will take your pulse. He was interrupted before he could finish. What do you mean? Mo Ran narrowed his eyes. Old man, are you beating around the bush, calling this seat sick? The elder. Since you want to treat the illness so much, this seat will help you. There are no patients in the world, and a doctor will starve to death. This seat understands this principle. As he spoke, a black shadow plundered the parlor, and in an instant, there were screams and blood splattered everywhere. When Mo Ran brushed his black robe and calmly returned to the center of the hall, standing on the dark red Duruoan carpet, the entire hall was full of people who were missing arms and legs. Some people were even more miserable, having their hearts, livers, spleens, and stomachs pulled out and died suddenly. Mo Ran looked at the elder who had fallen to the ground and said, How is it? I sent so many patients to you for treatment, are you happy? Mo Wayu. Congratulations on the opening of your business, and may you make a fortune. Mo Ran smiled, and then walked out of the group of corpses who were either rolling on the ground or dying with grievances. Oh, right. When he was in front of the hall, he turned his face and said to those people, I almost forgot to say, the upper cultivation world has been waiting for death for hundreds of years. Remember to tell your sect masters, sooner or later, this seat will raise all the sects in the upper cultivation world to the ground. A stubborn person said hoarsely, Mo Ran, you have no guts. You only dare to come to the parlor to treat seriously injured cultivators, you're simply afraid of meeting the other sect masters. Afraid of them? Mo Ran narrowed his eyes. Even if you join hands again and put pressure on the border with an army. As long as this seat doesn't want to die, which one of you can hurt this seat? Mo Ran, are you crazy? Are you and Hua Bainan in cahoots? You, what do you want to do? Mo Ran's dimples were deep, and his eyes were shining. After a while, he said slowly. You're asking me what I want? A strange light seemed to flash across his handsome face, and then he closed his eyes. Even I don't know what I want. In short, no one in this world can give it to me, and no one can make this seat happy. He said indifferently, this seat has been walking the dead for so many years, I have no desires. But, if you have to ask one, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. When he opened his eyes, his black pupils seemed to flash with a scarlet luster. I want to see you die. Everyone was stunned. Mo Ran's eyes swept across those pale faces, and he couldn't help but laugh. I haven't seen such an interesting scene in a long time. It's quite lively. Mo Ran, you're really crazy. This is the second time you've said that. Suddenly, his smile tightened, and they heard an explosion. In the blink of an eye, Mo Ran had swept behind that person like lightning. He slammed his hand down, and in a split second, brain matter splattered everywhere. Ah! Amidst the screams, Mo Ran faintly raised his handsome face that was splashed with blood, revealing a pair of extremely strange and beastly eyes. He swept through the scattered crowd like a sparrow. If this seat doesn't go crazy, I'm afraid I'll ruin your good intentions. The skull of the person he called Your Excellency was shattered, and blood flowed all over his face. Mo Ran was too lazy to even look at him, as if he was eating an ordinary meal. He calmly and coldly looked at the crowd. Alright, I've killed enough idiots today. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a smile, and he casually pushed the corpse aside. People, it's boring to kill all at once. When the time comes, this seat will feel lonely. I'll let you live for a few days. After a pause, he continued, when my hands are itchy, I'll crush your head and play with it. Amidst the bloodstains, he leisurely strolled out of the hall. When he reached the door, he glanced sideways. Before that, remember to keep your heads. Finished speaking, he laughed heartily, wrapped himself in a cloak, and suddenly swept over the eaves. His figure quickly disappeared behind the arch. 3 days later. In the stone room of Dragon Blood Mountain, Mo Ran and Chu Wanning were still unconscious due to the effects of the spell. But that incense burner suddenly crackled, and black smoke and blood gushed out from within. Immediately after, an ear-piercing scream rang out, echoing in the cave. Mo Ran abruptly opened his eyes, waking up with a start. His heart no longer hurt, and there were no injuries. The mysterious thin smoke that connected him and Chu Wanning had also dissipated. Master! He immediately got up, but suddenly saw that a third person had entered the stone cave at some point. That person stood in front of the stone table with his back to him, carefully examining the incense burner that was emitting a burnt smell. His figure was slender and handsome, indescribably good-looking. He opened the lid of the burner, and a slender white hand took out a 1,000-petal flower, holding it in the palm of his hand to examine it. It's really completely destroyed, he said softly, and then used 2 fingers to crush the black flower into powder. Immediately, a ray of white light rose from the ashes. That person looked at the white light with his hands behind his back, somewhat rejoicing. Oh, fortunately, when I refined this flower, I also melted a piece of my own soul inside. If it wasn't for that piece of soul guiding me, it really wouldn't have been easy to find this cave in this vast world. That white light seemed to understand his words, and slowly coiled around that person, but its color became fainter and fainter, finally disappearing completely. Mo Ran said hoarsely, "You are." Hearing the movement, that person put down the burner and sighed. Awake? Who are you? That person said lightly, Who else do you think I am? His voice sounded very familiar, but Mo Ran had just woken up, and his consciousness was still a little groggy, as if he had a 1,000-year-old dream, and actually didn't react for a while. Who could this person be? Hearing what he said just now, it seemed to be related to that mysterious black flower. Refining flowers and goo was what Lone Moon was best at. Was it Hua Bainan? Thinking of Hua Bainan, he immediately thought of Shirmei. Mo Ran suddenly felt a surge of hatred, but before he could speak, that person turned around. The light in the stone cave was dim, but as that person turned around, the entire room was instantly filled with light. He was really very beautiful. This person's long hair, which she was used to letting down, was tied up high at this moment. A fine embroidered scarf was placed neatly in front of her forehead. Her entire spirit and appearance were very different. Unexpectedly, there was not the slightest bit of delicate temperament. A pair of peach blossom eyes were flowing with emotions, bright and clear. It was such a beauty, but Mo Ran was shocked as if thunder had struck him. 2 words came out of his mouth, like a sharp arrow piercing through the dead silence. Shirmei? The person who came was indeed Shirmei. The person who came was actually Shirmei. This peerlessly beautiful man stroked the stray hair on his temples and said lightly, Mo Ran, why are you so surprised to see me? His blood rushed to his periosteum and his skull buzzed. Mo Ran's brain could not function at all. He could not guess why Shirmei would suddenly appear here and why he had such a strange expression. His whole body was frozen, and all kinds of words were stuck in his throat. In the end, he hesitated and said, Your eyes. They're not injured. Shirmei smiled and walked towards Mo Ran. I came here to see the person I admire. If I were blind, and ugly, who would like me? Mo Ran slowly regained his senses from his joking manner, and for a while, he couldn't say anything. His shock was like a black cloud pressing down on a city, and his mind went blank. You. How could it be you? Where's Hanlin Divine Hand? The anger in his heart suddenly surged like a flood. At this moment, Mo Ran finally understood how Xue Ming felt in his previous life. There was nothing more painful than being betrayed and schemed against by an old friend. Where's Hanlin Divine Hand? Oh, him. Mei smiled. The future is long, so there's no rush to explain. As he said this, he walked forward step by step until he was right next to Mo Ran. Mei smiled. Compared to Hanlin Divine Hand, after going through so many twists and turns, I'd rather have a heart-to-heart talk with the person I admire first. Mo Ran was extremely angry and his heart was cold. His face became more and more ashen. Between you and me, what else is there to talk about? That handsome and refined man lightly laughed. The corners of his eyes were soft like the clouds as he stared at Mo Ran's face. Our temperaments are at odds with each other, so there really is nothing to talk about. As he said this, he walked past Mo Ran until he was in front of Chu Wanning. Before Mo Ran could react, Mei had already gently extended a slender hand and lowered his head to stroke Chu Wanning's cheek. Mo Ran's mind was blank, and he still didn't understand the meaning of this action. Mei gazed at Chu Wanning and spoke softly as if there was no one else present. Shizun, that brute hurt you, right? How pitiful. But speaking of which, are you going to recover your memories? Mei's scalp-like fingertips tapped the sleeping person's lower lip. He narrowed his eyes. His beauty was still there, but it was like he had drunk wine. It's good that you've recovered your memories. Even now, I still can't figure out why you did those things to me. Now that you're awake, we can exchange pointers. He paused for a moment, then smiled. In my past life, you used all sorts of tricks to bully this disciple so miserably. If it were anyone else tormenting me like this, it wouldn't be enough even if they died 100 times. But you went against me, so I still love you. As he spoke, he glanced at Mo Ran, then leaned over to kiss Chu Wanning's cheek. He lowered his eyes and sighed. Who told me to like you? My good Shizun. As if struck by lightning, he froze in place. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What is Mei saying? What is Mei doing? What is going on? Mo Ran couldn't swallow this shocking turn of events. He didn't even think that Mei was kissing Chu Wanning. This scene was too shocking. Seeing it with his own eyes, he thought he was hallucinating. He covered his forehead with his hand, his temples throbbing. In his mind, Mei's warm smile flashed as he called out softly, Mo Ran. But this person in front of him. He actually. His hair stood on end. Mei likes Shizun? How is that possible? Mei had never shown any affection for Shizun. It was more believable that Xue Ming liked Chu Wanning than that Mei liked Chu Wanning. How could Mei like her? He had always been cautious and respectful. He didn't speak much and didn't even stick to Shizun. After class and work were done, they left in a well-behaved manner. How is that possible? Mei straightened up and looked at Mo Ran from the corner of his eyes. He chuckled, it seems like someone here was scared by me? You are ridiculous. Ridiculous? Mei was calm and unruffled, my little junior brother, who is the ridiculous one? Am I the one who bullied Shizun so badly? Mo Ran's face suddenly turned red. His eyes were angry and confused. If it was anyone else, he would have fiercely rebuked them. But the person standing there was none other than Ming Jing, whom he mistakenly thought he loved for 2 lifetimes. He choked and couldn't say anything for a while. Mei was much more thick-skinned. He said lightly, but it's not like I haven't done ridiculous things. For example, I pretended to like you and treated you well for so many years. Even when I was interrogated by ghosts, I endured the pain and lied to you and said, I like you. Pausing for a moment, a trace of mockery appeared in his eyes. Stop fooling around. If I would fall in love with someone like you who has nothing but a face, I would really stab myself in the eyes and die. Mo Ran. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you not convinced? Mei's face was beautiful even when he was sneering. He glanced at Mo Ran and touched Chu Wanning's chin. Emoran was so angry that he was about to summon a ghost. However, there was only a flash of scarlet in his palm, and the spirit flow immediately disappeared. Shermay was too lazy to lift his eyelids and said, "Don't waste your energy." In the previous life, Wan Ning set up this trap and used half of his earth soul to finally pull out the goo flower for you. Now, you will no longer be controlled, but your body will need more than 10 days to recover its spiritual power. If you want to fight with me now, it's like hitting a rock with an egg. Who are you calling Wan Ning? You're so unreasonable. Are you the only one allowed to bully your master and destroy your ancestors, but I'm not allowed to love my master? You've already done it and tasted it countless times. Shermay chuckled. It's my turn now, right? Actually, I feel a bit wronged for King someone you Ked. But seeing that it's him, I'll bear with it. Emoran was furious. He didn't have spirit martial arts, so he fought in close quarters. Sigh. That's why I said that I hate people like you who don't know how to be civilized. Shermay suddenly let go of Chu Wanning and began to fight with Emoran in the stone room. The stone room was dark and gloomy. The two tall men's figures were projected on the wall as they fought. They were like two dragons entangled in the clouds, flames and lightning surging. Shermay wasn't good at attacking, so he wasn't a match for Emoran in close quarters. Seeing that the situation was bad, he waved his sleeve. Rolling spirit snake surged out and locked onto Emoran. He took the opportunity to dash to the side, picked up Chu Wanning, and flew out of the stone room. Shizun. Emoran struggled to shake off the cold and sticky snakes and chased after him. He saw Shermay standing on top of a tree, a bright moon shining behind him. Shermay laughed. Don't chase. You've just recovered. Even if you risk your life, you won't be able to catch up to me. Jing, why are you like this? Emoran. Shermay smiled. Martial brother, have I ever told you that I hate the name Shermay and Jing? So if you don't mind, you can call me by my real name from now on. What? My surname is Hua, and my name is Bainan. Hua Bainan. Seeing that Emoran's eyes suddenly widened, Shermay smiled even more brightly. Oh right, since we're martial brothers, I'll tell you a very important piece of news. Don't go to the Lone Man's Night. If you go there now, Xianxia will tear you to pieces. Don't try to follow me. Be good. And return to the Peak of Life and Death as soon as possible. Emoran was stunned for a moment, then his face turned pale. What do you want to do to the Peak of Life and Death? You're not stupid in this life. Shermay laughed. Martial brother gave you a little surprise. You'll know when you get there. Emoran tasted blood in his throat. His eyes were burning. He didn't know if he was more sad or angry. He shouted, Shermay, what do you want to do? What are you scheming? Didn't you tell me that the Peak of Life and Death was your home? Didn't you tell me that uncle saved you in exile? Didn't you tell me that we were the most important people to you? His voice was trembling in the end. His fingers were clenched into fists. Could it be that you're lying to me? Are you saying that after so many years, 2 lifetimes, Emoran suddenly stopped? A piercing chill, are you saying that in both lifetimes, you've been plotting against me? Shermay didn't say anything. He floated on the treetops in his loose robe and looked at him with a smile. His peach blossom eyes were curved, and his chin was sharp. In this misty mountain, he looked like a fox in the night. You. Every word was trembling between his teeth. Emoran's mind was in a mess, and his eyes were filled with madness. Shermay, say something. From that year when he gently persuaded her by the candlestick, to now when they traveled together and were inseparable. Say something. He had once been a slender and elegant youth. Later on, he had been lying in her arms in the snow, telling her not to hold grudges and not to blame her master. Emoran almost broke into pieces. You're clearly dead. I saw it with my own eyes. I brought your body back to the Peak of Life and Death. You can't be Shermay. You. How is it possible? Because you're stupid. A clear voice sounded. Shermay finally opened his mouth, but it was not without sarcasm. You boorish people only know how to cultivate spirit cores. You look down on the medicine sect. It doesn't matter if it's you, the High Lord, or even our wise master. He chuckled at this point. My words are wrong, but master isn't a reckless man. However, people like you don't care about the Tao of medicine goo. Emoran muttered, medicine goo. It's difficult to revive a dead person. Shermay said slowly, but I have many ways to make a living person fake their death. If Emoran's mind was clear, he would have heard the flaw in Shermay's words. Even if medicine could make a living person fake their death, in his previous life, he had guarded the Frost Heaven Hall for 7 days. After that, he saw Shermay being buried with his own eyes. At that time, the coffin had 3 layers. Each layer was sealed with a longevity nail, and the soil was even thicker. Without alerting the mausoleum keeper, which living person could crawl out of such a grave by themselves? Thus, there were only 2 possibilities. First, Shermay was lying. Second, in his previous life, there was someone who had infiltrated the peak of life and death, opened the soil and coffin from the outside, and released Shermay, who had come back to life. However, Emoran was currently in a mess. It was as if an invisible hand had misplaced his internal organs. He did not have the heart to think carefully. When he heard Shermay's words, the pale face in his memory immediately appeared before his eyes. In the heavy snow, Shermingjing died. From then on, Emoran hated himself for being powerless. He hated Chu Wanning for watching with folded arms. From then on, he stepped into the abyss and fell into darkness. But who knew? It was fake, it was fake. He had actually gone crazy for half his life for a person who had faked her death. He had been obsessed with her for half his life. He had killed everyone in the world, and in the end, he had killed the man who loved him the most in this world. Absurd. Absurd. The anger and pain made his scalp numb. His pupils constricted. He was almost tyrannical. You can actually be at ease. I am very at ease. Shermay smiled. But you, Emperor Ta. When these 4 words came out, it was as if someone had pinched his weak point. No matter what the reason is for holding the butcher's knife. Whether it is because of resentment or because of unwillingness, your hands are now stained with blood. As he spoke, he deliberately hugged the unconscious Chu Wanning tighter in his arms. It was almost as if he was showing off his spoils of war. How can an Emperor Ta whose hands are stained with blood be together with a flawless Northern Dipper celestial venerable? The last bit of color on Emoran's face faded away. Shermay was very clear about his weakness. Thus, he waved his scorpion pincers and continuously pierced the venom into his body. He narrowed his eyes and stepped closer. Are you worthy? Don't you think you are dirty? You are stealing. The wind rose and the fog dispersed. A bright moon peeked out from behind the clouds. Shermay smiled, but every word was sharper than a sharp knife. Emperor Ta, all the days you spent with him were stolen. You know best what kind of person you are. I don't need to say more. Emoran's lips were pale. He was angry, sad, afraid, regretful, and heartbroken. No one could accept so many emotions. They would go crazy. Don't talk about me. Shermay sighed. What about me? Do you think that you have been Master Mo for half your life and saved a few lives, that it is enough to write off your sins? He looked at Emoran's face and smiled. You think too much. Emoran was at a loss for words. Now, Master already has the memories of his past life. The absurd things you have done, the people you killed, the cities you destroyed, the teachers you bullied and the ancestors you destroyed, he will remember all the hurt you have done to his heart. He will remember all of it. He paused, as if he was looking at the expression on Emoran's face with interest. Then he smiled with satisfaction. Master Mo, it is time to lower your head. Admit your guilt. Lower his head. Admit his guilt. A life of absurdity, of extreme evil, was all wrong. Emoran's throat rolled. His eyes were red as he stared at the person on the treetop. But when he saw Chu Wanning in his arms, he couldn't help but feel pain. His eyes withered like cattail leaves. He turned his head away. Think about it. When he wakes up and finds out that you have lied to him for so long, how angry will he be? Shermay gently stroked Chu Wanning's cheek. His slender fingers slid past his lips. Master has a strong temper. You know this, do you think he will forgive you? The words pierced the heart, and the listener felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Forgive. He had never asked for it. But he didn't want the trial to come. He didn't dare to imagine that this day would come. Emoran suddenly closed his eyes. His eyelashes trembled slightly. Charmai's voice sounded so ethereal in the fog, like a Buddha advising people to turn back. Don't chase. Go back to the peak of life and death. When you get there, you'll naturally know what the surprise I'm talking about is. His voice echoed. Accept the surprise well. Don't resist. After a pause, he seemed to think of something. His eyes turned, and his peach blossom eyes stared at the person under the tree. Also, Aran, the two of us are completely different people. You won't be able to understand what I want. He said gently, as if he had asked his disciple in the past if the meat was delicious, and if he had added enough spicy oil. I am not as crazy as you. I won't easily frame my friends and family. But, he changed the topic, but didn't say much. Emoran jerked his head back. What do you want? Charmai saw his gaze sweep over Chuaning. He couldn't help but smile. You don't have to worry. Shizun is here with me. I will only love him. I won't hurt him. He is as pure as jade. I know how to take care of him better than you. Every intonation was soaked between his lips and teeth until it was tender, and then he spat it out lightly. Emoran was so excited that his whole body was trembling. If he still had his spiritual power, Charmai would have been torn to pieces. But he didn't have any spiritual power. Charmai knew that he didn't have any spiritual power at the moment, so he did whatever he wanted. Charmai chuckled. But those martial brothers at the peak of life and death, and even uncle, auntie, and young master. His eyes moved, and he slowly finished his words. If you don't handle the surprise well, you will kill them a second time. You see, if Shizun wakes up and knows that you have harmed everyone again, and that you are selfish and want to live an ignoble life, will he still look at you, even if it is the last time? Emoran gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Shiming. Charmai flicked his sleeve. Under the moonlight, the hem of his robe fluttered. He stood on the treetops and turned his head. His handsome face was flowing with splendor. Let's go. If we don't go now, Shizun will wake up soon. If he wakes up and sees us standing here arguing, I'm afraid he won't be happy. After a pause, he smiled and added, That's right, Emoran. Next time we meet, remember to call me Hua Bainan. You can also call me Grandmaster, if there's a next time. This time, after he finished speaking, he soared into the air. His feet were light and graceful, and in a split second, he disappeared into the dense forest of Dragon Blood Mountain. His figure could no longer be seen. The only thing that remained was that pleasant yet cold laughter. Like a spider web falling down, it glowed with a cold light and lingered for a long time. Charmai. Shiming. Amidst the mountain fog, Charmai no longer turned his head to look at Emoran. Instead, he held the person in his arms and quickly swept past the uneven cliffs. His cloak and robe fluttered in the wind. He felt an indescribable carefreeness in his heart. His eyes were shining. He was like a hunter returning from a rewarding journey, waiting to feast on the fruits of his victory. But as he flew low, he suddenly heard the person in his arms call out in a hoarse voice due to her nightmares from her past life. Emoran. Charmai's happy expression slightly stiffened. He then narrowed his eyes. His gaze was 30% cold and 70% hot. What's so good about him that you're willing to do this for him? But Chuaning couldn't hear it. He was emitting a high fever. His handsome face was now as white as an ice lake. One could even see some of the light blue veins underneath. Chuaning said softly, Emoran. Charmai suddenly stopped. It seemed that he was a little impatient and frustrated because he had endured for too long. However, he hesitated for a moment and restrained himself. In front of the unconscious Chuaning, he was not as calm and at ease as he was in front of Emoran. After staring at Chuaning's face for a while, he said, Don't think about it. Soon, Emo Ran will no longer exist. You can follow me from now on. Pausing for a moment, he continued, but I know that you owe him a lot. If you can't forget him for a while, it's fine. After I succeed, I will have enough energy to slowly wear you down. After saying this, he once again swept the ground, summoned his sword in midair, and flew straight towards the direction of Jiao Mountain, Hero's Mound. It was very late at night, and the burial ground of the Confucian Wind sect was very quiet. The moonlight sprinkled over the graves one after another. Those people who had been made into precious chess pieces by Su Xuanlin could no longer move because they had lost the flow of their spiritual power. They could only stiffly stand in their original positions, motionless. Shimei used the stored blood of the Nangong clan to open the gate to Jiao Mountain. He turned his eyes and saw Nangong Lu standing blankly at the foot of the mountain. Nangong Lu could not be considered a complete chess piece. He was only a half-finished product, so he still had a trace of vitality left. However, this person had completely lost his mind. His mind was only that of a 5-year-old child. Shimei did not have the leisure to kill him, not to mention that he could be of some use to him. Big brother, close friend, you're back. When Nangong Lu saw him, he smiled. His slightly chubby face had a sincere smile. Su Xuanlin had considered Shi Jing as his close friend, so Nangong Lu also followed suit and called him Big Brother, close friend. This name made Shimei pause for a moment. He then narrowed his eyes and said, "Don't call me that." Nangong Lu looked at him blankly. "You don't like me calling you that?" "I don't like it. Just call me Hua Bainan." Shimei's face was gloomy. Go ahead. Open the way for me. Where is Big Brother, close friend going?" There was no need to argue with this 5-year-old child. Shimei impatiently said, "Take me to the secret room where Su Xuanlin used to live." Nangong Lu took him away. In fact, that secret room was not a secret to Shimei. It was just that there were too many places along the way where he needed to spill the blood of the Nangong family. Although he had some, he had to carry Chu Wanning in his arms. It was really troublesome to free his hands. It was better to use Nangong Lu. After walking for a while, Nangong Lu suddenly turned around. He couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "Big brother, close friend, are you bringing a friend back to spend the night?" "Spend the night?" Shimei seemed to be pleased by these 2 words. His eyebrows relaxed slightly. He smiled and said, "More or less, it's just spending the night. But in the future, he'll be spending many nights here. It should be said that he's staying here permanently." Nangong Lu became more and more curious. "Who is he?" Shimei thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. "You really want to know?" "I'm afraid it's not suitable for a child." Nangong Lu's eyes widened. A middle-aged man with such a childlike expression was really disgusting and comical. They walked all the way to the door of the secret room. The door opened, and a lamp was burning inside. The room was quiet and simple. There was only a bed, covered with a thick saber-toothed tiger skin, and a snow-white gauze curtain. Beside the bed, there was a small table and a Kong Ho. Other than that, the 4 walls were empty and there was nothing else. Shimei helped Chu Wanning settle on the bed. He flicked his sleeves and sat on the side of the bed. He lowered his eyes and stared at Chu Wanning's face. The candlelight was very bright, illuminating this familiar face. When he was awake, his sword-like eyebrows reached his temples and his phoenix-like eyes were full of power. But at this moment, his face was haggard. The lines that were drawn to his chin were like the remnants of smoke. Shimei didn't care about this. He only felt that after 2 lifetimes, Chu Wanning and Emo Ran had finally been defeated by his hands. At this moment, Chu Wanning was lying next to him. Emo Ran had temporarily lost his spiritual power, but soon he would obediently walk into his trap. His plan was finally about to come to fruition. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Nangong Lu come over and say, "Huh? This person looks very familiar." Shimei looked at him. "Can you remember who he is?" "I can't remember." Shimei reminded him. "In the past, this big brother scolded you and embarrassed you." "Huh? Where?" "In the main hall of the Confucian Wind sect." Nangong Lu said blankly, "Ah, really? But how come I don't remember at all?" Shermei was silent for a while. Then he smiled gently. It's good that you don't remember. Nangonglu didn't know the meaning behind his words. He tilted his head and looked at Chu Wanning for a while. Then he suddenly said, but he's really good looking. He looks good with his eyes closed and not smiling. Shermei smiled. He's the Emperor Ta's favorite concubine. How can he not be good looking? Favorite concubine. What does that mean? Shermei's smile deepened. You'll know when you grow up. Now, go and help me pick some oranges and boil some water. He has such a bad temper. If he doesn't have something good to eat when he wakes up, I'm afraid he'll be even angrier. Nangonglu prepared to go. But when he reached the door, he hesitated. Shermei saw this and asked him, what's wrong? Juzi. Nangonglu hesitated and bit his finger. Does my brother know when His Majesty will come back? The His Majesty he was talking about was Su Shuanglin. Shermei naturally wouldn't tell Nangonglu that Su Shuanglin was dead. He smiled and said, be good and do your job well. His Majesty will come back soon. Nangonglu's eyes lit up. He immediately carried the small bamboo basket next to the door of the secret room and went out to pick oranges. Shermei looked at the place where he left. After a while, he said with a smile, interesting. When they were conscious, they fought against each other. When they lost their consciousness, they became brothers. Sure enough, there are many things in this world that are the cleanest when they're young. Once they grow up and get involved in politics and disputes, they become dirty. As he said this, he turned around and stroked Chu Wanning's cheek. You see, most of the people in the cultivation world are like him. They're not worth your protection. Shermei traced the handsome face with his fingertips and sighed. Why do you have to rack your brains for these people? You cut off your soul, tear apart time and space, and endure humiliation, and fight with me for 2 lifetimes? Chu Wanning, who was in deep sleep, naturally wouldn't answer him. The pain and nightmares of his previous life tormented him, making his cheeks burn and his brows knit together. Shermei looked at him for a while with his chin in his hand. He then took out a silver bottle of Xianxia from his Qianquan bag. Drink some of this. Shermei opened the bottle of Xianxia. I know you'll definitely dream of your previous life. I knew you would come to the Shenyuan pavilion, so I asked them to take the Xianxia to sell. I wanted to make you feel better, but I didn't want to make people suspicious. So you see, it's better to follow me than Mo Ran, right? As long as you make me happy, I can give you a taste of this worthless thing every day. But what can he give you? He only knows how to fight. He poured the fragrant dew into a small white porcelain cup and brought it to Chu Wanning's lips. After feeding him the medicine, Shermei stared blankly at his hard-won victory for a while. Then, he suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. He rummaged through his Qianquan bag and finally found a pitch-black ribbon. He put this ribbon on Chu Wanning's eyelids and cast a concentration spell, completely covering his eyes. After doing all this, he slowly got up. He pinched Chu Wanning's chin and looked at him from left to right. He was very satisfied. Yes, it's really good looking. No wonder Mo Ran liked to tie you up and F*** you like this in your previous life. It's not bad to learn from him once in a while. At least he has some interest in this aspect. His junior sister's smile was very gentle, very different from before. His fingertips slowly brushed Chu Wanning's chin, lips, nose, and finally fell on the black ribbon covering his eyes. He then used that kind of gentle voice that made people shudder and said, Shizun, wake up quickly. I just thought of a very interesting trick. When you wake up, why don't we play together, okay? Chu Wanning lay on the bed. His head was heavy, and his consciousness was sometimes clear and sometimes fuzzy. In a daze, he seemed to hear 2 people arguing. It seemed to be Shermei and Mo Ran. Later, the sound of arguing disappeared, and only the sound of the wind could be heard. Later, he seemed to be lying on a warm bed, and someone was talking to him. The broken voice seemed to come from the ocean, and he couldn't hear it clearly. Occasionally, he heard a few words, something about his past life, something about his master. He vaguely felt that it was Shermei's voice, but he didn't have much energy to digest it. These words quickly dispersed like the morning fog. His memories became complete little by little, and became clearer little by little. The memories of his past life were like rainwater flowing into a river, and finally rushing to the sea. The first thing he dreamed of was a deep cloister. The cloister was built at the peak of life and death, and the Red Lotus waterside pavilion. The cloister was covered with vines, and when the wind blew, fragrant snow fell, and the paper was full of youth. He sat under the cloister, and was writing a letter in front of a stone table. The letter couldn't be sent out. The Emperor Ta didn't allow him to have contact with outsiders, nor did he allow him to raise pigeons or any other animals. Even outside the Red Lotus waterside pavilion, there were countless layers of whistling forbidden spells. But Chu Wanning still wrote. It was too lonely. One person, one side of the world. He would probably spend the rest of his life like this. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't bored. The letter to Shui Meng didn't contain much. It was nothing more than asking about his recent situation, whether he was well, how the sun and the moon were outside, and how his old friends were. But, in fact, there weren't any old friends. So, he slowly wrote the letter for an entire afternoon. There wasn't much content. At the end of the letter, he was a little lost in thought. He vaguely remembered the days when his 3 little disciples were by his side. He had taught them how to write poems and paint. Shui Meng and Shermei learned very quickly. Only Mo Ran wrote a word wrong 3 or 4 times, so he had to teach him step by step. What did he write at that time? In a daze, Chu Wanning slowly unfurled the brush and ink on the rice paper. He first wrote, "The body is a Bodhi tree, the heart is like a mirror." Then, he wrote, "Life has no roots, drifting like dust on the streets." Every stroke was neat and tidy. Whether it was writing a book or writing a letter, his handwriting had always been clear and proper. He was afraid that those who read it would not be able to understand it, and he was also afraid that his disciples would follow him and go astray. His words were like his person, and his backbone was extremely proud. He wrote, "Where are my old friends, and the sea is vast and the mountains are far away." Later on, the wind blew the Chinese wisteria flowers to the ground, resting on the flower-washing paper. He couldn't bear to brush them away. Looking at the faint yet magnificent purple, the tip of his pen gradually changed as he wrote, "Waking up from a dream to see Weiyu, the mountains and rivers are still as gentle as before. Flat and narrow. I wish that I am like the stars and you are like the moon. Every night the light is bright and clear." As he wrote, his eyes couldn't help but soften, as if he had returned to the peaceful days of the past. The wind blew, causing the paper to flutter. Some of the paperweights that were not properly pressed were blown up and scattered all over the ground in the mottled fragrant afternoon sun. Chu Wanning put down the brush, sighed, and went to pick up the letters and poems on the ground. One by one, they fell on the grass, by the stone steps, among the fallen flowers, and among the withered leaves. He was just about to pick up a piece of paper floating in the fragrance of fallen flowers. Suddenly, a slender, well-proportioned, well-defined hand appeared in his field of vision. Before he could, that person had picked up that piece of paper. "What are you writing?" Chu Wanning was startled. He straightened up and saw a tall and handsome man standing in front of him. It was the Emperor Ta, Mo Weiyu, who had arrived at the waterside pavilion at some unknown time. Chu Wanning said, "Nothing." Mo Ran was dressed in a black and gold robe, wearing a 9-patterned crown, and wearing a dragon scale thumb ring on his thin and pale fingers. It was obvious that he had just returned from the imperial court. He first glanced coldly at Chu Wanning, and then flattened the paper in his hand. After reading 2 paragraphs, his eyes narrowed. "Seeing the letter is like seeing Wu, spreading the letter is like seeing Xu Yin." After a moment of silence, he looked up. "What does this mean?" "Nothing." Chu Wanning wanted to take the letter back, but Mo Ran simply raised his hand to stop him. "Don't," he said. "Why are you so nervous?" After saying this, he carefully read the letter again. His gaze swept across several lines, and he said calmly, "Oh. You wrote this for Shui Meng?" "I wrote it casually." Chu Wanning didn't want to involve others, so he said, "I didn't intend to send it." Mo Ran sneered, "You don't have the ability to send it." Chu Wanning had nothing to say to him, so he turned around and went back to the table to tidy up the ink, paper, and inkstone. Unexpectedly, the Emperor Ta followed him, opened his black and gold robe, and pressed down on the letter that he was about to put away. He looked up and saw the Emperor Ta's narrowed face. Fine, he'll give it to him. So he withdrew his hand and went to take another one, but he was pressed down by Mo Ran again. In this way, he took one, and Mo Ran stopped another. In the end, Chu Wanning was finally impatient. He didn't know what this person was up to, but he looked up and said gloomily, "What do you want? What does it mean to see the letter as if it were real, and to spread the letter as if it were real?" Mo Ran looked at him with deep eyes, and his thin lips moved slightly. "Say it." The branches and leaves of the flower swayed gently, and in the mottled light and shadow, Chu Wanning couldn't help but think of Mo Ran, who had just become his disciple. His smile and words were very gentle, and he asked respectfully with a smile, "Shizun, the body is the Bodhi tree, the heart is as clear as a mirror, what does this mean? Shizun, can you teach me?" In contrast, the Emperor Ta's aggressive attitude made Chu Wanning's heart ache. He suddenly lowered his head, stopped talking, and closed his eyes. He didn't say anything, and Mo Ran began to gradually become gloomy. In this silence, he picked up the letter on the table and read it one by one. The more he read, the more dangerous his eyes became. He murmured thoughtfully, "A man who could write the era name as Halberd," racking his brains beside the stone table. In the end, with a sinister expression, he suddenly swept the stack of letters to the ground. He looked up coldly. "Chu Wanning, do you miss him?" No. He didn't want to be entangled with him, so he turned around to leave. However, he hadn't taken more than 2 steps when his sleeve was grabbed, followed by a violent and ferocious grip on his chin. As the world spun, he was suddenly pushed onto the stone table. Mo Ran's grip was so strong, so ruthless, that in the blink of an eye, there were bruises on his cheeks. The sun shone through the vines, shining into Chu Wanning's eyes. Those eyes reflected the Emperor Ta's somewhat crazed and twisted face. Handsome, pale, blazing hot. The Emperor Ta didn't know the word shame, and began to tear Chu Wanning's clothes apart. If there was another possibility of being pushed onto the stone table, then there was obviously no other way to go about tearing his clothes apart. Chu Wanning almost flew into a rage out of humiliation as he shouted, "Mo Weiyu." His tone full of anger and disappointment didn't extinguish Mo Ran's evil fire. Instead, it was like hot oil falling, splashing into a raging flame. When it suddenly invaded, Chu Wanning only felt extreme pain. He didn't want to touch Mo Ran's back, so he only spasmodically grabbed the edge of the stone table, breathing heavily, "Evil creature." Mo Ran's eyes were covered with a layer of blood, but he didn't judge the word "evil creature." Instead, he said gloomily, "It's fine if you don't explain. I really shouldn't ask you. You can't be considered my master anymore." His movements were fierce and ferocious. He was only seeking his own pleasure and comfort, but Chu Wanning's feelings were like grass. What is Wanning now? He was almost gnashing his teeth. "You're just a side concubine, forbidden, spread your legs a little more for me." In the midst of their entanglement, Mo Ran turned him over. The paper and ink on the table were all messed up, and the writing brushes fell to the ground. Chu Wanning was pressed to the side of the table. His body was in endless pain, and in front of him was a boundless expanse. He looked at every word and sentence, every stroke of the pen. The body is a Bodhi tree, the heart is a mirror. Where is the old friend? The sea is vast, and the mountains are far away. Every word hit his heart. In front of him, there was still the young Mo Ran smiling at him. The dark eyelashes trembled gently, like black butterfly flowers perching on the ground. However, he could hear the celestial treading monarch's heavy breathing by his ear. He was insulting and humiliating him as he said hoarsely, "Chu Wanning. This seat's consort Chu actually has someone else in her heart. What do you mean by wishing I was like the stars and the moon, and the night was bright and clear?" There was a murderous intent in his voice. "Do you really think I don't understand it all?" Chu Wanning gritted his teeth and leaned on the stone table. His body was bitten and pinched, and there were red marks all over, but his phoenix eyes were stubborn. "You don't understand." He knew that talking back would get him more fierce treatment, but he still stubbornly said, "You don't understand. You don't know who the old friend is, and you don't know why the sea is vast and the mountain is far away. You don't know who the Lord is, and who the moon is. You don't understand." After a long time of absurdity, Mo Ran finally let him go. Chu Wanning's clothes were messy. He lay in the Chinese wisteria, in the poetry brush and ink. There were red marks at the corners of his eyes, like the color of a rouge flower that was pinched off and dyed on the tip of his fingers. His lips were bitten, and there was blood everywhere. He got up and slowly put on his clothes. After being under house arrest for so long, from the initial heart-wrenching pain to the present, there was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. What else could he do now that his spirit core was destroyed? The so-called dignity was only left after the fact. He had to stubbornly put on his clothes and was unwilling to let others do the dirty work. While he was doing all this, Mo Ran sat by the stone table, holding the letters he had written, and looked at them one by one. When he saw the letter from the dream of awakening to the world looking at Wei Yu's letter, his hand seemed to freeze slightly, but he quickly turned over the letter, and then said with sarcasm, "Your bones are soft, but your handwriting is still pretty good." He put the stack of letters into his robe, and then stood up. The wind blew through his clothes, and the golden threads on his black robe flowed with splendor. "Let's go." Chu Wanning did not say anything. Mo Ran glanced at him, the Chinese wisteria shadows made his black eyes seem even deeper. "You're not going to send me off?" Under the flowing shadows of the trees, Chu Wanning's voice was low and hoarse, and he slowly said, "I taught you before." Mo Ran stared blankly. "What?" "Seeing a letter is like seeing a book, spreading a letter is like seeing a book." After he said this, he finally raised his eyelashes and glanced at the man. "I taught you to write before, but you forgot." "You taught me to write before?" Mo Ran frowned. He was not deliberately teasing Chu Wanning, but looking at his appearance, he really did not have any impression of it. The person who was about to leave stopped again. Mo Ran asked, "When did this happen?" Chu Wanning looked at him and said, "A long time ago." After he said this, he turned around and walked into the room of the Red Lotus Pavilion. Mo Ran stood in the same place, not leaving for a while, but also not coming in. Later, Chu Wanning caught a glimpse of him from the window, and he returned to the stone table, flipping through the remaining stack of letters under the paperweight. Chu Wanning also closed the window. That night, because he was tortured and did not know how to properly wash himself, he caught a cold. It was originally not a big deal, and he thought that Mo Ran would not know. But that day, for some reason, he heard Eunuch Lu say that it seemed that Song Chiotong had cooked a bowl of wontons, and for some reason, it had angered the Emperor Ta. Not only did he not stay the night at the Empress residence, he did not even eat dinner, and left in a huff. Late at night, it began to rain heavily. At this time, someone came to the Red Lotus Pavilion. "His Majesty has ordered that Grandmaster Chu is to move to the palace." These personal attendants clearly knew the relationship between Mo Ran and Chu Wanning, but they were still asked by Mo Ran to call him Grandmaster. If it was not for the trace of kindness in their hearts, then it was harshness and malice. Chu Wanning's body was very uncomfortable, his face was very pale, and he was very gloomy. He said, "Not going." "His Majesty has, what does he have?" "Not going." Of course, sleeping with a patient was not something interesting. In the past, when his body was not at the right time, Mo Ran would not force him to do anything. However, not long after, the servant who had been sent away returned. He entered the Red Lotus Pavilion and bowed in front of Chu Wanning, who was coughing violently. Then, with an indifferent expression, he said, "Her Majesty has ordered that she is fine. Grandmaster, please go to the Wu Mountain Palace to serve her." Chu Wanning knew that he had no other choice, so he put on a thick fox fur cloak, opened an umbrella and went to the Grand Hall of Mount Wu. Inside the hall, the silver lanterns were shining brightly. The 99 lanterns were bright and dim, just like the Milky Way, illuminating the entire Grand Hall of Mount Wu. The attendants on both sides of the hall were used to Master Chu's bedside, so when they saw him enter, they all bowed and greeted him. Chu Wanning expressionlessly walked through the side corridor towards the back of the hall to rest. When he reached the painted red door, he stretched out his hand and pushed it open. The room was very warm, different from the cold rain outside. There was even a strong wine fragrance that assailed their nostrils. Mo Ran was lying lazily on the bed, his white jade-like fingers holding a small red clay pot, drinking wine. "You're here. Sit." Chu Wanning walked to the furthest bamboo mat, sat down and closed his eyes. Mo Ran did not force him to come closer. He was already a little drunk, and his pale face was a little red. He squinted his eyes, and there was a little light in his dark purple eyes. After taking another sip, Emoran looked up at the carved dragons and phoenixes on the ceiling, and his fingers lightly tapped on his knees. He suddenly asked, "Do you still know how to make wanchu?" Chu Wanning's eyelashes moved slightly, but he still said in the end, "No." Emoran was a little unwilling to let it go. "You did. It was that year, the year he left." "I can't do it well." Chu Wanning's face was expressionless. "You're right, you're just imitating others." Emoran narrowed his eyes. "Are you holding a grudge against me?" "No." "Then what if I ask you to make one now?" Chu Wanning did not speak. Emoran stared at him intensely. "I'm asking you a question. If I ask you to make one now, would you still be willing? Even if I did?" Chu Wanning finally opened his eyes and looked at him coldly. "Would you eat it?" Emoran did not expect to be checkmated. A layer of red appeared on his cheeks, as if he was drunk, but also angry. In short, the emotions in his eyes suddenly became very blank, and he was in a daze for a while before he reacted. He gritted his teeth and angrily threw the wine cup on the table, spilling the fine pear white wine all over the floor. Emoran stood up gloomily, his figure like a mountain. He stepped over the broken pottery and strode in front of Chu Wanning, grabbing her by the collar. "You, Song Jiang," the Emperor Ta gritted his teeth, you, all of you, you're making me unhappy." He let go of Chu Wanning and circled around like a vulture, pacing back and forth. Suddenly, his footsteps stopped. He turned his head and stared at Chu Wanning, asking, "When did you teach me to believe what I see?" The Emperor Ta was now half drunk, and his speech was not rational at all. He just said whatever he thought. "How come I don't remember at all?" His wrist was grabbed by a large, cold hand. Emoran grabbed him and dragged him to the desk. He spread out the paper, and a pile of scrolls was spread out. Emoran said, "Write for me. Teach me again." Chu Wanning was already running a low fever, and under his pressure, he became more and more suffocated. His face was red, and he coughed. Emoran put the pen in his hand, and said gloomily, "Write." He impatiently urged, "Hurry up." Chu Wanning's spiritual nucleus had been broken in the previous battle between the master and disciple. His body was not good, and as he coughed, blood foam came out of his throat. Emoran was stunned. He stared at the specks of blood, and then slowly let go of his hand. "It's just a letter, what's the meaning of it?" Finally, Chu Wanning stopped coughing. He sighed and wiped the blood on his lips with a handkerchief. He looked up, took a deep breath, and looked at Emoran. "In the past, every letter you wrote, you would start with this. But I'm afraid you haven't written for too long, so you forgot." "I write a letter?" Emoran stared at him with his dark eyes. "Write to who?" He was almost angry. "Write to who? Who else can I write to in this world? Fabricated nonsense, a load of nonsense." When Emoran said these words, he was tired and depressed, and his eyes were shining with a misty light. It was at that time that Chu Wanning vaguely felt that something was wrong. But he didn't think much of it, and thought that Emoran was drunk and had a bad memory. So he just frowned, and didn't answer. In the study of the Shaman Mountain Palace, there was a letter box. All the letters at the peak of life and death were locked in a Chankuan box and filed. Emoran was like a caged beast, pacing back and forth a few times. Suddenly, he remembered the existence of the letter box, and took out the dusty box, and opened the ancient letters one by one. Those letters were mostly written by the disciples of the sect, and were categorized according to the sect's elders. Most of the people who wrote the letters died in the year Emoran betrayed the sect. Among them, Elder Yuheng had the least disciples, only 3, so it was very easy to find them. Emoran quickly flipped through a thick stack of letters. He opened them with trembling hands. His handwriting was not bad, young and crooked, but he wrote it seriously. He looked at the letters one by one. On each letter was written, "Seeing the letter is like meeting, spreading the letter with ease." Every letter was written. Emoran's fingers were trembling, and his eyes were shining with a strange light. "Mother, seeing the letter is like meeting, spreading the letter with ease." Sister Sun, seeing the letter is like spreading the letter with ease. Those ancient names made him tremble, and made him uncomfortable. His eyes narrowed, and dark clouds gathered on his handsome face. Chuaning stood at the side. At first, he didn't care, but later, Mo Ran's expression made him feel strange. He couldn't help but lock his gaze on the man in front of the desk, flipping through the old letters, and acting like a crazy man. A small and terrifying beak reached out, and knocked on Chuaning's heart. Something was wrong. He slowly walked over, and looked at Mo Ran's blank and crazy face in the letters. What was wrong? My mother is already dead. Suddenly, Mo Ran muttered, and looked at Chuaning. Why would I write to her? Chuaning watched his every move from the side. That kind of terror pecked at his heart, as if some kind of bloody darkness was about to break out of its shell. Dark clouds descended. It was strange to forget the greeting words seeing the letter is like meeting that he had written so many times, but it wasn't impossible. But to forget so many letters he had written, and not have any impression of them, this was too strange. Mo Ran was still looking at each letter, spreading the letter with ease. Spreading the letter with ease. That pair of eyes that were so black that they were almost purple flashed with a painful light, so contradictory. It really did seem like he was missing an important part of his memory. He seemed to hear the sound of a hard shell about to crack. Chuaning held his breath, and his spine was almost numb. Apart from the two of them, there was no one else in the study. In the dead silence, Chuaning moved his lips, and then said softly, "Don't you remember? You said that although your mother couldn't receive the letters, you still wanted to write to her." Mo Ran suddenly looked up. Chuaning only felt his blood turn cold bit by bit, and his breath turned to ice. "The first title you learned to write was not your own name." Mo Ran was stunned, and said softly, "Then what is it?" "The first title you asked me to teach you to write was Mother." Outside, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the wind howled mournfully, as if countless ghost claws were slapping on the window, shaking the window paper and wooden lattices. A bolt of lightning struck, illuminating the world. The Emperor Ta muttered. "You taught me? Why don't I have any impression of it?" "Not at all." The wind blew, causing the trees to fall, and the shadows to sway. The mountains and courtyards were filled with evil ghosts and vengeful spirits. Chuaning's face was pale. He stared intently at Mo Ran. "You don't remember?" His heart thumped wildly. After a moment of silence, Mo Ran responded with a question of his own, "Remember what?" The drum stopped. The tiny beak finally pecked through the shell, and a terrifying aura of terror swept across the world, rushing straight towards the only person in the room who was awake. Chuaning's scalp went numb. He doesn't remember? How can he not remember? Back then, Mo Ran had said that he wanted to write to his mother. He had written over 300 letters, and said that he wanted to collect a total of 1,000 letters. Then, he would burn them to the ground during the feast of the hungry ghost and burn them to his mother in hell. How could he forget about 300 letters so easily? His lips trembled slightly, and he suddenly had an extremely terrifying thought. Chuaning said hoarsely, "You. Do you remember what you said when you first saw Heaven's Inquisition?" "What did I say?" Mo Ran said, "How long has it been? How can I remember it so clearly?" "You said that you also want such a divine martial art." Chuaning said, "You also want to have Heaven's Inquisition." The drunk man asked him with a hint of mockery in his eyes, "What do I want Heaven's Inquisition for? To kill or to interrogate?" Chuaning whispered, "Earthworms." Back then, outside the Red Lotus Pavilion, the young boy smiled and said to him while holding an oil paper umbrella, "You can save earthworms." But at this moment, the Emperor Ta narrowed his wolf-like eyes and asked in confusion, "What earthworms?" Outside, thunder broke through the sky, and purple lightning flashed through the night. There was a loud rumbling sound. Chuaning suddenly pursed his lips, and his brown eyes trembled slightly. A bone-piercing chill. That night, Mo Ran did not do anything to Chuaning. He really drank a little too much, and then he held the letters in a daze. Later, Mo Ran fell asleep in front of the table. When he was asleep, he muttered, "What earthworms? There are no earthworms." Suddenly, a strong wind blew open the window, and with a bang, the mountain wind mixed with the heavy rain poured in, and suddenly extinguished the few lights by the window. The room suddenly became dark. Chuaning stood beside Mo Ran, and his lips and teeth were cold. He lowered his head to look at the sleeping man. The uncertain thoughts in his mind became clearer and clearer. Why did Mo Ran not remember these scattered past events? Why did he selectively forget some pure past events? Was it because he was drunk? Was it a coincidence? Or, someone deliberately erased the kindness in his heart? The Emperor Ta, who was sleeping on the table, murmured softly, "Cold." Chu Wanning's blood was cold, and his whole body was numb. When he heard Mo Ran say it was cold, he instinctively walked slowly to the window. He raised his hand and closed the window, blocking out the wind and rain outside. After doing all this, Chu Wanning did not leave. He was in a daze, and he put his forehead on the window engraved with a bat deer pattern. His knuckles were white like jade. After a while, he slowly took out a crumpled talisman from his lapel. The Rising Dragon Talisman. He did not have a spirit nucleus, and Mo Ran felt that he could not use any magic, so he did not bother to take away the talismans that Chu Wanning used to have. In fact, what Mo Ran did was not wrong. Chu Wanning bit the tip of his finger and dripped more than 10 drops of blood, which almost soaked the Rising Dragon Talisman. Then, the little dragon on it listlessly floated out. Its whole body emitted a weak light, and it weakly raised its head. Chu Wanning, long time no see. The little dragon could not stand steadily. Its claws took a few steps on the paper, and then it fell back to the paper with a thud. It felt wronged and confused. Why didn't you look for me for so long? Why did you only give me a little bit of spiritual energy? Oh, it's really spiritual energy. It's not even spiritual power. What happened to you? It's a long story, so let's not talk about it. Chu Wanning gently picked it up and put it on his palm. Please, do me a favor. Zhong Wuyan when it's busy, Xianxia when it's not. The little dragon sighed, but its power was closely related to Chu Wanning, so it didn't even have the strength to complain. It drooped its head listlessly. Tell me, what do you want me to do for you this time? Chu Wanning took it and put it next to the ear of the sleeping Mo Ran. His fingers clenched into a fist and sank into his palm. Chu Wanning's originally ugly complexion became even paler. Do your best. See if there's any law curse on his body that shouldn't be there. In fact, that brilliant and tame youth who was reluctant to kill even an earthworm at the beginning had turned into a devil in the end. As his master, how could he not have the slightest suspicion? He looked on helplessly as his disciple killed Shui Jingyong, Madame Wang, Jiangxi, and Yi Wangxi. He massacred the Confucian Wen sect. He trampled all the bones. He looked on as Mo Ran killed. He looked on as Mo Ran's hands were covered in blood, his face and body were splashed with blood. He stood among the pile of corpses and looked back at him with a sinister grin. He felt pain in his heart, but how could he not find it strange? Mo Ran originally didn't think he was this kind of person. But when the little paper dragon did its best to help Chu Wanning draw the shape of a talisman on the paper, Chu Wanning was still stunned even though he was prepared. The love spell. Mo Ran actually had the love spell on him? After the little dragon finished drawing the talisman, it lost the last of its strength. It turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared into the Rising Dragon Talisman. Chu Wanning held the thin piece of paper. It was as if a mountain had collapsed in his head, crushing it like rotten wood. But after forcing himself to calm down and looking at it over and over again, Chu Wanning found that there was something wrong with the image of the love spell. It was actually upside down. When Mo Ran woke up the next day, he didn't remember clearly what happened after he got drunk. But even if he didn't remember, Chu Wanning wouldn't. After that day, he confirmed that Mo Ran really did lose his memories of the past, so he became more and more uneasy. He spent a long time and finally found a record of this array in a book of the medicine sect in the library of the Peak of Life and Death. Light shone in from the window, 8 bitter everlasting regrets. His fingertips rubbed the dark lines on the book, then Chu Wanning took out the talisman drawn by the little dragon. When he compared the two, they were exactly the same. It was a black heart. At first glance, it was easy to recognize that it was the love spell, but the love spell had a sesame-sized white space on the left side of the heart, but this one was reversed, on the right side. The talisman traces shown by the little dragon corresponded to the effect of the spell, so it seemed that this was a flower spell similar to the love spell, but with the opposite effect? In the empty library, the ancient book was mixed with ancient demonic characters, so it wasn't easy to understand. Although Chuaning had dabbled in demonic characters, it still seemed very difficult to understand. He read slowly, word by word, but each time he understood a sentence, the astonishment in his heart increased. 8 bitter everlasting regrets flower, demonic seed. Chuaning's thin, watery lips opened slightly, and said in a low voice, legend has it that thousands of years ago, the North Star Palace brought it from the demonic realm to the human world. On the book, there was a strange-looking seed, next to it was a drop of blood and a thin wisp of smoke. This kind of cultivation is very difficult. It needs to be watered with demonic blood for 10 years, and then mixed with a strand of the owner's soul, before it can sprout and bloom. Chuaning muttered, it needs demonic blood and the owner's soul to grow? But in this world, there are no pure demons. But the records might not be completely correct, so there was no need to investigate. He continued to read, only to see a heart drawn on the silk book, and on the right side of the heart, there was a double-petal flower in full bloom. Next to the illustration, there was a passage of complex demonic words. This demonic flower cannot be nurtured by the earth, nurtured by water, seen by the sky, seen by the earth, and seen by the human heart. Chuaning was shocked. This was a flower that could only bloom in the heart? Looking further down, it was even more shocking. What was written on the book was that once the 8 bitter everlasting regret flower was planted in someone's heart, they would go through 3 stages. In the first stage, the host was not much different from the past. The only difference was that the host would gradually become irritable and prone to maliciously speculate about others. Furthermore, the host would gradually forget some of the good memories. At this stage, although the 8 bitter everlasting regret flower was difficult to remove, as long as it was discovered in time, its effects could be slowly suppressed. If the situation was good, the everlasting regret flower would eventually go into hibernation, and it would be difficult for it to take effect again. But if it was not discovered at this time, then depending on the host's situation, the 8 bitter everlasting regret flower would grow to the second stage after 8 to 10 years. At this stage, the host would begin to rapidly forget all the pure memories related to pure, gentle, and hope. Instead, they would repeatedly recall the frustrations, setbacks, malice, and bullying in their lives. The 8 hardships of life, birth, old age, sickness, death, resentment, love, separation, and the fighting flames would all be engraved in the host's mind. Deep into the marrow. When Chuaning read to this point, his face was already as white as snow. Mo ran, wasn't that the case? He had forgotten the wishes of his youth, forgotten the letters he had written, and even his own mother was not as clear as before. He continued to read. At the third stage, the host would become bloodthirsty, violent, and irrational. They would take revenge for the sufferings they had suffered in the past 1,000 times over. Chuaning seemed to recall Mo Ran's sinister smile in the sea of blood of the Confucian Wind sect. One of his hands was filled with spiritual power, and he fiercely pierced it into a cultivator's body. His fingers were covered in blood. He forcibly pulled out the heart and crushed it. Many people cried and begged for mercy. The ground was littered with corpses, but Mo Ran only laughed loudly. His eyes flashed with an excited and crazed luster. He kept muttering the same sentence, hit by 3 feet, you can't ask for 10 feet, you can't ask for 10 feet. Ruthless, crazy, evil, and ferocious. Why did Mo Ran become like this? At that time, it was not that he did not have the slightest suspicion, but the effects of the 8 bitter everlasting regret flower would gradually increase, and the most important point was, it was also written in the Silk Book, that this kind of demonic flower would not produce violence for no reason. Instead, it would expand the host's hatred and desire. In other words, this hatred and desire really did belong to Mo Ran. No one had wronged him. Mo Ran had indeed thought about slaughtering the entire Confucian Wind sect. He had indeed thought about becoming unrivaled in the world. He had also hated and resented Chuaning. However, these emotions might have only lasted for a moment, or perhaps they were just wild thoughts buried deep in his heart that even he had almost forgotten. However, the 8 bitter everlasting regret flower would dig out all the hatred in his heart and put it into practice. In this way, in the eyes of outsiders, although the host of the everlasting regret flower was deranged and crazy, their hatred was justified. They would not suddenly have a great change in temperament and become a completely different person. People would think that he slowly became like this because of hatred, and would not think that he slowly became like this because of the curse. It was precisely because of this that practically no one was able to easily discover the 8-bitter everlasting regret flower in Mo Ran's body, and by the time it was discovered, it would usually be at the second or third stage, and it would be absolutely impossible to remove or contain it. After Chu Wanning finished reading this record, he was actually unable to come back to his senses for a long time. What kind of feeling did he have in his heart? Surprise? Regret? Anger? Fear? Or perhaps regret? He did not know. He sat on the floor of the library that was slightly dilapidated due to years of disrepair. It was currently afternoon, and the sun was still warm. However, when it shone on his body, it did not bring back the slightest bit of warmth. Chu Wanning sat idly in the library for a long time. He felt as if there was an invisible and untouchable person standing behind him. That person smiled faintly and sat there like a malicious spirit, spying on their every move and every word from behind the curtain. He lowered his head again and looked at the words written on the silk. In the first stage, if discovered in time, although the everlasting regret flower is difficult to remove, it can be contained. In the end, the host will not lose his mind. Chu Wanning repeated this sentence over and over again, repeating it countless times. In the end, he was stunned to find that there were droplets of water dripping and slowly spreading out on the silk book. He stretched out his cold hand and tried to wipe away the water stain. However, before his hand touched the surface of the silk, he instinctively turned to his face, covering his wet eyelashes and trembling eyelids. It was his fault, his fault. He was the one who had always been arrogant and valued his face more than anything else. He was the one who was unwilling to speak openly and honestly about anything he wanted to say. If discovered in time, he would not lose his mind. However, after so many years, he did not discover anything. The so-called Wanya Yuhing, the Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable, did not even realize that his disciple had become the host of the Devil Flower. It was his solitude and ineloquence that caused Mo Ran to embark on the road alone, walking into the boundless night and involving himself in a sea of blood and deep hatred. How could he have the face to hold the position of Venerable? How could he have the face to accept Mo Ran calling him master? If discovered in time. This sentence was like a nightmare, like a curse lingering in his ears. He felt like a thorn in his back, like a fishbone choking him, and was extremely shocked. He was a teacher in vain. At this time, when he looked back, how long had Mo Ran been acting strangely? It wasn't just 1 or 2 years. They had spent so many years together. Mo Ran was a shy and brilliant young man at the beginning. Bit by bit, he was swallowed by darkness and soaked in blood. And as his master, until today, until everything was irreparable, and it was difficult to look back, only now did he realize, his insides were muddled, his body was like a floating boat, he was in extreme pain and hatred, he was a teacher in vain. That day, Chu Wanning did not know how he tidied up his emotions, how he slowly walked out of the library and into the empty bamboo forest at the peak of life and death. He also did not know how he returned to the Red Lotus Pavilion. Under the Chinese wisteria, everything was in chaos. He sat there alone, from the brilliant sun to the dusk. Then, a person walked into his field of vision. That person had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and a dignified appearance. He stepped on the ground full of sunset, and in his hand was a goblet of floating light, slowly walking towards the pavilion. Chu Wanning was in a daze, and for a moment he could not react to who this person was, or what year it was. That tall and handsome man overlapped with the young man in his memory. He remembered that it was a month after he became his disciple. Mo Ran carried a small clay pot wrapped in bamboo vines, and excitedly ran to the Red Lotus Pavilion to find him. The youth ran too fast. His cheeks were slightly red, he was panting, and his eyes were astonishingly bright. Shizun, I tasted a very good wine at the foot of the mountain. I bought a little, I'll treat you to it. Chu Wanning asked, you haven't accepted a mission yet, where did you get the money? Mo Ran grinned, I borrowed it from uncle. Why waste money? Because Shizun likes me. Mo Ran smiled, holding the wine pot with both hands, and handed it to Chu Wanning, I also like Shizun. Chu Wanning still remembered his embarrassment and shame at that time, The youth's goodwill was too strong, and he felt like a hot potato, unable to hold it. He flicked his sleeve and reprimanded, "Nonsense, what do you mean like or dislike? Don't talk about it in the future." "Oh. Okay then." The youth scratched his head, "But when I eat good food, drink good wine, I will definitely think of Shizun. I want to taste it with Shizun. I have never drunk wine." Emoran smiled, "Then you should at least try, right? Maybe Shizun has a good tolerance." Chu Wanning pursed his lips, took the wine pot, opened it, and tried to smell it. His eyes slightly widened. "Is it fragrant?" "Yes." "Haha, quickly drink some and see." Chu Wanning drank a mouthful. Although it was strong, the taste was mellow, and his mouth was immersed in a strong fragrance. Chu Wanning could not help but drink another mouthful. "It is not bad, what is it called?" Emoran grinned brightly, "This is called Pear Blossom White." This was the first time he had drunk wine in his life. He muttered and repeated, "Pear Blossom White, it is a good name." Emoran was very happy. "If Shizun likes it, when I can take on assignments in the future and earn money, I will buy it for Shizun to drink every day." Chu Wanning drank another mouthful and looked at him with his phoenix eyes. The expression on his face was still indifferent. "Then I'm afraid you won't be able to save your money." Emoran was all smiles. "No need to save it, I will use the money I earn to buy things for Shizun, uncle, and auntie." Chu Wanning did not say anything, but he faintly felt that there was a crack in his heart, and there were traces of sweetness seeping out. In order to not let Emoran see his joy, he did not want him to think that so elder Yu Heng can be bribed with just a cup of wine. He continued to hold the wine jug without batting an eyelid, coldly and indifferently drinking. Beside him was his newly accepted little disciple, who was talking endlessly. Chu Wanning sometimes found it very surprising that his indifference was like a wall to anyone. Only this guy happily flipped over the wall, and even rubbed the back of his head and looked around as if nothing had happened. He was afraid that he was an idiot. On the other side, Emoran was thinking about what to buy for Shizun in the future, so he asked, "Does Shizun like to eat osmanthus jelly? N. Lotus jelly? N. Osmanthus jelly and lotus root? N." Emoran's dimples became deeper and sweeter. He smiled, "Shizun really likes sweet things." Chu Wanning did not respond this time. He probably finally realized that sweet things did not match his usual icy appearance. He drank another mouthful of wine. Because he was vexed, this mouthful was rather bold. Although this wine was mellow and sweet, it was still a bit strong, and he choked. Helpless to save face, Chu Wanning felt that it was very embarrassing to choke on wine, so he forced himself not to cough. As he endured, the spiciness in his throat became more intense, and the corners of his eyes and the tip of his nose couldn't help but turn a little red. The youth beside him was still talking about his grand ambitions, and his not-so-grand future. He was a bit short of breath. "Then I'll buy them all back for Shizun. In the future, I'll collect good food from all over the world and compile it into a book. Then I'll accompany Shizun to eat all over the world, and then..." He turned around with a smile, and suddenly jumped in fright. "Shizun, what's wrong with you?" Chu Wanning. As a master, if he choked on wine brought by his disciple, wouldn't that be the biggest joke in the world? "Hold on, don't cough." So the corners of his eyes turned even redder, and a layer of mist even appeared in his eyes. Emoran was a bit at a loss. "Did I say something wrong? Shizun, why are you crying?" Chu Wanning glared at him, his long eyelashes trembling slightly, and he was a bit angry. Emoran didn't sense his anger, and stared blankly for a while before he seemed to understand. His tone became very gentle in an instant. "Is it because no one bought it for Shizun before?" Chu Wanning became even angrier. Emoran continued, "Actually, there was a time when I couldn't eat anything, and I was about to starve to death. Then I met a little brother on the road, and he gave me a pot of sweet rice porridge to drink. I also like sweet things, but no one could buy it for me before." This youth had a talent for comparing himself to others, and in the end, he firmly believed that Chu Wanning's eyes were red because he was moved. He pulled on Chu Wanning's hand. This was truly unexpected. Chu Wanning had only ever held his hand in her entire life, other than teaching others magic spells by hand, when Huai Sin was the only time she had ever held his hand. He felt very surprised that a newly accepted disciple would so rashly pull on his hand without following the rules. He was about to get angry, but when he looked up, he saw that this little accident was looking up at a handsome young face that still had some childishness. He said seriously, "Shizun, when I'm successful, I'll buy candy for you." The youth's eyebrows and eyes were full of gentleness. "I'll buy you the best candy, as much as you want. My mother taught me to repay a debt of gratitude." He didn't go to school properly, and had been in the brothel for a long time, so his speech was always strange, and it was always funny that his words didn't convey his meaning. However, Chuaning knew that he had been scalded at that time. He stared at Mo Ran for a moment, then suddenly lowered his eyes and didn't say anything. After a long time, the alcohol finally subsided. Chuaning coughed uncomfortably and said lightly, "Don't speak nonsense in the future." Also, he suddenly became curious and asked, "There's something I want to ask you." "Shizun, please speak." Chuaning hesitated, and finally asked a little awkwardly, "At that time, there were so many people in front of the Tower of Babel, why did they worship me?" The youth Mo Ran opened his mouth to speak, but at this time, the memories were suddenly interrupted. The Emperor Ta held a wine jug and stood in front of Chuaning, who had been in a daze. He raised a finger and poked his forehead. "What's wrong?" Chuaning's eyes slowly focused at this time. He looked at Mo Ran in front of him. His face was pale, and his expression was gloomy. Although he was still handsome, it couldn't hide the violence in his bones. A pair of beast-like eagle eyes. He was no longer the fiery youth of the past. It was all in the past. He suddenly felt very tired, very, very tired. It was an extreme loss and pain that he had never felt before after being under house arrest for so long. He was so conflicted that he didn't even know how to face the man in front of him. Chuaning turned his face. A slightly cold hand pinched his chin and turned his face around. Light and shadow flowed in the phoenix-like eyes, reflecting the last trace of red in the sky. In the thick darkness, the Emperor Ta's slightly gloomy face, "Are you still angry?" Chuaning closed his eyes. After a long time, he said in a hoarse voice, "No." "Your fever has subsided?" Before Chuaning could answer, Mo Ran let go of his chin and touched his forehead. Then he said to himself, "Yes, it has subsided." He sat down and opened the seal of the wine jar while saying, "Since your illness has been cured, your anger has also subsided. Today, accompany me to drink wine." He knew that there was an invisible mastermind behind the Emperor Ta. He knew that the seemingly peaceful peak of life and death was actually full of dangers. He knew that he shouldn't act rashly and alert the enemy. He shouldn't act strangely. But when the wine was poured out, Mo Ran said lightly, "Pear Blossom White, your favorite wine." He was still dazed. The aroma drifted out, as if it was separated from the world, like an illusion. That was also the first wine he drank in his life. He would never forget it in his life. Chuaning raised his eyes and looked at the person who poured the wine. He knew that Mo Ran must have forgotten this past. Suddenly, he felt a dull pain in his heart and throat, so he picked up the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. The wine was too strong. If he drank like this, he would choke. But this time, Chuaning didn't have any scruples. He even coughed violently as if he was holding on to a piece of floating grass in a torrent. His eyes were red, his eyelashes were wet, and finally, tears flowed down. Mo Ran was slightly startled, and his eyes seemed to be in a trance for a moment. However, he quickly narrowed his eyes and grinned, "What's wrong with Shizun? Why are you crying?" Chuaning endured. Even if it was heartbreaking, even if it was extremely torturous, even if the truth was known, he couldn't do anything. Or pull out the everlasting regret flower. Or find out the mastermind behind the scenes. Or die himself. Before that, he knew that he had to endure. Pretending that he didn't know anything, pretending that he was extremely angry, Chuaning closed his eyes and tried to straighten his back. He said hoarsely, "Wine." Mo Ran said slowly, "Is the wine too strong?" Chuaning didn't answer. He filled another cup and drank it into his lungs, burning it all the way. "Why did you worship me?" He opened his misty eyes and looked into the distance. In the evening mist, the Tower of Babel was still standing solemnly. But the young man who said with a smile, because I like you and feel close to you, would never come back. There were 8 hardships in life: birth, old age, sickness, and death. Love and separation. Can't ask for it. Resentment. 15. It was called everlasting regret. There were so many opportunities to discover the truth, but he missed them all. When he finally discovered the real reason for Mo Ran's twisted nature, he was already a cripple, and couldn't do anything. At night, Chuaning looked at Mo Ran sleeping soundly beside his pillow. That once pure face was covered with a layer of coldness, and his face was as white as paper. He hated, he resented. When Mo Ran cut off all ties with him, he was also bitterly disappointed. When Mo Ran forced him to submit, he was also disheartened. But in the long night, in the mournful curtain, he was lying beside the Emperor Ta. Chuaning, who finally knew the truth, only felt that the past hatred, resentment, disheartened were all so ridiculous. Mo Ran had been poisoned by the gu long ago. Everything he did was not his original intention at all. That all-powerful immortal trampling monarch had long been imprisoned and chained up by iron chains. He was the master, but he couldn't do anything. Because he didn't know how many pairs of eyes were watching him, he couldn't tell the truth to anyone. He couldn't even show the slightest bit of compassion and gentleness to Mo Ran. He could only hate, resent, disheartened. Only in the dead of night, in this Wu Mountain palace, when Mo Ran was asleep, Chuaning could get up and caress Mo Ran's pale face. Only then could he gently say, "I'm sorry, master didn't protect you well." Only in the dead of night, in this Wu Mountain hall, when Mo Ran was deep asleep, could Chuaning get up and stroke Mo Ran's pale face. Only then could he softly say, "I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well enough. I didn't protect you well enough. I made you someone else's chess piece. You became a tyrant that was reviled by thousands of people. No one in the world knows your true face. They don't know that you were kind, they don't know that you were pure, they don't know that you were distressed because you couldn't save the earthworms in the rain, they don't know that you smiled brightly because of the lotus flowers in the pond. Everyone in the world hates you for being cold-blooded and heartless, but they don't know that you shyly scratched your head and said, I don't have much ability. If I have some spare money in the future, I'll build more houses for people like me who don't have a place to live. That would be good. Everyone hates you for killing and slaughtering, but they don't know that you once told me, Shizun, I want a divine weapon like Tianwen. It can distinguish between black and white, and can also save lives. Everyone is cursing you, everyone has the right to kill you. I know the truth, but I can't give you back your dignity. People like Mo Ran are very sensitive to others' gazes, even when they are asleep." His eyelids moved slightly, but before Chuaning could react, his eyes opened. "You." Their gazes met. "What are you looking at?" Chuaning's emotions were tense to the extreme, he didn't know how to respond, so he turned over to avoid eye contact with Mo Ran, and then said, "Nothing." Mo Ran didn't say anything. After a while, a warm body hugged him from behind, a strong and broad chest pressed against Chuaning's back. In the dark night, Chuaning opened her eyes. In front of her was a light breeze blowing the curtains, and behind her was the warm bosom of the celestial trampling monarch. This man's voice was either mocking or lazy. He said faintly, "You're cold, you're sweating." As he said this, he leaned down and sniffed the side of his neck. "Did you have a nightmare?" Mo Ran chuckled, with the leisurely tone of someone who had just woken up. "I smelled some fear." Chuaning did not answer, but he was indeed trembling slightly. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because the sadness and self-reproach had almost destroyed him. He had almost exhausted all the strength in his body just to maintain this last bit of calmness. In the end, he still managed to pass under Mo Ran's nose. Mo Ran didn't notice anything strange about him. After a yawn, he gradually woke up. He then sniffed Chuaning's shoulder and hair, and hummed in satisfaction. "Oh. But speaking of which, why does your body smell like flowers even when you sweat?" he said with a faint smile. "It's like you're in the form of a plant cultivator." If it was any other time, such teasing would definitely provoke an extremely embarrassed and angry scolding. But on this night, Mo Ran waited for a while, but did not hear Chuaning's response. He was a little surprised, so he simply got up and flipped Chuaning's entire body over, covering him tightly again. His strong and broad figure completely enveloped the person below him. His eyes looked at his eyes. He laid under him, and they only had eyes for each other. There was still a candle in the hall that hadn't been extinguished, and it shone through the layers of gauze curtains. In such a dim light, Emoran stared at the handsome face that was close to him. It was still the same sharp eyebrows, slanted phoenix eyes, high nose bridge, and innate arrogance between his eyebrows. But for some reason, he felt that something was wrong tonight. "What's wrong with you?" He reached out and touched Xu Waning's cheek. His fingertips trembled, and the person below him suddenly closed his eyes, holding back all kinds of emotions. Emoran completely woke up from his sleep. He felt excited. Whether it was Xu Waning's furrowed eyebrows, his thin, watery lips, or that thin and fragile face, all of these things greatly satisfied his desire to conquer. But there was a vague feeling of uneasiness, so Emoran controlled his temper and asked him again, "What's wrong with you?" Xu Waning opened his eyes, and his half-closed eyes flashed with a light. He had nowhere to vent the pain and frustration in his heart, and finally he said in a hoarse voice, How did we get to where we are today? If I had stopped it earlier, would it have been different?" Emoran didn't answer. He felt that Xu Waning was quite ridiculous. He had been defeated by him for so long, he was married, concubine, and had become the exclusive property. Everything was a foregone conclusion. Why would he let his imagination run wild tonight? Why would he have such thoughts again? There was no one else in the shaman palace at night, only the naked resentful couple on the bed. The fragrance of the flowers floating in through the window made Emoran feel relaxed. He didn't want to get angry at this man who knew what was good for him. He was more patient with concubine Chu than he was with the empress. So he looked at Xu Waning's endurance and pain with great interest. As he looked, his heart itched. It was as if a flame had been ignited. So he joked with him lazily, "If Waning had found out earlier, how would you have stopped me?" His fingertips moved down inch by inch. "The Emperor Ta was sexy and languid, with your body?" Looking at Xu Waning's eyes, Emoran's eyes became wet and gloomy. After a while, he cursed in a low voice. He couldn't stand any temptation Xu Waning gave him, whether it was intentional or not. There wasn't much explanation, there wasn't any foreplay. He was just like a wild beast. He lifted Xu Waning's slender and firm legs and thrust in a little hurriedly. The semen from before hadn't been removed, and he still remembered the stimulation of being manipulated by a man, so it smoothly accepted his sex organ. When he thrust in, he and Xu Waning couldn't help but gasp and groan. Xu Waning opened her misty eyes and saw Emoran's broad chest and handsome face that was immersed in the stimulation of sex. His beautiful and full lips were slightly parted and he was panting because of the pleasure. If the 8 distresses were born out of lust, could it be that this broken body of his could more or less arouse Emoran's passion? He didn't know. That night, he and Emoran made love on the bed again and again. His mind was in a mess, and he didn't have the strength to resist as fiercely as usual. Perhaps it was because Emoran was provoked by his strange behavior, or perhaps it was because Xu Waning was not in good health. She had a slight fever that day, and it was especially hot inside. In short, Emoran hugged him and made love very quickly and tightly. He couldn't stop kissing Xu Waning's lips, holding Xu Waning's waist and buttocks, or lifting one of Xu Waning's legs up and thrusting from the side. Xu Waning's mind was in a mess, his Adam's apple moved, and his self-control was not as good as before. Occasionally, he would even moan softly. His reaction made Emoran even more excited. Between the messy pillows, the Emperor Ta breathed sexily, his voice low and slow. "Is it here?" In fact, Emoran was very clear about Xu Waning's sensitive spots. After all, they had done it so many times. However, Xu Waning's tolerance was amazing, and he rarely moaned, so Emoran wasn't so sure. He would change the angle or position, and every time he adjusted, he would look at Xu Waning's frowning handsome face. "Where do I f*** ku, is it the most comfortable?" It was very messy. Everything was messy. Xu Waning listened to Emoran asking, kissing, and panting in his ears. Pain and sex intertwined like a storm. For the first time in his life, he felt like duckweed, unable to catch anything, unable to control anything, and unable to change anything. That night, for the first time, he felt so weak. What was worse was that although he didn't answer, Mo Ran quickly saw the angle and position that he couldn't stand the most from his trembling and expression. Thus, he passionately penetrated, and every time, he would push against Chu Wanning's numb spot. At first, Chu Wanning could still bite his lips and endure, but later on, Mo Ran began to move vigorously and quickly. His sack and buttocks collided with each other, making a smacking sound that made people blush and their hearts beat faster. At the place where they intersected, there was a big wet patch. At this time, Chu Wanning was still trying her best to hold on, but Mo Ran raised his hand to hold her chin. His lower body was still thrusting against her, but his lips were wet and hungry. Tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. When the kiss ended, he wanted to hold it in, but he didn't know why he couldn't hold it in anymore. Under Mo Ran, he moaned softly and panted helplessly as Mo Ran violated him. He tried to grab onto the mattress, as if he was trying to hold on to his disintegrating pride. But it was no use. Mo Ran was too fierce and too tight. His legs were trembling, and his pants were already wet. He couldn't stop himself from moaning and groaning softly. Even when Mo Ran was at his most violent and forceful, he was absent-minded. His legs were wide open, and his toes were tight. He gasped under Mo Ran, almost losing his voice. At that time, Mo Ran's eyes were extremely dark. The louder he cried, the more he lost his composure, and the fiercer Mo Ran was, the fiercer and fiercer he was. Thus, the world turned upside down, and even the bed was about to be overturned. The blankets and pillows were all misplaced and slid to the ground. But the two people who were making love intensely couldn't care less. This kind of sex could even be said to be lingering. That noise even made the palace servants on night duty blush when they saw Chu Wanning the next day. Their eyes were filled with an inquisitive ambiguity. He ejaculated, and he was stimulated to climax. The mattress was soaked with the smell of blood. In fact, this should be considered the first time since Chu Wanning had been under house arrest that Mo Ran directly penetrated him to the point of ejaculation without using drugs. In a daze, he heard Mo Ran say in a low voice, "Do you know why we've come to this point? It's only natural. I've wanted to do you for a long time." Mo Ran's fingers sank into Chu Wanning's pitch-black hair. "I hate your high and mighty attitude. No matter what I do, I can't get half a good word from you." Chu Wanning's eyelashes trembled slightly, almost as if they were stinging. That person was still muttering incessantly beside his hair. Obviously, he was the one who was bullied, but the man who benefited from it was instead like a resentful woman. "No matter how well I do, how hard I work, you're not willing to look at me. It's not like that. There has been peace between you and me, there has been a pot of wine among the flowers, there has been an umbrella in the rain. But you've forgotten, and I can't mention it again now. So, you see. Only when I break your arms and legs, pull out your bones, and pull out all your claws and teeth, will you obediently lie under me." Mo Ran kissed him, his tone crazy and passionate. "Only when I become the Emperor Ta can I bully you, torture you, force you, and trample on you like this." His released genitals were still slightly hard, pulsating in his flesh. "To be able to see you like this now," Mo Ran said softly, "to fall into hell and be convicted of adultery, it's worth it. It's exciting enough." He stroked Chu Wanning's hair, and in the end, his genitals didn't withdraw. From this day on, Mo Ran began to have this habit, even if he knew that Chu Wanning would be sick, and knew that there would be all kinds of bad things, he still didn't want to come out. There was a fiery fire in his heart, and his desire was everywhere, and his bestial nature was ferocious. Only Chu Wanning was his water. She was his box. She was the person he wanted to tear apart. He wanted to kiss her. But what about Chu Wanning? After the initial pain, he began to slowly sink down, and slowly began to organize all the known clues by himself, thinking about the person behind the scenes who planted the everlasting regret flower in Mo Ran, and what they wanted in the end. On the other hand, although the book said that the everlasting regret flower couldn't be pulled out at the third stage, Chu Wanning still didn't want to give up. He had always been stubborn and didn't admit defeat. He didn't accept his fate. Just like that, day after day passed. After losing his spiritual power, Chu Wanning was very difficult to do anything, and he couldn't let a second person know about it. It was difficult to find the person behind the scenes, and it was even more impossible to pull out the everlasting regret flower. However, the person's purpose of controlling Mo Ran was becoming more and more obvious. Because Mo Ran began to practice the gate of life and death. I can't practice the art of rebirth. He still remembered that day when Mo Ran stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back and looked at the chirping orioles outside. He said lightly, after reading the dossier, it said that only people with strong yin energy can learn it. As he said that, he turned around and looked at Chu Wanning. I plan to practice the first forbidden technique. The gate of life and death? What else can it be? You can't learn it. Mo Ran smiled. I have to try before I give in. I haven't done anything yet, and you're saying that it's impossible. Chu Wanning shook his head. The first forbidden technique goes against the heavens and changes fate, tearing apart two unrelated mortal worlds, and has never been tolerated by the heavenly axiom. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. Mo Ran's expression was very lazy. What is the heavenly axiom? Why should it tolerate me? In my life, the thing that I don't believe in the most is fate. He then started to put it into practice. The first forbidden technique had been lost for a long time. Mo Ran was the emperor, and it was difficult for him to obtain an ancient rubbing, but the most important chapter was missing. Without the complete secret manual, no matter how strong Mo Ran's spiritual power was, he could only form the space door, and he couldn't really tear apart time and space. It was from then on that Chu Wanning began to understand the intentions of the person who planted the flower venomous insect on Mo Ran. It was definitely not to unify the world. He guessed that the person's ultimate goal was to open the gate of life and death. Furthermore, it wasn't just a small crack. It was most likely that he wanted to completely merge the two worlds of the mortal world. Only a very small number of people, such as Mo Ran, who was born with strong and tyrannical spirit energy, could achieve this. What do you want to do with the first forbidden technique? He didn't know how many times he had asked this question. Mo Ran was in a good mood today, so he finally answered slowly, go back to the past. And then? The Emperor Tal lifted his eyelids, save him. It was self-evident who he was. Chu Wanning stood in front of Mo Ran in his snow-white robe. If you carefully read the books related to the first forbidden technique, you should know that no one who used the first forbidden technique had a good ending. The last Grandmaster tried to bring his daughter back to him from another time and space, but he killed his own self in that time and space. You should know what happened. Mo Ran frowned, changed his sitting position, crossed his long legs, and looked at him. I really don't know. What's there to see about this kind of failed example? Chu Wanning said, no one has ever succeeded. Mo Ran said, then I'll be the first to succeed. Chu Wanning said again, once time and space are disturbed, you don't know what the consequences will be. Mo Ran almost sneered, even if the world is in chaos, what does it have to do with me? Chu Wanning was still not satisfied. Even if you really bring Ming back from another time and space, what about your other self? How can you forgive yourself? If the incident of two grandmasters fighting for one person happens again, have you thought about what to do? Mo Ran smiled and said, it's just another version of myself in the mortal world. If he stops me, I'll just kill him. Chu Wanning suddenly stopped talking, and suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Mo Ran had really gone crazy. Then what if? Chu Wanning said slowly, almost stiffly, the incident of two grandmasters fighting for a woman happens again. In the process of fighting for Ming, an accident happens. That Ming of the mortal world will probably be torn into pieces in the crack of time and space. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud clang was heard. Mo Ran suddenly stood up and kicked over the fruit platter table in front of him. Grapes, oranges, lychees, and sugars. At this moment, they were like the heads of the people he had killed, rolling all over the ground. The Emperor Ta strode over, stepping on the ground with his crimson pheasant embroidered with a dark dragon. The ground was covered with crushed fruits. The grapes were cracked like blood, and the lychees were crushed like brain matter. He suddenly grabbed Chu Wanning's collar in the midst of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. His eyes were like a tiger's and a wolf's. I know you don't like him and want him dead, Mo Ran said darkly, but you're too vicious. No matter what, he is still your disciple. He once worshipped you and trusted you. Chu Wanning, how can you curse him like this? I'm not cursing him. What you said is the truth. Emo Ran snapped, who wants to hear the truth from you? The person I want. I'll tear time and space and twist the universe to save him. If the world stops me from tearing it, then kill me. If you stop me again, then. He panted for a while, his eyes were a little wet in the madness. Then what should he do? Trample? But he had already broken Chu Waning's spine. Humiliate? Chu Waning was already the man he married. Then, kill? Suddenly, he felt a dull pain in his heart. He couldn't say it and didn't know what to say. Emo Ran left abruptly, leaving Chu Waning standing alone in the empty hall. There was darkness all around her. She knew that this darkness was a trap set by one person. Be it the celestial treading monarch or the northern dipper immortal, they were all deeply involved. But what should he do? Once the first forbidden technique was used, it was not a big deal if it was just a tear. Just like how scars could form scabs, time and space could heal itself. But if the tear was too big, there would be too many variables. The two worlds would be intertwined, and in the end, it might become like what was recorded in the ancient books. Collapse. The world is in order. If the order collapses, the punishment of heaven will come, and everything will belong to Hongmeng. Chu Wanning did not remember where he read this sentence, but the impression was very clear. It talked about the consequences of the gate of life and death losing control. The so-called punishment of heaven will come, and everything will belong to Hongmeng. In other words, the gods would punish the mortal world, crushing the two worlds into powder and returning them to zero. The price of losing control of the first forbidden technique would be the complete destruction of the two worlds. So no matter what, he could not let this happen. He could not let Emo Ran continue like this. That night, Emo Ran was busy dealing with the files of the Kunlun turmoil, so he did not look for Chu Wanning again. So Chu Wanning carried the wind lantern and went to the library. This was also a little benevolent of Emo Ran. He knew that Chu Wanning would not be able to do anything, so except when he was angry, he did not set up obstacles at the peak of life and death. He did not mind Chu Wanning going to the library, the back of the mountain, or even the Divine Martial Library. The reason was the same as raising a cat. It was enough to grind its fangs and cut off its claws. It was too boring to break its legs and make the cat unable to move and lose its wild nature. Chu Wanning sorted out all the information he had in the library and combined it with the current situation. In the end, he concluded two things. First, the person behind the scenes was very good at using drugs, but his spiritual power was definitely not strong. This was easy to understand. Because if this person's spiritual power was strong, he would not need to borrow people to do these things. Second, Charmai's death must have been planned by the person behind the scenes. The purpose was to stimulate the hatred in Emo Ran's heart. This was also supported by Chu Wanning in the ancient books. The 8 bitter everlasting regrets can erase all the kindness in a person's heart, but it can also retain the warm memories of a person. The complicated magic words were deciphered word by word. Therefore, the caster often makes the everlasting regrets flower master retain normal memories of himself, making the everlasting regrets flower master acknowledge the caster, rely on the caster, and be willing to die for him. Charmai had died long ago. He saw it with his own eyes, so it could not be fake. So Charmai should not be the caster, but Emo Ran obviously remembered all the good memories related to Charmai. And the person behind the scenes used the last bit of pure warmth in Emo Ran to tempt him to touch the 3 forbidden techniques. From the exquisite chess game to controlling the world. To the rebirth technique to resurrect the dead. To the door of life and death to twist the universe. Emo Ran had indeed tried one by one, whether it was successful or not. What kind of person would be so eager to master 3 forbidden techniques at the same time? What kind of person would want to tear apart time and space, and take the risk of both worlds being returned to zero to satisfy their own selfish desires? Chu Wanning could not think of the answer, but the answer to this question was not the most important thing at the moment. The most important thing was how to stop this from happening before Emo Ran mastered the door of life and death. After thinking for a while, he finally saw clearly that there was only one path in front of him. He had to kill the Emperor Ta, then go back to the past. Before the 8 bitter everlasting regrets in Emo Ran's heart was planted, he had to stop it. He had to find a way to remove it. A person who had been affected by the 8 bitter everlasting regrets once would not be affected a second time. This way, even after the Emperor Ta died, the person behind the scenes would still find a way to open the door of life and death, and there would be no way to get the strongest battle power, Moyu. Kill the Emperor Ta. At night in the library, there were moths jumping into the flame, flying into the wind lantern that Chu Wanning brought. In an instant, they were swallowed by the flame, and there was no body left, only a burnt smell. Chu Wanning looked at the candle flame alone, and looked at those stupid moths. The flame was very bright, but his heart was very cold. Kill the Emperor Ta, kill the Emperor Ta. Kill Moran. Kill that pitiful man who was controlled, used, and had few good days. His predecessor was his master, but he did not protect him well. Now he had to personally plan to kill him. Chu Wanning suddenly closed his eyes, slightly leaned back, and rested his head on the bookshelf. The wind lantern flickered, and he was like a moth flying into the fire. He had to kill Moyu. It was raining. The light drizzle lingered in the bones. Chu Wanning was his boy toy, and he woke up from his light sleep. Moran's desire and energy had always been amazing. Chu Wanning did not know whether this person would endlessly pester Song Chotong like this. What he was venting was pure animal desire, or a desire for himself. It was not important. Moran was now lying beside him, fast asleep, not much different from the many long nights before. During this period of time, he was getting more and more ridiculous, and he wanted more and more. It was common for him to not go out after doing it. When he woke up the next day, before the court, he would do it again. Kill him. But the difference in strength was so great, Chu Wanning did not think he had a chance of winning, even if it was just beside him. Wait a little longer, he told himself. In the end, there were two things to do. One was to kill, and the other was to open the door of life and death before the mastermind behind the scenes, to prevent the past Moran from being swallowed by the everlasting regret flower. Since the first could not be done immediately, he would do the second. Open the first forbidden technique, the door of life and death. He did not know why, but he had a vague impression of this forbidden technique in his mind. Combined with the rubbing scroll that Moran found, after countless failures, he finally restored the original appearance of the curse. But because he did not have a spiritual nucleus, Chu Wanning found it difficult to use the technique. Fortunately, he had a natural understanding with Jiuge, so even without a spiritual nucleus, he could still summon it. So even though it was difficult to figure it out, there was no need to mention the setbacks he experienced. But in the end, Chu Wanning borrowed Jiuge's power to tear open an extremely small crack in time and space. That was a crack that could lead to the past. He approached, and faintly heard the sound of a whistle coming from that crack, the door of life and death, the whistle to open the door, the whistle to close the door. It was exactly as the rumors said. He heard a distant and empty voice ask him, "Sir, where are you going?" At first, his heart was beating like a drum, but when he really reached the end of the bridge, he suddenly calmed down. "Sir, where are you going?" When the voice asked again, Chu Wanning glanced at the Wu Mountain Hall, where the singing and dancing had already started. Today, he had angered Moran, and Moran had already summoned Song Chotong to accompany him, so he should not be looking for him. He took a deep breath, and his phoenix eyes lit up. "I want to go back to the year when Moran had just been poisoned by the 8 bitter everlasting regret flower." He tried to make his words clearer. That is, the year when the everlasting regret flower was still in its first stage, when everything could be salvaged. "Do you understand?" No one in the crack answered, but just as Chu Wanning was about to be disappointed, a ray of light suddenly lit up, and the space-time tunnel slowly opened. He stepped into it, and the world spun. When everything returned to normal, he opened his eyes and saw a few peach blossoms floating in front of him. He really went back to many years ago. At this time, in the door of life and death, the moon was white and the wind was clear. It was late spring. Chu Wanning stood for a while, trying to calm himself down. Then, he pushed aside the flowers and walked out of the crack. He found himself in the back mountain of the school. He smelled the fragrance of flowers and plants planted by Madame Wang, and there were lights in the distance. That was the light from thousands of disciples' rooms, converging into a quiet Milky Way in the night. Returning to the old place, it was like a dream. Chu Wanning stood in the same place. Although there was not much expression on his face, there were mixed feelings in his heart. He walked down slowly, watching the young disciples laughing and playing. He saw Elder Xuanji and Elder Luzuan competing on the sword dance field. After turning a corner, he even saw Madame Wang's fat cat named Vegetable Bun. It was squatting on the wall, stretching out its furry head to sniff the blooming Chinese roses on the wall. He was wrong. It was not like a dream. All these years, even in his best dreams, he could not return to the peak of life and death like this. Chu Wanning looked at the scenery in front of him and walked forward alone. He knew that he did not have the habit of leaving the Red Lotus Pavilion at night, so he was not too worried about running into himself in this time and space. As he walked, he suddenly saw two young men walking towards him. One was as bright as a lotus, and the other was as dazzling as a bird's tail. His originally slow footsteps finally couldn't help but stop. They were the young Xuemeng and Shimei. The two of them were talking about something interesting, and both of them had relaxed and bright smiles on their faces. Xuemeng even raised his hand to put a small yellow flower with white petals in Shimei's hair. Shimei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he plucked it. Xuemeng laughed out loud. Ah, Shizun? It was too late to dodge. Xuemeng turned his head and saw him from the corner of his eyes. At first, he was stunned, but then he said happily, "It's rare to see Shizun this late." As he said this, he walked forward to greet him. Shimei also followed with a smile. He said gently and politely, "Greetings to Shizun." Chu Wanning didn't know what to say for a moment. He wanted to calmly agree, but before he could open his mouth, his eyes turned red. Fortunately, the night was very deep, and there was enough darkness to cover him. Xuemeng asked curiously like a cat, "Where is Shizun going?" "Going?" As soon as he spoke, his voice was incredibly hoarse. He quickly shut his mouth and coughed. After a while, he said, "Just walking around." After a while, he couldn't help but ask, "What about you?" "Shimei and I just came back from Wuchang town. We bought a lot of good food." As soon as he mentioned this, Xuemeng seemed very happy. "There's a temple fair today, so it's very lively." If it were the Chu Wanning of this era, this conversation would have ended there. Chu Wanning didn't have too much interest in understanding what these youths were doing, what they bought, and why they were so happy. At that time, he was indifferent, keeping everyone at arm's length. He didn't like to take a look at other people's personal affairs. But today, Chu Wanning felt that whether it was Xuemeng or Shimei, every word, every expression, and even every ray of light in their eyes was very precious. He wanted to look at them a few more times, listen to them a few more times. This was something he could no longer obtain in his own world of mortals. So he asked, "What did you buy? Does Master want to see it?" Xuemeng excitedly rummaged through his Qianquan bag as if he was presenting a treasure. Dried fruit skin, pine nut crisp, osmanthus candy. While counting, suddenly she took out a handful of osmanthus candy and handed it all to Chu Wanning. "I bought too much. These are all for Master." Shimei was also rummaging through his bag, but he didn't seem to have bought much. After rummaging through his bag, he couldn't find anything to show off. His ears were a little red. Chu Wanning said, "You don't have to give me any more." He picked up 2 or 3 candies and returned the rest to Xuemeng. Under the moonlight, his eyes were almost moist and gentle. "That's enough." He knew that the gate of life and death could close at any time. He had already overdrawn the power of the 9 songs, so it would not be easy to open it again. Besides, there was only one night left. If they returned late, they were afraid that the Emperor Ta would notice. He couldn't calm down and asked, "Where's Emoran? Isn't he with you?" The two looked at each other. Xuemeng said, "I haven't seen him since lunch." His shimmy also said, "He hasn't been with us for the past few days. He probably has something to do." Chu Wanning went to the disciples' room, but there was no one there. He went to the temple fair to look for him, but he still couldn't find him. Seeing that the time was running out, he couldn't help but feel more anxious. He frowned and thought for a long time. Suddenly, he remembered something. He thought of it. Emoran couldn't have gone to. After thinking about it for a while, he stopped thinking about it. This burning thought made him uncomfortable. His face slowly darkened, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. He remembered a place where Mo Ran often went when he first went astray. After half an hour, Chu Wanning stood outside a red and purple painted wooden building. There was a red plaque hanging on the building with the words Immortal Peach Gathering Gentleman written on it. This was the famous Pear Garden Immortal Peach House. It was already late at night, but the brothel was just beginning to brighten up. There were people coming in from the left and right. Most of them were greasy-looking men and young boys with makeup. Chu Wanning's face was cold, and his back was straight. He looked out of place in the crowd. "Guest, please come in. Let's take a look. Today, there's a famous actor performing. Ming Dan from Xianxia. His singing is not inferior to Sun Feng's, and his dancing is not inferior to Duani Han's. 80 coins for a scene, 10 more coins for the front row." At the door, the manservant was shouting at the top of his voice. A young master who was waving a scholar's fan happened to pass by and said mockingly, "What a shameless boast. What Ming Dan? How dare he challenge the Duan and Sun, two music deities of the past? That's right. 80 coins for a scene, and he has the face to be on the same level as Sun Feng's. Even 800 gold for a scene is not enough for Sun Feng's. This lousy theater is cheating money again." A night watchman passed by and laughed while scratching his armpit. Chu Wanning did not understand and felt his head hurt. He simply raised his hand to lift the curtain and entered the building. There were silk lanterns hanging high in the air, and it was noisy. Some people were listening to the play, some were drinking, and some were floating in the charm and gentleness of the rouge and oil. The performer's golden voice shook the air, and her skin was full of spring. On the stage on the first floor, the imperial concubine was drunk and surrounded by flowers. The performer's every move was soft and sorrowful. Even the audience below offered endless sighs and sighs. Good. Good. One more scene. Chu Wanning frowned at the pungent fragrance of the rouge and powder. His face was gloomy. He swept his phoenix eyes and looked around, but he did not see the young man. He thought, could it be that he guessed the wrong place again? At this time, the busy procuress noticed him. Like a colorful and beautiful butterfly, she flew toward him. She opened her mouth, which was smeared with vermilion red clouds. She smiled and tried to solicit him, saying, "You said, Mississippi young master, please take a seat while you are listening to the play." Chu Wanning looked at her and said, "Looking for someone." "Looking?" The bower froze, and her smile fell. Her eyes were cold. "Feel free to look for someone." Chu Wanning sighed and took off the jade pendant from his waist. It was a beautiful jade given to him by the Emperor Ta. It was warm to the touch. He handed the jade to the bower and repeated, "Looking for someone." The bower took it and looked around. It was full of colorful lights, which made her eyes brighten. She coughed lightly and put away the jade. She put on a smile, which was more plump than before, and asked, "Young master, who are you looking for?" "A young man who looks to be 15 or 16 years old." Chu Wanning said, "His surname is Mo." On the third floor of the Fei Rong Pavilion, the carvings were graceful. It was no wonder that many people were willing to drink here all night. As long as enough money was spent, the actresses and beauties would fabricate a poppy flower-like dream. Many heroes would fall in love with it. If the long night could be passed gently like this, who would be willing to face the devastation of life and the pain of reality? This is the one. The bower raised her long fingers and turned the wooden board with the words Rongjiu carved on the door. She looked up and thought carefully. She looked at Chu Wanning thoughtfully and said, "Young master, don't be in a hurry. Wait for me to call Jiu out, then I will invite you to talk to your friend in the room." Even the bower could see that he cared about him. Chu Wanning closed his eyes and said, "Thank you." She went in. There seemed to be people talking in the room, but it was unclear. After a while, she came out again, followed by a young man. Chu Wanning glanced at him. The bower named Rongjiu still had a blush on her cheeks. She looked familiar from the side, like someone. Rongjiu bowed to him and left with the bower. Chu Wanning pushed open the door and entered. What he saw was a sea of red and purple, which made his scalp numb. There was no incense in the room, but there was the smell of wine. Emoran supported his cheek and laid on the bed. His slender fingers were still playing with the red tassels tied to the small clay pot. The bed was also red and messy. It was best not to think about what had happened on it. He walked over. Like frost and snow, he stood in the midst of this scene that was completely out of tune with him. "Oh. Master is here? Sit down and drink a glass of wine? Pear Blossom White, good wine. I'm sure you haven't tasted it before." Chuaning said, "You're drunk." Emoran smiled and saw the man in white walk to his bed. He was indeed drunk. He suddenly reached out and boldly grabbed Chuaning's waist. "It's good to be drunk. When you're drunk, you're not afraid of anything. Come, the night is long. Why don't we mess around?" Chuaning did not say anything. He just lifted the young Emoran up from the bed. The veins on his hands were slightly protruding. He was a person with the demeanor of a master. At this time, he was still solemn. Only the trembling of his fingertips betrayed his heart. He closed his eyes and said softly, "Emoran." The drunk young man made a sound of "oh." He still did not understand and even had a heartless smile. Chuaning said hoarsely, "I'm late." He put his forehead over and moved his fingers. In an instant, it was extremely painful. In this pain of tearing flesh, a divine weapon appeared. The begonia tree curled up and 7 strings flowed. It was a good divine wood zither. Chuaning gritted her teeth. She had Shenwu transfer his abundant spiritual energy to her. It was a joke for her to fight against the celestial emperor treading immortal with this level of spiritual energy, but it was enough for her to cast many spells. He put Emoran's forehead close to his and closed his eyes. Then he felt, there was indeed the aura of the 8-bitter everlasting regret flower in Emoran's body. It was as if he saw a black double-petaled flower in front of him. It was rooted in his heart and its roots were buried deep in his blood vessels. It was this everlasting regret flower. It was the source of all evil. Chuaning took a deep breath and silently recited the incantation according to the ancient book. Then, he shouted with all his strength, "Break the soul." Chuaning suddenly opened his eyes. There was a cold light in his eyes. The everlasting regret flower could only be suppressed by the power of the soul. He did as the book said, cut off half of his soul and transferred it between their foreheads into Emoran's body. A strong wind blew around them. Jyoga actually sounded like a phoenix. The spiritual energy was burning. Emoran. Emoran. Master didn't protect you well in the past. Now, I'm here to save you. I'll save you. The shredded souls turned into wisps of white dust and smoke that kept surging and flowing. Emoran was absent-minded. Chuaning was in extreme pain. Their foreheads kept touching. "I'll save you." When the last ray of light disappeared, the two of them were suddenly exhausted. Chuaning let go of his hand. Emoran fell back onto the bed. Jyoga also disappeared. It hid in Chuaning's blood and bones. It was very difficult for him to maintain the stability of the divine weapon after losing half of his soul. Chuaning sat beside the bed. He slowly closed his eyes. His face was very pale. Even his lips were drained of blood. However, his heart was relieved and relaxed. He had finally taken the first step to changing his fate chart. He used the power of the soul to interfere with the 8-bitter everlasting regret flower. He didn't want Emoran to lose his mind again. Turning back time. He had finally protected him. Chuaning couldn't stay for long. The first thing he had to do was to prevent Emoran from being swallowed by the everlasting regret flower. He had done that. Next, he had to do the second thing. He didn't know how powerful the person behind the scenes was. Although that person couldn't tear open a crack in time and space, it was always right to be cautious. He had to make sure that if the disaster happened again, he could recover the memories of his previous life and fight it in time. So the second thing he had to do was to find his past self. All the whistling forbidden spells in the Red Lotus Pavilion were useless against him, and he easily made his way inside. He stood in front of the half-open window and looked at the man in white who was sleeping soundly on the table. The god of night was half done. It was still being painted. If only the troubles of the human world were only to deal with these imps and demons. Chu Wanning transferred the half of his soul that he had already torn into the body of his mortal self. Originally, this soul belonged to him, so he would not feel the slightest bit of discomfort while sleeping. He watched as the pure white light floated over, enveloping himself with a layer of gentle radiance. Slowly, the glow was extinguished. A wind blew over and blew the blueprint in Chu Wanning's hand to the ground. "If there's another calamity, Moran probably won't be your enemy," he said softly to the person inside as he leaned against the window. "Now, my spirit core has shattered, and my soul has been separated from my body. I can only do this much. I can't change our era. But you can." The person inside the room didn't wake up. "I divided the weakest soul of the three souls, the Earth's soul, into two halves. I gave one half to you and the other half to Moran. If your lives are smooth, these two halves of the soul won't affect you too much. But if the eight distresses everlasting hatred continues to invade, or if there is chaos in the human world, then I will try to fuse these two halves of the soul together again." If he didn't guess wrong, the moment the two halves of the soul were fused, the eight distresses everlasting hatred in Moran's body would be completely destroyed and removed. And after the two halves of the Earth's soul were fused, he would recover the memories of his previous life. Chu Wanning said, "Don't blame me for sharing these things with you. If possible, I also hope that you won't remember them again." But he didn't say anything else and only sighed softly. Then he went to do the third thing. This thing was the final barrier. He went to find Huizue. He gave Huizue an incense burner that he had already started making. In that incense burner, he used the soul fusion technique. This kind of secret technique would draw on the deepest memories in his subconscious and stimulate the two halves of the soul to fuse together again. Chu Wanning wasn't very sure what his deepest memories were. He felt that there were too many. Perhaps it was the great battle when the relationship between master and disciple had broken down. Perhaps it was the experience of being made into a blood hourglass after being defeated by Moran. Perhaps it was the pain of being humiliated by Moran for the first time. There were too many. Sometimes, people couldn't even see themselves clearly. He repeatedly told Huizue to seal the incense burner in the cave of Dragon Blood Mountain. If there was anything strange in the human world, he had to bring him and Moran together. After doing all this, Chu Wanning's time was up. Time and space had the ability to heal itself. Unless there was a destructive tear, the gap would close. He actually really wanted to stay here, stay in this clean and peaceful human world where nothing had happened. But Chu Wanning knew that he didn't belong here. He wouldn't do anything that went against the principles of the forbidden technique for his own selfish desires and for the sake of warmth. He left. He left behind the good dreams of the world behind him and didn't look back. Grandmaster Chu. Returning to his own era, Chu Wanning had just come out of the crack in the back of the mountain and concealed the traces of his spiritual energy when he saw a man in red walking along the bluestone path. It was the old servant who served Moran, Lu Gong. "Where did the Grandmaster go?" "It's easy to find him." Chu Wanning asked, "Where is he?" "In the Red Lotus Pavilion." When he went to find him, Moran was sitting with his eyes closed under the Chinese wisteria. Seeing him enter, he slowly raised his face. He waved at him. "Come here." Chu Wanning pursed his lips, his expression indifferent as usual. "You didn't like the music? It ended so early." "There's nothing to like," Moran said. "After listening to it, it was just a few tunes. I was tired." He opened his sleeves and pulled Chu Wanning into his arms. Moran didn't ask where he went. After all, Chu Wanning had never been docile. It would be strange if he stayed in the pavilion and didn't move. He forced Chu Wanning to sit on his lap, kissed the man in his arms on the cheek, and then buried his head in the man's neck. "I had a dream just now," said Li Yunmu with a smile. "In the dream, you were teaching me how to write." Chu Wanning was stunned, his heartbeat suddenly stopped. But at the moment, the Emperor Ta was immersed in his own memories and couldn't extricate himself, so he didn't notice the strangeness. He just continued to speak, his tone light, but with a touch of sadness that even he didn't notice. "I couldn't write a word well after 4 or 5 times. You were very angry, but you didn't give up on me." Moran said, "Then you held my hand, and flowers floated in from the window, I saw." He was so immersed in that dream that he didn't even call himself I anymore. Emoran paused, his expression was Akiji's. I saw it written on the paper, seeing a letter is like seeing a book. When he said this, he suddenly grinned. It was hard to say whether the smile was happy or ferocious. This kind of thing can only be seen in dreams. He looked up and met Chu Waning's eyes, which were full of worries. Gradually, he recovered the Emperor Ta's coldness. Do you know why I suddenly wanted to see you? He reached out and touched Chu Waning's cold cheek. In that dream, you looked very good. The Emperor Ta said lightly, you looked so good that I couldn't forget it. So I wanted to see the real you. Chu Waning lowered his eyes. I'm afraid that I don't hate you. I want to hate you. Emoran said, otherwise I. Suddenly, he was speechless. Otherwise what? Otherwise, I won't be able to forgive myself anymore. Otherwise, I won't know how to move forward. Otherwise, I won't know how to continue this broken life. I have to hate you. I didn't change, and I didn't hate wrong. Wanting. He finally closed his eyes and sighed, in the end, only you and I are left in this world. For a moment, his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Chu Wanning was about to speak when he suddenly felt that he missed a step on the edge of the cliff and fell down. He suddenly woke up from his dream. Chu Wanning suddenly opened his eyes. What entered his eyes was pitch black. He could hear his own drumming heartbeat. Cold sweat trickled down his back. It was as if the gloomy and cold face of the celestial trampling emperor was still in front of him. His entire body trembled as he panted slightly. The memories of his past life surged in, causing the hairs on his back to stand on end, causing him to tremble with fear. However, these memories did not stop there, and continued to crazily rush towards him. His Adam's apple moved. Where was he? Where was he? Why couldn't he see him? Why was everything in front of him black? His consciousness was in a mess. After a while, Chu Wanning finally vaguely remembered what happened at Dragon Blood Mountain. He slowly regained his senses and murmured, Emoran. At this moment, his cheek was suddenly touched by a warm and soft hand. That hand lifted his chin and stretched out a thumb to rub his lips. Chu Wanning heard a voice that had obviously been cast with the sound-changing spell. It was gently laughing at him. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're finally awake. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're finally awake. In the silent room, this voice was strange and distorted. If Chu Wanning could open his eyes, he would find that his junior sister was sitting by the bed, gazing at him with a smile, like a spider looking at a living creature that had fallen into its web. How was it? Did you sleep well? Chu Wanning did not immediately answer. He moved a bit and found that his spiritual power had only recovered 20%. Moreover, his hands were tied by the immortal binding rope and his eyes were covered by a black ribbon. At this time, there was no use panicking. Chu Wanning had always been fearless. He knew very well what kind of result he wanted, so he also knew how to deal with it calmly. In his 2 lives, he had only been at a loss in front of one person. Apart from that person, no one would make him panic. So Chu Wanning was silent, slowly recalling the fragmented memories and the situation before he fell unconscious. Before his consciousness drifted, he had intermittently heard some movements around him. Now he was trying his best to piece together those fragmented words. But at this time, the door to the secret room opened with a rumble. Nangong Lu had returned. He was holding a pile of fresh and juicy oranges. As soon as he entered, he shouted, Dear brother, I picked the oranges. I picked the ones with small circles at the bottom. These are especially sweet. Before he finished speaking, he saw Chu Wanning on the bed. Ah? Dear brother, you're awake? Hearing this name, Chu Wanning's originally very pale face became even more gloomy. Dear concubine. Concubine Chu? Then the so-called dear brother is. Sharmei took the oranges from Nangong Lu, smiled and patted his head, saying, You did well. But I have something to say to this concubine Chu. You go out first and play by yourself for a while. Can't I stay here and play? I can help you peel the oranges. It's not good for you to stay. Sharmei said, There are some words that adults can listen to, but children can't. Nangong Lu muttered in confusion, turned around and left. For a moment, the room was very quiet. Only the sound of breathing and the occasional crackling of candlelight could be heard. Shiremo picked a tangerine and skillfully peeled it, removing the white strands. While he was doing this, he chatted with Chu Wanning casually. Did you hear who that person was? You shouldn't be unfamiliar with his voice. After peeling the tangerines, he brought them to Chu Wanning's lips. Try it. These tangerines on Jiao Mountain were personally planted by Su Shuanglin. He's very proficient in this field, so they should be very sweet. Chu Wanning turned his face away. Shirmei said slowly, look at you, throwing a tantrum as soon as you wake up. After a moment of silence, Chu Wanning asked coldly, where is he? Who? You know who I'm talking about. Shirmei raised his eyebrows slightly. You want to ask about Emoran? Seeing that he was silent, Shirmei smiled gently. You really care about him. The first thing you say when you wake up is to look for him. You don't even ask who I am. It's not worth it for a person who has trampled on you for half of your life. The blindfolded and bound man pursed his lips, and the lines of his jawline became more and more haggard. Shirmei stared at him for a while, feeling that the evil fire in his chest was gradually growing stronger. But he prided himself on being calm, and would never do anything in a hurry. People should eat gracefully, without showing their teeth and without leaving any residue. Eating like the Emperor Ta, who swallowed his flesh and bones together, was too rushed, leaving only an empty bowl before he could chew the delicious food. That was the reincarnation of a hungry dog, and Shermingjing didn't like it. So, even though his lower body was burning, he still slowly poured fresh juice on his celestial vegetables and rubbed the texture of the meat. He waited until it was crispy and fragrant, then he put it into his stomach with small bites. Also, let me ask you a question. Don't you want to eat the orange that's sent to your mouth? Shirmei chuckled. You're so stubborn, how did you serve the Emperor Ta in the past? Take it away. I think it's better for you to eat it. You haven't had a drop of water these days, and your lips are cracking. Chu Wanning only gritted his teeth and said, where's Emoran? Shirmei stared at him for a while, and slowly stopped laughing. Whether it's this life or the previous one, whether you have memories or not, you only have Emoran in your eyes. Sure. He knew he was at a loss for words, so he immediately stopped. But he missed a trace of Chu Wanning's trembling. Shirmei narrowed his eyes. Tell me, what's so good about Emoran? He looked down at Chu Wanning, and saw the last bit of blood on his lips slowly fading. That person is impulsive, brainless, and his thoughts are naive and ridiculous. His character is also not good. What do you see in him? His face? Spiritual power? Sweet mouth? After all, he had suppressed his bestial desires for so long. The more he spoke, the more obvious the smell of blood in his voice became. Especially when he saw Chu Wanning begin to bite his lips, as if trying to suppress some kind of emotion, Shirmei felt his mouth dry up. His words began to run wild in a more intimate direction. Or his ability in bed? Anger appeared on Chu Wanning's pale face. Her face turned red from anger. Shut up. Shirmei did not intend to shut up. He had finally gotten this man, and if he did not thoroughly play with him, how could he stop? He said with a smile, Chu Fei, you still don't know that after you died in the previous life, Emoran gave you the posthumous title of Qingjin. He was interested in capturing the slightest of expressions on Chu Wanning's face, and his eyebrows curved more and more. It sounds a bit funny, but it's also quite appropriate. In the end, in this life and the previous life, you are indeed clean, and he is the only one who has tainted you. But in this way, there is actually no comparison. Shirmei said slowly, you have never tried anyone else, so naturally you only think that he is the best. His fingertips slid down inch by inch. The tip of his nose, his lips, his chin, his Adam's apple. Chu Wanning trembled slightly, and the veins on his wrists bulged. He wanted to break free from the immortal binding rope, but in the end, he could not move. Don't waste your energy. Noble consort Chu wants to be untied, and you want to know Emoran's whereabouts, I can satisfy you. He changed the topic, however, you are my trophy, so you should play around with me first, right? What do you want to do? Shirmei smiled, I want to take your mind away from that person a little bit. Don't keep thinking about him, think about me, how about it? You are the person who used the goo in the previous life. What is there to think about? If one listened carefully, they would be able to hear the suffocation and pain in Chu Wanning's voice. Chu Wanning seemed to be trying his best to suppress some kind of emotion, but he could not suppress it and it was about to burst out. Shermay smiled, that's right, it is me. But noble consort Chu, why don't you guess who my real identity is? If you want to say it, then say it. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Sigh, when will you stop being so fierce? Shermay sighed and said, how about this? Noble consort Chu once said that big gambles are harmful to the body, small gambles are good for the heart, but if you want to do it, it will be harmful to the body. Why don't we make a bet? However, Shermay paused, before we begin, I have to take a slight offense and take a look at how many clothes you are wearing. Although Chu Wanning did not say anything, the exposed lower half of his face involuntarily tensed up. Shermay's expression became even gentler. He counted them one by one, and in the end, he counted a total of 5 robes. Then I'll give you 5 chances. If you answer correctly within 5 times, I'll tell you where Imoran is. After pausing for a moment, he continued, however, every time you get a wrong answer, I'll take off one of your clothes. If noble consort Chu still does not answer correctly after all 5 robes are removed, then... He did not continue and only smiled, his light pink tongue subconsciously licking his lips. Then, he sat there quietly, waiting for Chu Wanning's guess. Chu Wanning did not speak, but he was not in a hurry. He continued to wait calmly. At this moment, he was very free. He had plenty of time. However, as time passed bit by bit, Chu Wanning still did not give any response. Shermay raised his eyebrows, he had plenty of time, but he might not have the patience. Why don't you guess? Chu Wanning finally said, get lost. Shermay's expression became gloomy. Now that you are in my hands, you should know what you can do and what you can't do. Chu Wanning. You don't have the leverage to negotiate with me. The Emperor Ta's brain is not good, so he might not be able to argue with you and sometimes let you do as you please. But I am different. Shermay coldly said, you are in my hands, so it is better for you to be obedient. He waited for a while, and seeing that Chu Wanning still did not speak, his tone became harsher. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't think that I can't do anything to you if you don't speak. As she said this, her slender white fingers moved up and touched Chu Wanning's waist belt. Then she slowly stroked the belt, her fingertips sliding over it like a knife cutting a fish. Listen, I will count to 3. If you don't speak, you will bear the consequences yourself. Shermay said, his eyes shining. He actually did not know whether he wanted Chu Wanning to guess or not Chu Wanning. But at this time it did not matter whether he guessed or not. There was no turning back, and he only thought about how to uncover his true face. It had to be exciting enough, bloody enough. After all, the man in front of him had played with him for 2 lifetimes. Now that he had won, he had to carefully lick the fruits of his victory. 1. There seemed to be a glimmer of victory in front of him. 2. What would Chu Wanning do? Anger? Grief? Fear? He waited and watched, his lips slightly moving. 3rd. Alright, Consort Chu is indeed very chaste. It's no wonder that the celestial treading monarch is addicted to you. Shermu was half joking and half serious. Since you don't want to guess, let's do something more violent. You. Hua Bainan. His voice was cold. Shermay's fingers slightly paused. He originally wanted to untie Chu Wanning's waist belt, but then he smiled, you guessed half right. Continue? He revealed a fox-like craftiness. This kind of craftiness may appear wretched on other people, but Shermay was so elegant, like a lotus flower shining on the water at all times. He firmly believed that Chu Wanning would not guess the last layer of the truth. He was proud, I would rather you were really dead. Shermay's smile froze on his face. After a while, he asked, what did you say? The person on the bed had a very cold voice, without a trace of warmth. Last life, that crack in the sky, that heavy snow. I would rather you were really dead. Shermay stared at him, the prepared words suddenly had nowhere to pour out, and unexpectedly became speechless. He had already raised half of his hand, but it was suspended in the air, not knowing where to go. He was suddenly at a loss. Jing. A soft sigh, but it was like a bee sting to the absent-minded person. Is it you? Although it was a question, there was not the slightest bit of raised tone. Shermay lowered his eyelids, and for a moment, no one could see his expression clearly. After a while, he chuckled. I'm not dead, I've disappointed you. He did not want to admit defeat, but there was already some flagging interest in his tone. Shermay said, I am indeed the Jing from your last life. I came from your previous life, the world of the Emperor Ta. I am not the same person as the little friend who has always been by your side in this life. He paused. You have to keep your word, I'll untie you. As he spoke, he untied the binding fairy rope, and then put his hand on Chu Wanning's ribbons, and with a little force, took them off. The peach blossom eyes met the phoenix eyes, and the two looked at each other without any ripples. Greetings to Shizun. Chu Wanning had already prepared himself, but now he was even more gloomy. He looked at him. You still know that I'm your Shizun. Hearing him say this, Shermay smiled gently, but only now did he know what kind of sharp dagger was hidden under his gentleness. Yes, of course I know. You held the umbrella for me, I've never forgotten. Chu Wanning looked very weak, but this did not change the innate stubbornness between his eyebrows. He stared at Shermay for a long time, and then his lips opened and closed, and his words were crushed, extremely cold, you bastard. Shermay smiled, you let me win. He paused, and then asked again, but when did Shizun guess my identity? My last life? Chu Wanning did not answer, and only looked at him coldly. There was anger in those eyes, but the most abundant was disappointment. Shermay pondered, no, it can't be your last life. If you already knew that I was Hua Bainan in your last life, you should have told Huizui when you tore open the space-time rift. He raised his eyelashes, it's this life. Or should I say, not too long ago? When you were at Dragonblood Mountain, didn't you more or less hear the conversation between Mo Ran and me? Forget it, it's not important. Shermay smiled, in any case, you're in my hands now, and you can't escape. Chu Wanning grew more and more silent. In fact, among his 3 disciples, Shermay was the one he couldn't see through the most. At that time, he was willing to accept this disciple because Shifumi was respectful, gentle, able to worry about people's worries, and could treat people kindly. These were the qualities that Chu Wanning admired greatly. He could not do it himself, so he admired him even more, and so he accepted this disciple. But sometimes, he always felt that something was wrong. For example, when Shui Jingyong said that Shermay was an orphan he picked up in the chaos of the war, but when Shermay talked about his life experience, he would sometimes say something that did not make sense. That kind of attitude was very much like someone who told a lie and then forgot the details. There were also times when Shermay's attitude towards things would suddenly become a little strange, like a well-tamed ferocious dog. It looked obedient, but once it smelled blood, it could not help but show a murderous look. But after observing for a few years, he had never seen Shermay do anything unjust. Chu Wanning felt that his eyes were playing tricks on him, and that he mistook a beautiful person for a green-faced fanged beast. He was like a hedgehog, his whole body was very sharp, and only his abdomen was soft. He hid his disciples, and all the people who treated him well, under his soft abdomen. When it came to Shermay, he had wavered between trust and distrust. He also had reservations and tested him, but in the end, he chose to trust him. So the knife stabbed into the hedgehog's abdomen, and blood flowed out. Shermay asked, how much of the past do you remember? He asked again, why didn't you just stand by and watch? Why did you have to stop me? There were too many resentments in the previous life, and finally, in this life, he could ask. Shermay did not want to stop, and asked endlessly, why didn't you kill the Emperor Ta in the end, and even help him reincarnate? Hearing the last sentence, Chu Wanning finally raised his eyes, he is different from you. Shermay paused for a moment, what's the difference? If you say that I have a vicious mind, isn't his hands full of blood? Chu Wanning stared at him, you are the one who planted the goo. You know it yourself. So what? Even if I planted the goo, isn't he the one who killed the people? Shermay said, in the previous life, you saw it with your own eyes. The lives of half of the people, Shui Jingyong, Wang Chuqing, Jiangxi, Yi Wangxi. Who killed these people? He slowly raised his hand and looked at his slender fingers with round nails. What a pair of delicate and clean fingers, soft and delicate, without a speck of dust. Charmaine narrowed his eyes and laughed. Could it be me? Anger surged, and he was speechless for a moment. I don't want to kill the Ru Fengmen, nor did I want to kill Shui Jingyong. So, you shouldn't look for me to collect debts. Charmaine said, what did I do? I just planted a goo flower on him. I have lived for so long, but I have never killed anyone with my own hands. Charmaine continued to smile, so, in the end, he was the one who took the knife and stabbed the people. It doesn't have much to do with me. That 8-bitter everlasting regret flower won't bring him any new hatred. All of his desires belong to himself, and the goo curse can only magnify them. If you want to blame this on me, I will feel wronged. With every sentence he spoke, the disgust in Chu Wanning's heart increased. In the end, when she heard that he actually felt wronged, Chu Wanning suddenly raised her eyes. Her gaze was as cold as ice. What do you have to feel wronged about? He was the one who did it. Why should Shizun blame me? Don't you know what kind of person he is? Charmaine said, of course I know what kind of person he is. The one who doesn't know is you, Shizun. A strand of white silk from the tangerine got stuck between his fingers. Charmaine found it dirty, so he took out a clean white handkerchief and wiped it. Then, he raised them one by one. Why did Mo Ran go to the Ru Fengmen? Because he has hatred in his heart. Why did Mo Ran kill Shui Jingyong? Because he has fear in his heart. Why did Mo Ran humiliate you? Because he has desires in his heart. As Charmaine said this, he glanced at Chu Wanning. When someone stabbed him, he couldn't forgive. When someone gave him benefits, he couldn't reject it. In front of a beauty, he couldn't restrain his desires. This is his nature. Chu Wanning gritted his teeth and said, Charmaine Jing. You erased his pure kindness, magnified the hatred in his heart by 10,000 times, and then said that everything he did was because of his own desires. Don't you think you're ridiculous? Who doesn't destroy the world when their hatred is magnified to the extreme? You? Then who made him have hatred? Who made him have ambition in his bones? Who made him have desires in his heart? Charmaine laughed. If he had the ability, his heart would be as pure as a child's, he wouldn't have any bad intentions. That everlasting hatred flower wouldn't have been able to stir up any waves. So you should blame him for having a dirty mind. He's just a normal person. Hearing this, Chu Wanning's expression became very ugly. He was about to speak again when Charmaine added another sentence. People have to be responsible for their own desires. There's nothing to argue about this. If Chu Wanning had wanted to talk to him before, at this point, he suddenly felt that there was no need to say anything, and it wasn't worth saying. Chu Wanning turned his face away. Charmaine saw his expression and shook his head. Shizun, you're too biased towards him. In your eyes, he has a reason for everything he does, and it's understandable. Then tell me, who should I understand? Chu Wanning was extremely cold. You? Charmaine was silent for a moment, then smiled. So Shizun still likes him? Chu Wanning's gaze was like the reflection of the moon on an ice lake. So, in my previous life and this life, I competed with Shizun for 2 lives. Even if I won, I still couldn't compare to him. Chu Wanning said coldly, what do you have to compare to him? Charmaine narrowed his eyes. Do you really only have these few words to say about me? Nothing else? Chu Wanning didn't immediately reply. Looking at his expression, he seemed to be seriously thinking for a moment. Then he raised the curtain of his eyelashes, extremely cold and calm. There is. Charmaine smiled. What is it? Chu Wanning said expressionlessly, you don't have to compare yourself to Mo Ran. You can't even compare to Su Shuanglin. At least he still has feelings, and dares to admit what he did. He's not like you, Hua Bainan. In the end, he didn't even call him Charmaine Jing anymore. Chu Wanning said, you're a bastard. Charmaine suddenly shut his mouth, his snow-white cheeks twitching slightly, as if he was humiliated by a slap. But he still pursed his lips, you really don't leave me any face. As he spoke, his hand touched Chu Wanning's chin again, but Chu Wanning avoided it like he was touching a poisonous scorpion. Charmaine narrowed his eyes. For a moment, a storm was brewing on his face, but in the end, it calmed down like a calm lake. Let's not talk about this anymore. After calming down, his junior sister still had that gentle face. Anyway, you're just a stubborn person. You wanted to kill him in your previous life, right? But in the end, you didn't have the heart. You even put your broken soul into his heart. Before you died. Shirmei wasn't wrong. That year, during the life and death battle in Kunlun Snow region, when Xu Wanning touched Mo Ran's forehead with his fingertips for the last time, it was actually his broken soul that entered. In this life, in the end, his soul was scattered. One was left in the past Mo Ran's body, one was left in his past self, and the rest, he passed to the Emperor Ta with a faint hope. Xu Wanning didn't know how to break the curse of the Gu flower at its third stage, but since the flower needed to be watered by the caster soul to bloom, then if he passed in his own soul, there might be some changes. He was nothing more than a ruined body. He had done everything he could and should have done. He had always been decisive in killing, and the only one who was soft-hearted was Mo Weiyu. Because there was still a glimmer of hope to save him, he didn't kill him in the end. He didn't hesitate to give up his broken soul, only hoping to bring the former Mo Ran back to the human world. Even though he didn't know if it would work at that time. As if he saw through his inner thoughts, Shirmei smiled. What you did, although you couldn't get rid of the Gu worm in Mo Ran's heart, you could indeed disturb his emotions, causing him to be divided between good and evil. In the end, he would go crazy and commit suicide. Xu Wanning's expression changed slightly as he raised his eyes. In fact, thinking back to the Emperor Ta he met on Jiao Mountain without a heartbeat, he could more or less guess what had happened to Mo Ran in his previous life. But when he heard the words, commit suicide, he still felt a dull pain in his heart. Shirmei looked at him and continued, Master, you did it. You did protect him. I don't even know what happened, but his soul was reincarnated into the past. Sigh, I still don't understand. At that time, you were just a cripple. How did you ruin my plan? You really surprise me. His eyelashes, which were as soft as cattail leaves, drooped down. He moved closer, as if he wanted to kiss Xu Wanning. Xu Wanning suddenly came back to his senses. Like a flash of lightning he raised his hand to choke Wei Xiaobao's throat. The veins on the back of his hand bulged. Shirmei's expression didn't change at all. He casually grabbed Xu Wanning's wrist, as if he had expected Xu Wanning to have such a reaction. He laughed, what's wrong? Does Master want to ruin me a second time, a third time? Unfortunately, it's already too late. It's already impossible. As soon as his voice fell, the sound of a snake hissing could be heard. A kite slithered out of Shirmei's wide sleeve and viciously bit Xu Wanning's arm. It was unknown what kind of tempering the snake had been through. With just one bite, the pain was unbearable. Xu Wanning's hand lost strength. Shirmei grabbed his wrist and tied him to the bedpost in an even more humiliating position than before. You don't need to worry. This snake is not poisonous. Shirmei tied his hands and then slowly sat up. His cold white fingertips stroked the kite's body. His peach blossom eyes slanted, this snake was specially raised for you. One bite and you'll lose all strength. I respect Master, but this is all I can do. Shirmei raised his hand and the snake slipped into his sleeve and disappeared. Speaking of which, in my previous life, I had no choice but to let you stay by Mo Weiyu's side for so long. I was actually very unwilling. He stood up and calmly began to take off his cloak, then his outer robe, and then... Xu Wanning's expression suddenly changed. He was extremely disgusted, Shirming Jing. Shirmei only gently smiled and walked closer to Xu Wanning. Let me tell you a little secret. In my previous life, when you got married, I attended the banquet as Hua Bainan. Although the Emperor Ta had his own selfish motives and covered you with red silk so that the guests couldn't see your appearance and only knew that he married consort Chu, I knew that it was you. So that day, after the banquet, I didn't leave. I went to the Red Lotus Pavilion, and then he came in. Shirmei's eyes flashed with light. At that time, although he was controlled by my Gu worm, he could control his thoughts and emotions. So I couldn't let him discover me. I hid and didn't leave. Xu Wanning was trembling because of anger and also because of extreme disgust. Shirmei sat down and a pair of cold and slender hands slowly stroked his chest. Did you know? His voice was slightly hoarse and there was a hint of greed in his eyes. His fingertips moved down inch by inch until they stopped at Chu Wanning's abdomen and began to untie the belt around his waist. That night, you were lying under him. He applied aphrodisiac on you and ked you until you moaned, tsk, really. Shermei's eyes were red because of lust. You made me thirsty for 2 lifetimes. Chu Wanning felt extremely humiliated, but the overlapping of the memories of 2 lifetimes caused him to lose a lot of energy. Furthermore, he was bitten by the krite, so he didn't have any strength in his body. He gritted his teeth. Sherming Jing, you mother****, get out of here. Shermei chuckled, it's just going to bed, why are you so fierce? Anyway, you've already been slept with by your own disciple. Don't pretend to be reserved, okay? Get out. Lying down to serve 1 disciple, or 2, it's all the same. Shermei was unruffled, I don't mind, so why don't you enjoy it? Maybe my skills aren't worse than his. Before he finished speaking, a cold voice came from the door. Get out of here. Chu Wanning looked like he was struck by lightning. He suddenly raised his head and saw that the stone door was already open. A man with an unclear face was holding a black gold saber, standing against the light outside the half-open door of the secret room. He looked cold and tall, with a straight back. Shermei narrowed his eyes, it's you. So fast? The man stepped in with heavy steps, wrapped in a cold air. For a moment, the lights in the room flickered, and the candlelight shone on his black leather battle robe, making it cold. At this time, he could finally see his appearance clearly. He had a pair of slender legs, which were tightly wrapped in combat boots. His thin waist was wrapped with a silver dragon head belt, and there was a pure silver concealed weapon box. There were sharp gauntlets on his wrists, and he wore black dragon scale gloves. Further up was a handsome face, and the heroic spirit between his eyebrows was almost extravagant, the Emperor Ta. The Emperor exuded a kind of cold air and bloody aura, as if he had just returned from the battlefield. He raised his eyes, and there was even blood on his pale cheeks. His eyes were like a pair of bayonets, staring at the 2 people on the bed. To be precise, he just glanced at Chu Wanning, and then his eyes pierced straight at Sherming Jing, shining with cold light. Get out. Seeing him enter the room, Shermei's face was cold at first, then he straightened up and sat up slowly. You killed all the people I asked you to kill at the night of the lone moon? I didn't kill enough. As the celestial treading monarch walked towards them, he bit the edge of the glove with his white teeth and took it off, revealing his well-proportioned hand underneath. He threw the blood-stained gloves on the table, stared at Shermei, and said coldly, know your place. I don't have one more wronged soul under my hands. Shermei's face was also ugly, and said, you better know who you are talking to. I only know whether I am happy or not. The Emperor Ta said coldly, you are in the wrong bed, get out. Since when is it your turn to order me around? The Emperor Ta said dangerously, I have always been like this. Shermei seemed to be a little angry, and the scales in his eyes flashed. I am your master. So what? The Jiao Mountain belongs to me, and the people on the bed are my people. The Emperor Ta looked down at Sherming Jing, and there was even some ridicule in his mouth, master. Please get out. The celestial trampling monarch and Sherming Jing went back and forth, tit for tat, sparks flying everywhere. Chu Wanning didn't know what was going on, so he silently observed from the side. Sherming Jing just said that the Emperor Ta was already dead, so who was this person in front of him? A chess piece? A living puppet? Also, what he tried to suppress back then was clearly the goo in this life's Moran. And the Emperor in his previous life, because he was too deeply affected by the goo, he couldn't return to normal. So logically speaking, he should love Shermei so deeply that he couldn't extricate himself from it. But from his tone, it seemed that the Emperor Ta didn't care about Sherming Jing at all. Also, what's the matter with the so-called master? Shermei stared at the Emperor Ta for a while, then sneered and got up to put on his clothes. What Chu Wanning didn't know, he knew very well. In his previous life, when Mo Ran committed suicide, he immediately lost his claws and fangs, so he refined Mo Ran's body and the remnants of his soul with medicine, turning him into a living dead person. This living dead person was very similar to the precious dragon chess, and was also willing to listen to his orders, and retained all the consciousness he had when he was alive. but he didn't know what went wrong. Maybe it was because he had suffered too much in his life, or maybe it was because he had gone through too many changes in his life that his body was already broken. In short, in the heart of the Walking Dead celestial monarch, his understanding of Shirmei was extremely chaotic. He felt that Shirmei was alive for a while, and then he thought that Shirmei was dead for a while. Sometimes he even temporarily forgot who Shirmei was. So even if he looked at Hua Bainan face to face, the Emperor Ta wouldn't recognize that this was Shirmei, and simply thought that this was his master. And he wasn't very willing to listen to his master. I really don't know what to do with you. Shirmei walked forward, poked the Emperor Ta's forehead, and said, "Soul scatter." After a shout and this action, the Emperor Ta froze, and his originally sharp eyes suddenly became slack, losing focus in an instant. You're obviously my puppet, but you're becoming more and more disobedient, always singing the opposite of my tune, and even vainly trying to devour me. Shirmei patted his cold face, but forget it, I don't blame you, you're not a complete person to begin with. The Emperor Ta was speechless. Just bear with it for a while. Shirmei said, after a while, when I get that thing, I'll reforge you, and you'll be obedient. After he said that, his control over the celestial treading monarch reached its limit. This speed of recovery made Shirmei's face more and more gloomy. He didn't expect that in such a short time, the Emperor Ta's eyes would regain their luster, and even more resolute and colder than before. This kind of cold and oppressive gaze focused on Shirmei. The Emperor Ta paused for a moment, narrowed his eyes, and then wrinkled his nose, looking like a cheetah waiting for food, and said, Why haven't you left yet? As he said this, his slender fingers pinched the handle of the blade of no return. You're standing there like a target for me? Shirmei didn't say anything more to him, or it could be said that the Emperor Ta's anger was so deep that even if he was the master, Shirmingjing knew that he couldn't reign in the Emperor Ta's neck. This Lord of Darkness, if he really went crazy, it would be very scary. Shirmei left. After he left, the Emperor Ta stared at Chu Wanning on the bed for a long time, with a subtle and strange expression, as if he was trying to restrain himself, but also couldn't help but desire something. Finally, he sat down, reached out his hand, and held Chu Wanning's waist. After a pause, he didn't know how to continue, so he pursed his lips and changed his words. You. Chu Wanning looked at him, but their eyes met for a long time, and he still didn't say anything. Slowly, he blinked his slightly sour eyes. Well, I have something important to tell you. Go ahead. The Emperor Ta hesitated for a moment, and then said firmly, Actually, it's not very important, so I won't say it. After a while, he spoke again with a more determined expression, It doesn't matter if it's important or not. Since you want to know so much, there's no harm in telling you. Chu Wanning. Actually, I wanted to say. The Duke of Celestial Treading took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said in an extremely stiff voice, I wanted to say that after so many years, it seems that I do miss you a little. He quickly added, but I don't think too much, just a little. He only said these two sentences, and that handsome but pale face immediately showed an extremely regretful expression. Chu Wanning stared at him in a daze. Under the intertwining of the soul and memory of 2 lifetimes, he didn't even know how to face this man. But the Emperor Ta didn't give him much time to think. He seemed to be a little irritated, so he simply untied the ropes around Chu Wanning's hands and pulled her over. He placed a large hand on the back of Chu Wanning's head, tugging and caressing it. Then, he impatiently and passionately pressed a kiss on her. The Emperor Ta's lips and teeth were cold, but his desire was hot. In this impulsive and anxious kiss, the memories of the past overlapped with each other. Chu Wanning was kissed by him. These two people, 2 broken and missing souls, separated by 2 lifetimes, finally kissed and intertwined together. When he was held in the Emperor Ta's arms and kissed closely, Chu Wanning seemed to think a lot, but also like his mind was blank, and he couldn't catch anything. But in the end, he knew that his eyes were wet. Whether it was right or wrong, good or evil, everything was difficult to define, and everything was no longer clear. But when he kissed this man who no longer had body heat, he knew. The Emperor Ta didn't lie to him. Mo Ran didn't lie to him. He really missed him. The kiss lasted for a long time before the Emperor Ta finally let him go. Chu Wanning thought that the Emperor Ta Ta would stop there, but unexpectedly, their lips touched again. After repeating this many times, the Emperor Ta was finally satisfied. He licked his lips and stared at Chu Wanning's face with his dark eyes. It hasn't changed. It's you. There were too many things to ask and too many changes. Chu Wanning was silent for a moment before he finally said in a hoarse voice. Do you still remember what happened in the past? Of course. Do you still remember how you died? The Emperor Ta's expression was a little gloomy. The 10 great sects joined hands to besiege me, and I hated it. Then do you still remember how I died? The gloominess between the Emperor Ta's eyebrows faded a little, but it was covered with another layer of gray. Treading in Snow Palace, you blocked my plan, and I hate you very much. Chu Wanning asked again, then, do you remember how you came back from the dead? Hua Bainan saved me. What are the details? But he didn't say anything more, and the Emperor Ta's face gradually showed a trace of fear. But this fear didn't last long, and he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes were clear. The Emperor Ta frowned. What did you just say? Chu Wanning didn't say anything. He more or less knew what Shirmei had done to this body. Since ancient times, people's hearts were the most difficult to control. After Mo Ran died, Shirmei couldn't completely control the emotions of this body, and he didn't dare to make Mo Ran's already disordered memories even more fragmented, so he had to choose a very small number of important things that would affect Mo Ran's obedience and erase them. The Emperor Ta in front of him was probably just a walking dead weapon. Chu Wanning closed his eyes. After a while, he seemed to want to say something, but before he could, there was a taste of blood in his throat. He coughed violently. Mo Ran. His lips were stained with blood. He looked up with misty eyes. Don't work for others anymore. You are already an empty shell, you should have already laid to rest. You, cough, cough. His vision turned black, and the scattered fragments began to surge upward again. You should go back to the past. You should be sleeping in the ground. This place does not belong to you. However, he no longer had the strength to say these words. Chu Wanning only moved his lips before his consciousness began to fade again. In the end, he only saw the Emperor Ta frowning and saying something to him. That handsome but pale face seemed to be a little anxious. Chu Wanning. He vaguely heard him calling his name, just like in his past life. Wanning. He closed his eyes, and the pain of his soul fusing once again assaulted him. What happened after that, he no longer knew. Thousands of mountains away, the forest was bleak. In the center of Sichuan, it had been drizzling for the past few days. Even the wooden lattice of the relay station had a layer of fine mold. Looking out from the window of the relay station, a string of water droplets fell from the bamboo leaves and fell into the pool, creating little ripples. Suddenly, a pair of shoes stepped into the pool of water, and the sky and clouds shattered. Grandmaster Mo appeared in front of the winding mountain path at the peak of life and death. After the shocking incident at Dragon Blood Mountain, his spiritual power had not recovered, so he could not fly on the sword. Because he was worried about the safety of the peak of life and death, he rushed back from Dragon Blood Mountain without stopping, spending a total of 4 days. On the way back, he actually thought about many things. For example, why was he reborn? For example, why did Chu Wanning in his past life set up such a mystery in the cave of Dragon Blood Mountain? For example, Shirmei. After thinking for a long time, he could not find a clear answer. He was not a smart person to begin with. Now that he was suffering and worried left and right, he could not calm down and think carefully. After all, Shirmei understood him. Chu Wanning was his weak spot. As long as Chu Wanning remembered the past, there was no doubt that he would be sentenced to death. His heart was in a mess. The rain gradually became heavier. Mo Ran stood at the entrance of the peak of life and death, facing the wind. He raised his head, and wisps of silver frost fell on his face. In front of him, there was a winding stone staircase leading to the peak of the mountain. He had walked this mountain path in life, in death, in sorrow, and in happiness. He had walked this path countless times in his 2 lives. From the time when he was young and inexperienced, to the time when the dust had settled and he returned with a guilty conscience. The weather was very cold. The rain mixed with snow fell, wetting his black clothes and dyeing his hair. The young man originally had no worries, but the north wind blew the snow and turned his hair white. Ran closed his eyes and walked up the stairs to the top of the mountain. A sinner who walked into a trap finally pushed open the red lacquered door of the Xianxia palace. The door slowly opened. The madness, glory, nightmares, and darkness of his two lives were all here. He remembered his previous life. When he was 22 years old, he changed his Xianxia to Mount Wu. The plaque was smashed and dust filled the air. He stood in front of the old plaque and swore that he would trample all the immortals and rule the world. That life fell here, and this life should also end here. The Xianxia palace was densely packed with people. The number of people here was even more than the time when he suppressed Su Shuanglin on Jiao Mountain. Hearing the sound of the door opening, everyone turned around and saw a tall man in black standing in front of the door. His face was pale, and there were a few strands of wet black hair on his forehead. The sky was reversed behind him. The dome was lead gray, and the rain and snow were falling. No one expected that Ran would suddenly appear like this. Was he the hero on Jiao Mountain who exchanged his life for everyone's safety? Or was he the devil who killed without spilling blood? What kind of person was he? For a moment, no one said anything. Everyone stared at the man who had just returned. Those who trusted him thought he was very pitiful. He was wet and cold, like a hound returning home in the rain. Those who did not trust him only thought he was terrifying. He was gloomy and dark, like a ghost who had crawled out of hell. The rain kept knocking on the roof ridge and green eaves, seeping into the cracks of the stone in front of the stairs and moss on the roof tiles. Ran raised his dark eyes. Under his fan-like eyelashes, his eyes were wet. He said softly, "Uncle, I'm back." Ran air. "Why are you alone?" Shui Jingyong sat in the seat of honor. He looked very bad. It was rare that he did not care about his appearance. He spread his iron fan on the table casually. The words "the world is ugly" gleamed, like a comment on a farce. "Where's Yu Heng?" When Ran stepped into the hall, he was like a drop of water falling into a pot of boiling oil that had been heated to 100%, causing a crackling sound. Almost everyone took a big step back when he stepped in front of him. Ran. "Devil, you have the face to come out. You killed so many people on the night of the lone moon, and you still dare to show yourself." Ran did not pay attention to these voices. Along the way, he had already heard about the murder that happened on the night of the lone moon. He knew very well how insane the celestial treading monarch was. What was a few dozen people? Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Everyone in the world was dead in his eyes. It was only the night of the lone moon. The Emperor Ta did not care at all. "Madman. You and Hua Bainan are in cahoots. What else do you want to do?" "Today, all the masters of the sects are here. The master of the Heavenly Music Pavilion will be here soon. Even if you are full of tricks and change your mind, you can't escape this inescapable trap. Ran, you're too cunning. You're playing the good cop and bad cop. You've confused everyone and then your evil plan will succeed. You're so vicious." All around him was a tidal wave of criticism and questioning. Angry faces were surging. Ran did not pay attention to anyone. He continued to walk forward. He more or less understood Hua Bainan's intention. Forgive him for not calling him Shermei. Hua Bainan had dug a grave for him. He had even written the inscription on the tombstone. Hua Bainan had calculated very clearly that he would jump in himself. Because, when Chu Wanning recalled his past life, Weiyu had already judged himself to be a dead body that could not be saved. It was over. No matter how many masks you wear on your face, today, heroes are gathered here. We will expose your true colors. We must send you to the Heavenly Music Pavilion to be executed. It was a hubbub of voices. The words that pierced his eardrums the most were the words Heavenly Music Pavilion. Ran did not expect Hua Bainan to drag the Heavenly Music Pavilion into this. Was it a coincidence? Or had it been planned? The mighty Heavenly Music Pavilion was an ancient sect that had been passed down for thousands of years in the cultivation world. The head of this sect was originally the son of a deity and immortal. Later on, it was passed down from generation to generation. Generation after generation, although the blood of the head of the heavenly music pavilion was thin, it was still full of spiritual energy. Although the heavenly music pavilion did not usually involve itself in the mortal world, just like how mortals believed in cultivators, cultivators also believed in the fairness of the heavenly music pavilion. It was already difficult to overthrow the authority of 100 years, let alone 1,000 years. Therefore, even though the Emperor Ta had sought to rule the world in his previous life, he had still left the heavenly music pavilion as a pure land. Shermay was very smart. It was best to hand Mo Ran over to the heavenly music pavilion. No one would refuse to accept the verdict, and no one could refuse to accept the verdict. The main hall was noisy. Mo Ran walked along the carpet embroidered with durua. He walked to the front and stood still. This man only said one word, and the hubbub of voices suddenly died down. They stared at him. Many of their eyes were filled with hatred and vigilance. They were waiting for him to explain, for him to lose his composure, for him to make a mistake. They craned their necks, ready to pounce on this treacherous demon at any time and tear him to pieces. It was hard to tell whether this person was good or evil. His actions were unpredictable, but they would rather kill by mistake than let him go. They had to. I'm here to accept my punishment. There was complete silence. It was even quieter than before. It was as if they were sharpening their swords for a big battle. The sound of battle shook the heavens, but they suddenly found out that the enemy's general was already in his tent. It was ridiculous. What did he say? After a while, someone reacted. He could not believe that this demon would admit his guilt so easily. He asked the person beside him in a low voice, did he say that he was here to accept his punishment? Mo Ran lowered his eyes and knelt down. He faced his uncle, auntie, and Shui Meng, whose face was as white as a sheet. The dim light shone on his handsome but thin face. He was indeed going to be executed. However, since Hua Bainan had plotted against him, he would not let that person get away with it. Before he confessed, he still had one more thing to do. He wanted to use his last bit of strength to protect the person he could no longer protect. Thus, Mo Ran slowly opened his mouth. His voice was deep and burning. My hands are indeed stained with blood. Because of my personal enmity, I killed many people. Although I wanted to repent these past few years, my crimes are still unforgivable. Chu Wanning already knows about this. Today, in front of everyone, other than confessing my crimes, I also have another matter to announce. He paused. His words were like knives cutting into people's hearts. Chu Wanning and I are no longer master and disciple. Hearing this, most of the people present were stunned. What's going on? It should be known that a master and disciple publicly breaking off their relationship was a huge scandal in the cultivation world. When this happened, no matter if it was the master or the disciple, it would be very embarrassing. Thus, as long as there was no blood feud, even if the relationship was not good, they would still put on a show. After the shock, many people whispered, wasn't it fine before? Why did it suddenly become like this? Could it be that he wants to trick us? It doesn't look like it. Could it be that something happened between them on Jiao Mountain? It's possible. Chu Wanning doesn't seem to care much about his disciple. When Shi Mingjing was captured by Hua Bainan, didn't he also not help her? Later on, he even blinded her eyes. If I were his disciple, I would also be bitterly disappointed. The people's voices rose and fell like a tide. In the midst of these voices, Mo Ran continued, it's a small matter that he didn't tolerate me killing and setting fire, but it's a big matter that he treated me coldly and humiliated my dignity. This person talks about the common people of the world, but he treats his disciples badly. How hypocritical. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have reached this point. It was too painful. He stopped talking. His lips and teeth were slightly trembling, but he still finished speaking word by word. He cut himself into 1,000 pieces. It was him who harmed me. It was him who wronged me. I didn't get along with him. I was ashamed to have him as my master. Now, I have completely cut off all ties with Chu Wanning. In the future, if anyone still treats me as his disciple. He raised his eyes. They were a pair of Emperor Ta's eyes. That would be disgusting to me. I hope you won't mention it again. Shuai was horrified. Ranner. Shui Meng's face was even paler. Brother, are you crazy? Do you know what you just said? Mo Ran closed his eyes. He didn't want to look at anyone in Shui Meng's family. The word brother was like a sharp claw that pierced his heart. Mo Ran continued, apart from that, I have one more thing to say. Just admit your guilt. There's no need for 1, 2, or 3 more things. Before that person finished complaining, he was stopped by the current leader of the Immortals, Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Mo Ran. Please speak. Mo Ran said, my sins are grave. It's true that I admit my guilt and accept my punishment. However, the incident on Lone Moon Night was not my doing. Many of the Immortals present were here to collect their blood debts. They were already very agitated. Hearing him deny the murder of Lone Moon Night, they couldn't help but be furious. They all spoke. Huh. What a joke. This is an ironclad fact. What else do you have to argue about? That's right. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Mo Ran said, I wasn't at Lone Moon Night at that time. At that time, Chu Wanning and I were both at Dragon Blood Mountain. The person who did this was someone else. And that person, if I'm not wrong, should be. He hesitated. He didn't immediately reveal the identity of the Emperor Ta. He wasn't afraid of the anger of the crowd. He just thought that no one present would believe that the gate of life and death had split open and that another Mo Ran had appeared. Who is it? Mo Ran pursed his lips. He decided to talk about the Emperor Ta later. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he said, I'll tell you who it is later. In short, that person colluded with Hua Bainan. One framed him on Lone Moon Night, and the other took Chu Wanning away. After he finished speaking, the crowd split into 2 groups. The first group was weak, but they could be heard clearly. Most of them were from the disciples at the peak of life and death. What happened to Elder Yu Heng? Where was Elder Yu Heng taken to? The other group was from the group that had come to denounce him. Mo Ran, do you think we'll believe you? I don't know what kind of medicine you're selling in your gourd. What do you mean by someone else? I think you and Hua Bainan are in cahoots. On Jiao Mountain, the 2 of you colluded to put on a show. You didn't hesitate to kill so many people. You even disregarded the friendship between your fellow disciples and harmed Shiming Jing. You're a liar. Hearing Shermei's name, Mo Ran slowly raised his head. He looked at Shui Jingyong, then at Shui Meng. Shermei, Shui Mei was worried. He rushed forward. What happened to Shermei? Is he all right? Mo Ran couldn't look him in the eye. Seeing a person's broken appearance once was enough. Mo Ran closed his eyes. Shermei is Hua Bainan. Dead silence. After a while, Shui Meng suddenly fell back into his seat. He muttered, what kind of joke is this? How is this possible? That's right. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes and heard it with his own ears, Mo Ran would also want to say, how is this possible? Shermei was obviously so gentle and so wonderful. The 3 of them had gone through so much together. To him, Shermei was the first true friend of the same generation in his life. But this friendship was fake. It was nothing more than an illusion. It was ridiculous. The people around them started to talk. What kind of nonsense is this? He's crazy. How can such a small cultivator be the world's #1 expert? If Shermei is Hua Bainan, why did he help us get rid of the heart-drilling worm on Jiao Mountain? There were also people who were saved by Shermei on Jiao Mountain. They were very grateful to Shermei. At this moment, they didn't care about anything else. They pointed at him and said angrily, Mo Ran, in order to wash away your sins, you actually said such a ridiculous thing. You're slandering us. At this time, Jiangxi, who had been frowning and silent all this time, finally spoke. What evidence do you have to say that Hua Bainan is Shiming Jing? Jiangxi said, Hua Bainan has been under my tutelage for many years. He almost never left Lone Moon's Night. If you say that he is Shiming Jing, then how could he appear in 2 places at the same time? Divine Hand Han Lin always covers his face with a black veil and secludes himself in the alchemy room all year round. He rarely interacts with the outside world, so as long as he controls a person of a similar size, it's hard for others to notice. Xianxia frowned and said, "Do you mean that Hua Bainan is fake?" "Sometimes it's real, sometimes it's fake. If you don't want to be discovered, it's best to mix the real with the fake." Xianxia thought and said, "If that's the case, sure Mingjing should know how to use the exquisite chess game. However, our spiritual power is not strong enough, so it's unlikely that we can master this kind of technique." Sect Master Jiang is right. The exquisite chess game requires a lot of spiritual power. Hua Bainan knows the theory, but because of his weak spiritual power, he can't use it alone. So he had to conspire with Su Shuanglin before. Xianxia shook his head and said, "That's not right. Su Shuanglin once said that the person behind the scenes was his friend. Because he didn't want to betray his friend, he didn't tell us who that person was until he died. According to what you said, Shermei is Hua Bainan, so Su Shuanglin should be able to recognize him. Then why didn't Su Shuanglin betray us after Hua Bainan destroyed the enchantment of rebirth?" Mo Ran said, "Because Su Shuanglin didn't know that Shermei and Hua Bainan were the same person." Master Xianjing, who was beside them, said, "Since they were close friends, how could he not know such a big thing?" Su Shuanglin treated Shermei as a close friend, Mo Ran said, "But Shermei couldn't really open his heart to him. On this chessboard, Su Shuanglin is just an important chess piece, that's all." He paused and continued, "When Hua Bainan was injured in the main hall of Jiao Mountain, he took off his veil. That face was extremely ugly, like an echinoderm. Now that he thought about it, it was probably just an exquisitely made human skin mask. For Su Shuanglin, he had probably only seen the first face of his best friend, which was Shermei's face. He would never associate Hua Bainan with Shermei. Therefore, even until his death, he did not think that he was framed or used by his friends. Naturally, he would not reveal the truth. Jiangxi said, "According to what you're saying, when Mingjing and Hua Bainan appeared at the same time on Jiao Mountain, one of them was a controlled chess piece?" "I guess so. But there is a second possibility." "What?" Mo Ran shook his head. "I want to talk about the second possibility later." Master Xianjing said, "Even if Benefactor Mo's first possibility is correct, I still feel that there is something that doesn't make sense. Hua Bainan has no reason to interrupt Su Shuanglin's rebirth formation. Could it be that he has a grudge against Su Shuanglin? Could it be that letting Su Shuanglin get what he wanted and let Luo Fenghua be reborn hurt him in some way?" Mo Ran sighed. "Master, have you forgotten the final result of Su Shuanglin's casting?" The old bald donkey did not react for a moment and shook his head. Mo Ran said, "From the opening of the heavenly fissure that day, Shermei did not teach Su Shuanglin the real rebirth formation." He has been deceiving Su Shuanglin all this time." Su Shuanglin spent a lot of effort thinking that he was setting up a rebirth formation, but in fact, he was making a wedding dress for Hua Bainan, who did not have enough spiritual power. Then what did Hua Bainan teach? It was the world's #1 forbidden technique. Mo Ran paused and finally said, "What he taught Su Shuanglin was the gate of life and death." Those who had participated in the battle on Jiao Mountain could not help but recall the black hole in the sky and the thousands of mysterious cultivators that came out of it. Was that the gate of life and death? Mo Ran said, "This is the second possibility I just mentioned. As long as the gate of life and death exists, both Hua Bainan and Shermei could be real. It's just that one belongs to this world of mortals and the other comes from another world of cultivators." After hearing this, everyone was silent. Then someone slapped his leg and laughed. "Grandmaster Mo, are you trying to coax a child to sleep? Using this kind of mythical forbidden technique to scare people?" To Mingjing. "Ha ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter." "That's right, how is that possible? That's a forbidden technique that has been lost for thousands of years. Who can learn it? The most important scroll of the Gate of Life and Death is said to have been sealed in the divine wood of Yendi long ago. Even if someone studied this forbidden technique, the most they could learn was space, not time. Otherwise, if one world overlapped with another, wouldn't the world be in chaos?" Mo Ran did not argue with them. Instead, he told them all his thoughts. He knew that this was probably the last time he confessed as Grandmaster Mo. After today, these people might not give him a chance to explain anything in the future. He used his confession as a bargaining chip in exchange for these people to calm down a little. He only hoped that he could tell everyone what he knew and guessed. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, what he said was a warning bell. If there was trouble in the future, more or less people would remember his warning today. Perhaps it was not too late. Everyone, think about it. If I were Hua Bainan, and I knew the essence of the exquisite chess game and the gate of life and death, but I was born with insufficient spiritual power and did not have the status to do anything, what would I do? Most of the people present had a grudge against Mo Ran and were not willing to listen to his advice. But Xianxia admired Mo Ran because of some of the things that had happened before. Not to mention, he was also suspicious about the murder of Loman's knight. Therefore, after thinking seriously for a while, he said, I will find someone to help. Who would help you? No one. Mo Ran said, yes, there is no one, so I can only lie. Lie to someone like Su Shuanglin, who has a great desire in his heart, to help him complete his plan step by step. Master Xianjing said, Benefactor Mo is ridiculous. Can't that array be something else? The gate of life and death is not something that ordinary people can learn. For thousands of years, no one has ever learned it. The most important part of the book has already been lost. Who would be able to learn it? That's right. This is simply a fantasy. Why don't you just say that the great god Fuxi has descended? This is no different from the gate of life and death opening. It's really ridiculous. Even storytellers don't dare to say that. The Dan Xian palace was buzzing. In the end, someone sneered and said, Grandmaster Mo, after such a long preparation, are you going to tell us that the one who killed all the heroes on the night of the lone moon is the other you who came to this world through the gate of life and death? Mo ran. Seeing that he did not say anything, someone in the palace laughed, amazing, really amazing. In order to exonerate himself, Grandmaster Mo is really willing to make up any excuse. So, after beating around the bush for so long, you want to clear your name? Jiangxi could not stand the noise. He turned around and said angrily to the people who were leading the crowd, just speak. Why are you being so sarcastic? Master Xianjing put his palms together and said, Master Jiang, it's not that we're being sarcastic. It's just that Grandmaster Mo's words are too unbelievable. In my opinion, we should invite him to the Heavenly Music Pavilion for interrogation before making a decision. Yes, the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Music Pavilion will be here soon. When she comes, let Grandmaster Mo go with her. Before Jiangxi could say anything, Shui Jingyong spoke. Although he had mixed feelings, he still said, I think what Ran said makes sense. Maybe the gate of space and time has really been torn. The Heavenly Music Pavilion is a place to interrogate heinous criminals. He can't go with you before we find out the truth. That's right. A disciple at the peak of life and death stood out. Jiao Mountain was on the brink of death. If senior brother Mo didn't save you, you wouldn't be standing here. If he wanted to overturn the cultivation world, he could have just trapped everyone on Jiao Mountain. Master Xianjing was stunned. This? Someone said, that's true. At that time, everyone was trapped in the Jiao Mountain tunnel. It was Grandmaster Mo who tried to get us out. If he wanted to harm people, he could have done it then. These words were true. Many people thought about this question and were silent for a while. But silence didn't mean agreement. Many people present were still wearing mourning clothes at this moment. Their relatives and friends had just died, and they were extremely sad. What's more, the survivors in the Jiao Mountain Flower Hall had seen Mo Ran kill people with their own eyes. Among the witnesses, except for Mei Hanxue, who expressed doubts about the situation at that time, everyone else was sure that it was Mo Ran himself. Under such circumstances, it was easier said than done for them to give up looking for Mo Ran and instead believe in the gate of life and death that had only appeared in myths. So soon, someone retorted, but I feel very uncomfortable about this matter. Don't you remember? On Mount Huang, Grandmaster Mo's control of the entire situation and the exquisite chess game was extremely accurate. He said that Shi Mingjing knew the exquisite chess game, but I feel that the person who knows a lot about this forbidden technique is himself. That's right. After the rebuttal, someone immediately echoed, there's one more thing. Don't you think it's strange? Why can Mo Ren open the enchantment of Jiao Mountain? He's not a descendant of the Namgong family. At this time, a woman's voice suddenly came from outside the Dan Xian hall. There's nothing strange about this. Because the blood flowing in Grandmaster Mo's body is the blood of the Namgong family. Everyone suddenly turned their heads and saw a group of guards wearing silver-green clothes and a silver medal with the word heaven on their waist charging straight in. The leader was a beautiful woman who looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her hair was like a flower. She was extremely beautiful and could even be compared to the number one beauty of the cultivation world, Song Chotong. However, although she was beautiful, her temperament was very cold. When everyone saw her, most of them changed their expressions. Even the leaders had a look of awe on their faces. Only Xianxia didn't have much of a reaction. She nodded and said, "The pavilion master is finally here." This woman was the pavilion master of the Heavenly Music Pavilion, Mu Yanli, who hadn't shown up in Jianghu for a long time. Mu Yanli was in charge of the Heavenly Music Pavilion. All the serious cases in the cultivation world would eventually fall into her hands and she would preside over the trial. However, there weren't many cases that required the Heavenly Music Pavilion's involvement, so the leader of the Heavenly Music Pavilion usually didn't show up in public for 10 or 20 years. Because she didn't go out often, Mu Yanli's skin was very white, and the light blue veins under her skin could be seen faintly. She walked into the hall and stopped, saying lightly, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Master Xianjing asked, "Pavilion Master, you're a bit later than the appointed time. Did something happen in the pavilion?" Mu Yanli shook her head. "That's not the case. The Heavenly Music Pavilion never catches people without evidence. Therefore, before we came here, we thoroughly investigated the past of the Peak of Life and Death." Grandmaster Mo. She paused and looked at Mo Ran coldly with her almond-shaped eyes. Her red lips moved slightly. "After this investigation, we found that things weren't as simple as they seemed. The identity of this Grandmaster Mo. was actually related to an old case in Xiangtan from many years ago." Everyone looked at each other in confusion. What old case? Only Mo Ran's face turned pale, and his palms were sweating. He didn't expect that this matter would be revealed at this moment. Mu Yanli was like an executioner. She looked at the man kneeling in front of the hall coldly and said, "Mo Xianjun, let's not talk about this. You know your own background. Do you want to tell the public yourself, or do you want me to invite a witness into the hall?" Mo Ran closed his eyes. When he was reborn, he knew that if he wanted to live a carefree life, there were a few people in this world that he had to kill with his own hands to prevent future troubles. But in the beginning, he didn't have the strength and opportunity. Later, when he had the strength and opportunity, he was no longer willing to take other people's lives for his own personal gain. In his previous life, in order to hide his own background, he had killed enough people to hold on to the bargaining chips in his hands. Mu Yanli saw that he was silent, so she said, "It seems that Grandmaster Mo doesn't intend to confess." After she finished speaking, her cold and beautiful face showed a trace of undisguised contempt. Then, she turned around and faced the crowd. Her voice was like a bell, penetrating people's hearts. "Then let me say it. Everyone, listen, this famous Grandmaster, before he entered the Peak of Life and Death, was already a murderer who took dozens of lives. Such a vicious person should have been brought to justice long ago." "What? Before he entered the sect, he had already killed dozens of people?" Shui Meng opened his eyes wide, full of confusion. He muttered, "Brother." His voice was neither soft nor loud, but it just happened to fall into Mu Yanli's ears. Mu Yanli glanced at the young master of the Peak of Life and Death, and said indifferently, "Brother?" "Shui Meng." The rain and snow outside were getting heavier and heavier, and the sky was getting darker and darker. Even though the hall was brightly lit, it was pressuring him to the point where he couldn't breathe. Mu Yanli looked at Mo Ran with contempt, but looked at Shui Meng with ridicule. Her lips were like rosy clouds, and she said, "Young Master Shui is really pitiful to recognize a foe as a brother." Shui Meng obviously didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, but his brain was already roaring like thunder, as if the earth was splitting and the sky was collapsing. He opened his clear eyes and took a step back. What do you mean by recognizing a foe as a brother?" His whole body began to tremble. "What nonsense are you talking about? Mu Yanli ignored him, turned around and said, Mo Weiyu is not sect leader Shui's nephew. What's more? She paused, and her pair of beautiful and emotionless eyes were like sharp knives, sweeping past Shui Jingyong and Madame Wang's faces. She said, not without fairness, not without cruelty, sect leader Shui's nephew died at the hands of Mo Ren 8 years ago. What? Everyone's expression changed. Only Mo Ren had his eyes closed, as calm as water. Everyone was confused. What's going on? What's the old case of Xiang Tan? Why did he kill? Mu Yanli said, it's a long story, and because of the passage of time, many people who know the inside story are no longer around. However, if you don't want people to know, you shouldn't do it in the first place. The Heavenly Music Pavilion investigated several times and found some evidence. Amidst the chaos, Mu Yanli looked back calmly. Have you brought the witnesses found by Xiang Tan? The attendant went out to take a look and answered, Pavilion Master, they're all waiting outside the hall. Then ask the first witness to come in. The first witness entered the hall. He was an old craftsman. His back was hunched, and he was trembling. When he saw the hall full of immortals, his first reaction was to kneel on the ground and kowtow repeatedly. He hurriedly said, Greetings to all the immortals. Greetings to all the immortals. Mu Yanli's tone softened. Old mister, you must be tired from the long journey. You don't have to be nervous. I'll only ask you some questions. If there's one, you can answer one. If there's two, you can answer two. The old man trembled and did not get up. The monks of Wubei Temple walked over and gave him a seat. They helped him sit on it, but he was very scared. He only touched a small corner with his butt and tried his best to shrink himself to the smallest size possible. Mu Yanli said, the first 2 questions. Where are you from? What do you do? The old man's teeth chattered. When he opened his mouth, he said with a thick accent, I'm from Xiang Tan. I make lanterns by the street. Everyone looked at him curiously, from his sparse white hair to his broken shoes. They did not know what kind of past this lantern seller could reveal. Mu Yanli asked, Mister, how many years have you been selling lanterns? More than half of my life. At least 50 years. I can't remember the details. It's long enough. What I want to ask you is not as old as 50 years, Mu Yanli said and pointed at Mo Ran. Mister, do you recognize this person? The old man looked up at Mo Ran. He saw that this person was tall, handsome, and had a divine aura. He did not dare to look at him and immediately turned his gaze away. After a long time, she hesitantly stole a glance at him. Then she mumbled, I don't know you. Mu Yanli said, it's not strange that you don't recognize him. Then let me ask you again. When you were selling lanterns beside Xiang Tanzuiyu building, was there always a child who liked to stand beside your stall and watch you burn the lanterns? Ah. The old man's eyes were cloudy, but he was very clear about this matter. He sighed and nodded. Yes, there was a child who came to watch almost every night. He liked the lanterns I made, but he was too poor to buy them. I even talked to him a little at that time. He didn't like to talk and was very timid. Mister, do you remember his name? Oh, I think he was called Mo Ran's son? Just now, everyone was listening attentively to the old man's words. Now, their gazes all fell on Mo Ran. The old man was immersed in his memories and muttered, I don't remember clearly whether there was this son or not. I only know that he was from Zuiyu Lu. Shui Jingyong interrupted with a sullen face, Ranner was originally the son of my late brother and the nanny in the building. Pavilion Master Mu, why did you ask this old mister to prove it? Nanny? The old man was startled and waved his hand. Oh, that's not it. Although the nanny's son was also surnamed Mo, his name was Mo Nian. He was a famous little tyrant back then. The old man lowered his head and pointed at an old scar on his forehead. Back then, he even threw a brick at me. That child was very fierce, wild, and mischievous. Shui Jingyong's expression changed. Mo Nian? Madame Wang anxiously said, Mister, did you remember incorrectly? After all, it's just a single word difference. Then, was the nanny's child called Mo Ran or Mo Nian? Mo Nian. The old man thought for a moment and nodded. There's no mistake. How could I remember incorrectly? He was called Ammonian. Shui Jingyong's body had originally been slightly leaning forward, but when he heard this, he stiffened for a moment and then collapsed in his seat, his expression blank. Ammonian. Mu Yanli continued, do you know what that child who came to see you burn the flower lantern did in the drunken jade building? Ah, I don't know the details, but I vaguely know that he helped cook in the kitchen, said the old man. His reputation wasn't very good. It was said that his hands weren't clean, and he was always stealing from customers. He did his best to think, and then seemed to recall something. His expression changed. Ah, I remember now. That child was no good. As he grew up, he became more and more naughty. In the end, he even raped a maiden. That maiden couldn't take it anymore and committed suicide. What? If it could be said that a leopard cat swapping the crown prince was shocking enough, then the fact that Mo Ran had sullied a maiden was even more infuriating. Quite a few of the cultivators present who were parents immediately seethed with anger. Clenching their teeth, they said, I didn't expect, the Grandmaster Mo was actually a beast in human skin. Too disgusting. His death is not worth regretting. Mo Ran didn't say anything. He just calmly looked at this old artist. In his previous life, when he had stirred up a storm of blood in the cultivation world, the Heavenly Music Pavilion had also tried to stop him. At that time, this old man had been brought over by Mu Yanli to testify against him. What had he done at that time? He had laughed heartily and calmly accepted it. He then turned to look at Shui Jingyong and Madame Wang. His smile was twisted as he mocked, how about it? Do you hate me? Dislike me? Are you going to be like my good master and say that my nature is bad, that it's hard to cultivate my character? At that time, the matter of Mo Ran secretly learning the exquisite chess game had already been exposed. However, Shui Jingyong had still chosen to believe him. Only now did Shui Jingyong stand up in anger. He was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. His tiger-like eyes bulged as he shouted, evil creature. Absolutely evil creature. Hearing this, Mo Ran laughed heartily. His laughter was even more unrestrained and carefree. He laughed so hard that the corners of his eyes were wet. Rape a maiden? Shui Jingyong believed him. Shui Jingyong actually believed him. Ha 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 ha, Mo Ran's smile suddenly tightened. He simply gave up on himself and made up his mind. His handsome face was as twisted as boiling wax. Yes, I did commit these heinous sins. I killed your nephew and that pitiful girl, so what? Uncle, you want to do justice for the heavens and kill me. Before he could finish, he felt a pain in his heart. Shui Jingyong had a violent temperament. Before Mo Ran could finish, he had already attacked with a roar. His eyes were filled with hatred and tears. The tip of his fan pierced through Mo Ran's chest. Mo Ran was stunned for a moment. Then, the corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. He lowered his head and looked at the blood that was gradually seeping out of his chest. He sighed. Uncle, I have called you uncle for so many years. But in the end, you still won't believe me. Shut up. Mo Ran smiled. His shoulders were slightly trembling. Forget it. In the end, we don't have the same blood flowing in our bodies. So, this fake home, this peak of life and death, what else is there that I can't bear to part with? Blood splattered all over his face. He watched as Shui Jingyong collapsed in front of him. His brain was slightly numb, he didn't want to kill him, but he was impatient and rushed forward to kill. He was the one who asked for it. Mo Ran was silent for a while. He raised his bloodshot eyes and looked at the shocked and sorrowful Madame Wang. He licked his lips, stepped over his uncle's body, and walked toward his aunt. Shui Jingyong was still breathing. He gripped the hem of his clothes tightly and refused to let go. This middle-aged man seemed to be very angry, but it also seemed that his grief and heartache were greater than his anger. At that time, Mo Ran's mind was in a frenzy. He didn't understand what his uncle's eyes meant. Why were the tears in his eyes? He didn't want to understand. Mo Ran heard Shui Jingyong say, don't hurt. She saw it. That's why she wants to die. Mo Ran was very kind and calm. However, Shui Meng isn't here, So, since you've raised me for so many years, I'll spare his life. Madame Wang's struggle was nothing in Mo Ran's eyes. Besides, she didn't have the strength to struggle. She could only cry. Like her husband, she said, bastard. But when the knife stabbed into her, blood flowed out. Her consciousness gradually faded. She looked at him, but in the end, she muttered, Ran why did you? Mo Ran's hand was actually trembling at that time. He trembled, but in the end, he still pulled the knife out. He lowered his head and looked at his palm. His palm was wet. He held the scarlet dagger in his palm. It was slippery and smelled fishy. Hot. But it would be cold soon. Just like his so-called home, his so-called family. From the beginning, he was apprehensive because he knew that in reality, whether it was Xue Meng, Xue Jingyong, or Madame Wang, they were not his family at all. Their biological nephew had already died in his hands. Ridiculous. A loud shout interrupted Mo Ran's memories. Mo Ran raised his head in a daze. He looked around the hall before finally looking at Xue Jingyong. It was Xue Jingyong who was speaking. I'm the one who raised the child. I know very well that he wouldn't bully an innocent girl. Don't slander me. Mo Ran was stunned. He suddenly felt that his heart was filled with bitterness. His eyelashes fluttered and he closed his eyes. It was different. 2 lifetimes, many things had changed. The old artiste was so scared that he rolled down from his seat and kowtowed repeatedly on the ground. No, I'm not lying. Please don't be angry, immortal lord. I really. He was just a pitiful artiste. He had never seen such a scene before. He had been reprimanded by the leader of a sect. He was so scared that his face turned ashen. In the end, he couldn't even complete a sentence. Xue Jingyong shouted in a low voice like a ferocious beast ready to attack. Get out. Get out. The old artiste immediately got up and wanted to get out. However, the people from the heavenly music parlor stopped him. He couldn't move and fell to the ground. His whole body was shaking like a sieve. He muttered, oh my god, what's going on? Mu Yanli said, sect leader Xue, don't be angry. Old mister, don't be afraid. The heavenly music parlor wants to redress all grievances in the world. We won't frame or hurt the innocent. She paused and helped the old artiste up. Mister, please finish speaking. I have nothing to say. The old man was really scared. He didn't say anything else. Please, immortal elders, master monks, please let me go. I really have nothing to say. My memory is not good. My memory is not good. In this stalemate, Mo Ran, who had been silent all this time, suddenly looked at Xue Jingyong and kowtowed. The meaning of this action was self-evident. Xue Jingyong and Xue Meng couldn't say a single word, not even a single word. Madame Wang murmured in disbelief. Ranner? Mo Ran said, when I was on Jiao Mountain, I wanted to come clean with uncle. However, I didn't expect this situation. Mo Ran's eyes were very calm. Because it was too calm, it even seemed a little dead. Pavilion leader Mu, since you came here today, I'm sure you've gathered all the evidence and witnesses. There's nothing to say. Yes, I'm not the second young master of the peak of life and death. He paused and sighed. His voice was as light as a feather, but it caused thousands of waves. I'm the son of Nangong Yen, the 9th city lord of the Confucian Wind Sect's 72 cities. What? Everyone was horrified. Don't you want to hear the whole story? Mo Ran closed his eyes and said. I was the one who set the fire at Drunken Jade Pavilion. Dozens of lives were destroyed by me. Madame Wang said with tears in her eyes, Ranner, how could you? However, in Xiangtan, a young girl in the tofu house was humiliated to death. He paused for a moment. In his previous life, no one was willing to hear the truth from him. They all angrily accused him and cursed him, so he didn't want to explain. After all, in the eyes of others, he was just a heinous devil. It didn't matter if there was more bloodshed. However, in this life, he finally wanted to tell them. I didn't kill that girl. Silence reigned in the Danhart Palace. Everyone was staring at Mo Ran, waiting for him to talk about those dusty old cases that no one knew about. Mu Yanli raised her beautiful eyebrows. Oh? Is there more to that case than meets the eye? Yes. Please speak, Mu Yanli said. I'm all ears. Emoran shook his head. Before I talk about the murder of the young girl in the tofu house, I want to talk about a more important person. Who? A performer. As Emoran spoke, he looked at the distant sky through the open window. At that time, there were 2 young lute singers in Xianxia. One of them was called Sun Fengrua, and the other one was called Duani Han. Many people in the hall were shocked when they heard him mention these 2 names. Sun Fengrua. Duani Han. Ah. Don't tell me they are the 2 top instructors of the music house? It must be them. I remember that they were both singers in Xianxia. They were called the Riverside Fairies. Yes, Sun Fengrua sang in spring. She danced in the cold and the flowers filled the sky. Someone stroked his beard and sighed. At that time I was only in my 30s. I heard of their names like thunder. However, it was hard to get a song from them. I heard that every time they performed, the music house would be crowded. They were very popular. Someone else said they were the music fairies. I think they had a duel. Emoran said, yes, they had a duel. Sun Fengrua was 2 years younger than Duani Han. She entered the music house 2 years later. At that time, she was proud and arrogant. She was not convinced that Duani Han was as famous as her. Therefore, she sent an invitation to Duani Han to play 3 songs at the Drunken Jade Pavilion. They were to determine who was better. Who won in the end? It was a tie. Emoran said, but from then on, the 2 of them appreciated each other. Although Sun Fengrua and Duani Han were not performers in the same music house, they often interacted with each other and called each other sisters. Someone said impatiently, why are you talking so much nonsense? Why are you talking about 2 women for no reason? Emoran looked at him and said, Duani Han is my mother. What? Back then, when Duani Han came out with a pipa in her arms, the youths from the 5 tombs competed with each other. She sang countless songs. That peerless singing fairy was actually his mother? At that time, my mother met Nangong Yen by chance, who was the 9th city's lord of Confucian Wind sect. He knew some poems and songs, had a sweet mouth, and was also handsome. Emoran paused. My mother made a mistake and fell in love with this person. Shuemeng couldn't help but shake his head and murmur, how could that be? How could Nangong Yen refuse a beauty who threw herself at him? Emoran said, but after all, he had status and identity, so he didn't dare to casually tell his real situation to Lu Ling. So he lied to my mother and said that he was a businessman from Lini who lived here. Well, at least they were in love and stayed together day and night. Didn't your mother notice? Emoran sneered. If she had noticed, there wouldn't have been so many things later. Nangong Yen was very good at making up lies. Besides, he only lived in Xiantan for a short period of time, so my mother didn't have time to find out his background. Later, a letter came from Lini. After Nangong Yen received the mysterious letter, he left Xiantan in a hurry. Didn't your mother ask where he was going? He left in the middle of the night without saying goodbye to my mother. They were lovers for several months, but in the end, Nangong Yen only left a stack of silver leaves and a piece of paper with the words "Don't miss" written on it. A female cultivator sighed and said, the most difficult thing to find for these singers and courtesans of the pear garden is a sincere person. They're really pitiful. After sighing, she couldn't help but ask curiously, what happened later? Was your mother unwilling to be abandoned by her lover, so she asked someone to find him? Emoran shook his head. My mother was gentle and kind, but she was a bit timid. Even if she was abandoned, she would only swallow her bitterness and wouldn't look for trouble. But not long after, she found out that she was pregnant. When Madame Wang heard this, she couldn't help but let out an ah. Her eyes were full of sadness. She looked at Emoran, not knowing what to say. The music workshop was willing to keep her. But the premise was that she couldn't give birth to the child. Women who have given birth won't be so beautiful when they dance. They don't do business. Emoran's eyes closed. My mother didn't agree, so the nanny in charge asked her to pay a large sum of money. Therefore, she gave all her savings, all her accessories, and even the embroidered shoes on her feet to the workshop. She earned her freedom and planned to go to Lini to look for my father. Madame Wang said softly, she is a penniless woman, how could she walk from Xiangtan to Lini? Mo Ran said, someone is helping her. Xuanfeng Rua. Mo Ran said. Sister Xuanfeng knew that my mother left the music workshop and chased her out of the city. She gave all her money to my mother and told her that if she couldn't find my father, she might as well come to Zuiyu Pavilion to find her. The two sisters could live a good life. Master Xianjing sighed. She had such a spirit of loyalty. I underestimated these weak women. Xianxia asked, then what happened? Did your mother find Nangongyan? Mo Ran was silent for a moment, then he sneered. She found him. Although Nangongyan's identity and name were fake, my mother still found him effortlessly. Someone said in surprise, huh? Is there such a heaven-defying ability? There's no heaven-defying ability, it's just a coincidence. Everyone looked at each other with suspicion. How can there be such a coincidence? The city lords of the Confucian Wind sect rarely show themselves in public. They really don't show themselves. Mo Ran's face was gloomy. However, the Confucian Wind sect will hold a banquet for their wedding and children's 1-month birthday and receive congratulations on the city gate tower. Isn't that so? Everyone was stunned. Nangongyan received a letter. Was it to urge him to go back and get married? Someone else recalled. Ah, I remember. Nangongyan's first wife was the daughter of a rich family. Could it be that he was forced to abandon the girl he was in love with and go back to marry that rich family's daughter? Mo Ran's expression was extremely indifferent. He wasn't forced. He didn't go back and get married. The mysterious letter he received was actually good news. It was the head of the Confucian Wind sect who told him that his wife was about to give birth and asked him to go back and accompany her. Even Shui Jingyong, who had been silent, changed his expression. He said, so when Nangongyan went to Xiangtan, he was already a married man. Yes. Mo Ran lowered his eyes. It was really difficult for him. Now that he was talking about this matter, his face didn't have too much of a pained expression. He calmly said, Nangongyan's wife was pregnant and her body wasn't good. It was easy for her to miscarry, so he came out to relax. He met my mother and liked her. He lied that he had never married before to win my mother's favor. Someone was so angry that he stamped his feet. He's worse than a beast. His wife was pregnant, but he ran out to play. He even had a child outside. Alas. This Duanihan is really unlucky. Would Nangongyan acknowledge her? The answer was self-evident. Everyone was excited and indignant. They looked at Mo Ran with a bit more pity. However, Mo Ran didn't care about how others looked at him. He just continued to talk about his mother's experience. He had kept this secret for 2 lifetimes. This was the first time he spoke openly and sincerely. In addition to the pain, he also felt a bit relieved. Mo Ran said, at that time, there was a big banquet in Lini to celebrate the birth of Lin Er. My mother came to the turret of the 9th city and saw Nangongyan holding his wife and child on the turret decorated with red ribbons. He greeted the people below and threw auspicious fruit cakes. After that, my mother didn't look for him again. At that time, she had used up all her money. She couldn't even afford to pay for the passage back to Xiang. After half a year, she gave birth to me in an abandoned woodshed in Lini. Xianxia asked, then did you go back to Xiang Tanzuiyu building? Mo Ran shook his head. When I was born, my body was very weak. I fell ill in less than a month. I couldn't travel at all. In order to treat me, she begged all the doctors in the city. No one was willing to help her. She had no choice but to carry me. She found a way to enter the Confucian Wind sect and found Nangongyan. That year, the weak mother appeared in front of her lover with a newborn baby who was as small as a kitten. That man didn't feel happy. He only felt endless shock, fear, and even anger. He had a beautiful wife and child. His wife was the daughter of a famous and promising family. She gave birth to a chubby and cute son. The whole family was harmonious and happy. In his eyes, Duanihan was a piece of rat shit. She wanted to ruin his good reputation and ruin his family reunion. She had bad intentions. Why should he recognize them? Afraid that she would make a big deal out of this, Nangong Yen gave her enough money to take the child and get out of the Confucian Wen sect. Duanihan held on to her last hope and said with tears in her eyes, "The child hasn't been named yet. Can you?" He glared at her, his face as green as iron. "Get out. Hurry up and get out. This is not my child. Don't be so shameless. Get out." She was roughly pushed out of the door. She didn't have time to be sad. The baby in her arms was crying so weakly. His hands and feet were cold. He was curled up in her arms like a dying cat. When she called him, he opened his dark eyes and looked at her blankly. He wasn't naughty at all. He was very obedient and quiet. She held back her tears and carried him to the medical center. The doctor in the medical center shouted at her, "How many times have I told you? We are not Jisher Tang. How can we treat your child for free? If you don't have money." She hurriedly took out the stinky copper coins that Nangong Yen had given her. She was in a hurry for fear that others would frighten the baby in her arms. Her eyes flashed with distress. She kept bowing her head and said, "Rich, doctor, rich. I beg you, please do a good deed and save my child. You see, he is still so young." The medical center wasn't completely without kindness. It was just that they were annoyed by this woman. The medicinal herbs used to treat children were not cheap, so they refused her so rudely. Since this woman was willing to pay enough money, their attitude became better. Medicinal herbs and acupuncture. If the illness was too serious, he had to live in the medical center. Emo Rant's illness was sometimes good and sometimes bad. After a few months, he finally recovered. At this time, Duanihan didn't have much money left. She thanked the doctor and left with the baby. Seeing that winter was coming, she was afraid that her baby would freeze again, so she went to get a small coat and a small quilt. After doing this, her money was gone. She couldn't go back to Xianxia. However, Duanihan sat in the abandoned woodshed and looked at the little guy who was chuckling at her with his finger in his mouth. She felt very happy and peaceful. She had always been a person who was content with what she had. "What should I call you?" The baby babbled but didn't know how to speak. Duanihan made a fire and hugged his child by the fire pit to keep warm as he teased him. When the child laughed, she laughed as well. The fire flickered and burned. The house was remote and shabby, but because of this fire, she felt extremely warm. She rubbed his little face, making him kick his little feet and laugh out loud. She thought for a while and said, "How about I call you Ranner?" Emo Ran sucked his finger and looked at her with his dark eyes. Duanihan's face seemed to be lonely for a moment. "I don't know what your surname should be. You can't be Nangong, but you can't take On Yang's surname. On Yang's surname was given by the nanny in the music hall. If you follow me, it will be a bit strange. I'll just call you Ranner, okay?" Emo Ran laughed and smacked his fingers. He didn't nod or shake his head. "Ranner, when spring comes, we'll go back to Xianxia." Duanihan touched his soft hair. "Nyang can play the pipa and dance. There's a Miss Sun there. She's Nyang's good sister. She must like you very much. You have to be good and learn to call her Inyang as soon as possible." "Oh, forget it. She has a bad temper. You should learn to call her big sister. When you see her, you have to say Big Sister Sun is good. Only then will you have candy to eat. Do you understand?" She held his soft and tender fingers and said gently, "Don't worry. Ranner, wait a little longer. Winter will be over soon. When spring comes, we'll go home." However, this winter was still too long. That year was a disaster year. The lower cultivation world was overrun with ghosts. Lini was heavily fortified and ordinary people were forbidden to enter and leave. Therefore, Duanihan couldn't leave. She went to work in a shop to earn some money to support her family. However, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Someone revealed her husband's romantic history to Nangong Yan's wife. In short, not long after, the steamed bun shop that Duanihan was hired kicked her out for no reason. From then on, Duanihan was ostracized. Unable to find a living in Lini, she could only beg with her young son. There were a few times when she sang softly on the streets, while Nangong Yen was riding a horse in bright clothes. Behind him was a vast entourage, and behind him, he rode past in front of her. He felt guilty and wanted to hide from her. Actually, there was no need for him to do this. Although Duanihan was weak, she had her own pride. She only sang Xiangtan's little song and didn't even look at this man. She definitely wouldn't cry to her former lover on the streets and ask why he was so fickle and untrustworthy. He didn't understand how proud this lute woman was. Look at her tear-stained face. Although her clothes are ragged, she has a kind appearance. Why do you look at me like that? Someone passed by her and casually threw her a copper coin. She was like the beautiful Lady Yuxian. She bowed and said softly, "Thank you, master, for your kindness." The days passed like this. The lower cultivation world was in constant war. Lini was a bystander, and the anti-theft wall was erected high. This time, it was erected for 5 years. Emoran was 5 years old. One day, Nangong Yen quarreled with his wife. He was annoyed, so he wandered around Shi City. The weather was good that day. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the jewelry shops and pastry shops with disinterest. Under the big banyan tree, there were old men playing chess. Lini had always been a blessed land. So what if many people died in the lower cultivation world? They had been singing and dancing here for hundreds of years. Nangong Yen walked over to watch the old men play chess. He was in regular clothes, so no one could recognize him. He happily gave them pointers. In the end, those old men were so annoyed that they chased him away. Nangong Yen was not happy. He walked a few steps forward and stood under a big tree. He looked at the golden embroidered birdcage hanging on the branches. The birdcage was letting out a clear chirp of the embroidered-eyed bird. Perhaps the sun was too good, making people feel comfortable. Nangong Yen stood under the tree and thought. Suddenly, he thought of the gentle girl in Xiangtan restaurant 5 years ago. He tilted his head and teased the bird, saying, "Hey, do you know how to sing Xianxia?" Of course, the bird didn't know how to sing. It kept chirping. Nangong Yen sighed as he hummed the tune that Duanihan had sung countless times by his ears many years ago. Suddenly, he heard a clear voice behind him. Someone was singing softly, "The wild clouds are low, the north wind is cold, the sky is full of ice and snow, the well bars are sealed." The voice was like jade, tinkling. He felt like a lifetime had passed. He suddenly turned around. Because he had been deliberately avoiding her, he hadn't seen her for a long time. At this moment, across the bustling downtown, he suddenly saw that slender and gentle woman again. Just like in the dreams that he didn't dare to tell his wife for so many years. He met her again. Duanihan brought along a frail child as the mother and son stood by the side of the street. She lowered her eyes as she sang a little song that people couldn't buy no matter how much money they had in the past, hoping to gain the pity of a nobleman and get some money for a meal. She sang softly, "This road is in front of the mountain, behind the mountain, there are millions of pedestrians." Countless people came and went in front of her, but no one stopped for her. Although the song was nice, it wasn't a real thing. She wanted to sing it, so no one was willing to pay for her. It's easy to see a lover, but difficult to see a lover. Looking into the distance, the smoke and water of the river pass are cold. Suddenly, a pair of gold-threaded shoes inlaid with emerald jade appeared in front of her eyes. She heard a man humming the song that she had not finished humming in a low voice. "Countless flying books have yet to arrive, the well has accumulated tears for you to see." Duanihan was stunned for a moment. Then, she slowly raised her eyes. She saw him again. He was still the same as he was 5 years ago, handsome, dignified, and extremely good-looking. He didn't age at all. Time left no trace on his face. Duanihan saw her own reflection in his eyes. 5 years ago, she was a delicate young girl. Now, she had a face full of hardships. She was no longer beautiful and made people feel disgusted. But the way Nangong Yen looked at her was somewhat affectionate. After being married for so many years, his wife heard about his past. Although she didn't dare to say it, she was very unhappy. She would throw a tantrum and put on airs. Their son was also very naughty. Today, he stood in front of Duanihan. Seeing her like this, his heart more or less gave birth to some guilt and pity. Duanihan stopped singing. Her eyelids drooped and she didn't sing. Mother? Emoran was puzzled and turned to look at her. Duanihan said, Mother is tired today. Let's go home. Emoran nodded obediently and smiled, then let's go back and rest. I'll think of something for dinner. Mother and son held hands and prepared to leave. Nangongyan called out to her, You. His gaze fell on Emoran. This child was thin and small. His clothes were tattered, but he was very sensible. His face was also very beautiful. Nangongyan suddenly realized that this was his own child. He was his flesh and blood. He reached out and patted Emoran's head. Emoran didn't know who he was. He narrowed his eyes and let the man ruffle his black hair. Oh. Nangongyan remembered that year when Duanihan came to his residence with a kitten-like baby and begged him to save him. At that time, she said, he doesn't have a name yet. What's your name? Nangongyan asked. Ran Air. What's your surname? I don't have a surname. Nangongyan looked at Duanihan with a sour expression. He didn't know why, but he said, Why don't you? Before he could finish, he suddenly saw a group of Confucian Wen sect Taoists walking past the corner of the street. Nangongyan's trance was interrupted. He quivered and seemed to come back to reality. He met Duanihan's eyes again. The pair of eyes that used to look at him with a smile were very dull now. There was no longer any dream of a young girl. Even when he wanted to recognize them just now, they were cold. She had already seen through this man. Nangongyan looked a little embarrassed because of this, and also a little embarrassed. In order to hide his emotions, he coughed lightly and generously stuffed all the gold, silver, and treasures in his money bag into Emoran's hands. He patted Emoran's head again. Your mother sang very well. These gold, silver, and treasures should suit her. A slender hand took the money pouch from Emoran's hand. Duanihan only took out a copper coin from the bag and put it in the broken bowl in Emoran's hands. Then, she handed all the heavy jewelry and money back to Nangongyan. She didn't say much. She just gently and calmly bowed to him, just like any passerby who gave her money. She politely said to him, Thank you for your kindness, master. Then, she turned around and left. She was the Xianxia music deity. She used to be the moon surrounded by stars, singing and dancing. When thousands of people emptied the streets for her, she was never proud. But now, her beautiful clothes had faded and her beauty had withered. She could only beg on the roadside, but she didn't feel inferior. It was also that day that Emoran became suspicious because of Duanihan's subtle attitude. Later, after beating around the bush and asking in every possible way, he found out about his past. Mother told you all this because I don't want to lie to you. But Renner, you have to remember, don't be angry. Duanihan said, and don't ask for anything from him. As she said this, she poked Emoran's little head. When the disaster in the cultivation world calms down and Leni allows ordinary people to come and go, we'll go back to Xianxia. Emoran was quiet for a long time. Then, he nodded, I won't ask for anything from him. Mother and I will go back to Xianxia. Duanihan smiled and said, I don't know if little sister Sun still recognizes me. I don't look good anymore. Emoran was very anxious. Mother, you look good. Mother, you look the best. Duanihan smiled even more brightly. Between her eyebrows, she really did recover the charm of the past. She teased him, you have such a sweet mouth. In the future, whoever marries you, you have to coax them well. Emoran was a little embarrassed. He pursed his lips, but after a while, he still revealed his sharp baby teeth. When I grow up, I want to find a wife who's like a goddess. Then we can stay together by mother's side. Aya, you're dreaming. Who's going to marry you? The mother and son laughed and joked. The bonfire in the woodshed crackled. It was very warm. It was as if every day in the future would continue to pass peacefully like this. Fire and night gave the poor an illusory comfort. Therefore, at that time, none of them expected that in fact, Duanihan's days were numbered. It was in the autumn when I was 5 years old, Mo Ran said, right after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Because the Confucian Wind sect had been closed to the outside world for a long time, Lini's food supply was already insufficient. So they adjusted the price of the goods. In the end, it was just to let the poor below control their appetite and not to fight for food with the rich. Shui Jingyong had all sorts of feelings when he heard this. His heart was in a mess. But when Mo Ran said this, he still thought about it in a daze. Then, he nodded. Yes, I remember that when the price was adjusted, the starving people in Lini rebelled. Only then did the Confucian Wind sect finally lower the price. It lasted for about a year? Xianxia said, I remember it was half a year. Mo Ran closed his eyes and said, it wasn't that long. It was 1 month and 5 days. It only lasted for a short 35 days. Someone asked, how can you remember it so clearly? How long has it been? How could he not remember it clearly? In Jiangxi's memory from the upper cultivation world, it was an ordinary half a year. In Shui Jingyong's memory from the lower cultivation world, it was a year full of emotions. But in Mo Ran's memory, it was 35 days that gradually turned into despair. Each day felt like a year. Every day was worse than death, every day was like purgatory. That year, as soon as the price adjustment order was issued, people were in a panic. Duani Han and her child couldn't get food, they could only pick up rotten vegetable leaves and moldy and rotten rice to fill their stomachs. Later, more and more people couldn't eat, they couldn't even pick up vegetable leaves. In the midst of their predicament, Mo Ran couldn't help but say to Duani Han, Mother, let's go to the Confucian Wind School to find him and ask for some food, shall we? Duani Han muttered, we can ask anyone, but not him. Begging on the street, performing arts, nodding and bowing, smiling and shouting were all things that were forced to do. But if they went to beg Nangong Yen, the meaning would be different. Although Duani Han was poor, she didn't want to cross this last line. She didn't want to, so Mo Ran didn't mention it again. The child wasn't eye-catching, and he was surprisingly agile. On the 9th day after the price adjustment order was issued, he finally stole a white radish from the ground. Duani Han carefully hid the white radish. Every day, she only cooked a little bit of it the size of a fist, and the two of them shared it. By the 8th meal, the radish was rotten, but because they hadn't seen anything to fill their stomachs for a long time, Duani Han cut the remaining rotten radish in half, barely managing to survive for a few more days. On the 21st day after the price adjustment order, they ate the last bit of radish, and couldn't find any food to fill their stomachs. On the 25th day, there was a torrential rain, and earthworms crawled out from the ground. Mo Ran caged them together, collected some rainwater, boiled them, and ate them. The slippery feeling of the earthworm in his mouth made him feel nauseous. Mo Ran apologized to these skinny little animals. He really had nothing to fill his stomach with. If he could get through this period, the earthworm would be his benefactor. He didn't want to eat his benefactor anymore. When would this nightmare pass? The 28th day. Mo Ran had a fever. No matter how gifted a child was and how high their spiritual energy was, they still couldn't withstand such hunger and torment. Duani Han had long since lost his strength. His eyes were hollow. On this day, taking advantage of the fact that Mo Ran was asleep, she finally made up her mind. She got up and left the woodshed where she stayed, and slowly walked towards the towering immortal city of the Confucian Wind sect. She had her own bottom line, and she would rather die than beg for food from Nangong Yen. However, the child was innocent. He was still so young, so how could he accompany her to leave the mortal world? At this time, the people in the main hall had sympathy on their faces. Regardless of whether Mo Weiyu was guilty or not, what happened in the past was really too tragic. Someone softened his tone and asked with a sigh, did you manage to get it? No. Mo Ran said, my luck was bad. When I arrived, Nangong Yen was quarreling with his wife. He paused for a moment, then continued, when that city lord's wife saw my mother, she flew into a rage. She has a fierce temper. Not only did she not give my mother any food, she even threw her out of the Confucian Wind sect. Then what about Nangong Yen? I don't know. Mo Ran said, my mother didn't mention him. Maybe she tried to stop him, or maybe she just stood to the side, wanting to help but unable to. Emo Ran didn't know what exactly happened that day. He only knew that when his mother came back, her body was full of scars. She curled up in the woodshed and hugged him without saying anything. Later on, she began to cough up blood, spitting out blood foam and gastric juice. The room was filled with a rancid smell. 34th day. Duani Han was on the verge of death. She could barely speak, and she didn't cry. That night, she woke up from her coma and actually recovered some strength. She saw Emo Ran huddling beside her, trying to use his thin body to warm her. She said very softly and gently to him, "Ranner, if you have a way, go back to Xiangtan. Mother. Go back to Xiangtan, find Sister Sun, and repay her kindness." Duani Han stroked Emo Ran's hair. "If you want to go to Xiangtan to repay your kindness, don't stay in Lini to seek revenge. Listen to your mother, be good. When your mother came to Lini, I owed your sister Sun a lot of money, and I can't pay it all back. Go back, stay by her side, do something for her, and make her happy. In the future, if other people show you kindness, you must remember it well." Emo Ran had tears in his eyes as he looked up at her skinny face in the woodshed. Duani Han's eyes were so black that they were shining, and there were even some grape-like purple. Then repay your kindness. That was what Duani Han did for Emo Ran before she died. She was afraid that after she left, her child would go astray, so she repeatedly told him that he must leave this sad place. If people had aspirations, they would not let their imagination run wild, and it would not be easy to fall into the trap of hatred. She gave him aspirations, repay her kindness. Don't take revenge. On the 35th day. This ridiculous price adjustment order was finally abolished in the midst of the riots, and it lasted only a short 1 month and 5 days. For the rich, it was like a farce had finally come to an end. Lini was full of smoke and miasma, and they woke up in the soft and warm bed, and took the 8 treasures fragrant nectar served by the maids to rinse their mouths and pick their teeth. When they heard that the price adjustment order was abolished, they only complained a few words and yawned. It was all insignificant. But for Emo Ran, it was something that could not be more exciting. He did not have to worry about food rations, so the number of kind-hearted people on the streets increased again. Emo Ran got a biscuit and even a bowl of pitifully thin meat porridge. He was reluctant to drink a single mouthful, and carefully held it in his hands. He wanted to hurry back and give it to his sick mother. Meat porridge was such a good thing, if his mother drank it, she would definitely recover, right? He could not wait to use this bowl of porridge to save his mother's life, but he did not dare to rush back home. The porridge bowl was cracked, and there was a big hole on the side. If he ran too fast, it would be a pity to spill it. Thus, he returned to the woodshed in both joy and torment. "Mother!" He held the broken bowl with both hands, and used his dirty head to rub open the broken door like a little puppy, with a smile on his face, full of longing for the future. How wonderful, there was meat porridge to drink, his mother would get better soon, and the flowers would finally bloom in the warm spring, they would go back to Lini together. There was singing and dancing, and they would not starve. With a sister surnamed Sun, they would finally not have to wander and beg for a living. How wonderful, they would go home together. Creak. The door opened. "She's lying inside," Emo Ran said calmly in the Dan Xian Palace Hall. The bystanders were either surprised by his indifference, or chilled by his cold-bloodedness. This person, when mentioning his mother's death, was unexpectedly calm. There was no warmth, no ripples, and not even tears. However, no one had ever thought about how many years of yearning and heartbreak it would take to smooth out the scars and obtain such a calm face. "I called her, but she didn't wake up," Emo Ran said. "She would never open her eyes again, and she would never drink that porridge again." There was a long silence. Madame Wang said with a trembling voice, Then, you went back to Lini alone?" Emo Ran shook his head. "I went to the Confucian Wind sect." Someone cried out, "Ah," and said, You're going to seek revenge?" "My mother said to repay kindness, not seek revenge," Emo Ran said calmly. "I didn't want to seek revenge, I just wanted to bury my mother. But I didn't have money, and I didn't have time to raise money, so I went to his house and begged him to give me some money." "Did he give you any?" Emo Ran almost smiled and said, "No. No. But according to what you said before, your mother was still in Nangong Yan's heart. How could he not even have money for the funeral? Emoran said, because his first wife committed suicide not long ago and passed away. What? Xianxia narrowed her eyes. Nangong Yan's wife did die very early, and it was suicide. That woman was pregnant, but her husband was entangled with other people outside. After giving birth to the child, they were always quarreling and lived a very unhappy life. My mother went to the house to look for them that day, and after she bumped into her, she became more and more furious. It was said that she stabbed Nangong Yan with a knife at that time, which made Nangong Yan so angry that he said he wanted to divorce his wife. Emoran paused for a moment, then said she couldn't take it, and hanged herself in the middle of the night. She died a few days earlier than my mother. Hearing this, everyone didn't know what to say. The romantic and unrestrained young master had a brief relationship, but in the end, the beauty died, and his family was ruined. This was the cycle of karma in the world. When I appeared, Nangong Yan was being reprimanded by the sect leader. His wife's family also came, they were famous business magnates in Lini, Emoran said. Nangong Yan had already been scolded badly, and he was very angry. Suddenly seeing me, how could he have a good temper? Madame Wang was the most soft-hearted. Although she knew that Emoran was not related by blood, she still felt sorry and said with tears, "Ran air." Emoran really didn't want to talk about this past. Nangong Yan's face at that time, and the faces of those who were present. There was also Madame Nangong's mourning hall, golden paper and silver flowers, little children made of paper, a mountain of spiritual tools, a beautiful soul-summoning banner, a shiny black coffin made of Phoebe Jinan wood, and too many things. Hundreds of people knelt on both sides to watch the coffin of the woman who committed suicide, and mourned. The lamp was filled with whale oil, and the 99 scrolls of incense were burning silently. The wind blew away the smoke, and the powder rustled. It was a very lively scene. What about his mother? Xiangtan Yu Xian Duanihan, she only had a tattered dress that she might never wear again after taking it off, and a bony young child. She didn't even have a straw mat to wrap the corpse. You can't expect 10 feet of fate. That was what Nangong Yan said to Emoran in extreme anger and despair. Then, under the gaze of the sect leader, under the gaze of his in-laws, this man pushed the illegitimate child out of the door and refused to acknowledge him. Madame Nangong died. She should be matched with a golden red-colored coffin, agate, fragrant pearls, and a snow-white shroud to protect her body from decay. Silk covered her face, silk covered her eyes, and silk covered her eyes. Duanihan died. A corpse, a person's tears, separated by life and death, there was nothing else. According to Nangong Yan, she shouldn't even ask for a thin wooden coffin. So, who dared to say that people were equal in the face of death? Fate was unfair from the very beginning. In the end, her skin was still like jade. She had already rotted into mud. I dragged her to a mass grave and buried her. Emoran said a few words, understating it. He didn't talk in detail about how he begged a passing gentleman to give him a ride, or how he spent 14 days dragging that rotten and smelly corpse to the suburbs. He also didn't talk about how he used his hands to push aside the rocks and crushed soil to bury his mother's thin body. Emoran wasn't used to complaining in front of others. He had always been a person who buried his past deeply. Unless he was forced to, he wouldn't say it lightly. In the first 10 years of his life, he had already suffered humiliation, malice, supercilious looks, and slander. His heart was as hard as iron. He didn't care how others looked at him. He didn't care if others sympathized with him. Then I went to Xiangtan. He couldn't stand Lini anymore. One day, he hid behind a Taoist priest's handcart and secretly sneaked out of the city in a wicker basket. He began to follow his mother's instructions and walked to Xiangbian. He walked for half a year, from midsummer to early winter. His shoes were broken, so he walked barefoot. In the end, the soles of his feet grew thick calluses. He walked like this and asked questions. When he reached the outside of Wubei Temple, he finally fell into a haystack because of the cold and hunger. Mother. The little child crouched on the ground. Under his messy black hair was a pair of unfocused eyes. He looked at the vast world. It was snowing. It was the first snow of winter. I'm coming to see you. I'm sorry. I can't take it anymore. The snowflakes fell lightly and softly like a sigh. They covered his eyes and brows. In a daze, he heard footsteps approaching. Then, a pair of hands pushed aside the haystack. He heard a young voice, Shizun, come quickly. Look at him. What's wrong with him? After a while, a pair of straw shoes approached. A man was speaking, don't worry about it. Go back first. I'm here to see him. The man's voice was deep and cold. There wasn't much emotion. Emoran was instinctively afraid. He instinctively felt that the young man was close to him and that the man was cold. He didn't know where he got the strength, but his desire to live made him raise his hand and weakly grab the corner of the young man's clothes. Before she could say a word, tears began flowing down her cheeks. Food. I'm so hungry. Please, I want to eat. The young man he grabbed was Chuaning, who went down the mountain with Huizue that day. Chuaning was stunned. What? Emoran forced himself to raise his dirty little face. He shakily made a eating gesture, swallowing the bitterness in his throat. Everything in front of him was blurry and dizzy. His ears were ringing. He cried and begged the person in front of him. He knew that if this little brother abandoned him like all the other masters he had met, then he wouldn't be able to live. He would definitely die. He really couldn't take it anymore. Eat. Later, Chuaning fed him a pot of rice soup. A pot of soup saved a person who was on the verge of starvation. After drinking the rice soup, Emoran left Wubei Temple. At that time, his mind was groggy. He only remembered that Big Brother Benefactor had a pair of slightly upturned almond-shaped eyes and thick and long eyelashes. He didn't have any other impressions. However, from Wubei Temple to Shantan day and night, he wore the cloak that Big Brother Benefactor had given him. At that time, his body was small. The young man's clothes looked particularly clumsy and funny on him. Especially when he wore the hat, the brim of the hat could almost cover his entire face. On the road, there were always children who didn't have to worry about food and clothing. They snuggled up to their parents and laughed, "Father, Mother, look at that little beggar. What is he wearing? It's so funny." Emoran wasn't angry. What did other people's cynicism mean to him? He was only grateful that this ill-fitting cloak could shelter him from the wind and rain, and give him warmth. When it snowed, the snowflakes couldn't fall on him. When it was late at night, the darkness couldn't enter his heart. When night fell, he would make a fire and hug his knees by the fire pit to warm himself. He would cover his head with the cloak and shrink into it, looking at the orange flames from under the soft edges. The cloak was very warm. It was like his mother's embrace, and also like his Big Brother Benefactor's pair of gentle almond-shaped eyes. The little child curled up and fell asleep. In his dreams, he could even smell the faint fragrance of the cloak. It was like leaning against a blooming begonia tree. When he looked back, it was no wonder that he always felt that Chuaning smelled very good. As long as there was his scent on the bed, he could always sleep peacefully. It was also no wonder that when he first saw Elder Yu hang under Tong Tian Tower, he felt that those almond-shaped eyes were very gentle. It was as if he had seen them somewhere before. It turned out that everything had a cause and effect. He and Chuaning had talked so early. They had touched each other's body temperature. He even licked Chuaning's palm. It turned out that he had smelled the fragrance of flowers on Chuaning's clothes. It turned out that his Big Brother Benefactor, whom he had been looking for, was by his side. Emoran lowered his eyes. In this cold and desolate Dan Xian palace, there was actually a trace of warmth because of this. However, this was a secret between them. Emoran thought in his heart. It was both sad and sweet. He kept this secret in his heart. He wouldn't tell anyone, and he wouldn't tell anyone. He took a deep breath, paused, and continued, "After I arrived at Xiangtan, I followed my mother's will and found Sun Fengrua." At that time, Ranner was only 5 years old. He was wrapped in a thick cloak that belonged to the young Chuaning. The cloak dragged on the ground and was already dirty. The child poked out a dirty bird's nest head from the fluff. He looked up with a sallow and emaciated face and asked softly, "Excuse me. Sister Sun Fengrua, is she here? Sun Fengrua?" The performer who was pulled by him laughed and looked at him curiously. Top courtesan of the music house? Although we're here to sell our arts and not our bodies, who wouldn't like Miss Sun's appearance more than her singing voice? Little brother, how old are you? You know how to find her? Emma Rand's eyes were wide open. He didn't understand her words at all. However, the girl's ridicule was obvious. Emma Rand was embarrassed because of this. He grabbed the collar of his cloak tightly and said with a red face, "Please, I want to see Sister Sun. My mother asked me to find her." Huh? Who's your mother? My mother's surname is Duan. Her name is Duanihan. Ah. The performer's expression changed. She took a step back and covered her mouth with her handkerchief. Even her lazy peach blossom eyes suddenly widened. You're Duan Lucien's child? When Duanihan was famous, she never acted like a tyrant. She often gave extra jewelry and money to her sisters who were old and no longer sang like before. Therefore, when the performer heard that he was Miss Duan's child, her attitude immediately changed. She hurriedly took him to the greenhouse of the flower pavilion and saw Sun Fengruo lying on the bed in the room. After closing the door, Emma Ran bowed to Sun Fengruo and told her the whole story. Sun Fengruo's heart was filled with grief. She immediately found her mother and said that she wanted Emma Ran to stay by her side. Her mother originally refused, but after several pleas from the top courtesan and sizing up Emma Ran, she felt that this child could at least do something for the pavilion. Thus, she reluctantly agreed. Beggars were afraid of bringing bad luck when they entered the pavilion. According to the rules, they had to burn all their clothes and then thoroughly wash them. There was no problem with bathing, but when they said that they had to burn the clothes, Emma Ran cried. "What are you crying for? It's not like I won't buy you new clothes in the future." Her mother impatiently knocked Emma Ran's head with her hookah. "Be sensible. I'll give you food and a place to live. Other people can't wait to laugh at you. Look at your poor appearance." Emma Ran was afraid that he would implicate Sister Sun. She had already put in a good word for him. Thus, he bit his lip and endured with all his might. He rubbed his red eyes and stood in front of the fire sobbing silently. At that time, he really didn't understand why all this happened. Why did he just want to keep an old set of clothes? Because he was weak, because he was lowly, because he was a stinky beggar. In order to not bring bad luck and trouble to others, he could only let others take it off him. He couldn't struggle, couldn't say no, and didn't even have the right to cry. It used to give him so much warmth, sustenance, and support. In order to shelter him from wind and rain, it was so dirty that its original color couldn't be seen. Now that he had a place to stay, perhaps he wouldn't need it anymore. He just wanted to carefully wash it clean and fold it neatly. Even if he never wore it again, it would be good to keep it under a small box. It was his friend, not just an old set of clothes. But everything was not up to him. With a boom, the dirty cloak was thrown into the flames. The person who threw it was just throwing it away casually. In the end, they even thought that their hands were dirty. But to Emma Ran, it was a cremation, a funeral. He watched helplessly. The tongue of fire suddenly rose up, and the magnificent world was blurred. "Drink slowly, there's still more." "Where are you from?" He could still hear the gentle voice of that young man in his ears. That was one of the few kindness he had received in his humble life. It was all turned to ashes. Just like that, Emma Ran worshipped the mother of the drunken jade building as his godmother. He also received an adopted surname from his godmother, surnamed Mo. From then on, he became an errand boy in the building, and finally lived a peaceful life. However, good times didn't last long. At that time, Sun Fengruo was already not young. According to the rules of the building, although the music building was not comparable to the brothel, but when one reached the age, if one didn't earn enough self-pity money, then the girl's first night would be sold to those rich men by the mother. Sun Fengruo didn't worry. She had already earned a lot for the drunken jade building. There's still 150,000 gold left. Sun Fengruo said to Mo Ran with a smile, "Renner, when I earn enough money, I can redeem myself. Sister will take you to live a good life." Mo Ran was assigned to work in the kitchen, so Sun Fengruo rarely saw her. Nanny was determined to prevent the people in the building from forming cliques, so Sun Fengrua and Mo Ran always met secretly. She reached out and pinched his cheek, then gave him a candy. "Shoo, take it and eat." "Unfortunately, I can't give you money, I'll be found out." Godmother's eyes are very sharp, hee hee. Mo Ran grinned, revealing a mouth with missing baby teeth. Thank you, Sister Sun." However, Sun Fengrua was still 150,000 gold away from redeeming herself. How could the mother not know this? Although her face was calm and collected, she was extremely anxious in her heart. Losing Sun Fengrua meant losing half of the drunken jade building's source of income. The mother calculated that before Sun Fengrua left, she must make a lot of money. At that time, there were many rich people who coveted Sun Fengrua's beauty. They all offered sky-high prices, enough for the mother to eat for a lifetime. In the end, the mother had a bad idea. Behind Sun Fengrua's back, she made a contract with a wealthy merchant. The two of them took advantage of the Lantern Festival. Sun Fengrua sat on the stairs and played music. He gave her a cup of tea with drugs and then brought it to her room. That day, Mo Ran cooked glutinous rice balls and carefully brought them to the warm room for Sister Sun to eat. Before he entered, he heard heavy breathing in the room. Mo Ran was shocked. He opened the door and a strong smell of Rui Nao incense hit him in the face, making him want to vomit. In the dim light, he saw a greasy rich merchant who was like streaky pork. He was drooling and his clothes were wide open. He was powerlessly struggling on Sun Fengrua's sore body. Clang! The glutinous rice ball bowl shattered on the ground. Mo Ran rushed into the room. He did not know where he got the strength. He was very talented since childhood, but he beat the rich merchant. Then, he held the fat man tightly and shouted at Sun Fengrua, who was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. "Sister, go quickly." "But you go quickly." "I can't go, I have to hold on to him." "If you don't go now, when the mother comes, we will all die here." "Go quickly. Go quickly. If you go, I will run away immediately." Sun Fengrua was his benefactor. Mo Ran told her to run away from Yuzhou and never come back. That day, he finally became a hero for once. Sun Fengrua sobbed and bowed to him, then ran out of the building. But Mo Ran did not have time to leave. When the mother heard the commotion, she quickly brought people up. When she saw Mo Ran hit the guest and let Hua Kue go, she was so angry that her face was distorted and she almost vomited blood. The mother had a son who was about the same age as Mo Ran. That son was vicious and had a belly full of evil tricks. When he saw that his mother was so angry, he had an idea. Sometimes, a child's viciousness was so naive and scary. The boy punished his peer, who had angered his mother, in the same way that animals were punished. He found a dog cage and had people lock Mo Ran inside. The cage was narrow and cramped. Mo Ran could only squat inside. He could not lie down or stand. They fed him scraps of cold rice like they were feeding a dog, and this went on for 7 days. For 7 days, Mo Ran was trapped in Sun Fengrua's old house. The smell of incense and the stench of a man's body fluids mixed together. He squatted, hunched over, smelling this groggy, sweet and greasy smell. He wanted to vomit. 7 days. From then on, he felt disgusted whenever he smelled the incense. Fear and terror seeped out from his bones. In the Core Heart Palace, the group of cultivators didn't know what to say. Many of them lowered their heads and remained silent. Master Xianxia said, "Alas! It's all a sin." The master of the Heavenly Music Pavilion, Mu Yanli, said, "Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Many things in this world are caused by karma and retribution." She suddenly changed the topic. "But Mo Ran, you have to know that suffering is not a reason for you to vent your hatred and disregard other people's lives." "Yes." An elder of the Fire Phoenix Pavilion also sighed and said, "Mo Xianjun, you've been wronged and it's pitiful. But that's also because of your poor background and fate. Everyone has their own fate. You can't turn around and bully others just because you've been bullied. You've done good deeds and been wronged. But as far as we know, you've also killed people later on. That's a separate matter. We have to be clear about it." Mo Ran didn't say anything. Xianxia suddenly asked, how? This? Who can be clear about it? Whose life is not a life? Who can be the fairest ruler? Xianxia was willful and reckless. She didn't regard the heavenly music pavilion as a god. I don't mean to be partial to Imoran, but I just want to ask one question. Today, we're standing here saying that we'll settle accounts with Imoran one by one and make him pay. Then, what about the humiliation Imoran has suffered? What about the injustice he suffered? No one expected that Xianxia, who had suffered the most in the murder case a few days ago, would stand up for Imo. They were all stunned for a moment. Mu Yanli said, Master Jiang, the heavenly music pavilion has always been fair. Our clan has guarded the divine weighing instrument for generations. When the time comes, we'll use the instrument to weigh young Master Mo's merits and demerits and determine his punishment. You don't have to worry. That's strange. What's his relationship with me? Why should I be worried? Xianxia had been displeased with the heavenly music parlor for a long time. He practiced medicine. To put it bluntly, as long as he refined medicine well, even a mortal could live a carefree life. Thus, he was the least superstitious about the descendants of the gods. He narrowed his almond-shaped eyes and said coldly, however, this Jiang is very curious. Dare I ask everyone in the heavenly music pavilion, after you're done interrogating Imoran, shouldn't you also be interrogating these people who were implicated in the past? Should they dig 3 feet into the ground to see if Nangong Yen was still alive in this world? Should he go to Xiangtan and look for the rich merchant who molested Miss Sun back then? Imoran killed a man and it's only right and proper for him to pay with his life. But he was locked up in a dog cage, beaten up, with no clothes to cover his body and no food to eat. His benefactor was humiliated by a guest, and his mother starved to death. Who do you find to judge? Master Shanjing asked hesitantly, Sect leader Jiang, why are you suddenly defending the sinner? It's not really an argument. Jiangxi's thin lips opened and closed. I'm just thinking about how we treated Nangong Si and Yu Wangxi when we were at Mount Huang. I don't want to see the past repeat itself. Someone said, that's a different situation. It's not the same at all. What's the difference? Jiangxi said, now that Nangong Si is dead and Yu Wangxi is bedridden in Lomon's night, things are different. But back then, weren't we the ones who forced them to pay the blood debt of the Confucian Wind sect with their lives? He suddenly turned around, his brown eyes like a hawk's. What about back then? Where is the heavenly music parlor? Where is the justice? Because of the sword manual, the people of Baitan Manor had formed a deep grudge with the Confucian Wind sect. Li Wuxin's disciple, Zhen Songming, said, Sect leader Zhang's words are biased. Nangong Si is the successor of the Confucian Wind sect. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Unless the people of the Confucian Wind sect are all dead, the old debt will still be pursued. No one wants to be a sucker. Jiangxi sneered, that's right. So you see, don't you understand this principle very well? No one wants to be the last person to be slapped in the face and not be able to fight back. Zhen Songming. You think this way, Su Shuanglin thinks this way, and Imoran can also think this way. Jiangxi waved his sleeves and said, when something happens to someone else, it's always easy to say these words. But when injustice and cruelty really befall you, you can only wonder why there are so many evil people in the world, but the one who suffers is you. Zhen Songming said, from what sect leader Jiang means, you think that we treated Yu Wangxi and Nangong Si too cruelly and unfairly. Is the matter of the Baitan Manor sword manual dropped just like that? Jiangxi said, Nangong Si is no longer here. Who do you want to pursue this matter with? Zhen Songming suddenly became angry. Then my Shizun died in vain? Nangong Si is no longer here, but isn't there still Yu Wangxi? She's the commander of the dark city of the Confucian Wind sect. Don't tell me that she doesn't have any information about the sword manual? The crowd fell silent. Everyone knew that Jiangxi had a cold temperament. Zhen Songming really didn't match his name. He actually confronted Jiangxi in public like this. Jiangxi stared at Zhen Songming for a moment and said, at that time, on Jiao Mountain, Nangong Si fought with Nangong Zhangying and was seriously injured. At that time, he mouthed something to me. What did he say? Jiangxi closed his eyes. It was as if the scene of Nangongxi dying in a bloody battle flashed before his eyes. Inside the barrier, under Nangong Zhongying's sword, Nangongxi slowly said those words to him. I hope you can disperse all the treasures of the Confucian Wind sect for 100 years. Help the poor and needy and don't leave behind any provisions. This. All the cultivators looked at each other, unable to maintain their composure. The monks of Wubei Temple even lowered their eyes, put their palms together, and chanted the name of Buddha in low voices. Zheng Soming's face alternated between green and red. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, he doesn't even have a corpse now. The treasures of the Confucian Wind sect are all in the secret room. Who can open it? Isn't he just making empty promises and putting on an act? Xianxia said, Nangongxi didn't expect that in the end, he wouldn't even have a corpse left. What's more, I'd rather believe that when others are about to die, their words are good. Zheng Soming's lips trembled, as if he wanted to refute something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. After a long time, he said, is this the reason why Sect Master Jiang is protecting Mo Weiyu today? You want to ask for forgiveness so that you don't repeat Nangongxi's mistake? Xianxia said, I just think that it's extremely difficult to ask for fairness and justice, even impossible. I hope that when you reprimand others, you won't hold yourself too high. Don't think that you represent justice and the heavenly Tao. He glanced at the heavenly sound pavilion behind the deities. Even the public trial may not be completely right. When he said this, Xue Jingyong also spoke. Xue Jingyong looked very tired, so much so that he didn't know how to face Mo Ran. However, after a long time, he still sighed hoarsely and said, Sect Master Jiang is right. For so many years, the cultivation world has been in turmoil. There have been many troubles, and every sect has more or less done some foolish things. Who can judge absolute fairness and justice? Alas, in fact. He sighed and closed his eyes. In fact, does treating human life as grass mean killing with one's own hands? Back then, the Confucian Wind sect's price adjustment order killed many innocent people without spilling blood. I, Xue Jingyong, have stood in the mortal world for more than 40 years. I don't have many achievements. My actions are not for the sake of cultivating to become an immortal, nor for my name to go down in history. I just want to lessen the suffering in this chaotic world. As he spoke, his eyes were somewhat blank. As a supremacy at the peak of life and death, no matter how calm he pretended to be, knowing that the child he had raised for many years was not his nephew, he was still at a loss. Xue Jingyong murmured, I just want to lessen the suffering of the people. One less is better. At this time, Mu Yanli said coldly, Sect Master Xue, you are kind, but have you ever thought that if you are lenient to sinners, you will not respect the innocent people who died in the disaster, and you will not respect the mortals who have been implicated? The Heavenly Music Pavilion did not have much power, so it was true that they did not have the means to punish everyone for their mistakes and bring everyone to justice. However, since the Heavenly Music Pavilion had decided to take care of Mo Ran's case, they would not rush to settle it. I hope the sect master understands. Xue Jingyong was speechless. After Mu Yanli finished speaking, she turned to look at Mo Ran again. Young Master Mo, now that you have talked about the hardships of your life, you have won enough sympathy. Why don't we talk about something else? Mo Ran looked at her indifferently. What does the pavilion master want to talk about? Previously, you said that the case of that girl in the tofu shop being humiliated to death was not your doing, said Mu Yanli. I believe you. However, there is still one person's death that cannot be separated from your involvement. Mo Ran closed his eyes. The pavilion master's investigation is very thorough. Mu Yanli said coldly, then tell me properly. Back then, how did you kill Mo Nian? That was Supremacy Xue's true nephew. Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by an angry voice. Xue Meng's eyes were filled with tears and hatred. He clenched his teeth and shouted, Shut up. Don't say anything else. Mu Yanli glanced at him and evaluated. Running away and avoiding. It seems that the so-called heaven-favored child is nothing more than this. Dragon City's response was a warning. The scimitar brushed past Mu Yanli's cheek and stabbed into the pillar. Wood splinters flew everywhere. Mu Yanli didn't dodge. In fact, she didn't even blink. Her beautiful eyes were as cold as ice as she stared at Shui Meng. Shui Meng clenched his teeth, the muscles on his face trembling. What true nephew? What turtle dove seizing the magpie's nest? Have you said enough? He suddenly pulled back to Dragon City, his chest heaving. He no longer looked at Mo Ran, nor did he look at anyone else. He was like a trapped beast, driven mad and driven to the brink of collapse. Have you finished? Have you caused enough trouble? Did you enjoy watching this show? Madame Wang said, Meng. Shui Meng ignored his mother's soft words. His eyes were red as he raised Dragon City and looked around. He seemed to be mocking himself and scornful. Seeing a grandmaster turn into a homicidal maniac, seeing brothers turn against each other at the peak of life and death, seeing family members turn into enemies, don't you feel happy? His voice was as hoarse as a broken sun, and the end of his sentence was like a feather trembling. Did you really come here to seek justice? To seek the truth? He paused and gritted his teeth. Didn't you come here to seek revenge? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Young Master Shui, you've lost your composure. Shui Meng suddenly turned around. His eyes were like flames and lightning. Who are you to tell me what to do? Meng. Shui Jingyong got up and grabbed Shui Meng's shoulder. However, he was stunned when he touched him. Although Shui Meng was roaring in anger, his entire body was trembling slightly. He was almost broken. I don't want to hear it. He paused after each word. His hatred grew. It's all lies. Lies. A bunch of liars. Shui Jingyong wanted to persuade him, but Shui Meng had already pushed away the crowd and turned to lead Dan Xian Palace. He didn't look at Mo Ran from the beginning to the end. In fact, Shui Meng already knew who was lying and what the truth was. However, many things in this world were easy to understand, but difficult to accept. Shui Meng had been living a smooth life for more than 20 years. Except for Chu Wanning's death, he had never experienced any major disasters. It was because of this smooth life that he was still like a pure child. This wasn't a good thing. A pure child had a pure heart, but he also had the recklessness, ignorance, impulsiveness, and sharpness of a pure child. Shui Jingyong stared at the place where he left. He stood in a daze for a long time before slowly sitting down. He was not young anymore. He was almost 50 years old. If one looked closely, one could see that there were strands of white hair on his temples. He didn't know if he could stand it. He could only sit down. This way, he could at least calm down. Mu Yanli's face seemed to be frozen with a thin layer of ice, without any warmth. She only dealt with the matter as it was, so she said, Mo Weiyu, about that matter, are you going to say it yourself, or do you want me to ask for a witness? Mo Ran was very calm. He was as calm as a prisoner on death row. There's no need to trouble others, Mo Ran said, if there are any witnesses alive, I don't want to see any of them. He slowly raised his head. The faint sunlight shone on his pale face. I'll say it myself. Mu Yanli raised her hand. Immediately, someone from the heavenly music parlor brought in an empty chair. She sat down leisurely and supported her chin with one hand. She looked like she was ready to listen to a long story. Please. Mo Ran closed his eyes. After a while, he finally opened his mouth. This matter was originally related to a businessman. What businessman? Everyone should know that there's a business in the cultivation world called snooping around. Dilla Master Ma Yun was most familiar with this. He raised his hand and said, yes, yes, yes. Our villa is most familiar with these people. They often wander around various alleys and ask for some old news in order to gain some benefits. Mo Ran said, yes, so when uncle was looking for the posthumous child of his deceased brother, he also looked for a Mr. Snooping around. Shui Jingyong. Of course, Shui Jingyong remembered this matter. Mo Ran was found by the clues provided by Mr. Snooping around. At that time, the drunken jade parlor was in a sea of fire, and it was said that this child was the only one who survived. He could even clearly remember the excited face of Mr. Snooping around. He couldn't help but sigh, the heavens really protected your brother's child. He survived a great disaster and was bound to have good fortune in the future. That year, Mr. Snooping around accepted the mission. After several investigations, he finally found something and went to the drunken jade parlor to look for someone. He found a woman with the surname Mo. Someone asked curiously, "Who is it?" "It's the partner of sect leader Shui's elder brother. People call her Madame Mo. She used to be the daughter of a concubine of a big family." Someone reacted and said in surprise, "Madame Mo? Isn't that the name of the auntie of the drunken jade parlor? But from what she did just now, it sounds like she's an evil woman." Emoran said indifferently, "She wasn't born evil. According to my mother, Madame Mo's experience is quite similar to hers. She's also a pitiful person. When she was young, she had a lover. He was a poor individual cultivator. That individual cultivator said that he wanted to go to the lower cultivation world and found a famous sect. Madame Mo gave him all of her money and jewelry, determined to help him realize his ambitions." Shui Jingyong muttered, "It's my big brother." Mo Ran continued, "Before that individual cultivator left, he swore to Madame Mo that when he succeeded in his great undertaking, he would definitely marry her and bring her home in a grand manner. For this, he even gave Madame Mo a poem, on the smoky wave river, in the painted boat, the sound of the ferry's lute is slow, the Lang Jun is silent." Later, it became the evidence that Mr. Bao used to identify her. This kind of relationship between a man and a woman was the most eye-catching. A female cultivator asked, "Could it be that the previous sect leader of the life and death sect was like Nangong Yan and abandoned his wife?" Shui Jingyong's leopard eyes widened and he immediately scolded, "Nonsense. My big brother is not that kind of person. My big brother, he never forgot Miss Mo." When mentioning his deceased brother, this man couldn't help but feel sad, and his eyes turned slightly red. Elder Xuanji also said from the side, "Fairy lady, please be careful with your words." Not long after the sect was founded, the previous sect leader unfortunately died in a fierce battle. He didn't deliberately go back on his words. Before he died, he often talked about that woman with the sect leader. He always said that when the sect stabilized, he would immediately go and pick her up. He and Nangong Yan were not the same. "That's true," Mo Ran said softly. "In the end, she was much luckier than my mother. Her husband passed away, but there was still someone who wanted to pick her up. Nangong Yan was still alive, but he never dared to recognize me and my mother." "Huh. Then I know now. So it was because of this that you were jealous, so you decided to kill Madame Mo, burn down the drunken jade pavilion, and impersonate her." Hearing such malicious speculation, Mo Ran glanced at this extremely smart cultivator and said, "I never took the initiative to impersonate her." That cultivator wasn't convinced and sneered, "Then what's going on? Could it be that someone forced you to be the young master of the life and death sect? What's going on?" Mo Ran couldn't help but think, in fact, there were many things in this world that weren't like this at the beginning. Only one day, the butterfly suddenly flapped its wings. Then, the wind rose and the clouds surged, and the sea turned into mulberry fields. Just like how he never thought of replacing Shui Jingyong's nephew in the beginning, Mrs. Mo wasn't the evil Grandma Yufeng in the past. She also had a gentle and kind youth. She also stood by the window, looking forward to her husband's early return. When she found out that she was pregnant, she happily wrote a letter to tell her distant lover. She also received a letter from him, and the excitement of becoming a father overflowed on the paper. She had all of these beautiful years. So what if she was a concubine's daughter? Others ridiculed her lover for being a nobody and mocked her for being pregnant before marriage. One day, he would fulfill his promise and take her and the child into his family. She firmly believed that. But later, as time passed, the letters gradually changed from one every 3 days to one every 7 days, and then from one every 7 days to one every month. In the end, there was no news. Mrs. Mo was disheartened. She had a wild temperament, so she hid this relationship from her parents. After giving birth to the child, she hesitated several times before returning home with the child. As a result, her father was furious, and his wife insulted her in every possible way. Madame Mo left in a huff. Later on, after several twists and turns, the daughter of a rich family eventually became the housekeeper of the Zuiyu Lu. Life is full of ups and downs. Fate is like a furnace. You don't know what to do, and when you come out, you may be completely different. Mo Ran was like this, and Mrs. Mo was also like this in the past. By the time Mr. Bao found her, 14 years had already passed since her innocent days in her boudoir. The man who carried Shui Jingyong's letter sat down leisurely. He opened his folding fan and said with a smile, "Where is your housekeeper? Tell her to come here." The housekeeper arrived. She was wearing a peach blossom jacket, with a light yellow shawl wrapped around her arm. She swayed her waist and carried a hookah. She lifted the beaded curtain and said with a charming smile, "Oh, this young master, you're here early in the morning to listen to music? Do you like the pipa or the yangqin? My musicians here are proficient in all kinds of musical instruments. I'm open to business, so I'll give you a discount." This was life. 14 years ago, when her lover left, she leaned against the beaded curtain with a sad expression on her face. Her beautiful face sent him off with her eyes. 14 years later, her lover's younger brother finally found her. The beaded curtain of time separated the vast life, but it rolled up again. She brushed away the vermilion and emerald green, showing that she had experienced many vicissitudes of life. The woman who used to be as shy as a deer had long since passed away. The one who sat in the Zuiyu building, calling the wind and calling the rain, was a middle-aged woman smoking a hookah. Mr. Bao was not so sentimental. He only had money in his eyes. He waved his fan and said with a smile, "I don't need to listen to music. I'm here to ask you about someone." The smile on the housekeeper's face froze. Her tone became cold. "Ask about someone? Who?" The man said slowly, "On the Yanbo River, in the painted boat. The ferry's pipa is slow." "Lang Jun, I'm listening to it silently." Midway through his sentence, the expression on Mama's face changed. By the time he finished his sentence, her face was drained of color. Her lips were trembling, and her thin, sharp eyebrows were twitching. She pressed her handkerchief to her chest for a long time before asking in a trembling voice, "What? You are, who exactly are you?" Mr. Bao smiled, "If I'm not mistaken, then I've found someone for Master Shui." "Mrs. Mo, have you been well these past few years?" Mrs. Mo swayed and lost her footing. She fell on a round stool made of paulownia wood. She gasped for breath, her face alternating between red and white. After a long time, she waved her hand and dismissed everyone, leaving only Mr. Bao in the hall. She stared at the businessman's face. Her eyes were filled with ecstasy, sadness, and all kinds of complicated emotions. Mr. Bao's expression was indifferent. He picked up the teapot and poured her a cup of cold tea. He handed it to her. "Drink some tea first." Mrs. Mo trembled as she held the cup. She took a sip, then another. When the tea was finished, she still took a few sips. Only then did she look up. "Did Shui Lang ask you to find me?" Mr. Bao sighed. "To tell you the truth, Master Shui, whom you miss so much, has already passed away." "What?" "It was his younger brother. He asked me to look for his older brother's confidant." At that time, the two brothers established their own sect in the lower cultivation world. They were no longer the lone travelers who had no one to rely on. However, Master Shui was busy building his sect and couldn't leave for the time being. Later, when he was killing demons, he had an accident and unfortunately. Before Mrs. Mo could finish listening, she covered her face with her hands and burst into tears. Mr. Bao persuaded her for a long time before she finally managed to stop sobbing. Mr. Bao continued, "Before Shui Xianjun passed away, he talked to his younger brother about Mama. His younger brother has been searching for Mama's whereabouts all these years, hoping to find you and bring you back." Mrs. Mo murmured in disbelief. She suddenly grabbed Mr. Bao Inquire's hand and said, You repeat that sentence again. I don't believe it, I don't believe he's the one who died." This was the most important sentence in this deal, so he naturally knew it by heart. He immediately repeated it. "On the Smoky Wave River, in the boat, the ferry's pipa sounds slow, Master Shui Lang, I silently listen." Mrs. Mo let out a cry of alarm, tears filling her eyes. He didn't look for me all these years because I thought I still resented him." Mr. Bao sighed, "It's been so many years. My condolences." "Right, do you still have a son?" Yes. Mrs. Mo sobbed, wiping away her tears. She then shouted towards the warm room upstairs, "On Yen, on Yen. On Yen. Quickly, quickly come down." The door to the warm room opened, but it wasn't On Yen who came out. Instead, it was a weak child. That child was holding a pile of clothes. His small face peeked out from behind the clothes. There were still some bruises on his cheeks. He looked very timid. Mr. Bao hesitated. "Is this your son?" "Ah, no, he's not." Mrs. Mo wiped her tears and said, "He's the servant who keeps the fire in my building." Mr. Bao immediately relaxed and smiled. "Oh, so that's how it is." Mrs. Mo turned to the child. Mo ran, "Where did the young master go?" Hearing this, Wubei Temple's Grandmaster Xianxia sighed. Ba, as expected, young Master Mo really isn't sect leader Shui's nephew. What an ill-fated relationship. Someone else reacted. "Ah, it's him?" The surrounding cultivators were confused. "What do you mean by him?" "It's that child who came up with the idea of locking Mo Ran in the dog cage," said that person. "He's around the same age as Mo Ran, and he's also Madame Mo's son." As he pondered, he was suddenly enlightened. He patted his head and said, "I get it now. So you killed them and occupied their nest not because of greed, but because of hatred." When some people heard this analysis, they felt that it was very reasonable. They all looked at Mo Ran with disdain and pity. If that's the case, then it makes sense. A hateful person definitely has a pitiful side. Amidst this discussion, Mu Yanli cleared her throat, and the surroundings immediately quieted down. She said, "Young Master Mo, I heard that you didn't have enough to eat in the drunken jade building all year round, and you were even mistreated. That nanny always beat and scolded you, right?" Mo Ran said. "Yes. That nanny's son is the child who came up with the idea of locking you in the dog cage." "Is that right?" "That's right." Seeing that their guesses were confirmed, they sighed even more heavily. Look, as expected, it's because of hatred. He definitely hates that mother and son bitterly." They were right. How could he not hate them? Mo Yan was the same age as him, but he was much more robust. Because he was the nanny's son, no one in the building dared to provoke him. That child had always been fierce and mischievous, and whenever he had nothing to do, he would vent his anger on Mo Ran. Whenever he caused trouble, he would often frame Mo Ran. Mo Ran would be the scapegoat for all the dirty deeds. However, Mo Ran was very honest. Even if he was wronged, he didn't dare to take revenge on young Master On Yen. At that time, he only had one biscuit to eat every day. If he dared to say more, he was afraid that even this last bit of food would be taken away. Therefore, whether he was beaten, scolded, or wrongly accused, he didn't say a word. If he really couldn't stand it, he would only curl up in the woodshed in the dead of night and quietly cry for a while. He didn't dare to make a sound. If he woke someone up, he would be beaten up again. Mu Yanli asked, "Do you resent them?" Mo Ran looked up with a sneer in his eyes. "What else can I do?" Mu Yanli said, "But you still followed her surname. You hated her so much, but didn't you ever think of changing it?" Mo Ran said, "The surname Mo is the official surname of the drunken jade building. Many of the servants who sell their bodies here use this as their surname. We all call Miss Mo godmother or mother. Everyone is like this, and I'm used to it. There's nothing to change." "Did she treat each of you that badly?" "No." Mo Ran said, "It's just that she never liked me. Later on, when I released Sun Fengrua, she began to hate me even more." "Then how badly did Miss Mo treat you?" In fact, this was a very easy question to answer. Mo Ran had lived in this building for so many years, but he could only eat a piece of crescent meat on New Year's Eve, which was the half-eaten piece of fatty meat. Other than that, he could only eat a piece of crescent meat every day. He had to do the most heavy work, and if he was not careful, he would be whipped. However, he didn't want to say anything more. He simply said, "I don't want to talk about this." "All right. It's fine. Then let's talk about something else." Mu Yanli continued, "Because she treated you so badly, when she asked you about Mo Yan's whereabouts, did you lie? Do you already have your own plans in mind?" Mo Ran said, "No. How could he have dared to lie back then? His life, clothes, and food were all in the hands of the wet nurse. So when he heard the wet nurse's question, little Mo ran was like a dog that had been beaten and scolded. He first shrank back and then quietly said, "Young Master Nian went to a private school. Miss Mo knew her son the best." How could that be? That little fellow normally didn't like to study. He had most likely gone somewhere to play. But Mr. Bao was still sitting next to her. She lightly coughed and nodded. "Ah, that child of mine is so serious and sensible. Mister, look, he went to another class." Mr. Bao smiled. "That's right. Being diligent and eager to learn is a good thing. How about this, I'll first write a letter to the Life and Death Supremacy. When the time comes, they'll naturally recognize each other. There's no rush." Miss Mo stood up and excitedly bowed. "Many thanks, mister. In the future, I definitely won't forget mister's kindness." After Mr. Bao left, Miss Mo sat there in a daze for a long time. She was endlessly lost in reverie and emotion. Sometimes she cried, sometimes she laughed. After a long time of being in a daze, she noticed Mo Ran standing in the corner looking at her with some fear. She probably saw something too similar to her own experience in Duanihan. Or perhaps it was because Mo Ran was so daring that he actually let go of her money tree. But no matter what the reason was, it was just like Mo Ran's memories. She didn't like this child, and her dislike was growing. She glared at him. "What are you looking at?" Little Mo Ran hurriedly lowered his long eyelashes. "I'm sorry." "You're saying sorry, but in your heart, do you think it's ridiculous for me to cry and laugh like this?" Seeing that he didn't say anything and only obediently lowered his head, Miss Mo glanced back and forth at him. She disdainfully said, "Forget it, I won't argue with you. What do you know? You're just a traitor who doesn't know how to be grateful." Mo Ran had long been used to Mama calling him a dog, so he lowered his head and didn't say anything. Miss Mo said, "Don't just stand there. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hit you. You go find young Master Nian, don't worry, I know he's not at the private school, and bring him back. I have something important to tell him. Go quickly." Hearing that he was going to find young Master Nian, Mo Ran subconsciously trembled. But in the end, he obediently nodded and whispered, "Yes, godmother. Don't call me godmother in the future." Miss Mo wrinkled her nose. "This drunken jade building, I'll be there soon. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. You go first." That evening, according to Mama's instructions, Mo Ran anxiously looked for young Master Nian in the vicinity of drunken jade building. He didn't know whether he wanted to find this person quickly or slowly. Because if he found him, he would undoubtedly be scolded by young Master Nian for ruining his good mood. But if he didn't find him, when he returned, Miss Mo would also blame him in every way possible, dismissing him as useless. His small figure walked helplessly under the setting sun. At that time, Mo Ran didn't know that his fate was about to be reversed with that of young Master Nian. He searched one place at a time. He went to all the places that young Master Nian frequented, the river bank, the casino, the brothel, the cockfighting yard, and was then ridiculed and chased away. Finally, he asked around and found out that young Master Nian went to a mill on the outskirts of the city with a group of disreputable friends in the afternoon. It was said that he was carrying a huge sack. Mo Ran didn't think too much about it and hurried to the mill. That mill had long been abandoned and was surrounded by cemeteries. Usually, there was no one there. Mo Ran trotted all the way. Before he got close, he heard a commotion coming from inside the mill. A group of disheveled youths rushed out, led by young Master Nian, who was tying his belt. Mo Ran hurriedly said, "Young master, godmother is calling you back." She said. He didn't finish his sentence. Because he found that the group of youths' faces were overflowing with a kind of fear of impending disaster. A few of them were so scared that they were crying, shrinking to the side and shivering. Mo Ran was stunned for a moment. Years of being bullied and humiliated had made him develop a kind of vigilance. When he saw young Master Nian's blood-red eyes staring at him, he immediately shuddered and turned to run. Young Master Nian reacted extremely quickly and shouted, "Catch him!" How could Mo Ran be a match for these children? In a few moves, he was pressed to the ground and twisted in front of young Master Nian. Someone said in a low voice, "What do we do, Onion? We're in trouble. It's too late to escape. This kid saw us. Why don't we also?" Emo Ran had no idea what they were talking about, but these young faces were ferocious and fierce. That was his first impression of the word malicious spirit. Young Master Nian narrowed his eyes. He was the calmest and gloomiest of these people. He thought for a moment and said, "Don't kill him." Emo Ran raised his head in horror. Kill? These people had beaten him, scolded him, and humiliated him before, but he had never thought that the word kill could come from the mouths of a group of 14 or 15-year-old youths. For a moment, he was at a loss and couldn't even react. Young Master Nian said, "Lock him in the mill." The surrounding group of people looked at each other in dismay. Then, a youth with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks was the first to react. His eyes were shining, his nose was still flowing with thick snot, and his face was flushed red. He said in a shrill voice, "Good, good. Good idea." One after another, people understood. Ah. So that's what he meant. Onion is still the best. These people originally stared at Emo Ran as if they were staring at a mortal enemy with a blood feud. But now, their eyes fell on him like a pack of starving wolves staring at a fat lamb. Emo Ran was pushed into the mill without any explanation. He first hammered on the door and struggled, but the door was quickly blocked. There were no windows in the mill, only ragged sunlight seeping in through the cracks of the broken wooden boards. Emo Ran shouted, "Let me out! Let me out!" Someone outside shouted, "Go and report it to the authorities. Quickly report it to the authorities. Quick, quick. We'll watch from here. If you're fast enough, go and report it to the authorities." Emo Ran shouted for a while and hammered on the door for a while, but found that it wouldn't open no matter how he shouted or hammered, so he gave up. He turned around in a daze and saw another person lying in the room with the help of the dusky rays of light. It was a girl. She looked familiar. Later, he remembered that she was the daughter of the tofu seller on East Street. Young Master Nian had been pestering her all this time. This girl's clothes had been torn to shreds, and her young and naked body was lying alone on the ground. Her hands and feet were spread out, and her body was mottled with bruises. Her private parts were even more in a mess. She had been humiliated to death by this group of animals. When she died, her eyes were still wide open, the tears on her cheeks had not dried, and her eyes were empty and lifeless. She stared in the direction of Emo Ran, staring at the door. Emo Ran was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly screamed. His back hit the door with a bang, and his pupils shrank. He finally understood what those people outside had done and what they were going to do. It turned out that young Master Nian had repeatedly tried to be nice to the girl, but she was rejected, so he had evil intentions. He knew that the girl was a soft persimmon, and that her family had no background, so she was easy to bully. So he and a few of his companions brought her to the mill and took turns to sully her. The girl's body was weak, and that group of bastards was very rough. In the end, the girl died halfway. Emo Ran murmured, "No, no." He turned around and began to madly pound on the door. "Open the door. Open the door. Not me. Open the door." As if hearing his pleas, the door of the mill suddenly opened. Emo Ran wanted to rush out, but his hands were violently held down by the group of teenagers. The leader was young Master Nian. He was vicious and merciless. I almost forgot. Make it look more realistic. He then ordered his companions to strip off Emo Ran's clothes. Then he smeared some blood and mucus on the girl's body and smeared it on Emo Ran's body. During this process, Emo Ran kept crying and struggling, but the group of teenagers was too strong. Their desire to live suppressed everything. Their eyes flashed with a beast-like light. Whether it was the child's pleas or complaints, they all turned a deaf ear. One of them even raised his hand to slap Emo Ran several times after being bitten by him. He fiercely said, "Shut the *CK up. You're a murderer. A rapist. With so many people as witnesses, how can you still say it clearly? No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me." But no matter how much he resisted, what could he do? They scratched his body until it was black and blue. They threw him into the mill and locked him naked with the dead girl. Then they called the thief and reported it to the government. Mo Ran couldn't defend himself. In the government office, he was severely punished with 30 strikes. His skin was lacerated and his flesh was badly mutilated. Then he was sent to prison to wait for the final sentence. The prisoners in the same cell all ridiculed and cursed him. Several of the prisoners with daughters heard about his behavior and couldn't help but beat him. Some even wanted to rape him. But the prison head didn't want the matter to become bigger, so they stopped. Mrs. Mo came that night. She already knew the whole story. She was angry at her son for not living up to her expectations. But so what? As a mother, she would always protect her child. She was afraid that when the trial began, the officials would investigate impartially. If they found out that her MOE was the culprit, how could she and her son leap onto the branch and become phoenixes? Mr. Bao's letter had already been sent out. The peak of life and death would send people to pick them up. She had waited for so many years that her hair had turned white. Whether it was glory or status, she and her child deserved it. She didn't allow any mistakes. That was why she had rushed all the way here and bribed the jailer and the officials with money, begging them to turn a blind eye and put all the blame on Mo Ran. But probably because of her conscience, after Mrs. Mo finished bribing, she came to the prison to see Mo Ran. She also brought a bowl of red braised pork for Mo Ran. There's no poison. I won't poison you. Mo Ran shrank in the corner and looked at her. His pair of dark purple eyes flashed with fatigue, helplessness, grief and pain. It was the kind of expression a person would have when they were about to be slaughtered. Fear and sadness. But there was also a taming after despair. All of a sudden, Mrs. Mo felt her heart tremble a little. She was shocked and afraid of her own emotions. She suddenly got up and lowered her voice. She hardened her heart and said, "Anyway, you are a child without parents. Although you are pitiful, no one will be sad if you die. I have raised you for so many years. It's time for you to repay my kindness." Mo Ran didn't say anything. He didn't say yes or no. Mrs. Mo gritted her teeth and said, "This bowl of red braised pork is my farewell gift to you. If you eat it, don't blame me in the underworld. I have no choice." After she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Mo Ran had never eaten red braised pork in his life. Now, there was a bowl in front of him. He stared at it for a while but didn't eat it. He turned the bowl upside down on the ground. The gravy flowed out. He stared at it for a while. Thinking about the blood flowing under the girl's body, he suddenly felt unspeakable nausea. He turned around and vomited violently. He couldn't vomit anything. He was a person who only ate one cake a day. The cake had already been digested. What he vomited was only acidic water. That night, he couldn't sleep. The blood all over his body formed a shell. The blood shell gradually became brittle and hard. When touched, it fell to the ground like rust powder. He didn't talk to the other prisoners in the cell. No one knew what he was thinking. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. He curled up alone. Slowly, he figured out a lot of things. In that dark and dirty cell, in that cell filled with sour smell and the aroma of red braised pork, the honest Mo Ran died. The one who came back to life was the Emperor Ta, who made the whole world of cultivators tremble in fear, his original appearance. Later on, the monstrous hatred born from the 8-bitter everlasting regret flower was the result of this. Xianxia prison was old and simple. Early the next morning, Mo Ran took advantage of the fact that the prisoners in the prison were being interrogated to sneak out. After regaining his freedom, the first thing he did was return to Drunken Jade Pavilion. As soon as he entered the backyard, he saw An Yen wearing a black Taoist robe, standing proudly in the middle of the sunning ground. The trouble he caused was the same as before. That orphan called Mo Ran would take the blame for him, so he firmly believed that he was fine. In any case, you don't have a father or a mother. No one will be sad if you die. I've raised you for so many years. It's time for you to repay me. This was the reason they sent an innocent person to the gallows. It was dignified and full of energy. Mo Ran stood in the shadows, standing in the dark, looking at the confident and relaxed young Master Nyen. Oh, so it's like having someone to dote on you, love you, and have a mother to protect you? Even if the sky falls, someone will hold it up. Only I don't deserve to die. Emo Ran looked at him for a long time. Young Master Nian had already bought a Taoist robe and dressed as a cultivator. After his mother sold Drunk in Jade Pavilion, he would set off to the lower cultivation world to be his own young master. At this time, he was pretending to wield a sword in the courtyard, surrounded by a group of youths. They were the accomplices who framed Emo Ran. "On Yen, good swordsmanship. You're really brave. Once you go to the lower cultivation world, you'll definitely be a great sword immortal. Your uncle's peak of life and death seems to be very powerful these past 2 years. You'll be in luck if you go there. Don't forget about us brothers." That's right, that's right. Someone echoed, "On Yen, you mustn't forget about us. We grew up together. We'll take care of all the good and bad things for you." Even the death of that little bitch in the tofu shop, at this time, On Yen had already regarded his status as very high, and would not allow anyone to mention the fact that he had raped a young girl. When he heard that person say this, he immediately pointed his sword at that person's throat and said angrily, "The death of that girl in Tofu Workshop was caused by Mo Ran. That day, we saw it with our own eyes. He was possessed by a beast, devoid of conscience, and molested her. How many times do I have to say this before you remember?" With the sword pointed at him, the man trembled and quickly said, Yes, it's my bad memory. I was wrong." The others quickly tried to calm On Yen down. "It's all that Emo Ran's fault. He's worse than a dog." That's right. He raped and then killed a woman. We all saw it. We will never forget his demonic face for the rest of our lives." The few of them tried to deepen the lie they had made up. Some people were like this. After telling a lie 1,000 times, even they would believe it themselves. The more they said it, the more righteous they felt. The more they said it, the more they felt that they were innocent. On Yen laughed and waved his sword a few times. He chopped the scarecrow a few times and cut it to the ground. He pointed his sword at the scarecrow and said in high spirits, "Watch me become a sword immortal. Slaying demons is the Tao. Punishing evil that." He did not like to study and always skipped classes. Thus, halfway through his speech, he paused. A youth beside him immediately continued, "Punishing evil and promoting good. Upholding justice. Helping the world. Sweeping the world." On Yen snorted and said disdainfully, "You're the best at talking." That person did not expect to hit On Yen's leg. He could not help but feel awkward. On Yen waved his sword a few more times and said, "Sweeping the world requires strength, not that stupid tongue of yours. From now on, if I meet a pervert like Emo Ran again, I can cut off his head with one strike of my sword. What can you do with him? Poetry? Ha 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 ha." Before he could finish his ha, a leisurely voice suddenly came from the firewood in the backyard. Someone clapped twice crisply and then said, "That's right. Young Master Nian, you really are the young master at the peak of life and death, how impressive." On Yen suddenly blocked in front of him with his sword. His expression changed instantly and he said sternly, "Emo Ran?" A huge cloud slowly flowed across the sky, gradually covering the scorching sun and casting a huge shadow on the sun-drying field. The shabbily dressed youth appeared like an eagle on the pile of firewood in the sun-drying field and slowly raised his head. Although his face was thin, if one looked carefully, his facial features were very handsome. At this time, his eyes were burning. There was still a hideous whip mark on his brow bone. He had just been released from prison and had not yet wiped off the blood stains. Looking at this face, On Yen only felt that it was both familiar and unfamiliar. The person in front of him was indeed Emo Ran, but there also seemed to be something wrong. Emo Ran's eyes curved, smiling as he stroked the machete in his hand. His dimples were like 2 stormy seas, like a cold jade pond. There was an indescribable intimacy and docility, as well as an indescribable creepiness. Upholding justice and sweeping the world? Young Master Emo Yen, the future great sword immortal, the young master at the peak of life and death. When did you have this kind of ambition? You really are going to make me laugh to death, ha 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 ha." The more he spoke, the more brilliant his smile became, and the more twisted his face became. Ever since he was young, this child in charge of the firewood shed had always been obedient and quiet, resigning himself to adversity and not saying much. But after not seeing him for a night, he was like a moth that had broken out of its cocoon. His smile was wanton and flamboyant. Originally, he rarely smiled, and when he did smile, it would be with his lips pursed in a timid manner. But now, he had been forced into a crazed state. The group of youths all retreated in terror. An Yan's hand trembled slightly, but his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He braced himself and shouted, "Mo Ran, did you eat a leopard's gall or something? You dare to break out of prison? I'll get rid of this evil for the people and take your dog life on behalf of the government." "All right. I don't want to live like this anymore. If you have the ability to take my life, then take it. But if you don't, then," Mo Ran laughed wantonly. A glint flashed in his eyes as he rushed forward. "I don't want to live like this anymore. If you have the ability, then take my life." He didn't even finish his sentence before he rushed over. Just as the light and shadow disappeared, the machete fell. The long sword in An Yan's hand fell to the ground with a clang. Along with his head, which was wide open, it rolled to the ground. Blood spurted out, spraying several meters. An Yan's headless body swayed for a moment before crashing to the ground. For a moment, there was complete silence. Mo Ran's face was covered in blood. His tattered clothes hung on his body, fluttering in the wind, like seaweed floating in the sea. When he raised his head again, the smile on his face was even wider, and his eyes were bloodshot. He licked the blood that splashed on his lips, and in a warm voice, he finished the half of what he had just said, "Then let me take your head." The youths were so scared that they couldn't say a word. Mo Ran raised his eyes, his gaze cold. "Aren't you all very powerful? Aren't you all very good at playing the blame game? Aren't you all very good at fighting? Eliminating evil and upholding justice, punishing evil and upholding good, good. Come at me together." None of them dared to go up. Their legs trembled like a sieve, and they were scared witless. None of them could believe that this was Mo Ran. Was it that subservient Mo Ran, who would never say a word no matter how much he was wronged? Mo Ran raised his head and sighed. Then, he dragged his machete and walked forward step by step. The tip of the machete drew a line of blood on the ground. "Why are you suddenly so modest?" He smiled slightly and raised the machete. The corners of his mouth curled up. "Since you all don't want to make a move, then I can only go first." In an instant, there was a rain of blood. Azura slaughter. At this time, it was closing time. Most of the people in the drunken Jade building were resting. After Mo Ran killed the people in the back courtyard, he went to the side room and killed the remaining people one by one. Some people had their throats slit in their sleep. Some people only saw the flash of the machete when they woke up. By the time everyone reacted, it was already too late. Mo Ran set fire everywhere, turning the drunken Jade building into a sea of flames. The singing servants screamed and cried, but no one dared to rush into the sea of flames to save them. After killing the last few people, Mo Ran was no longer satisfied with taking people's lives. Amidst the flames, he sat down in the middle of the hall. He smiled and looked at the people whose legs were cut off by him, unable to move. Among them was his godmother, Madame Mo Ran looked at them writhing and twitching like maggots. Tears and snot flowed. His face became blurred in the thick smoke and fire. The machete was placed across his knees. He picked up the handle, but did not cut them. Instead, he used the tip of the machete to pick up a bunch of fresh grapes on the table. Holding them in his hand, he slowly peeled and removed the stalks. Then, one by one, he slowly put them into his mouth and chewed. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Oh? This is really delicious. Growing up, I have never eaten grapes from the western regions. So what you eat every day is this kind of good food?" He lowered his head and stared blankly for a while. Then, he laughed and said, "I'm really envious." A section of the roof beam was burned down and fell with a loud crash. Sparks flew everywhere, burning and falling beside them. Everyone let out more mournful whimpers. Only Mo Ran was still alone. He held his chin, crossed his legs, and hugged his machete. He seriously ate his bunch of grapes, as if the sky falling down had nothing to do with him. The fire is so big, none of us can get out. After eating the grapes, Emoran picked up a peach. While eating, he smiled and said, "Why don't we just sit here and chat?" Madame Emo shouted, "Who wants to chat with you? You beast. You're worse than a pig or a dog. You're worse than a beast. You don't want to chat?" Emoran spat out the grape seed and smiled, "If you don't want to chat, then forget it. Then let's get down to business. Last night, Godmother also said that for the past 10 years, I am indebted to you all for not leaving me, and Godmother took good care of me. Now, I should be filial. So, let me send you all on your way." He stood up and walked around those people. Then, he bowed respectfully and said, "But don't go too far on the road to the Yellow Springs. Wait for me." The others cried. Madame Emo screamed, "Emoran! You bastard! At that time, Little Sun pitied you and kindly took you in. I shouldn't have agreed to her out of kindness. You're a disaster, you're an evil star. You perverted beast. You think you're worthy of mentioning Big Sister Sun?" Emoran said indifferently, "At that time, I came all the way from Wubei Temple to fulfill my mother's last wish and return her a favor. She knew that I lost my mother, so she gave you all the money she earned in a year, hoping that you would let me stay and have a place to stay. She is my benefactor, but what about you? You're nothing. I shouldn't have agreed to her. I shouldn't have. What's a year's worth of money? Later, you secretly let her go. She is the head of Drunken Jade House. Do you know how much money she earns from one song? But you Emoran interrupted her, "She is my mother's benefactor, and also my benefactor. She sold her art in Drunken Jade House, not her body. But you took money from a rich merchant, so you betrayed her and forced her to entertain guests. Tell me. Why shouldn't I let her go? All these years, you hated me. You tortured me. But I didn't say a word. I didn't fight back. Because my mother told me that anyone who can feed me can't be bad." Emoran closed his eyes. "So I've been holding back. I've been holding back. Bah. You still have the face to say that? You ungrateful thing, it's me. It's me who gave you a place to stay, who let a little beggar like you have food to eat and a bed to sleep in. You beast, you bastard son of a bitch. What a coincidence. Bastard son of a bitch?" Emoran laughed in the firelight, "You scold me like this, if your son hears it in the underworld, won't he think that you're calling him?" As Emoran spoke, he walked over and pinched Mammy's powdered face. "But, Godmother, you reminded me. All these years, you've given me food to eat and a bed to sleep in, so I really have to thank you. Since that's the case, I'll send you off first." But, to liven things up, why don't we play a game first?" Emoran said excitedly, "What do you think of blind people guessing the drawing?" As he spoke, he picked up a small piece of broken wood on the ground and lit it on fire. Then, he used the wooden stick to draw the shape of a sun in front of the nanny's eyes. Slowly, he drew the shape of a sun. Wherever the wooden stick passed, the nanny's skin was charred. The nanny cried out in pain. "Godmother, take a guess. What did I draw?" "If you can't guess, it's your loss, and I'll draw the next thing." That day, the remaining few people were slowly tortured by him one by one and killed bit by bit. He bit back all the viciousness and depression that he had accumulated for 10 years. In the Drunken Jade Pavilion, corpses and bones were strewn everywhere, and a piece of scorched earth. In the end, he lay in the fire with those twisted corpses. Looking at the crumbling pavilion, he smiled and put pastries and fruits into his mouth. Delicious. He paused and suddenly smiled bitterly. His eyelashes fluttered and tears rolled down his face, flowing down his smiling face. He reached out and covered his eyes, crying and laughing at the same time. "It's a pity that I won't be able to eat it in the future." The ebony red plaque of the Drunken Jade Pavilion fell and smashed in front of the hall, breaking into pieces. Smoke billowed, and the richly ornamented building finally collapsed with a loud crash. In this building, people were used to seeing pipa, singing, dancing, and drinking. It was once glorious, full of singing and dancing. But now, yesterday's glitz was gone, and the extravagance of the past had turned into ashes. The love between men and women, the entanglement of love and hatred, were all burning and falling in pieces of beam after beam. The raging fire burned, and the celestial sound of the two courtesans dueling seemed to float out from the cracks of the wood, from the cracks of the tiles. Duanihan sang, "Such a beautiful family like flowers," Sun Feng sang weakly, "All paid for the ruins." This famous building in Xiangtan was buried in this ethereal music. The curtain fell, and the long drum music finally came to an end. Those sorrowful and gorgeous memorials came to a glorious and solemn end in this raging fire. Emo Rant's confession ended. For a moment, no one in Dan Xian Palace made a sound. Who was right and who was wrong? Who was right and who was wrong? Although everyone had their own thoughts, they could not say for sure. Emo Ran did not look at the faces of Shui Jingyong and his family. He lowered his eyelashes and said after a while, "That year, I thought I was going to die in the fire. But when I woke up, I found myself lying on the peak of life and death. That Mr. Bao sat by my bed. When he saw me wake up, he pressed on my shoulder and told me that from that day on, I was the young master at the peak of life and death." He paused and chuckled. "I'm Uncle's nephew." The floor of Dan Xian Palace was embroidered with durua. Emo Ran looked at the colorful flowers with an indifferent expression. That Mr. Bao was afraid that he would not be rewarded. So when Uncle saved me from the burning drunken jade tower and asked him anxiously if this was the child he was looking for, he nodded. Emo Ran said, "His nod changed my fate." Master Xianjing sighed. Ba. Almsgiver Emo, can you be at ease? After so many years, have you never thought of telling the truth to Lord Shui? How could I not? When I first woke up, I was very uneasy and wanted to tell the truth. Emo Rant's eyes were a little hazy, as if he was looking at the years that had passed. But when he heard that I had woken up, Uncle came to see me. Auntie personally cooked noodles for me. I remember that there were 3 poached eggs, all sweetened and covered with minced meat. She told me that she was afraid that I would not be able to digest it since I had just woken up, so she chopped it up to make it easier for me to swallow. Shui Meng also came and gave me a whole box of pastries. He slowly closed his eyes. I ate that bowl of noodles and those cakes. He couldn't bring himself to say the truth. They smiled at me and treated me so well. If I told them that I was the one who set the drunken jade tower on fire, and that I killed your nephew and sister-in-law, what would happen? Emo Ran said softly. I could not say it. These words are stuck in my throat. The more I think about it, the more I don't know what to say. Master Xianjing sighed. Sigh. I know what kind of person Emo Nian is. His character is lazy and frivolous. At first, I wasn't sure how much Uncle knew about him, so I did my best to imitate him. Later, I found out that Uncle didn't know, so I stopped following his orders. Emo Ran paused for a moment before slowly continuing, in the end, I have a blood debt with the Emo family. But in the end, I took over their family. Everyone at the Life and Death Summit was at a loss. Many of the disciples and elders who had interacted with Emo Ran stood there in a daze, their hearts filled with mixed feelings. Shui Jingyong and Madame Wang didn't say anything. They stared blankly at Emo Ran's back. They had watched this child grow up from an inexperienced youth to a grandmaster of a generation. But now, they were told that everything was wrong from the beginning. Emo Ran was not their nephew. What was more, there was a blood feud between them. What should they say? What should they do? Shui Jingyong didn't know, and Madame Wang also didn't know. They had never seen Emo Ran. All of their feelings of guilt and longing for their dead brother had been placed on this child called Emo Ran. They didn't know who he was, but they had touched Emo Ran's hair, held his hand, and had been called uncle and auntie by Emo Ran. Shui Jingyong's heart was in chaos. In the silence, Mu Yanli said, Emo Ran, although you are pitiful, you have committed many crimes. You cannot be easily forgiven. Do you know how many sins you have committed? Emo Ran had never liked the heavenly music pavilion. He closed his eyes and didn't reply. Mu Yanli looked at him disdainfully. Her voice rang out like a bell. You willfully killed mortals, set fire to buildings, swindled identities, and pretended to be young masters. On Jiao Mountain, you clearly knew that the Namgong family's blood flowed in your veins, but you coldly watched from the sidelines. you had unfathomable motives. On Lone Moon Night, you started a massacre, spilling blood in the hall. I'll say it again. I didn't kill those people on Lone Moon Night. It was after the gate of life and death opened that two lives crossed. That person wasn't me. The gate of life and death is the #1 forbidden art. It hasn't been opened for thousands of years. Don't you think your excuse is too absurd? Said Mu Yanli coldly. Could it be that as the Nangong family's descendant, you were unsatisfied and your ambition swelled, and you wanted to plot against the upper and lower cultivation worlds? Pavilion Master Mu's words are too exaggerated. Xianxia couldn't help but frown. In my opinion, Mo Ran doesn't have any motive to subvert the upper and lower cultivation worlds. If he wanted to do such a thing, he would have casually used some tricks on Jiao Mountain, and the 10 great sects would have suffered disastrous losses. There are many doubtful points about these things. Before the facts are clear, please be careful with your words. Mu Yanli coldly looked at him. Sect Master Jiang, you don't have to speak for him. Even if he didn't intend to subvert the cultivation world, with the crimes he committed before, it's enough to send him to the Heavenly Music Pavilion for interrogation. When she finished speaking, she raised her hand and ordered the guards behind her. Arrest Mo Ran and take him away. Wait a minute. Mu Yanli glanced sideways at Xue Jingyong. Lord Xue, do you have something to say? Xue Jingyong's face turned green and red. He didn't seem to understand why he stopped Mu Yanli. After so many years, it had become a habit for him to treat Mo Ran as his own son. He couldn't just sit and watch the Heavenly Music Pavilion take him away. But what should he say? Should he ask him to stay? Xue Jingyong closed his eyes, his teeth chattering. He felt cold and empty in his heart, as if something important had been gouged out. He buried his face in his palms. He had always been hale and hearty, but at this moment, he looked old and hunched. Lord Xue, do you want to say goodbye to your nephew? Mu Yanli was a mean person. She used the word nephew intentionally or unintentionally, which made Xue Jingyong tremble like cotton in the wind. Xue Jingyong's throat was hoarse. Mo Ran. He didn't even know how to address him. Mo Ran didn't make it difficult for him. He closed his eyes, took a few steps forward, and kowtowed to Xue Jingyong without saying a word. 3 kneels and 9 kowtows. Someone muttered, "Why are you dawdling? What are you doing? What a hypocrite." Mo Ran turned a deaf ear to them. After the kowtow, he got up and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Xue Meng suddenly rushed into the Core Heart Palace. His dragon city was covered in black blood. He was extremely shocked. He shouted, "Outside, what's going on?" A large number of precious chess pieces are attacking outside. Many of them are men of sacrifice from the Jiaoshan roughing school. Everyone was terrified. They rushed out of the palace. At the peak of life and death, above the clouds, countless cultivators were flying on their swords. Their robes fluttered in the wind. Half of these people were wearing black robes and veils, while the other half were wearing feathered robes and silk belts to cover their eyes. They were the corpses from the hero's mound of the Confucian Wind School. What's going on? Didn't the Nangong Sea of these corpses sink to the bottom? Why are they all here again? Who undid the restriction? As soon as the words left his mouth, he already had an answer in his heart. Who undid the restriction? Who else could undo the Nangong family's restriction? Many angry gazes were focused on Mo Ran. Although Mo Ran knew who the mastermind was, he couldn't deny it. What was worse was that he had lost all his spiritual power. He couldn't stop the chess pieces from attacking. He could only watch as hundreds and thousands of men of sacrifice descended. The peak of life and death was just like in his previous life. In an instant, fish and dragons flipped over and turned into a sea of blood. It turned out that the surprise Shermay mentioned wasn't over yet. Fight them first. Repel this wave of chess pieces. Repel them first. Everyone came out of the hall to welcome them. However, because they didn't expect this change, and because these precious chess pieces came without warning, they were in chaos. Mo Ran stood in front of the hall and watched the chess pieces land. They fought with the disciples of the peak of life and death and resisted the magic of the cultivators who came out to fight. Silver blue light armor and black cloaks fought in a chaotic battle. He stood on the jade stairs, his eyebrows twitching. Everything in front of him was like a replay of his previous life's memories. In his previous life, it was he who controlled the chess pieces of the dead and the living. He killed all the people who dared to say no to him at the peak of life and death. It was also from that moment on that he became used to killing people like flies. He was used to treating people's lives like grass. He was used to killing people. He still remembered that he also stood in front of the core heart hall like this. The traitor disciple Mo Weiyu looked down at the crowd of heroes with a smile on his face. Beside his boots were the uncold bodies of Xue Jingyong and Madame Wang. From the peak of life and death, use your blood to pave the way for me. The sneer from his previous life was still in his ears. Mo Ran's eyelids twitched. He shouted at Xue Meng, "Don't fight, you can't win. Go, go, all of you." It was noisy. Xue Meng was too far away to hear him. Mo Ran looked around. Around him, swords and knives were clashing. It was a chaotic battle. He saw Xianxia fighting with more than 10 chess pieces. At that moment, he thought of how Xianxia fell under his knife in his previous life. You don't want to kneel to me? No. You don't recognize me as the emperor? No. Blood splattered. He raised his hand and slashed. He couldn't win. Mo Ran watched as the palace master of the treading snow palace lowered her eyes and played the sun. Her voice pierced through the 9 heavens, causing the divine awareness of the chess pieces to blur and waver unsteadily. However, he recalled how the palace master of the treading snow palace had all 10 of her fingers destroyed and all her bones and tendons cracked. Why are you so stubborn? I am the overlord of the treading snow palace. Although I can't guarantee the safety of the treading snow palace, I won't run away. The sun broke into pieces. He couldn't win. Chaos was everywhere. Mo Ran saw Madame Wang and Xue Jingyong fighting the enemy from afar. What flashed before his eyes were the sad and angry faces of the two in his previous life. They stared at him through 2 lifetimes and resented him. Cold. Really cold. Mo Ran's muscles and bones were shivering. His fingertips were cold. Shermei did this, he did this. Previously, he felt that Shermei's threat before taking Chu Wanning away could not be underestimated. That was why he decided to return to the peak of life and death. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel numb. If he didn't listen to Shermei's threat and insisted on chasing Chu Wanning back, what would have happened? Half of the world of Cultivation's heroes were here. If they all died at the peak of life and death for no reason, what would have happened? Shermei's arrangement was so well connected that he didn't even have time to breathe. Mo Ran looked up and saw exquisite chess pieces all over the mountain, living dead who were not afraid of death and pain, mountains of corpses, seas of blood, ghosts, and monsters. He couldn't go on like this. He couldn't go on like this. Shermei said that this was a surprise for him. Then he wouldn't have done this for no reason. Since he had returned and obeyed, there must be a way to solve this problem. He couldn't watch the old dream repeat itself. He couldn't watch the peak of life and death be destroyed. He couldn't watch his uncle and aunt die in front of him. If the past happened again, how? Could he face himself, and how could he face Chu Wanning? Mo Ran suddenly came back to his senses. He pushed through the crowd and ran toward his aunt and aunt. Stop fighting. Leave this place first. Leave this place first. Stop fighting. There's no way you can win. His voice was hoarse and his eyes were about to burst. He was like a person sinking in the ocean, struggling with all his strength to reach the other side. He was like a dead person struggling to reach the living. He was like a moth struggling to reach the flame. He was struggling to reach the other life. Stop fighting. Hurry up and leave, all of you. You can't win. You can't win. I've seen you die with my own eyes. Go, I beg of you. Suddenly, a sword blocked the way. The sword light was cold. Looking over, it was Mu Yanli's cold face. Are you trying to take advantage of the chaos to escape? Mo Ran said angrily, get out of my way. You're already a serious criminal in the cultivation world. I should, as she spoke, Mu Yanli felt a chill on her back. She turned around and saw a masked chess piece swinging his sword. She quickly turned around to face the attack. Her eyes were full of killing intent. She shouted, "Mo Ran. You're really the one behind this." This woman's voice was clear and bright, like an ice spring. It was very easy to recognize her. Her voice attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. They saw that the chess piece was fighting fiercely with Mu Yanli, but it didn't touch Mo Ran at all. Only then did the crowd realize that almost all of the chess pieces at the peak of life and death seemed to regard Mo Ran as a henchman. They all avoided him and didn't hurt him. Someone shouted angrily, "It's really that bastard Mo Ran who's behind this. He's in cahoots with these chess pieces." Faces burning with anger twisted and twisted. Whispers and roars like this filled their ears. Pairs of bloodshot eyes stared at him. Overlapping. Under such angry gazes, he became the devil who killed without batting an eyelid. He seemed to have become the emperor who trampled all the immortals and ruled the world. He immediately broke 1,000 rules and treated the mortal world as dung. He was crazy. Someone shouted, "Take him down. Watch him, don't let him escape. Let's see how long he can pretend." His ears buzzed. It was the exact same resentment, the exact same accusation, and the exact same crusade. The scenes of the two lives were too similar. He could even remember the life and death battle between himself and Chu Wanning. That day was the same as today. Mo Ran held the precious chess pieces and controlled the dead, the living, the beasts, and the birds. His army was like black clouds rolling over ink. His weapons were like frost peaks reflecting snow. He sat high and looked down with a smile. He watched the world turn upside down and the day turn yellow. In the end, it was Chu Wanning who stopped him. It was Chu Wanning who fought against his millions of chess pieces with all his might. His weapon changed from Tianwen to Jioga, and from Jioga to Huaisha. Huaisha. Mo Ran would never forget the sorrow and pain in Chu Wanning's eyes when he finally summoned Huaisha. Rumor has it that this is Shizun's killing blade. I finally see it today. Chu Wanning asked him at that time, "Mo Ran, what do I have to do to make you let it go?" He just smiled brightly. "I can't let it go. Shizun, my hands are already full of blood. I killed uncle and auntie with my own hands, killed my fellow disciples. Now, as long as I offer your head, I will be the overlord of all time. No one will be able to stop me." Chu Wanning's expression was extremely painful. He saw it, but he felt very unhappy. There was a malicious vengeance in his heart. He gritted his teeth and ground out each word. "Kill you. There is no one in this world that I cannot kill." The former master and disciple eventually turned against each other. It was a battle of the pinnacle. In the end, Chu Wanning lost to Mo Ran because of his weak spirit core. He was young and fierce. Don't struggle anymore. The more the young demon fought, the stronger his spirit became. He grinned wantonly, and did not return to Huaisha. The weapons clashed. The golden light was sometimes bright and sometimes dark. But the faint blue flame was reflected in the eyes of the master and disciple. Mo Ran glanced at Chu Wanning's pale face, and then turned to look at the gradually dissipating spirit flow in. Huaisha. His eyes were full of ridicule. "You have no spirit power left. If you continue to fight with me, your spirit core will shatter. Shizun, you are so proud, you won't be willing to be immortal even if you die, right?" Chu Wanning gritted his teeth and did not answer. His thin lips were bloodless. In the end, the light of Huaisha completely disappeared. Mo Ran knew that Chu Wanning's spirit power had been exhausted. He laughed heartily, his voice like a vulture's. "What else can you use to resist me? Wanya Yuhing, my high and mighty Shizun?" Chu Wanning half knelt on the ground, leaning on his sword, his white clothes stained with blood. He raised his eyes. At that time Mo Ran's hatred was too deep. He could only see the determination in his eyes, but could not see the sadness buried deep under the determination. Many years later, when the Emperor Ta took poison to commit suicide, he unconsciously recalled the first battle of his life. He could not help but think that at that time, Chu Wanning did indeed have the determination to stop him with his life. The leader of all living things, was the end. He had once called him a villain, and only knew how to say nice things. But Chu Wanning did indeed do what he said. Think of kindness. His Shizun said. Don't be evil. Golden light flashed. Emoran only had time to see the last bit of calmness in Chu Waning's eyes before he saw the blazing light in his palm. This Northern Dipper celestial venerable, this man who had no family or friends in the cultivation world, had sacrificed his own spirit core to summon the three divine weapons once again. Jiuge Tianwen Huaisha. How much of Chu Zi's unyielding character did Chu Waning get? The mighty army created by Mo Ran was finally suppressed by the power of Chu Waning's spirit core. One by one, the black and white chess pieces were crushed into dust by the radiance of the spirit core. Strangely enough, at that time, Mo Ran was standing right in front of Chu Waning, just inches away. He looked at this stubborn man who was putting in so much effort, but didn't do anything to stop him. Just like that, he watched with some surprise and some curiosity. He wanted to know to what extent this fickle lover in front of him could go for his so-called sentient beings. He just looked at her like that. He watched as Chu Waning exhausted the last bit of his spiritual power. The turbulent river tide calmed down, and the sparrows that covered the sun dispersed. The controlled living people recovered their spiritual consciousness one by one, and the controlled dead people closed their eyes again and fell into eternal sleep. Mo Ran just looked like that. He saw the Northern Dipper celestial venerable spirit core shatter, saw Chu Waning's brilliance fall, saw his own master kneel in front of him, and finally fell into the dust. Mo Ran didn't have much of an expression at that time. His face was slightly tilted, and his ears faintly sounded the murmur of his mother before she died. That kind-hearted woman stroked his cheek and said to him, "Repay your kindness, don't seek revenge." After so many years, he heard such a familiar sentence again. Before Chu Waning offered his own spirit core, he said to him, "Remember kindness, don't harbor evil." But he didn't do it. There seemed to be endless resentment in his heart, and only blood could give him a moment of respite. He destroyed the peak of life and death, slaughtered the Confucian Wind sect, killed tens of millions of cultivators, killed several sect leaders, and dyed the heaven lake red, and filled the mountain with bones. In the end, when the rebel army surrounded the mountain, he stood in front of the tower. He experienced all these things himself, and those monstrous crimes were all created by him. In the shocking tragedy, he was the creditor, and his hands were stained with the blood of more than 1,000 people. The exquisite Go game took the lives of more than 10,000 people. It was him. Mo Ran felt dizzy, and he was forced to breathe. Suddenly, he heard a muffled groan, which pulled him out of the mire of memories. He came back to his senses and saw that Mu Yanli's shoulder was pierced by a Go piece, and blood splashed on his face. Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master, be careful. The people of the Tianyin Pavilion immediately rushed forward to protect Mu Yanli. Mu Yanli took a breath, gritted her teeth, and said, "It's okay." The exquisite Go piece in front of her drew a sword in its hand, and in front of everyone, the Go piece neatly knelt in front of Mo Ran. He wore a mask, lowered his head, and said, "I failed to protect you and disturbed you. I deserve to die." Everyone was horrified. It's the Go piece controlled by Mo Ran. He called him master. Mo Ran said, "No, no." But who would believe him? Who would believe him? Mo Ran shook his head in despair and retreated. He looked at the faces full of hatred and doubt. It's not like that. He looked at Shui Meng, but Shui Meng was too far away to notice the commotion. Then, he saw Madame Wang and Shui Jingyong. The two of them saw all the changes, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Mo Ran's lips moved, and he wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Suddenly, he saw a group of Go pieces rush out from behind Madame Wang. In a flash, he shouted, "Auntie! Be careful!" This shout shocked everyone, and Shui Jingyong immediately became alert. However, because of the Go pieces around him, it was too late to turn around. "Auntie! Mother!" Bang! There was a crisp sound of metal. It was Xianxia who rushed out of the crowd. Her snow phoenix sword she was threatening, and she pushed back the Go pieces that were closing in on Madame Wang. Madame Wang said in shock, "Junior brother." Xianxia glanced back at her coldly and said, "Open your eyes." At this moment, Master Xianjing suddenly saw a dark cloud in the sky, approaching the peak of life and death. At first, he couldn't see it clearly, but when he saw it clearly, he couldn't believe it. When many people in the surroundings noticed the rolling black cloud, he finally confirmed it. He blew his beard and shouted, "How is it possible? How many go pieces are there?" The black go pieces rolled like a tide, and there was no end in sight. Some were dead, and some were alive. These people's faces were all melted by some kind of spell, and their tongues were pulled out. Even if they recovered their consciousness, they couldn't speak. Behind them, there were flying beasts, dogs, and snakes controlled by the go pieces. Emo Wayu. Emo ran. At this moment, these people looked back at him, but they were more afraid than angry. Some people who were approaching him couldn't help but take a few steps back. Crazy. Emo ran, are you crazy? How many go pieces did you make? Emo ran opened his mouth. He wanted to say, it's not me, it's not me. But if it wasn't him, who else could it be? The gate of life and death opened again, and the Emperor Ta led millions of soldiers to the world. What was the difference between him and the Emperor Ta? They had the same memory, and used the same spell. Master Emo was also good at the go pieces that the Emperor Ta knew. The go pieces made by the Emperor Ta would also recognize Master Emo as their master if they didn't have a special order. That was why he killed his family, massacred the city, and learned the forbidden spell. Thousands of soldiers and horses, and scattered beings to form an army. He overturned the world, and all living things were dogs. All of these were his doings, and no one had wronged him. More and more go pieces pressed in, and there was no end in sight. They were like black ink spreading rapidly on a rice paper, approaching step by step. Some people were already panicking. What should we do? Mu Yanli said angrily, Emo ran. What excuses do you have? You planned all of this. I only hate that the heavenly music parlor didn't intervene earlier and kill you. Dark clouds covered the sun, and the sky was dark. The mountains were bleak and desolate. These tens of thousands of dead go pieces were like giant bells hanging in the sky, and would crash to the ground at any time, shattering all corners of the world. Lives were as insignificant as ants. Emo Rant's pupils contracted, and he looked at the sky. The people didn't want to be captured without a fight, and they either flew on their swords or got close to the go pieces. This time, the battle was much more intense than before, and there was blood and screams everywhere. Heads were rolling. Intestines were flowing out. But there was still an endless black tide surging in from the horizon. It was endless, and it made people's hair stand on end. Suddenly, they heard Shui Meng shout in the distance. Father! Mother! Emo Ren quickly turned around and saw that Shui Jingyong and Xianxia were both covered in blood. The bright red blood splattered everywhere, and it was hard to tell whether it was from their own injuries or from killing the enemy. Shui Meng tried his best to squeeze his way to his parents, but he was outnumbered. Shui Meng! Emo Ren wanted to help him, but Shui Meng looked very conflicted when he saw him. Shui Meng was avoiding him. Suddenly, a death warrior of the Confucian Wind sect raised his sword and stabbed Shui Meng in the shoulder. Blood immediately flowed out, staining his light armor. Shui Meng, Shui Meng. Emo Ren anxiously squeezed his way to him, but there were too many people in the melee, and they were too far away. He couldn't get through, he couldn't get through. After being injured, more chess pieces rushed toward Shui Meng. The young man's figure was quickly swallowed by a group of red-eyed puppets. Meng-er! Meng-er! Miserable screams. It was Madame Wang's and Shui Jingyong's voices. Emo Ran had never heard such screams that made his muscles and bones shatter. His scalp was numb. Shui Meng, no. It shouldn't be like this. There must be a way, there must be a way. Since Hua Bainan asked him to come and set up this situation, it definitely wasn't to let him see the peak of life and death being destroyed. What did Hua Bainan want him to do? What did he want him to do? What did Hua Bainan want him to do? What was the purpose of this surprise? How could he end all of this? How could he let him go? Suddenly, he thought of it, and he understood. Emo Ran was stunned for a moment, and then his heart pounded. He finally understood. Hua Bainan was ruthless. Not only did he want him to lose his reputation, he also wanted him to have no way to turn back. He understood. Nan Gongxi had done this on Jiao Mountain. Chu Wanning had done this in his previous life. He didn't have any spiritual energy now, but his spirit core was still there. He could feel the brilliance flowing in his chest, rising and falling together with his heartbeat. In his previous life, Emperor Ta's sinister and crazy sneer seemed to appear in front of him again. You don't have any spiritual energy left. If you continue to fight with me, your spirit core will shatter. Master, you're so proud, you won't be willing to be immortal even if you die, right? He knew what he had to do. Emo Rant's eyes were filled with tears as the flames of war raged in his heart. However, he suddenly calmed down. In his previous life, Chu Wanning had sacrificed himself for the Tao. He had personally told him that the saying all living things are the most important, and you are the last, was not a lie. He seemed to see the pale face of Chu Wanning in his previous life before he had overdrawn his spirit core. At that time, his master thought that he would definitely die. Before he died, he said to Emo Ran, "Be kind, don't do evil." The earth rumbled. What happened? What happened? Everyone was stunned. They dodged while searching for the source of the commotion. In fact, there was no need to search. At the place where Emo Ran was standing, a blazing flame suddenly burst out. It was not a real flame, but a powerful spiritual current created when the fire spirit core was overburning, wrapping Emo Ran entirely within. Emo Wayu. The Emperor Ta from his previous life was now a master of a generation. He, in front of the great calamity, he actually stopped all of this. He broke his own spirit core. Like Nangong Si, Chu Wanning, the shattering of his spirit core allowed him to suddenly obtain the greatest amount of spiritual energy in his body. His eyes were dyed red by the flames, but there was not much pain on his handsome face. Who was he at this moment? Could he not be the Emperor Ta that was reviled by tens of thousands of people? If possible, he also wanted to be Chu Wanning. The spirit core slowly shattered and melted in his chest. The flames burned brighter and brighter, piercing through the clouds and mist, illuminating the heavens. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the pure and clean dreams of his childhood were slowly falling back to the bottom of his heart. He stood in the flames. He saw Duanihan, saw Chu Wanning. He saw her touching his cheek in the woodshed. And saying, "You have to repay kindness, don't hold grudges." He saw the young man outside Wubei Temple holding the rice milk and carefully feeding it to him. Drink slower, if it's not enough, there's still. In these two lives, he originally wanted to be a good person. He did not do it in his previous life. In this life, when he looked back and asked himself, he had been sad for nearly 10 years. He did not know how to make up for it. He suffered day and night, but still did not get a result. If he told others that he also had the dream of protecting the world's poor, who would believe him? There would only be ridicule, abuse, and ridicule. Because he was Emo Wayu, he was the Emperor Ta. He had missed and killed people, so no matter what he did to make up for it, it would be useless. It was all wrong. No one could forgive him. Perhaps only in this flame, only when his spirit core was shattered, only when he sacrificed himself and walked the path of Chu Wanning's previous life, could he find the slightest bit of comfort. Only then could he carefully say, "If possible, I also want to be Chu Wanning. I beg you, when you hear this wish, don't laugh at me. Don't despise me. I am very stupid, and for a long time, there was no one to accompany me. I have walked like this for 2 lifetimes, on the wrong path for 20 years. I am too stupid. I don't know why I finally walked into an endless darkness. I don't know why things turned out this way. Looking back, it was all wrong. I can't find my mother. I can't find Shizun either. I beg you, hell is too cold. Let me go back, please. I want to go home." The candle burned out, leaving behind only darkness. The fire was extinguished, leaving behind only embers. However, the darkness was once bright, and the embers were once warm. He also had his days of light and warmth. At this moment, no one knew about it, and it would never be mentioned again. Emo Ran had used up his last bit of spiritual power. He watched as the sparrows dispersed and the Een soldiers sank into the ground. He watched as the living were no longer controlled and the chess pieces cracked. He watched as the black tide that was about to engulf the peak of life and death retreated in a daze. He watched as the calamity of hell ended. Everyone said that he was unpardonably evil, and he also felt that way. However, this demon finally did the exact same thing as the heavenly god. Chu Wanning was his candle, and he followed behind the light, blindly following it. "Brother!" Ran air. He vaguely heard someone calling him. He saw Shui Meng stumbling towards him from the corner of his eye. He saw Shui Jingyong and Madame Wang breaking out of the encirclement and running towards him. He was comforted by their call. He grinned as if he wanted to laugh, but tears rolled down his blood-stained face. He wanted to say, "I'm sorry. It's my fault." However, his throat was choked. In the end, he begged, "Don't hate me. I really like you guys. I like Uncle and Auntie. I like the peak of life and death. I like the stolen warmth and family. Uncle, Auntie, Shui Meng. Don't hate me." Millions of soldiers retreated. Mo Ran fell to the ground heavily, his body covered in mud and dust. In his previous life, when Chu Wanning was seriously injured and unconscious, his white clothes were stained with blood, but he still looked very clean. He was different from Mo Ran. Mo Ran had always been dirty. When he lost consciousness, he felt Madame Wang reach out and hug him. Her soft and warm arms were calling him with heartache, ran air. He heard Shui Jingyong and Mu Yanli arguing. He shouted angrily, "Evil plan? What evil plan could it be? If it was a chess piece he summoned, why would he do this to retreat?" He heard Shui Meng shouting, "Don't touch him. Don't touch him. Don't take him away." Chaos ensued. Mo Ran wanted to explain and remind him more, but he was really too tired, too exhausted. He closed his eyes. Jiao Mountain. Inside the Hall of Sages, the everlasting lamp emitted a faint light. The wax torches made from whale oil were as thick as the mouth of a bull. There was no sign of the sun or the moon here. Only the flickering light of the lanterns flowed down, forming lingering candlelight tears, indicating the passage of time. Charmé was draped in a white fox fur brocade robe and sat on the high seat. He supported his forehead with his hand and closed his eyes to rest. This seat was originally occupied by Su Xuanlin. Back then, he watched as Su Xuanlin crafted the Zhenlong chess pieces, creating paradise and purgatory, hoping that his Shizun could return to the human world. He felt that this person was very interesting, but it was a pity that he couldn't keep him. In front of him, there was a piece of silk cloth with illusions. On it, dragons and snakes were dancing, densely packed with small dots of various colors. This was the sand table created by the fairy-treading monarch in his previous life with the help of the exquisite chess game. The black dots were exquisite black chess pieces, the silver dots were white chess pieces, and the red dots were abandoned chess pieces that had died in battle. The small squares on the silk cloth represented the opposing forces. As long as he had the sand table in hand, he could clearly see the situation of the battle even if he was thousands of miles away. Charmé put the silk cloth in front of the table, but he didn't look at it carefully. He knew very well what choice Mo Ran would make in the end. He put the cloth there just for fun. The Emperor Ta had countless ways to get out of this predicament, but Grandmaster Mo only had one way to go, so there was nothing to see. After a long time, the door of the hall suddenly opened, and light footsteps sounded in the hall. Charmé didn't look up, but asked lightly, "You're here?" A man stood on top of a shiny brick. The man who walked in was wearing a white cloak, and the brim of his hat was very low, so his face couldn't be seen clearly. He stopped in the middle of the hall, his posture like a lotus. The man opened his mouth, his voice was elegant, but his tone was low. "Just now, there was a movement outside. Mo Ran destroyed all of the Emperor Ta's chess pieces." Charmé didn't even bat an eyelash, and said indifferently, "Yes, he didn't have a choice." The man continued. "The Emperor Ta's body is already on the verge of collapse. So the chess pieces under his control have already started to bite you. Now that Mo Ran used the power of the nucleus to break them, you are free, which is a good thing." Charmé smiled. "Oh? Are you worried about me?" The man didn't answer, and after a while, he said, "What do you plan to do next?" "Just follow the old plan." Mo finally moved. He stretched his waist and opened his peach blossom eyes. With a smile, the entire room was filled with spring. "Didn't I tell you long ago? I know you've thought it through carefully. But you have to think clearly, Mo Ran paid such a big price to stop those precious chess pieces from wreaking havoc. The cultivators of these sects aren't fools, they wouldn't have no doubts about the whole thing. Shermay smiled, I know what you mean. In order to protect the Xianxianists from a great disaster, he didn't hesitate to shatter his own nucleus. He's a hero. Do you think the Xianxianists will interrogate their heroes? Shermay didn't answer directly, but he was still smiling, his fingers crossed under his chin, and gently asked the man, what Mo Ran did, is it similar to what Chu Wanning did in your previous life? The man was silent for a while, then said, yes. It's almost a reenactment. Okay, then let me ask you again. In your previous life, when Chu Wanning was under house arrest by the Emperor Ta, how many people in the Xianxianist world really cared about him and remembered him? Seeing that he didn't answer, the smile on Shermay's face became more enigmatic, almost none, right? I've already told you. In those years, when Shui Meng was running around everywhere, at first, there were people who shed tears of sympathy, and promised him that they would help him and go to the peak of life and death to save people. But what happened later? Under the influence of the celestial treading monarch, those promises were just empty words. And as time passed, the initial feelings disappeared, and people started to feel that Shui Meng was more and more annoying. When he went to ask for help, people told him that Chu Wanning had been in the palace for so long, he might have already died. How could they sacrifice other people's lives for someone whose life or death is still unknown? The mysterious man shook his head. At that time, Chu Wanning's whereabouts were really unknown, but now Mo Ran is still by their side, safe and sound. Even if they were heartless, they probably wouldn't hurt someone who had just shed blood for the Xianxianist world. Hearing his rebuttal, Shermay couldn't help but sigh, compared to me, you're just a few years younger, so you're still too naive. As he said that, he put away the silk on the table. The chess pieces on the table had all turned red, which meant that they had lost their effect. He didn't care at all and put the silk back into the Qianquan bag. When people don't have their own interests involved, they can be very noble. But once they hurt themselves, they'll gradually reveal their animal nature. Tying a knot on the Qianquan bag with his slender fingers, Shermay raised his head and said, now, in their eyes, there's a 50% chance that Mo Ran is a good person who was wrongly accused, but there's also a 50% chance that he's a scheming villain. It's a pity to hurt a good person by mistake, but letting a bad person go could lead to a bloody storm in the Xianxianist world. Seeing that the other party was listening in silence, Shermay continued, therefore, even if he shatters his spiritual core and helps the Xianxianist world avoid a great disaster, there are still too many doubts. However, there were still too many suspicious points about him. Human nature was too suspicious. If there was something that could harm them, they would choose to eliminate it completely. This small variable won't change the final result. The mysterious man asked, so, you think the Heavenly Music Pavilion can still capture Mo Ran without any problems? Shermay smiled, the Heavenly Music Pavilion is on our side, so everything is going according to plan. This is inevitable. Now, as long as we can find a way to get Mo Ran's spiritual core fragments, I'll be able to put the Emperor Ta in order again. With his power, there's nothing that can't be done. The man didn't reply immediately. After a while, he said, but in the other world, you've been controlling him for nearly 10 years. What have you done? Shermay was slightly startled, as if he was stung by the man's questioning tone. His face slowly darkened, and after a while, he narrowed his eyes and asked, what do you mean? Are you doubting me? No, I'm not doubting you. The man sighed, you and I have the same original intentions. In this world, I'm afraid there's no one who understands you more than I do. Shermay's cold expression softened a little, but his beautiful eyes were still fixed on the man's face, as if he was examining how much of the man's words were true and how much of them were false. Finally, he pursed his thin lips and said, it's good that you understand. Every step I take is to get back what we deserve, so some sacrifices are unavoidable. Yes. You're right, there's no one who understands me more than you. Shermay said softly, in these 2 lives, I've lived every step carefully, trembling with fear. Apart from you, there's almost no one I can trust. Don't let me down. Shermay's voice fell, like a butterfly circling in the air. After a complicated silence, the mysterious man opened his mouth. His tone was calm, and he said, during this time I've always wanted to ask you something. What is it? Outside Jiao Mountain, dark clouds covered the sky. The wind rose, and the grass and trees fell. It was as if countless homeless people were crying, the sound of the wind. The man said, I really want to know, in the last life, for our sake, how much sacrifice did you make? Tell me the truth. Shermay didn't expect him to suddenly ask such a question. His brows furrowed, and his eyes lit up. Didn't I already tell you? It's normal that some innocent people will die. If you think about the trampling we've suffered in the past, then, how much is some? The man's gentle and firm voice interrupted Shermay's words. Shermay seemed to have lost his voice for a moment. His face began to clearly become gloomy. This was very unusual, because Shermay had always been a person who didn't express his emotions easily. But in front of this mysterious man, he didn't seem to care about his baring fangs and brandishing claws. It was as if this man couldn't see the murderous look on his face at this moment. Some is some. Don't tell me that I have to register the innocent people who died and give them to you for you to see? The man smiled faintly, and he said softly, well, you also know that I can't see it anymore. I've been very cooperative with you. Ever since you came to find me and told me the truth of the previous life, I've been helping you for so many years. You hid in the lonely night, and I did everything that you asked me to do at the peak of life and death. The man said, although there are some things that I don't understand, and occasionally have some doubts, but your way of thinking is my way of thinking, and your pursuit is my pursuit. For the thing that we have in common, I have already disregarded life and death. I always thought that you were the same, so I don't mind sacrificing myself, as long as we can succeed. Shermay suddenly stood up, and paced back and forth. What do you mean by saying this? You disregarded life and death, so you mean that I'm just living an ignoble life? He flicked his sleeves and looked back, staring at the man in white with a frosty expression. If you know what kind of person I am, you shouldn't say such things. I know. The mysterious man said, but I'm thinking that after you faked your death in the previous life, you hid behind the scenes as Hua Bainan, and controlled the gu in Mo Ran's heart, for 10 years. 8 years. Shermay interrupted him. Later, Chu Wanning split his soul into two and sent it into his body, which more or less brought back some of his nature. 8 years later, he committed suicide, not 10 years. Okay, 8 years. The man said, in these 8 years, you expanded the hatred in his heart, causing him to commit all kinds of heinous crimes, but he was getting further and further away from our original intention. When you saw him like this, why didn't you stop him in time? Shermay was so angry that he laughed. Do you know how difficult it is to cultivate an 8-bitter everlasting regret flower? I know. Do you know that once a person is poisoned by the flower goo, once the goo is removed, it won't take effect a second time? I know. Shermay stopped laughing, and his eyes flashed with anger. Then why are you still asking? If it were you, what would you do? The man was silent, and after a long time, he sighed. Haven't you already made the choice for me? Shermay was suddenly at a loss for words. The man said, I haven't done such a thing myself, and I walked the path you walked, so even if I know that if I were in the same situation, I would make the same decision, but I. Shermay narrowed his eyes, walked down the long stairs step by step, and stopped in front of the man. But you? But I still have a guilty conscience. Dead silence. Suddenly, Shermay grabbed the man's robe. Such a beautiful hand, wearing a snake-patterned ring, an extremely elegant hand, tightly grasped the person in front of him, the meridians on the back of his hand bulging. He gritted his teeth and said, what a good guilty conscience, what's the difference between you and me? What happened in the past, which one of them wasn't planned by the two of us? Didn't you understand very well in the past? Weren't you very vicious and merciless? Now you have a guilty conscience? Why? Because you think that Su Shuanglin saw you as a friend, but you have been deceiving him, telling him the fake rebirth technique, and letting him open the gate of life and death for us. Are you ashamed? The man said softly, he didn't betray me until he died. Shermay was stunned for a moment, and his eyes flashed with tiredness and grief. Good, good, I was wondering why you were so unwilling at that time. What else? You saw thousands of chess pieces, and you felt heartache for those people, and you blamed yourself? The man was very calm. Don't you feel any guilt in your heart? You. Shermay gritted his teeth. and his eyes were almost crazy and mocking. He stared at the person in front of him for a long time, as if he was looking at a big joke, or as if he was looking at a traitor who made him feel cold. Suddenly, he seemed to think of a very vicious word, and he sneered, showing his poisonous claws, and stabbed into the man's blood. Good, very good, you said so many beautiful words. You blame yourself, you are ashamed. But in the end, you are still lamenting, right? Looking at the confusion between the man's eyebrows, the light in Shermai's eyes became brighter. He was like a vulture hunting for prey, soaring and circling, waiting for the moment the prey breathed its last before swooping down to kill. You're suddenly questioning me. You probably think that you're regretting it because you saw the million exquisite chessboard. You probably felt that you saw Su Shuanglin's death, so you were moved. But I know you. I know what kind of person you are. Self-reproach and shame don't exist for you. You are as cold-blooded and fickle as I am. The vulture's wings cast a shadow of death, and it became colder and colder as it went down. You are not repenting at all. Don't lie to yourself. He laughed haughtily and gracefully. Sherming Jing, who grasped people's weak points, was always elegant and calm. He paused after every word. In my opinion, you are just lamenting your eyes. When he finished speaking, Shermai pulled out a dagger from his waist. Slowly, he used the handle of the dagger to lift the hood of the man's low-hanging white cloak. Little by little, he suddenly took it off. The cloak fell, and behind the white velvet hood was a devastatingly beautiful face. Peerless appearance, elegant features. The two of them actually had the same face. Only this cloaked Shermai's eyes were covered by a snow-white bandage, and a few strands of hair fell in front of the bandage. Shermai looked at the man whose cloak was lifted and sneered, Sherming Jing, look at yourself clearly. What you are lamenting is that you sacrificed more than me. That day on Jiao Mountain, the situation was extremely bad. In order to disturb Chu Wanning's mood, we had to use the last move we discussed. There were so many people watching, we naturally couldn't act. So in the end, you lost your eyes, but I was fine. You were jealous. If I was jealous, I wouldn't have agreed to your plan from the beginning. I wouldn't have made the worst decision to sacrifice myself. In fact, for me, either one of us is alive to finish that unfinished business. Why should I? Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted. Who? The dagger was thrown out and accurately hit the beam. Shermai looked back and coldly said, come out. Xianxia weakly came out from behind the pillar with disheveled hair. That day, he betrayed everyone and searched for the treasure on Jiao Mountain, but because he triggered the mechanism, he was trapped in the secret room and couldn't get out. In the secret room of the Confucian Wind sect, there were gold, silver, precious weapons, sword manuals, and secret books. The only thing missing was food. Jiang Dongtong's group was trapped inside. Brothers and sisters killed each other, the strong bullied the weak, and people ate people. In the end, only Xianxia was left. After eating the last disciple, he struggled to get out of the secret room, but he didn't expect to encounter such a strange situation. What did he see? Two Shermingjings? Xianxia couldn't figure it out. He couldn't understand. With his brain, at most he could guess that they were twins. He never thought that they were two Shermais in the same world under the effect of the gate of life and death. But the more he listened, the more strange he felt. Xianxia was a wily old fox. He vaguely felt that something was wrong and wanted to leave first. Who would have thought that Shermai's eyes and ears were sharp enough to discover his existence? Shermai narrowed his eyes. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it was an old rat. His line of sight moved down and fell on Xiao's robe. Blood? There are no animals on Jiao Mountain. What blood? He was silent for a moment, as if he had figured it out. His lips opened and closed, unexpectedly showing disdain. Human blood? Xiao felt the killing intent and ran away. Where do you think you're going? Shermai's green robe fluttered and his body was as light as a kite. He stood firmly in front of Xiaoya and raised his misty eyes. Unfortunately, his eyes were so cold that the rain in his eyes froze into ice. Old man. You probably don't know, but the most disgusting thing in my life is eating other people. These were the last words Xiaoya heard. The hall was filled with a strong smell of blood. Shermei looked at Xianxia lying on the ground with blood flowing out of a hole in his chest. He frowned in disgust. He wiped the blood on his hands and said, "Disgusting thing." He turned his head and stared at the other Shermei for a moment. Then his tone softened. "It's been 2 lifetimes. There are many beasts like Xianxia in the world. Do you see? So the cards of the cultivation world should have been reshuffled. Also, don't think too much. I told you that I wouldn't let your sacrifice be in vain. When this is over, I'll find a way to cure your eyes." Seeing that the cloaked Shermei still didn't say anything, he rolled his eyes and said indifferently, "Don't be stubborn. Forget it. I promise you, unless I have no other choice, I won't implicate the innocent. So you can rest assured? Are you satisfied?" Hearing this, the white-clothed Shermei's tense back slowly relaxed. His lips opened and closed, as if he wanted to say something to his other self. However, after this disturbance, the other Shermei from his previous life was in a bad mood and didn't intend to listen to him. He had already walked out of the main hall. At the foot of Jiao Mountain, there was a secluded path that was covered by layers of vines. Going up this path was the Qingtan Palace where the Nangong family rested during the worship of the ancestors. The palace was not big, but the winding corridors intersected, and the scenery changed. In the garden, there was a kind of dragon blood flower that emitted fluorescent light in the night. At this time, the flowering period had passed, and only a few scattered clusters were still in full bloom. From afar, it looked like scattered stars, decorating the night sky. Shermei walked to the depths of the flower cluster, where there was a hot spring. He took off his robe, stepped on the shore with his white jade-like toes, and looked down at himself in the pool. The hot spring water was very hot, but his eyes were very cold. He stretched out his hand and slowly stroked his chest. A large part of it had festered because of the backlash of the forbidden technique, but now he did not need to worry about it. Everything was going according to plan, and everything would be fine. He stepped into the spring water. The hot spring of Jiao Mountain was mixed with the magic dragon's breath, and it was very comfortable to soak in. Shermei leaned against the side of the pool and closed his eyes. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound not far away. Shermei did not open his eyes, and only lightly said, "Who is it?" Nangong Lu came out of the bushes with a dragon blood flower in his hair. When he saw Shermei, he smiled happily. "My dear brother is bathing? Is there anything I can help with?" Shermei said, "No." Nangong Lu scratched his head, then I won't stand here, I'll go first. Otherwise, you'll be naked, and I'll wear clothes, you'll be at a disadvantage." In the steam, Shermei smiled. His face became more and more clear under the nourishment of the spring water, like the thin ice in the early winter of Jiangnan. It was crystal clear and fragile, but also cold and piercing. He opened his pair of peach blossom eyes and looked at Nangong Lu with a smile. "Why am I at a disadvantage?" Nangong Lu was very straightforward, "Because you look good." "Oh. You're a child, you also know about beauty and ugliness?" Nangong Lu said angrily, "I'm already 5 years old. I'm not a child anymore." Shermei's interest was piqued. His smile deepened. "Okay, then it's my fault. Come, let me ask you. Between me and the Emperor Ta, who do you prefer?" "Of course it's my best friend's older brother," Nangong Lu said without hesitation. "Who is the Emperor Ta?" "I don't recognize him." "Then let's put it in another way," Shermei said. "You remember Mo Ran and me, right? He said hello to you." Nangong Lu pinched his fingers, thought seriously for a while, and then nodded. "Who do you like better, me or him? I don't want to make a choice based on whether I'm familiar with you or not. I just want to know what's beautiful or ugly in your eyes." This time, Nangong Lu did not answer immediately. He tilted his head and thought for a while before saying, "I still prefer my best friend, big brother." Shermei seemed to be pleased. "Oh? Tell me, what's not good about him?" "I can't say." "Then why do you like me more?" Nangong Lu looked a little wronged. "I don't know. I think he's beautiful, so he's beautiful." Shermei was silent for a while. Suddenly, he walked out from the depths of the hot spring to a place where the mist was a little lighter. He crossed his hands and laid on the edge of the pool, revealing his soft and beautiful back. He smiled and said, "Come here." As he spoke, he waved his wet hand at Nangonglu. When Nangonglu came closer, Shirmei stood up. Straight from the depths of the hot spring. "Ah," Shirmei laughed and said, "what are you shouting for? We're both men, what's there to be shy about?" Nangonglu used his hand to wipe his eyes and muttered, "I'm not shy. You got water in my eyes." Shirmei did not care about his eyes. He pulled Nangonglu's wrist and forced him to look straight at him. Thus, the hideous scar on his chest completely appeared in front of Nangonglu's eyes. "Look here. Are you scared?" The scar was festering badly, and pus was flowing out. Nangonglu only glanced at it and turned his head away in disgust. He was a child after all, so he said, "It's disgusting." Shirmei's smile did not change, but his eyes were a little cold. "Now, do you still think I'm beautiful?" Nangonglu tried to break free from his grip, but Shirmei's strength was too strong. No matter how he tried, it was useless. In the end, his eyes were covered with a layer of mist. He was a little scared and a little scared. You let go of me. I don't like this. Look carefully. I don't want to, ouch." There was a crisp cracking sound. Because he used too much force, Shiremo actually dislocated Nangonglu's hand. His eyes flashed with anger and unwillingness. He was almost paranoid. "Didn't you just say that I'm beautiful? Why, just a little wound and you've turned from beautiful to ugly? No. Is it that as long as a beauty has the slightest flaw, he will be hated?" Shirmei approached him. The past affection will become disgust, and the past longing will become a thorn in the throat. Nangonglu finally could not help but cry loudly. I don't understand. Let go of me, I don't want to stay here." His noise made Shirmei's originally somewhat irritable mood become even darker. There seemed to be black clouds rolling in his eyes. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped Nangonglu's cheek. He finally let go of Nangonglu and said coldly, "Trash, get lost." After Nangonglu cried and left, Shirmei dived back into the depths of the hot spring. The surrounding scenery was still pleasant. The fragrance of the dragon-blooded flower was spilling out, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance. However, his initial joy had disappeared. There was only anger in his heart, endless anger. He suddenly hammered the surface of the water. The water splashed everywhere, and calmed down again. The ripples dispersed, and the reflection of the same gentle but festering chest appeared again. Shirmei's anger suddenly gave birth to a sense of loss and powerlessness. He leaned back to the side of the pool again. He raised the curtain of his eyelashes and looked at the sky. "People change," he murmured. "Just like seeds can germinate, buds can become green, green leaves can bloom into flowers, flowers can wither and fallen flowers can be crushed into mud. Time can't be seen or touched, but everyone is quietly being worn down by it. Some people have their claws sharpened, and some people have their edges and corners worn away. Everything will change." He tiredly cupped a handful of water and wiped his face. Comparing his past life with his current life, he would know. But from what point did he start to walk down the wrong path, to the point where he could not turn back? After bathing and changing clothes, Shirmei loosely tied up his ink-black hair bun and returned to the secret room on Jiao Mountain through the fragrant path. He stood at the door for a while, and then reached out to push the door. At this time, it was deep in the night. The candles in the secret room were almost extinguished, leaving only a single flame burning behind the curtain. Shirmei entered the room quietly. She did not make any noise, but she brought with her the unique fragrance of soap after taking a bath. But it was this fragrance that alarmed the man lying in the depths of the bed curtain. The Emperor Ta's slow and hoarse voice sounded, "Who is it?" Shirmei gloomily said, "It's me." There was a moment of silence in the tent. Then, the sound of clothes rustling could be heard. The master of treading fairies sneered. "Master is really elegant. You can't sleep in the middle of the night, so you came to my bedroom to eavesdrop? Don't you feel hot?" Shirmei's face became colder. "You should know when to stop. If you kill him, no one will be able to play." The Emperor Ta's voice was lazy and low. "Master, you can rest assured that I don't have any perverted fetishes in bed. I've always been pragmatic. I'm not interested in idle chatter, stinging people with snakes, or playing riddles with my eyes tied. I can't kill anyone. Idle chatter, stinging people with snakes, and playing riddles with my eyes tied. Even if he had a big heart, he would know who he was talking about. Shermai's anger rose in his heart. He stepped forward and opened the curtain. It was as if a knife and a sword had touched each other. Sparks flew everywhere. Sherming's feminine face was facing the Emperor Ta's handsome face. You. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly stopped. He had thought that the celestial treading monarch and Chu Wanning would be eager to meet again after such a long time apart. But behind the curtain, the scene in front of him really surprised him. He saw that Chu Wanning was sleeping soundly. His cheeks were hot and slightly red, and he was having a fever. The Emperor Ta's clothes were slightly open, revealing a large part of his smooth and well-proportioned chest. He was holding Sherming in his arms. His face was calm, but his big hand was touching the hair of the person in his arms. He looked disgusted but would never let go. Shermai said, "What are you doing?" The Emperor Ta looked at him with disdain. "What do you think I'm doing?" "Forget it. Why bother with a dead person?" Shermai closed his eyes and forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. But the little flame in his chest was burning and couldn't be extinguished. Finally, he couldn't help but sneer back. "I didn't expect that the Emperor Ta would need Master to accompany him to sleep at such an old age. I think if it's not because he's afraid of the dark, then he probably wants to be coquettish with Master." It had to be said that Shermai's words were very effective. The Emperor Ta immediately narrowed his eyes dangerously. He subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to push away Chu Wanning, who was unconscious in his arms, or simply kick him off the bed. This would probably look very imposing. But seeing Shermai come closer, the last thing he did was to hold the man in his arms tighter. He waved his wide sleeve and covered Chu Wanning's face. After doing this, the Emperor Ta raised his eyes gloomily. "What does my business have to do with you?" Shermai gritted his teeth and said, "There should be a limit to talking back. Didn't you think about who made you? Sacred Hand Han Lin only has this one sentence to threaten me," the treading celestial monarch said coldly. "You're really quite promising. You." Shermai was continuously talked back by him. In the end, he couldn't bear it anymore. He raised his hand and poked the Emperor Ta's forehead, transferring some spiritual power. "Soul gather." He chanted the incantation between his plump lips and teeth, but the celestial treading monarch's eyes still persisted for a long time. It was so long that Shermai's heart trembled. He even felt that this man was about to completely break free from his control. His forehead was dripping with sweat. He was in a stalemate with the Emperor Ta. In the end, he used up almost all of his spiritual power and shouted, "Soul gather." This time, the Emperor Ta's body shook slightly, and then his eyes finally lost focus. Shermai retracted his spiritual power and gasped for breath. He covered his aching chest and felt dizzy. Because of his physique, his spiritual nucleus and spiritual power were inferior. Even if he worked hard, he still couldn't be compared to others. Usually, he was good at using medicine, but once it involved something that required spiritual power, his body couldn't support it. Shermai closed his eyes for a while, and then looked at the Emperor Ta again. "I'll ask you again, what were you doing just now?" Because he was controlled, the Emperor Ta said emotionlessly, he had a fever and was afraid of the cold. "So?" The puppet man who only had a wisp of his previous life's soul said lightly, "With me holding him, he will be warmer." Shermai stared at the Emperor Ta for a long time. "Warmer?" His pale lips moved, and suddenly he laughed, although there was no smile in his peach blossom eyes. "Emoran, are you crazy? Touch your own body temperature, who do you think you are? Your whole body is as cold as ice. You are already dead, heartless, and have no body temperature. You are even cold yourself, and you still want to warm him?" The Emperor Ta's empty black eyes seemed to flash with a trace of pain, but that pain was fleeting. After all, he was a corpse. Shermai said, "Get up." The Emperor Ta didn't get up immediately. His black eyebrows were tightly knitted, as if he was struggling between his own will and Shermai's control. "You get up." The order was stronger, and under such a fierce tone, the Emperor Ta finally obeyed. He slowly got up from the bed. His robe was still open, and Chu Waning's body temperature was still on his chest that was no longer moving. Shirmei said gloomily, "Get out." The celestial treading monarch took a few slow steps before he suddenly stopped and said in a low voice, "Yes." "What?" The Emperor Ta stiffly repeated, "There is." Shirmei didn't react for a moment, and asked, "There is what?" "Temperature." The man slowly raised his hand and touched his chest, stroking the body temperature left by Chu Waning. "Here, it is hot." Shirmei felt as if he was pricked by a needle, and suddenly became angry. There was nothing more annoying than the puppet in his hand being disobedient, so he shouted, "Get out of here." The Emperor Ta took 2 more steps, but this time it was really only 2 steps, and his expression suddenly became bitter. "No." He clutched his head, and the meridians on his palms bulged. His entire body trembled, and a low gasp came from his throat. "This throne is unwilling. How can this be, His eyes were closed, and his will was strong or weak, and his memory was far or near. He was struggling, tangling, and experiencing several ups and downs, and the torture of 2 lives. You. The murmuring suddenly stopped, and the trembling stopped abruptly. Shermu let out a muffled groan and clutched his chest. When the deity of treading immortals broke free from his restraints, the backlash had given him a strong remaining force. He almost staggered back a step. Then, he saw the Emperor Ta suddenly open his eyes, and the bloody murderous look in his eyes was like a fog. The pair of eagle-like black eyes, there was no confusion in them, and his own cold face was reflected. Shirmei's face was pale, and said slowly, "You are recovering faster and faster." The Emperor Ta didn't say anything, but his eyes were shining. He slightly gasped, and raised his hand to summon no return. Shirmei slightly raised his chin, and his eyes moved up the handle of the sword, and fell on Mo Rant's face, which was like a tiger or a leopard. "Why, are you angry? Do you want to kill me?" The dark blade was raised, and in the blink of an eye, it was hanging on Shirmei's snow-white neck. The force was so strong that it even scratched the skin, and thin lines of blood appeared. Shirmei didn't retreat, and sneered, "Your Majesty, you can walk now because of my spiritual power. If you kill me, you will also die. There's no way you don't understand." Shirmei continued, "In terms of strength, I can't beat you. But you have to think carefully, do you want to die, or do you want to continue living in this world?" The Emperor Ta's hand was very steady, and it didn't shake. But after a moment, he suddenly turned his hand back and withdrew no return, and turned his head. Shirmei saw that he withdrew the sword, and raised his hand, slowly touched the blood on his neck, and then said, "Fortunately, you are not too stupid. In the future, don't talk about fighting and killing. Actually, you know the relationship between us very well." Shirmei glanced at the Emperor Ta. "You are like a rusty sword, I want to restore you to your previous state. Continue to be my blade. And you, I'm afraid you want to completely get rid of my control after you recover, and then take my head." The Emperor Ta's black eyes moved, and looked at him coldly. "These years, you have continued to work for me in the other world. The crack in the door of life and death is very small, and it is difficult for people to pass through, so I usually send you letters through carrier pigeons. But occasionally, we would use goo worms to communicate with each other, and communicate with each other. So I know what you are thinking, you don't have to be surprised." The Emperor Ta finally spoke, and coldly said, "You are not far from being blind, which I of yours saw me being." "Surprised?" Shirmei pursed his lips, and his expression became even more heavy, and then he said, "Good. Since you know the pros and cons of this matter, then you should endure until then. Let's work together and wait for the day we succeed. Then, we'll see if you can kill me, or if I'll obtain an invincible weapon." The Emperor Ta said, "We will see." Shirmei was about to say something, when suddenly, Chu Waning on the bed let out a soft groan. However, the 2 men who were in the middle of a verbal battle immediately turned their heads at this soft sound, which was like an epiphyllum. "Waning? Master?" The former apprentice brothers looked at each other, and the Emperor Ta didn't say anything. After a while, his eyes moved from Shirmei to the unconscious Chu Waning. After a while, he said in a seemingly indifferent tone, "This person has been feverish for many days, but he doesn't seem to be getting better. He doesn't seem to be getting better. If this goes on, will he?" The Emperor Ta, who killed people like flies, stopped when he said a certain word. His long eyelashes moved, and he closed his eyes. Shermay didn't care. What do you want to ask? Do you want to ask if he will die? He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the Emperor Ta's originally very pale face became even paler. He pursed his lips, as if he hated the word die, and only said concisely, will he? Of course he won't die. You underestimate the Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable. But you still have the nerve to ask me this? Shermay raised his eyebrows. Why does he have a fever? Isn't it because you were too ruthless? The Emperor Ta's face became even worse, and he said gloomily, he is not me, don't confuse me with that trash. Hearing him say this, Shermay stared at him back and forth, and finally said, what a coincidence, I also think he is a trash. You know very well that I tried so hard to tear a huge spacetime rift in this spacetime to invite you here, in order to make that trash disappear, and let you return to the top of the human world. Your Majesty. He suddenly had a playful tone, and called the Emperor Ta like this, just a little more, and our goal will be achieved. You actually want to have complete power, you want to have a surging spiritual nucleus, right? Shermay was like a hunting snake, sticking out his scarlet tongue, tempting and bewitching. He saw the desire in the Emperor Ta's eyes. So he smiled, determined to win, and had a card up his sleeve. If you want to recover your full power, then be more obedient. His white teeth were dripping with poison, and his eyes were shining. If you are obedient, then it will be easier for us to do things. The Emperor Ta was silent for a moment, and flicked his sleeve. Let's not talk about this first. Then he pointed at Chu Wanning. Let's talk about this. He just fused his soul and his body was too stimulated. Shermay said lightly, there is nothing to talk about. But if you really want to make him feel better, then you should leave first. The Emperor Ta's eyes immediately became alert. What do you want to do? Shiremo smiled faintly and said, I'm helping him heal. I want to be here too. That won't do. Shermay said, the cold-scaled divine hand is performing a skill to save people, and no one is allowed to see it. Seeing that the Emperor Ta still had no intention of leaving, Shermay said, you don't have to leave. Then I will go out, and you stay. Anyway, you have the ability to reach the heavens, so you can definitely take care of him. Hearing Shermay's words, the Emperor Ta's face became even worse. His spiritual power was fierce and overbearing, and the most unsuitable skill for him was healing. In his previous life, there were so many people in the palace, and there was no shortage of doctors, so he had never carefully studied. Shermay regained his composure, and looked at him with a smile. The Emperor Ta was obviously disgusted by his smile, and suddenly turned his head, gritted his teeth, and didn't want to look at Shermay again. After a while, he said, okay. I will go out, and you will heal him. He paused, and then said fiercely, but I will be at the door, if you dare. He didn't finish his words, and the coldness on his face was almost enough to kill people. If you dare to do anything to him, I will immediately take your dog. Life. This kind of threat didn't have much effect on Shermay, so he smiled again, and made a please leave gesture to the Emperor Ta. The Emperor Ta went out, but before he left, he stayed at the door for a long time with a gloomy face. Shermay stood in the quiet secret room, and looked at the stone door that was finally closed. After a while, he turned around and walked to the side of the white-clothed man on the bed. The mocking smile on Shermay's face disappeared, and it was replaced by an extremely peaceful and crazy expression. He said softly, Master. Step by step, he walked over. Now that Chu Wanning was finally lying in the palm of his hand, so what if the Emperor Ta was standing outside? He had plenty of ways to prevent Chu Wanning from making a sound. When the Emperor of the human realm came in, no matter how angry he was, there was nothing he could do. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself for being too naive and incompetent. He could only cup his hands and leave his lover in the snake cave with Han Lin. Shermay's slender white fingers opened the curtain, and he gazed at the feverish man on the bed with a gentle and greedy gaze. This time, no one will disturb us. He slowly sat down, and raised his hand to touch Chu Wanning's cheek. Come, Consort Chu, let me teach you a good lesson in this place where your husband and I are separated by a wall. Shermay first fed Chu Wanning a healing elixir, then bent down. His soft and slender fingers were like 10 bewitching white snakes, diving into his ink-black hair. He lifted the back of Chu Wanning's head and pressed it against his forehead. Zhuangzhou's dream, the incarnation of the butterfly, always accompanying each other through the night. He softly chanted the incantation, but as he chanted, he suddenly stopped. He originally wanted to cast a spell to remove some of Chu Wanning's memories. This was one of the spells he was best at, and he had used it on Mo Ran before. But probably because Chu Wanning's soul was very chaotic, and his memories were in the recovery period, he was very resistant to the outside world. He found that this trick was not effective on Chu Wanning. This is really a troublesome matter. Shermay sighed. He closed his eyes, then opened them. A pair of peach blossom eyes lingered with a strange light. He stared at Chu Wanning with this pair of eyes, then chanted again, Zhuangzhou's dream, the incarnation of the butterfly, always accompanying each other through the night. Yesterday was like flowing water, drunk in this mountain. There was some effect this time, but it was not perfect. His spell was like a huge stone thrown into a pool. Although it splashed up tens of thousands of waves, it would soon return to its original state. But it didn't matter. It was good to forget it for a while. He didn't want to see Chu Wanning's mind filled with killing intent when he and Chu Wanning went to the Sea of Desire together. That would be too unappetizing. Shizun, you've slept for a long time. You should wake up now. This soft call was like a curse. After a while, Chu Wanning's eyelashes moved slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Because of Shermay's spell, his consciousness was temporarily blurred, pausing in his previous life, stopping after Shermay's death. In the past, Chu Wanning was hurt too deeply by Mo Ran, who lost his love. Subconsciously, he always thought that it would be good if he could change. Therefore, his divine sense traced back to those years. However, a person's 3 souls and 6 spirits were intricate to begin with, and Chu Wanning's body was carrying the souls of 2 lifetimes. Therefore, even though Shermay had cast a spell on him, his mind was still in a mess, and he looked like he was in a dream. Some of his memories were in disarray, and he couldn't distinguish between dreams and wakes. Shermingjing? Yes. Shermay's voice was very gentle, suppressing some kind of twisted gentleness. It's me. Chu Wanning seemed to be very tired. The high temperature made him feel uncomfortable all over. He just faintly responded and closed his eyes again. Shermay knew that he was adapting, so he wasn't in a hurry. He waited calmly beside him. After a while, he heard Chu Wanning sigh with his eyes closed. I'm afraid I'm dreaming. It's great that you're still alive. She knew that his memories stopped after the heavenly fissure in his previous life, but she didn't expect him to have such feelings. Shermay's heart skipped a beat. He felt a sense of bitterness that he hadn't felt in a long time. You can't bear for me to die? You're still so young. There are so many people who like you. Chu Wanning said softly. It shouldn't be you. I'm sorry. It would be good if it was me. At least no one would be too sad. The bitterness in his heart became more and more obvious, stirring up his lifeless heart. He had this feeling when he first went home with Chu Wanning under the same umbrella. Later, after so many years of conspiracies, the people around him either died or scattered. He hibernated in the dark, treating himself as a heartless stubborn rock. Later, he really thought that he was a rock. Until today, he truly felt the existence of a heart. It was sour, sweet, bitter, and astringent, and itchy. He clearly knew that he shouldn't have such emotions. The sour rain would corrode the boulder, and the soft moss would make him fall apart. But he still couldn't help but grab Chu Wanning's hand. His heart was beating fast. He opened his mouth, but his throat was dry, so he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked again, "What about you? If I die, will you be sad? Have you ever been sad?" Chu Wanning's phoenix-like eyes were half open. Under his long and thick eyelashes were a pair of eyes that carried too many thoughts. Shermay tried hard to look inside, trying to catch a trace of emotion. But there was none. Just like how water is water by itself, wheat is wheat by itself. Only when a kind of emotion is placed there can it always be that kind of emotion. It was a pity that a person's emotions would never be single. Shermay's death had made him sad, pained, and blamed himself. Later on, it had turned into regret. With so many emotions mixed together, it was like wheat mixed with water. It had long been fermented and changed qualitatively. It was no longer the same as before. Shirmei stubbornly asked, Shizun, if you were given another chance, would you be willing to give up your life to save me like you were willing to save him? Chu Waning's eyes were blank. Would I? Jing. He only had time to say these 3 words before his lips were suddenly violently blocked. He had waited so long for the answer, but when the moment came, he didn't dare to listen. He didn't want to listen. Shirmei thought that he probably knew the answer. The resentment in his chest was rampaging. He almost retaliated by kissing the man on the bed, greedily sucking. At first, Chu Waning didn't react at all. It was only when Shirmei's tongue tried to pry open his mouth that he woke up from a dream and opened his eyes wide. Ugh. Shu, don't make a sound. Shirmei took a breath and pointed at Chu Waning's throat to silence him. You taught us this spell before, saying that it can make us not make a sound in danger. Did you ever think that one day, I would use it for this purpose? As he spoke, he didn't look at the confusion and resentment in Chu Waning's eyes. His jealousy and desire almost made him lose himself. Shizun, do you know? It's been 2 lifetimes. I've painstakingly worked hard, step by step, and I've never had a day of peace. He tied Chu Waning's hands and feet to the bed. As he did this, he gritted his teeth and said, I'm not a normal person. What I want to do doesn't allow me to be a normal person, but so what? The Emperor Ta, that puppet, can do whatever he wants. Why should I be overcautious? As Shirmei said this, he watched Chu Waning struggle under his body. He felt pain and pleasure. Now, I've thought it through. Whether you're happy or not, you have to enjoy life to the fullest. Shizun. He straightened up and hurriedly began to take off Chu Waning's clothes. It wasn't easy to get to this point, let me have a taste of you. Consider it a reward for your disciple, A seriously ill person didn't have much strength to resist, so Shirmei easily took off his robes. The air was cool, the light was hazy, the lines were sharp, the muscles tight on the male body were all bruises left by Ran. Shirmei's eyes darkened, whispering to himself, he's really too ruthless. Saying this, he raised his hand and pinched Chu Waning's chin, looking into those eyes. Those phoenix eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of fog. Chu Waning probably couldn't distinguish between a dream and reality. He probably felt that everything in front of him was too absurd to be real, but also felt that the touch was too real to be fake. Adding on the confusion of the memories of the 2 lifetimes, it wasn't that easy for him to immediately react. I'm not like him. Shirmei stared at Chu Waning for a while, his eyes gradually softening, but there was a trace of strangeness in that gentleness. He doesn't know how to make you addicted. You've tried me, so you know that he's nothing. Saying this, he began to undress himself. He had just finished bathing and was only wearing a bathrobe. It slid down to the ground easily, revealing his delicate body that was as delicate as a piece of jade on Mount Kuan. Shizun. He murmured, pressing his body on top of him. Whether this was a dream or reality, Chu Waning was disgusted to the point that he couldn't stand it. His whole body was trembling, and his face was ashen. Your body is so hot. He knew that if he let go of the curse on Chu Waning, this man would probably curse him, and his murderous aura would be threatening. But Shirmei still couldn't help but touch and murmur, will it be hotter inside? Shou. Ming Qing. Shirmei was startled when he heard this. You broke free from the shushing spell? He raised his eyes and stared at Chu Waning's face. You're really. Chu Waning's lips and teeth trembled, coughing up blood, and said hoarsely, you impudent. Get out of here. Shirmei was silent, looking down at the man under him. Was this person too fierce? Too stubborn? Or was he too ignorant and unwilling to admit defeat? There were too many things he wanted to say, so when it came to his mouth, he didn't know what to say. In the end, Shirmei simply smiled, and then, when Chu Waning was about to say the next sentence, he suddenly covered his mouth, quickly took off the headband, and tied it between his lips and teeth. Since you can break free using magic, then I can only tie you up. I'm sorry, Shizun. Looking into those eyes that were filled with shock and confusion, but also anger and humiliation, Shirmei only felt his blood boil. He leaned over and whispered in Chu Waning's ear, "In a while, no matter how good it is under me, remember to keep your voice down. Your Majesty, the Emperor, is right outside. If he hears that you're so unrestrained under me, won't he be happy?" Shermai's finger slowly slid down, lingering on every mottled kiss mark. When it went further down, Chu Waning only felt that he was about to be pierced through by shame. His memories were chaotic, and stopped at his previous life, when he hadn't discovered the secret of Mo Ran's curse, so he hated Mo Ran to the core. But he hated himself even more for being completely shameless. Even though he was so humiliated, so disgusted, and so disappointed in Mo Weiyu. But when he was hugged by Mo Ran, when he listened to Mo Ran's panting, when that person's sweat gathered on his abdomen and dripped onto his body, he couldn't help but feel excited and comfortable. Even during the craziest moments of lovemaking, he could even feel himself secretly hoping that Mo Ran wouldn't stop, that he would tear himself apart like this, and penetrate his spirit. The storm-like entanglement gave him an illusion of peace. When he was lying in Mo Ran's arms, he would occasionally feel that nothing was happening, that this person who kept pestering him, perhaps also loved him. But Shermai was different. Although he didn't know why he fell into such a bizarre nightmare, when Shermai touched him, he only felt anger and fear. He couldn't stand this kind of relationship at all. He didn't like it at all. Shermai's body was different from what he remembered. It was very tall, but still smooth and white, with soft and elegant lines, as if it was carved out of mutton fat, and the smell of his body was fresh and fragrant. It wasn't the hard and vigorous body that he was used to, he was only used to Mo Ran's body. Although that person's skin was pale, the blood of a ferocious beast surged underneath, and it was extremely wild. That purest male breath was like the scorching sun, burning his heart. Although sometimes it was mixed with the smell of blood, the smell of iron. It was very hard, very cold. But the sturdy chest was extremely hot. Chu Waning suddenly opened his eyes. His bound hands couldn't stop struggling, and there were traces of blood on his wrists. Because of the humiliation, 2 red lines appeared at the corners of his eyes. But his struggle was useless. The bed was soft and covered with thick animal skin, and he couldn't make too much noise. Shiremo watched him fight like a cornered beast with great interest. Finally, he smiled and said, "Why waste your energy, Shizun? Do you not believe that I will make you feel good?" As he spoke, he lifted Chu Waning's slender and firm legs, and wedged his waist in. His eyes were dark, and he was about to enter like he had imagined countless times before. Chu Waning suddenly closed his eyes. He bit his lips until they bled, and his nails sank into his palms. All the muscles in his body were tight, not because he was afraid of the pain that would come later, but because of the shame. It was really too shameful, whether all of this was real or not. If it was fake, then he was ashamed of himself for having this kind of dream. If it was real, then he was ashamed of himself for being so stupid. He had taken in 3 disciples, and 2 of them had this kind of rebellious thoughts. He had always been a person who was used to reflecting on himself first. If it was Mo Ran's desire for him, then it could be said that it was Mo Ran's problem. But what about Shermai and Mo Ran added together? He couldn't help but wonder if he had done something wrong. He didn't act like a good teacher. That was why his disciples had such wild ambitions in bed one after another. What did he do wrong to deserve this kind of punishment? They were in a deadlock, tense. After a long time, there was still no movement. Chu Waning slowly opened his eyes. His dark brown eyes moved, only to see that Shermai was frozen in place for some reason. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He didn't completely understand why Shermai had this kind of expression. He looked down a few inches and saw a scene that made him speechless. What thing? The previous atmosphere was swept away, and Chu Waning felt as if he was struck by lightning. Cough, 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 the thing under Shermai's body was actually gold? This situation was too absurd. Chu Waning stiffly turned his head away, not wanting to hurt his eyes. But after a moment, he felt that something was wrong, which normal person would have something of this color. So he braced himself and turned his face back. With a pale face, he looked again. This time, he saw clearly that it wasn't Shermai that was golden, but a small golden dragon that had appeared out of nowhere and occupied Shermai's position. The little dragon was very tight, and it raised its head angrily. It looked at Shermai, as if it was saying that if Shirmei dared to move, it would directly crush the thing it was holding into pieces. Chuwaning. Shirmei. The little dragon fiercely bared its teeth and roared at the unlucky guy who was being held by it. Wah, ah yeah. If his hands weren't tied, Chuwaning would have raised his hand to support his forehead at this moment. He really didn't want to look at it. Shirmei was silent for a long time, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "What's going on?" As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of the stone door opening. The Emperor Ta's gloomy face appeared behind the door, and his voice was full of murderous intent. The Emperor Ta stepped into the door and crossed his arms. His eyes swept over the picture of the golden dragon coiling jade pillar, and his murderous intent was tinged with a bit of sarcasm. Then his thin lips opened and closed, and he said coldly, "Miss, please get off the bed." Shirmei was so angry that he didn't understand what he meant. He said angrily, "What, miss? Who?" "I'm sorry." The Emperor Ta carefully identified the thing that was being held by the little dragon. It turned out to be a young master. "Young master is too young, so I didn't notice at first." The little golden dragon climbed on the pillar, and its whiskers curled up. It bared its teeth and called out its master, "Ah yeah yeah." To humiliate a man to this extent, this was almost the limit. No matter how calm Shirmei was, at this moment, he couldn't help but feel blue veins and his face turned red. However, his clothes were messy, and he was tied up by a strange dragon. He didn't know where it came from, but he didn't know how to be angry, so he just didn't speak. The Emperor Ta walked towards him. He stood by the bedpost, crossed his arms, and leaned against it. "Hua Bainan, do you think that because you didn't make any noise, I don't know what you're doing?" He narrowed his eyes, and his handsome face was full of disdain. "Do you really think I'm 3 years old?" After saying this, the Emperor Ta moved his finger, and the little dragon immediately wrapped itself tighter around his body. Shirmei's expression changed. It was obvious that he was in pain, but he always cherished his face. Even at this time, he tried his best to maintain his composure. "Emo Ran, how dare you spy on me?" The Emperor Ta sneered. "Interesting. Tell me, is there anything in this world that I wouldn't dare to do? Let me introduce you. This is a clone of Wangli, the demon dragon of Jiao Mountain. It only listens to the orders of the Nangong family." The Emperor Ta glanced at him. "You don't know how to restrain yourself in my territory. I think you're really tired of living." Shirmei's veins on his forehead were bulging. It was obvious that he was very angry. But he didn't expect that the blood contract of Jiao Mountain could be used like this. He didn't dare to be too arrogant, so he just said, "You take this disgusting thing away." The Emperor Ta didn't say anything. He stared at the place where the demon dragon was wrapped around for a while, and then sneered, "Then you have to promise that you won't take this disgusting thing out for me again." Shirmei was already angry that he was interrupted. His face darkened. "Who are you calling disgusting? Whoever is tied up will be the one." Chuwaning. Glancing at the tied-up Chuwaning, the celestial treading monarch frowned and corrected himself, "It's whoever is naked." Chuwaning. There were too many misunderstandings. The Emperor Ta simply waved his hand. "I wasn't talking about you." Shirmei said, "Emo Ran, you're so funny." But even so, he still put on the bathrobe with a serious face. He then looked at Emo Ran and said, "Okay, can you untie it now? There's no rush. Go out first and walk further away. When you're almost at the back of the mountain, it will open by itself." The treading celestial monarch said lazily, "But let me remind you that if you try to touch my people again, it's already familiar with your scent. Even if you're outside the Jiao Mountain, it'll chase after you and strangle you." The most despicable people were invincible. The Emperor Ta was always lonely at the top, so he was invincible. Shirmei left in dismay. Only the Emperor and the Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable were left in the room. The Emperor Ta walked over and held out his hand. Then, he saw Chuwaning's eyes that were clearly filled with sharpness and hostility, but also somewhat moist. He stretched out his hand. Probably because of those years of imprisonment, Chuwaning immediately thought of his tyranny, and almost instantly tensed up. The Emperor Ta sighed in his heart, but he didn't know why his heart softened. He put his hand on Chuwaning's forehead. "It's not as hot as before." The Emperor Ta didn't have much expression on his face. He's a little useless, but the medicine is really good. After a pause, he said coldly, I won't let that bastard humiliate you in the future. No one is allowed to touch my people. You can rest assured. He didn't know that Chu Waning's memory had been erased by Shimei and temporarily returned to his previous life, so he didn't know how much his words had shocked Chu Waning. Emoran actually called Shimei a bastard. The Emperor Ta didn't pay attention to Chu Waning's expression. In fact, he had been avoiding looking at him directly. He knew himself well. If he looked at this scene a few more times, he was afraid that he would lose control. But in Chu Waning's current state, it would be more difficult for him to bear. If it was in the past, he probably wouldn't have felt pity. But he was alone in another world for so long. He couldn't even decide whether to live or die, so he could only live like a zombie. Seeing Chu Waning again, his cold heart seemed to have a vague warmth. It was this warmth that made him not as irritable as before. He untied the rope for Chu Waning. When he saw the bright red marks on his wrists, he even subconsciously rubbed them twice to comfort them. But then he realized what he was doing, so he stopped. He really didn't know what was wrong with him. After a while, Shimei's memory disorder spell gradually weakened, so Chu Waning's eyes began to become confused. But in this strange dizziness, his face was still pale. He endured the pain in his head and said, Emoran. He's back. It didn't matter whether he was awake or in a dream. It was just a long-cherished wish in his heart that had been fulfilled for many years. Chu Waning said almost hoarsely, so, don't hate anymore. The Emperor Ta looked at him. Probably feeling that this dream was coming to an end, Chu Waning closed his eyes, raised his hand that was still red, and touched the Emperor Ta's face, go back. Something seemed to collapse in the bottom of his heart. The Emperor Ta stared at him without blinking. Blankness also floated on his face, like a thin layer of smoke. Chu Waning frowned and was actually a little choked up. There's no road ahead. Go back, don't go any further. He held his cheeks. The North Star Celestial Venerable, who was floating in 2 lives, looked at the Emperor Ta, who was already a zombie. 2 lives had passed, and they were both broken. Chu Waning's voice was hoarse, Emoran, why is your face so cold? It was as cold as ice. If possible, I'm willing to be a candle, waiting for you to turn back at the crossroads in the winter night. I'm willing to burn my life to follow your path home. But why are you so cold? I don't know how long I can burn. What if I'm exhausted and burn out? What if you're still walking in the dark and not willing to turn back when I'm extinguished? What should I do then? Chu Waning's fingers trembled slightly, and he closed his eyes. He had been alone all his life, with no relatives or friends, so he wasn't afraid of leaving. But when he thought that maybe even if he burned out his life, he still wouldn't be able to warm Emoran's cold heart, he felt very guilty. When he thought that if he was extinguished, if that young man wanted to turn back one day but couldn't find the way, he felt that he should live. Waiting one more day was good. Maybe tomorrow, the ice would melt. That man would turn back, walk out of the endless night, and walk towards the place where the lights were waning. In the next few days, under the influence of Shimei's spell and the fluctuation of his own memories of 2 lives, Chu Waning spent less time awake and more time sleeping. Every time he woke up, his mind was scattered, and the things he remembered were fragmented and incomplete. After the Emperor Ta understood the whole story, he felt that it was quite easy. Chu Waning was a muddle-headed person now, so it was easy to coax him. If he bullied him one day, he might not remember what happened the next day when he woke up. And because of the fragmented memories, Chu Waning always thought that he was dreaming, so he was less alert than usual. A cat with sharp claws was interesting, but a big white cat sleeping like a milk ball was rare. He had to admit that he felt that Hua Bainan did a good thing. How many things did you remember today? This became the question he always asked Chu Waning when he woke up in the morning. And Chu Waning would always frown and ask him, what? It was rare for him to be patient and answer, did your memory stop at our last life after we got married, or did it change to other days? At this time, he would mostly wait for Chu Waning's embarrassed face and a low voice, Mo, are you crazy? It was not a good thing. If it was in the past, he would have slapped him. The Emperor Ta also slapped him, but the momentum was gentle, and then the other hand followed. It didn't look like a slap at all, but more like a hand holding the other person's face. He sneered, but there was a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. Very good. If you continue like this, it can't be better. He really didn't want Chu wanting to remember the things of this life, and he didn't want him to remember Mowayu who had become a master. It seemed that as long as Chu wanting was confused, they could go back to that year in the Wu Mountain Palace. No matter how much Chu wanting hated him, they could still be together day and night. His Shizun, his wanting. They were all his. Hua Bainan mocked him, "You're jealous of yourself, you're not as narrow-minded as a woman." Jealous? The Emperor Ta thought that it didn't exist. But even if it was an animal or an object that had been with you for a long time, you would have some kind of habitual feeling. That was it. It was a sunny day on Jiao Mountain. The Emperor Ta forced Chu wanting to rest with him under the orange tree. He looked at the fragrant white flowers and sighed lazily. It's just that it lacks some flavor. It would be nice if it was a begonia. Chu wanting's consciousness was blurred. He still thought that this was one of his dreams. So he said, why are you so picky even in your dreams? The Emperor Ta turned over on the lawn, leaned over, and rested his head on his knees. Their eyes met, and the Emperor Ta said, "It's always been the same." "Right, I'm hungry. When we go back later, you can cook a bowl of porridge for me. I want egg and lean meat porridge. The egg shouldn't be too cooked, the porridge shouldn't be too thick, just put a little bit of meat. You know how to cook, right? I've taught you many times." Chu wanting didn't want to go, but he was dragged by the Emperor Ta until he couldn't do anything. In the end, he had to go with him to the kitchen in the back hall of the worship temple. The firewood was on, the rice was washed, and the water started to boil. The Emperor Ta sat at the small table, looking at Chu wanting's irritated and helpless appearance in front of the camera. Fortunately, Chu wanting thought that this was a dream, so he didn't want to waste too much energy to resist. As for the Emperor Ta, he knew that this dream would eventually break, so he cherished it more than ever before. The water boiled, and the smell of rice and meat floated out from under the wooden lid. The treading celestial monarch changed his posture and placed his hands under his chin. He felt that he had a lot of things to say to Chu wanting, but he felt that it was meaningless to say them. Even if he said them, they would all be in vain. In the end, he moved his lips, and said in a low and lazy voice, "Hey." What was he going to say? In fact, he didn't know, so he thought about it, and said solemnly, "Remember to put salt." "Yes." "Then remember to taste it." The Emperor Ta's dark purple eyes showed a hint of playfulness and relaxation. "Don't expect to kill me with the salt." As he spoke, he got up and walked behind Chu wanting. He glanced into the pot, then suddenly raised his hand and hugged the warm man from behind. He rubbed Chu wanting's ear and lowered his eyes. "I still want to torture you for the rest of your life." Mowayu, feeling that the man was stiff, he hugged him even tighter, and even couldn't resist kissing him on the neck. His long eyelashes fluttered. "What are you doing? I've taught you how to make porridge for so long, and you still don't want to make a bowl of porridge for me?" Chu wanting was rendered speechless by the bandit's logic. She struggled to come up with some harsh words to refute him, but before she could open her mouth and even make a sound, the celestial treading cultivator's lips had already blocked her. He hugged the fire he had lost and returned to the human world in spring. In the smoke of daily necessities, he, who was already a living dead, kissed Chu wanting heartily and affectionately. His cold lips were entangled with the warmth. His master, his wanting, his concubine Chu. No one could take it away, and no one would give it to him. When the kiss was intense, the Emperor Ta's head was dizzy, and he pressed him to the table. He kissed Chu wanting's red and swollen lips from time to time, and reached out to take off Chu wanting's clothes. He used to do this kind of thing, and when he was in the mood, even if someone wanted to see him for something urgent, he wouldn't care. The craziest time was when he suddenly had a desire to make love with his master, who had just been conferred the title of concubine Chu, in the meeting hall of Wushan Palace. There were monks from Wubei Temple outside, and they kept asking to see him because of the disaster of the Yellow River. In the end, he was annoyed, and simply ordered people to put down the curtain and let the monks in. He continued to manipulate Chu wanting on the rosewood bed through the thin layer of gauze and the crisp bead curtain. "Don't make a sound. I told the people outside that I was asking for concubine Chu's favor," so I left you some face. At that time, he was pressing on Chu Wanning's body, and he was panting heavily. If you make a sound, those bald donkeys will know that the person I'm fucking is you. Moyu. The person under him was extremely humiliated, and his eyes were red. You bastard. The celestial treading monarch's response to this was only more ferocious and sticky thrusts, as well as a light mockery that was filled with lust. Darling, your lower half is already so hot and wet, so why is your upper half still so hard? Don't pant because of the pleasure later. The monks came in without knowing why. What they saw was the blurry but tall figure of the Emperor Ta through the thin layer of yellow gauze, and a pair of slender and tight legs, which were weakly spread wide, trembling with the rough penetration of the Emperor Ta. His fingertips were delicate and cold, like bluebell flowers trembling with the rain. The request was said in a confused and vague way, and Mo Ran didn't hear much of it. He only remembered that Chu Wanning had endured to the extreme at that time. She didn't make a sound. Physiological tears flowed from the corners of her eyes that were as red as rouge. The moment her body was controlled, she suddenly convulsed and tensed up. She was in extreme pain, but she endured the pleasure. She bit her lips and refused to moan. It was too exciting. After the monks left, he couldn't hold back anymore. He lifted one of Chu Wanning's weak legs, put it on his shoulder, and penetrated more fiercely from the side. Wanning, don't hold back, there's no one. But Chu Wanning's mind was scattered, and he only remembered that he couldn't make a sound. The celestial treading monarch leaned over and kissed his blood-stained lips, swallowing the stench of rust. There's no one. He then flipped Chu Wanning over so that she was lying in front of him and he was thrusting in. His hot and hard penis was inserted into the wet and sticky little acupoint, and a pair of hands reached in front of him, stroking and rubbing the man's strong and teary chest. His Adam's apple moved, and he gasped for breath in this hot lovemaking. Is it comfortable? Is it exciting? Chu Wanning's forehead covered his eyes, and half of his handsome face was hidden behind the messy soft quilt cushion. Mo Ran's penis was too big, and every time he had the illusion that it was going to penetrate his stomach. He slightly opened his thin lips, and his fingers clenched the silk satin. The person behind him went faster and faster, and it was almost a fanatical rhythm. When he ejaculated, it was so deep that it was as if his sack was going to be squeezed in as well. The semen sprayed into the depths of his wet and sticky passage, and Chu Wanning was so excited that his whole body trembled. Mo Ran was always like this. He knew where his sensitive spot was, and every time he vented, he would ejaculate at that spot. The thick semen made his scalp numb, and he couldn't help but slightly close his eyes, and moan, ah. But this was not the end. Mo Ran was full of energy, and after pressing on his body for a while, the penis buried in his body swelled up again. Mo Ran opened his dark eyes, and stared at Chu Wanning through his slightly sweaty forehead. His gaze burned inch by inch. From his moist and blurred eyes to his bitten lips. All the way down, he suddenly lowered his head, and held the protrusion in his chest. Chu Wanning, whose consciousness had already been scattered, was caught off guard, and couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, and then his leg was lifted up high again. He gasped for breath, and endured the burning penis in his body again. He shook his head, and when he heard his own heavy breathing, he couldn't help but raise his hand to his lips and bite it. The light in his eyes became more and more shattered. His lower body was already wet, and the semen that Mo Ran had just ejaculated into his body had become lubricant, and the two of them were glued to each other like glue, making a sticky sound. Don't bite yourself, let go of your hand. Chu Wanning wouldn't listen to him, and still bit his wrist, trying to block the sound. Mo Ran cursed, and with one hand on the bed, he grabbed Chu Wanning's arm with the other, and pulled him down. Hold me. What are you doing, Without giving him time to react, Mo Ran lifted him up from the low bed, and the man who had lost his support pressed all his weight on Mo Ran. Mo Ran laughed softly and kissed him. You're not that heavy. As he spoke, he carried him like this, and wanted to walk into the inner hall. But his erect penis was still stuck in his master's body, and this position made him push deeper into the intestines with every step he took. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or on purpose, but Mo Ran's burning penis pressed against Chu Wanning's most unbearable spot. Every time it was pressed, his toes couldn't help but tighten, but he still stubbornly refused to cry out, and only stared fiercely at his disciple in front of him with a pair of black eyes. "Why do you keep looking at me?" Emo Ran chuckled, and suddenly stopped walking, but he still held Chu Waning's leg, and gently pushed it up slightly. "You want to do this?" It was too humiliating, but his body had long been trained by Emo Ran to be sensitive. Chu Waning frowned, and breathed in small breaths. His face couldn't help but turn red. He could clearly feel the sticky fluid flowing down from the place where the two were mating, and as Emo Ran moved in and out, the obscenity became more and more outrageous. Emo Ran held him like this for a while, and seemed to be unable to bear it. He glanced gloomily at the back of the hall, as if he was tired of the long journey. He simply pressed him down on the cold floor of the hall where he usually held court. He didn't want to wait any longer, and only felt that his lower body was wrapped in a warm and slippery feeling, so he pressed Chu Waning down on the floor, and fiercely thrust inside. When it was at its most passionate, it felt like his soul was about to be sucked out. No matter how much Chu Waning endured, he couldn't help but lose consciousness in this storm-like sex. His legs were wide open, hanging on Emo Ran's tight waist, and his body trembled with the man's passion. For a moment, he even thought that Emo Ran wanted to take his life like this. The palace of Mount Wu was in a mess, and there was no one else in the majestic hall, only two naked men entangled together. Emo Ran breathed heavily, and sweat gathered on his waist. He hugged his master, who was in a daze after being ked by him, and firmly pushed his lower body. In his ears, he heard Chu Waning's low and suppressed moans and occasional groans. "Waning." Hot kisses covered Chu Waning's slightly opened lips. Because he was so passionate, Emo Ran's meridians and blood vessels bulged on his neck. His temperature was like fire, and his eyes were like fire. He rubbed against him, and entangled with him. After a long time, in this lingering kiss and rapid and passionate thrusts, Emo Ran suddenly pressed Chu Waning to the floor, and covered Chu Waning's mouth and nose, leaving only a pair of eyes that were out of focus. He used his strength to push in slightly, and then fiercely pushed in, so deep that his toes were slightly white from the force. "I'm going to shoot." "Waning. Is it here?" Chu Waning was almost driven crazy by his monstrous violence and energy. His hands hung weakly on the cold stone surface, and his body was completely opened by Emo Ran, and because of the stimulation and pain, he couldn't help but tremble slightly. Emo Ran panted, his voice was sexy, and his eyes were dark. He turned Chu Waning's face, and said, "Here?" The large and full head of his penis pressed against the tendons deep in Chu Waning's body, and with one push, Chu Waning suddenly opened his slightly closed eyes, and there was a faint red of unwillingness and humiliation at the corners of his eyes. He trembled under Emo Ran, but was held tightly by a pair of big hands. Emo Ran breathed deeply in his ear, and said, "Don't move, baby, it's coming." When he ejaculated, the man let out a low groan, and then the thick liquid of love gushed out forcefully, pouring into the deepest part of Chu Waning's body. Chu Waning couldn't help but close his eyes and convulse, as if lightning had passed through his body, and he was extremely numb, and his soul was leaving his body. "Waning, does it feel good? Did I make you feel good?" At that time, Chu Waning often couldn't answer anything, whether it was cursing or scolding. He didn't. He had long been absent-minded, and his pair of long legs were wide open, and between them was his disciple's semen. After that, they would often do it again on the throne in the main hall, or on the stairs, or even against the wall. The intensity and wildness of the Emperor Ta was almost destructive. If this kind of sex was consensual, it could be called ecstasy, so even if there was a sense of revenge and humiliation, it was still extremely pleasurable. At this moment, in the depths of Jiao Mountain, the Emperor Ta stared at Chu Waning's thin face. He silently recalled the events of the past, but there was a faint trace of curiosity in his heart. He didn't know if Chu Waning had ever been curious about why he was so energetic, but Song Qiutong didn't have a child. In fact, although he had once doted on that woman, he always didn't like the taste, and he also didn't want to have a child with Song Qiutong. Even if he wanted to have fun, he would avoid making her pregnant. He didn't even want to shoot in her soft and gentle hometown, and let her bear a child for him. Perhaps it was because of his own birth, but he always felt that two people who didn't have deep feelings for each other for a lifetime shouldn't have children. But it was strange, he hated Chu Waning so much, But he always thought that if his consort Chu was raped by him day and night, it would be great if she could bear his child. Desire to conquer? Desire for revenge? Possessiveness? Or was it a punishment that was more humiliating than being raped? He didn't know. In this kind of self-paralysis, he dragged Chu Wanning again and again into the abyss of sin and lust with him. The Emperor Ta pulled off the belt around the waist of the person under him. The robe was messy, revealing the bruises underneath. He paused, as if he had thought of something. His eyes were dark and hot, as if there were two clusters of fire in the ashes. After a while, the Emperor Ta closed his eyes and sighed, "Forget it." He knew that if he did it again, Chu Wanning would be torn apart by him. "Today, I'll let you go." In this tranquility, he finally let go of the person in his arms, and did not do anything that was too excessive. But he still lowered his head, his Adam's apple moved, and kissed his lover's eyebrows, all the way down. Finally, it fell to the neck, and he bit it with his white teeth. Then he straightened up and pulled up the man who was pressed against the table. The porridge was cooked, bubbling and bubbling. The Emperor Ta clumsily tidied up Chu Wanning's clothes and coughed softly. His voice was still low, but still warm. "The porridge is ready. Go, get a bowl." Although Chu Wanning was confused by him, because he was usually moody and thought it was a dream, he did not think too much about it. Besides, it was more comfortable to have a good meal than to have fun. So he did not say anything more and opened the lid of the beach pot. "Get more. You want to stuff yourself to death?" The Emperor Ta smiled faintly. "You can try." Then he sat down at the table. Although he really wanted to go over and see what Chu Wanning's pot of porridge looked like, he still had to put on the airs of an emperor. Thus, he pretended to sit upright at the table and even put on a nonchalant expression. However, when the porridge was served, the Emperor Ta could not be indifferent. The porridge was overcooked, and there was too much water. The taste was not good. Even if he did not eat it, he knew that it was a familiar taste that he had not tasted since. "Eat." The Emperor Ta stared at the small bowl in front of him for a long time. He stirred the soup with a spoon, but did not put the soup into his mouth. Chu Wanning glanced at him. "If you don't eat, it'll get cold." "Oh." She scooped up the porridge and brought it to her lips. Then, she put it down hesitantly. Chu Wanning finally noticed that something was wrong with him and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing," the Emperor Ta smiled, still looking at him with disdain. "It's so lousy, I won't drink it. It's too stuffy here. I'm going out for some fresh air." After he finished speaking, he pushed the untouched bowl of porridge away, got up, and walked towards the door. When they were about to reach the door, Chu Wanning's voice sounded behind them. "If you don't drink." Chu Wanning's voice was very calm. It was a calmness that had been tempered by him many times. "I'll dump the whole pot." In any case, most of the things that he made for him were ruined. It had been like this since the first time he hit the handwriting on the ground. The Emperor Ta suddenly turned around. "Don't touch it. I mean..." He coughed to cover up his loss of composure. "Put it first." "Put it for what?" "It's none of your business." He opened the door curtain and went out. Under the eaves, he closed his eyes and sighed heavily. He was actually a corpse. No matter how much he looked like a living person, he was still a living person after all. Unlike a living person, he could no longer eat. Years ago, he committed suicide in the Witch Mountain Palace and was made into a living dead by the Holy Hand. The Holy Hand came to this world through the time and space crack, and he was left in the broken old world to do things according to orders. Like this, it had been nearly 10 years. In the 10 years of being a walking dead, he did not eat anything. But he was not a glutton, so he never felt any regret because of this. Until today, when he sat in front of that bowl of egg drop and lean meat porridge, which was different in color, aroma, and taste, he suddenly felt lost. Why was he not a living person anymore? He had waited for so many years, and finally, in these few days, he had obtained a Chu Wanning that completely belonged to him. But he couldn't even drink a bowl of porridge made by that person. What did Chu Wanning's porridge taste like? He stood under the roof and recalled with his eyes closed. After a long time, he suddenly raised his arm and covered his eyelashes. No one could see what kind of expression he had at this time. He could only see his pale lips and his thin chin. Then he put down his arm and opened his eyes. The corners of his eyes were slightly red. His memory was not good, and he was not very smart. If the tip of his tongue could still taste a little sour, sweet, bitter, and salty, he might be able to recall. But his bones and blood were cold, and his lips and teeth were tasteless. So even if the bowl of porridge was in front of him, he could not remember what it tasted like. He would never know. Late at night, he went to find Xianxia. Beside the cold pool in front of the sacrificial temple, the handsome man was barefooted. His toes touched the cold spring water and stirred up the starry water. Seeing that he had come, Xianxia raised his eyebrows slightly as if he knew why he had come. His expression was cold as he said, "Such a beautiful scene. I didn't expect that the emperor would have the mood to come and find me instead of accompanying Grandmaster Chu in the secret chamber." The Emperor Ta did not want to beat around the bush, so he asked directly, "Do you have a way to temporarily make me the same as I was when I was alive?" Xianxia glanced back and forth at him. "Although you are a living dead, you should not be affected in bed." "I'm not talking about this." "Oh? Then what are you talking about?" "Eating." The Emperor Ta said coldly, "I want to eat." Xianxia's eyes were gloomy, and he asked thoughtfully, "Do you want to eat that bowl of dragon handkerchief?" "No one in the world can make a good handkerchief except for my senior brother." Xianxia smiled, "It's rare that you can think of him today." The celestial treading monarch's memory of Xianxia was messy and unstable. Sometimes he could recall, and sometimes he couldn't. But generally speaking, he had no impression of Xianxia most of the time. So when he heard the celestial treading monarch mention senior brother today, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a sense of novelty. He asked, "Hey, you are hanging out with Chu Wanning on Jiao Mountain all day. Why don't you think of your senior brother Mingjing?" This was the so-called saying that people did not know each other. After a while, the Emperor Ta said, "You said that my body is too full of yin qi. Before I get a new spiritual nucleus and completely reborn, I should not see my senior brother. He is of the water attribute, so I will hurt him." Xianxia was not embarrassed to lie at all, "That's true. So why are you asking about dragon handkerchief?" The Emperor Ta looked at him coldly, "That's a sore spot." Xianxia smiled, "I'm just curious. In this world, other than dragon handkerchief, what kind of food can make the Emperor Ta so obsessed?" "What, you don't want to say it? Then let me guess, it was Grandmaster Chu who cooked for you, right?" Seeing the celestial trampling emperor's expression change slightly, Xianxia smiled and said, "I heard that Grandmaster Chu, who is at the pinnacle of life and death, is a master at cooking. You are really interesting to be able to swallow this." The Emperor Ta's face became darker. "Just tell me if there is a way. Don't be so long-winded." "There is definitely a way, and I have already told you." The Emperor Ta frowned. "What is it?" "The old way." Xianxia said softly, "Get Grandmaster Mo's spiritual nucleus as soon as possible and give it to you. Then, you will be exactly the same as when you were alive." A tangerine flower floated over with the water. Xianxia moved his toes and caught the fragrant flower between his toes. Although the flower was white, it was not as delicate as Xianxia's skin. Xianxia smiled and looked at the flower that was trapped by his feet and could not continue to float. He said, "Let's work together. The earlier we get the spirit core, the earlier I can obtain your complete power. As for you, the earlier you can eat what you want to eat." After a pause, he raised his soft eyelashes. "I can see the person I miss day and night. So, please cooperate with me, Your Majesty. Previously, you wanted me to go to the Lonely Moon Night to kill people, and then you wanted me to summon the Zhenlong army to attack the Peak of Life and Death. I did all these. How do you want me to cooperate with you? Just tell me all at once." Xianxia clapped his hands and smiled, "Good, that's great. Actually, there are not many things that I need you to do next. There is only one thing left. Go ahead. Come with me to the Tianyin Pavilion. Our game of chess has come to an end. It's time to close the net." When he said this, the Emperor Ta noticed a golden feathered pigeon perched behind Xianxia. It was the spiritual bird that the Tianyin Pavilion used to send messages. "The Tianyin Pavilion sent you news?" "Yes. Shermay stretched out two long fingers and held a thin piece of paper. It's all good news. Everything is going according to our plan. It's not good to be a good person. Grandmaster Mo gave up his spiritual nucleus to protect the peace of the cultivation world, but no one helped him to atone for his crimes. He smiled and twisted his fingers. With a spell, he folded the letter into a paper butterfly and threw it to the Emperor Ta. See for yourself. There's no need. The Emperor Ta took the paper butterfly but didn't open it. He looked at Shermay with his black eyes. Just tell me, when do we do it? The trial will be in 3 days. The execution will be in 3 days. 6 days? Shermay stroked the wings of the golden-tailed carrier pigeon with a gentle expression. Suddenly, a brightly colored triangular snake darted out of his sleeve and bit the pigeon's neck in a flash. It then swallowed the soft bird into its stomach in an instant. All of this happened in a flash. Shermay's expression didn't change, as if he was used to it. He smiled and brushed away a broken feather. He raised his head and said, "That's right, so we'll stay in the Jiao Mountain for 3 more days. Then we'll go to the Tianyin Pavilion and wait." The feather fell into the pond and rippled gently, shattering the reflections of the 2 men on the shore. His spiritual nucleus will give you invincible power. In this way, you'll have everything you want. After this conversation, the Emperor Ta returned to the secret room on the Jiao Mountain with a heavy heart. Chu Wanning didn't seem to be in good spirits. He seemed to be reading a book, but now he was sleeping on the table. His white sleeves fluttered like the falling snow. He stood beside him and watched for a while. In fact, he was just a man, a lonely lamp, and a green book. He had experienced the prosperity of the human world and seen all kinds of beauties. What was Chu Wanning? What was there to see? He thought gloomily, but his Adam's apple moved. He couldn't help but lean over and hug the man. He buried his face in the man's neck and sniffed and rubbed. Chu Wanning was awakened by him and opened his eyes. His phoenix eyes were confused and gentle at first, but then he remembered the cruelty of the Emperor Ta in front of him. His eyes suddenly became cold and sharp. All these changes fell into the eyes of the Emperor Ta. The frustration and unwillingness in his heart grew more and more like wild grass. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and hugged Chu Wanning. "What are you going crazy for?" With a muffled groan, he was pushed against the wall. The Emperor Ta passionately and desperately kissed him, from the neck to the lips, from the lips to the chin. He breathed deeply and asked, "Do you like me? Chu Wanning, do you like me? What are you doing? Why are you suddenly?" But the Emperor Ta didn't seem to want to know his answer. He just wanted to ask this question. As for what the answer was, it had nothing to do with him. Or perhaps it was because no matter what the answer was, the road back was bleak and there was no turning back. So no matter what he said, it was useless. "If I wasn't the Emperor Ta, and I was like you, a master of a generation, would you be willing to be with me? Would you be willing to treat me better?" He bit the side of Chu Wanning's neck one last time, as if he was sucking blood. It seemed that this was the only way to prove that the person in his arms belonged to him, and not to the Mo Weiyu who was so different from him. But the moment he lowered his eyes, his voice became hoarse. "In the end, do you like him more than you like me like this?" "Mo Weiyu, what are you talking about?" Yes, Chu Wanning's memory was in a mess. He only had memories of his past life, and no memories of this life. Of course he wouldn't understand what he was saying. It was probably only at this time that he completely belonged to the Emperor Ta. He suddenly felt very sad. He didn't know why, but there was even a bit of sadness in his voice. The Emperor Ta was entangled with his lover. In the end, he asked softly, "If I took his spiritual core, would you hate me more?" There was nothing more inexplicable than being denied by yourself. The Emperor Ta held the person in his arms. "But you are one of my people. Don't betray me." When he muttered about his own desires, he even felt that he was desolate. Perhaps after being alone for so long, even the sharpest knife would be blunted. 8 years. After he was reborn, how long has he had you? How long have I been alone, waiting in another world? Lonely Witch Mountain Palace, wandering without friends. Don't leave me a second time. The first time, I can still die. But if you leave me a second time, I can't even choose death. The Emperor Ta frowned. His eyes were gloomy and crazy, sad and paranoid. I can't stand it. End of chapter 269. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.